This guy's name is Lin Yi, the male lead of this story. 5 years ago he was lucky enough to be brought to the Qian Yuan sect by a stranger. Back then he was just a kid, and a completely ordinary one at that. But in the eyes of the sect leader, he had the aura of a genius. So, that sect leader declared that, from now on, he would be the chief disciple of the Qian Yuan sect. Throughout his growth he's always been scared and timid, losing his mind at the sight of demonic beasts, man running one way, beast another. When he participates in sect competitions, he curls up and surrenders like a child. All of this is controlled by his system. The reason being he chose an unconventional path to power. From a quiet boy, always acting weak, but he's actually following a special path to become stronger. A normal path might only increase one level of cultivation, but this special path multiplies it by 3. From a weak little boy, quiet and reserved, after more than 10 years of hiding his strength, he's now become a different person. A powerhouse who no longer hides his true self. Everyone please follow the unfolding of this story. The sky was azure. Golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on the ground. A gentle breeze swept through. The scene below was 2 groups of teenagers facing each other. A big, beefy guy with a long sword slung across his back, surrounded by a boastful group. He suddenly grinned, saying, "Everyone's out here training, but you guys from the Jingguang men are going too far." The young woman on the opposite side clenched her fists and shouted, pausing before continuing, "Aren't you afraid of our Qian Yuan sect taking revenge for this?" Hearing her words, the ringleader, a disciple of the Jingguang men, feigned helplessness, saying, "Natural treasures and resources belong to whoever has the ability to take them." The corner of his mouth twitched, half joking, half serious. "Meeting us during training is just bad luck for you." Then, he pointed forward and commanded, "Brothers, attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, the group behind him rushed forward. Seeing this, the 3 disciples of the Qian Yuan sect stood frozen, their feet planted firmly on the ground. Meanwhile, birds chirped merrily. Lin Yi raised a hand to his head, his footsteps relaxed as he strolled along, muttering, "This training is too dangerous, gotta avoid people." Hearing the noise behind him, the bully turned around to look. At the same time, Lin Yi also saw him. He slowly opened his mouth, muttering to himself, "Let's go." Everyone there had a dark look on their face, even him. The group that was running a moment ago stopped and looked towards him. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, attracting his attention. "Beep beep." Announcing mission choices, Lin Yi glanced over and replied softly, Lines of text gradually appeared on the system panel. Lin Yi pondered and read, "Mission 1. Rescue the captured disciples of the Qian Yuan sect, defeat Appa, and the reward is low-grade elixir." He didn't know what to say about this mission, and the next mission quickly appeared. Mission 2. Kneel down and apologize. Beg Appa to spare the disciples of the Qian Yuan sect, and the reward is mid-grade elixir. Thinking about kneeling down and begging Appa, Lin Yi's face started to darken. Ugh. Finally, Mission 3. Pretend you didn't see anything, and quietly leave, and the reward is high-grade elixir. With the 3 missions presented, his face changed. He raised his hand and scratched his head, muttering to himself, "This system is trying to kill me." Closing his eyes slightly, memories gradually surfaced. A year ago, he had awakened and chosen this god-level system. But then problems arose when it was bound to him. Glitching images appeared. Originally, the more difficult the mission, the more generous the reward. But it turned out that the easier the mission, the more generous the reward. After successfully fixing the bug, the system glowed blue. God-level choice system completed, starting up successfully. His slender fingers lightly swiped across the system panel. He thought to himself, "In order to get the high-grade reward, I'm forced to make a decision that goes against my will." Look, we're saved. The voice of a Qian Yuan sect disciple rang out, bringing Lin Yi back to reality. The disciple continued to add, "That's our Qian Yuan sect's chief disciple, senior brother Lin Yi." The disciple looked towards Appa and triumphantly said, "With senior brother Lin Yi here, let's see if the Jingguang men dares to act wild." What the? A top disciple? The ringleader looked at him suspiciously. The lackeys of that tyrant also whispered, "If he's really, truly the top disciple, we might not be a match." The tyrant was obviously wary of clashing with Lin Yi. He told the others, "Everyone, be ready to retreat at any time." Seeing this, the Qian Yuan sect female disciple looked at Lin Yi and shouted, "Lin Yi, senior brother, save us." Expressing her determination, she continued, "Let Jingguang men taste our power." In response to her call, all she got was his retreating back. Yep. Lin Yi hurriedly turned around and walked away. Seeing this, the 3 Qian Yuan sect disciples shouted even louder, "Senior brother, you're going the wrong way, it's this way." Ahem. Lin Yi was startled. He raised his hand to cover his mouth. Then, Lin Yi turned around, putting on an arrogant air. "What top disciple? You've mistaken me for someone else." This humble one is Lin Zhangyi. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi darted away like a gust of wind, leaving behind the sentence, "Fate will bring us together someday." The three Qian Yuan sect disciples were dumbstruck by his series of actions. The female disciple clenched her fist and shouted, "Lin Yi, are you still a disciple of the Qian Yuan sect or not?" Like a fuse was lit, another disciple said, "I've never seen such a shameless person." The female disciple continued, "Aren't you afraid of punishment from the sect leader for acting like this?" In response to the accusations, Lin Yi casually stuck his pinky finger in his ear and said gently, "Sorry, fellow disciples." In his head he thought, "Jingguang men, at most, I'll just rob you of your heads, won't risk your lives." After that thought took shape, Lin Yi made up his mind, clenching his fist. "If I make a move, the loss would be that high-grade pill." Seeing him decisively leave, he watched him go, murmuring, "The rumors that the top disciple is a useless person who never takes action and only became the top disciple because of connections, I thought they were just rumors, but I didn't expect them to be true." Her voice inadvertently reached the ears of a Jingguang men disciple. He pointed at Lin Yi and shouted, "Since you've seen us, you think you can just leave? Not so easy," he sneered. "Brothers, go and hold him back." As soon as he spoke, the others immediately rushed towards Lin Yi. The Mohawk guy also quickly approached, shouting, "Stop right there!" Lin Yi was surrounded. On the surface, he seemed calm, but inside he was screaming madly, "My high-grade pill is gone. I can't let this continue." Lin Yi looked directly at the Mohawk guy and said, "Fellow cultivators, we're only alive once, why must we fight and kill? Let's show some goodwill, we might meet again in the future. After all, we're all people of Jianghu. Can you show some face to this top disciple?" He then bowed and pleaded, "Please, big brothers, spare us, okay?" Lin Yi's expression didn't change as he calculated, "If I intervene, I'll only be able to get the mid-grade pill." The Jingguang men disciples were all surprised. They turned to look at each other, and without prior agreement, laughter erupted around him. One of them pointed at him and said, "Someone as cowardly as you, the Qian Yuan sect leader, must be blind." Another said, "Letting you become the top disciple." Wang Huo, who was standing behind, witnessed everything and said angrily, "As a cultivator, one should have a heart towards the Tao. How can you be so weak and timid?" Then, another disciple put his hand on his chest and shouted, "If I don't die today, when I return, I will definitely tell the sect leader the truth, and remove your position as top disciple, for causing the Qian Yuan sect's brothers to be scorned for 10,000 years. He pointed to the sky and continued, "Even if we can't win, we'd rather fight to the death than endure this humiliation. You've shamed our sect too much." Feeling very aggrieved, he lamented to the heavens, "Heaven has no eyes. Why does the sect have this kind of karma?" "Blame yourselves for being associated with this top disciple," Zhu Lei suddenly interrupted. Then, he drew the longsword from behind his back, pointed it forward, and shouted, "Brothers, kill this group of people!" The Jingguang men disciples rushed forward, shouting, "Jingguang men, our body refining skill is strong, capable of shattering mountains and rocks." Surrounded by the group, the purple-haired girl shouted, "Everyone, be careful!" Then, she raised 2 fingers to cast a spell, and her other teammates also cast spells, creating sharp longswords, preparing to fight the Jingguang men disciples. On this side, Lin Yi was also surrounded by the thugs, who rushed at him, preparing to attack. He glanced around and said to himself, "Regarding the second mission, I won't even get a mid-grade pill." Lin Yi remained calm. With a small leaf in his mouth, he continued, "Then don't blame me for being impolite." With that, the main character raised his hand to the sky, summoning bolts of lightning. His eyes flashed with light, and Lin Yi continued, "Descend, lightning." He spread his palm, calling forth a surge of power that emitted mysterious rays of light. From it appeared a dragon formed from lightning bolts. It was terrifyingly ferocious, roaring as it charged towards the Jingguang men disciples surrounding the purple-haired girl. The dragon flew swiftly towards the side where those people weren't paying attention. One guy behind the girl was directly hit by the dragon. The electric current jolted him, and he screamed in pain. "Ah!" The sword-wielding girl turned back, startled, not understanding what was happening. His teammate beside him also jumped in fright and fell face first onto the ground, much to the confusion of everyone around. The girl turned back and asked, "What just happened?" The teammate behind her chimed in, "Looks like senior brother leader made a move." Another person also exclaimed in surprise, "Without a sword? Impossible." Lin Yi stood to the side with his arms crossed, watching, which made his junior brothers even more curious. They wondered, he just helped that weak junior sister leader, wasn't he just a good-for-nothing? How could he suddenly become so strong? The Jingguang men disciple and his followers on the other side were frowning, looking scared, their limbs trembling as they stammered. "You, Lin Yi, calm." Still with a leaf in his mouth, the aura emanating from him made them question, You, who exactly are you? The main character glared at them, his teeth gritted as he reaffirmed. Told you already, the chief disciple of the Qian Yuan sect. The Jingguangmen disciple looked visibly terrified, sweat dripping down his face. He thought to himself, that power just now was immense. This guy's cultivation has probably reached the heaven-shaking, earth-moving realm. I'm definitely no match for him. Seeing the unfavorable situation, he immediately threw his sword down, his face covered in sweat from fear. He forced a smile and said to Lin Yi, fellow Taoist Shi, I feel what you said makes a lot of sense. Why all the fighting and killing in this life? Why don't we, piempht? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi angrily smacked him flying with the branch. He told him, naive. The main character raged inwardly, tears welling up. His face darkened. He cracked his knuckles and slowly walked towards the group, causing them to back away in fear. He scolded, You destroyed my high-grade pill. Do you think I'll just let you off? Then he gave that group a thorough beating, and they screamed in agony. Oog. After dealing with the Jingguangmen disciples, he casually and calmly dusted off his hands and feet. So he had completed the task, a strange light emitting from the palm of his hand. Then the system announced, Congratulations to the host for defeating the Jingguangmen's evil spirit, completing task 1, and the reward, what he received was a small red pill, no bigger than a marble. A low-grade pill. He held the pill in his hand, raised it high, twirled it a few times, squinting at it with a look of little expectation. He sighed, then flicked his finger, sending the pill flying into his mouth. He was quite disappointed. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented. A low-grade pill is still a pill. Guess I'll just eat it. After swallowing, he turned around. He saw the disciples staring at him blankly, making him just as confused. The young woman raised her hand and said, Senior brother, you are indeed a master. We understand your intentions, the black-haired disciple said with an admiring gaze. Doing good deeds without leaving a name. Another person chimed in, praising him endlessly. Lin Yi humbly replied, We understand. But contrary to the disciple's thoughts, the main character's eyes sparkled as he said with a cheerful and beaming voice, We must publicize this widely so everyone knows. To show my greatness, it's best to report back to the sect leader and put up a notice in the sect for 3 days. He spoke loudly, startling the others. He turned to leave, his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful. He recalled, That's right. The people in the kitchen can't be overlooked either. I overheard them bad-mouthing me a few days ago. His words made the 2 people behind him freeze in awkwardness, not expecting their senior brother to be so eager to show off. He suddenly turned back, pointing at his disciples with a determined expression. We must cleanse their ears thoroughly. His actions were completely unexpected by the others. Everyone was dumbfounded by Lin Yi's sudden strangeness. Deep down, Lin Yi was devastated by recent events. He felt utterly miserable. Everyone seemed to think he was easy to bully, always being forced to take the low-grade pill rewards while people whispered behind his back about his strange words and actions. At this moment, he was still fuming with the anger from before. All that high-reward talk just to get trashed for so long, his reputation was shot to hell. Even with how things turn out, the reward is still kinda low. Imagining how cool he'd be later, he decided. Starting today, this daddy is changing his image, officially reclaiming the authority of the top disciple. Suddenly, he turned around and yelled at everyone, stopping their gossiping. Got it memorized. Everyone was startled and quickly responded, Got it. Having received confirmation that everyone remembered, he happily turned to leave, not forgetting to shout back, Good! Hurry back to the sect! And everyone's emotions were still the same, surprised by this massive change. In the clear blue sky under the golden sunlight, something flew across the sky. It was a flying carriage, soaring right over Lin Yi's head as he hummed along, strolling. Inside the carriage, the white curtain fluttered, revealing a woman's hand. It was a beautiful young girl with golden eyes and smooth pink hair. The girl lifted the small curtain, looking down at Lin Yi, thinking to herself, This is the top disciple of Qian Yuan sect. Lin Yi, oblivious below, he calmly chewed on a small twig. The girl mused, Preparing for a marriage alliance with our sect, She closed her eyes, glancing at him, commenting, Seems pretty average. In a corner of the forest, Xu Lei, a disciple of Jingguangmen, lay sprawled on the green grass. He shakily pushed himself up, looking listless and deep in thought. Because of his poor family, Zhu Lei had wanted to be above everyone since he was little. His poor family had only 4 bare walls, just some straw in the corner with a dust and cobweb-covered Buddha statue. His mom and he huddled together in the middle of the house with empty stomachs. His mom said, I have suffered so much in order for you to join Jingguangmen. He had to climb countless high mountains, cross rivers full of hungry crocodiles staring him down as he passed, all to arrive before someone's feet. Turns out, the old man with the shiny bald head in front of him was the sect leader of Jin Guangmen. The old man silently examined Xu Lei, who was lying exhausted before him. Then he yelled, startling the two disciples, "That head is too shiny." Then he raised his hand towards Xu Lei, saying, "Take him in, to become stronger." I resolutely followed the Jin Guangmen's way of life, diligently practicing martial arts every day, doing bad things everywhere, bullying the poor and weak, and even extorting money from rich officials. Wind or rain couldn't stop him. From head to toe, even his senior brothers admired him, praising, "Xu Lei is truly a professional." Finally, through his own efforts, he grew hair, becoming a dragon among men, respected and admired by everyone. Senior brother Shu is truly a role model for our generation. Senior brother Shu is mighty. He proudly shouted, "Mom, I did it!" But then he frowned. Why? Why did I get defeated by a tiny Qian Yuan sect disciple? Then he raised his face to the sky and shouted, "I refuse to accept this. Xu Lei is the #1 genius in this area. Lin Yi, you just wait. I will definitely defeat you." Xu Lei couldn't accept this humiliation. He was determined to make Lin Yi pay. He went to a dark cave. Above the cave was written, "Demon Slaughtering Cave." Xu Lei looked at the cave, remembering the sect leader's words. Jin Guangmen's strongest body training is the wrathful slash of 100 meters of demons. As he spoke, he pointed his sword into the cave, as determined as ever. Xu Lei entered the cave, suddenly bumping into something. He was terrified as he looked around. Corpses laid scattered everywhere. Some had been dead for a long time, and some were in pieces. Xu Lei grimaced, saying, "If I don't die, I will definitely find you and take revenge." With that, he gripped his sword tightly and marched on heroically. On the Qian Yuan sect side, articles about Lin Yi were being released. Word on the street is, Lin Yi, our top disciple, risked life and limb for those Qian Yuan sect disciples, and pissed off Jin Guangmen in the process. All the other disciples were like, squinty eyes, pursed lips. Lin Yi, that scaredy cat Lin Yi? Seriously, fighting and angering Jin Guangmen? No way, we know what kind of guy he is. After all this time, I don't buy it. Back at the ancestral hall behind Qian Yuan sect's mountain, Lin Yi walks in. "You called for me, master." The sect leader of Qian Yuan sect rushes over, eyes sparkling as he gazes at Lin Yi, shouting, "My dear disciple." Lin Yi flinches. Even though this has happened a million times, the sect leader grabs Lin Yi's shoulders, shaking him back and forth, tears of joy streaming down his face. "After all these years, you've finally decided to take action. This is the first time you've done anything to anyone since joining Qian Yuan sect. As your master, I'm so touched." Lin Yi's head is a total mess. He just stands there, helpless, thinking, all these 20-something years I've been cultivating like crazy just to get system rewards, and I've never lifted a finger against anyone, which has left a lot of Qian Yuan sect folks disappointed in him. Lin Yi watches his master beaming with pride and patting his head. He smiles. Even so, his master still hasn't given up on him. The sect leader clasps his hands together and kneels before the ancestral tablets, sincerely praying to the immortal ancestors. Our Qian Yuan sect's top disciple, Lin Yi, is not a coward. The sect leader whispers to himself, "It's been, like, years." Then, tears streaming, he reaches out to Lin Yi, saying, "Our sect finally has a successor." Lin Yi stands there, forcing a smile, a radiant aura practically glowing behind him. The sect leader chuckles. "Good, my good disciple." He reminisces, telling Lin Yi, "The first time that person brought you to Qian Yuan sect all those years ago, I remember it so clearly. Seeing that your entire being was overflowing with innate, immortal energy, I knew you were a cultivation prodigy. That's why I made you the top disciple of Qian Yuan sect." Even though everyone else disagreed, the sect leader recalls that, to show off Lin Yi's talents, he'd found him a huge bear, but when he turned around and shouted, "Disciple, deal with this bear!" Lin Yi had vanished without a trace. Even the bear was confused. "And then there were your later performances," the sect leader says. At a tournament for the disciples, he and the other Qian Yuan sect members cheered like crazy. "Disciple, you got this. Top disciple, you got this," everyone yelled. "Senior brother, top disciple, you're gonna win." On the stage, Lin Yi stood ready to fight an opponent who looked way bigger than him. The referee yelled, "Contestants, get ready." The ref started counting down. 3. Lin Yi's expression didn't change a bit. Someone cheered, "Top disciple, you got this." 2. The opponent looked confidently at Lin Yi, smirking. 1. And as the referee shouted 1, Lin Yi bowed to the ground, raising a white flag of surrender. The master and everyone else were stunned, never expecting Lin Yi to do that. The opponent and referee were frozen in place, dumbfounded. The top disciple and an old teacher with brown hair are talking. That old teacher is none other than me. With both hands held behind my back, I'm talking to the top disciple gently. Afterward, people said you went through the back door. But I know you're not weak. The top disciple kept listening attentively to my words. A leaf hanging from his mouth. I smile kindly and say to the top disciple, now that you've thought it through, and you're no longer afraid of death, and are willing to fight others, I speak and smile, my eyes narrowing. I have mustaches and a beard and thick eyebrows and a big nose, but I am very kind and benevolent to the top disciple. The top disciple's heart is comforted by my words, and I smile gently to the top disciple. I continue to speak to the top disciple, and I feel very happy. Today is a double happiness. After the Holy Flood sect master arrives and the two sects form a marriage alliance, see who can shake the Qian Yuan sect's position again. The top disciple freezes at the words marriage alliance. Why a marriage alliance? The top disciple's heart is startled, and I cough and tear up, staring wide-eyed at the master. The top disciple's heart is struck by lightning upon hearing the words marriage alliance. I fake a cough to get through the top disciple, and then awkwardly say, 20 years ago, we had a marriage appointment with the Holy Flood sect, with the top disciple of our sect and the Holy Maiden of the Holy Flood sect marrying, making our sect stronger. The top disciple is angry at the decision made without his consent regarding this major marriage matter. I am trying to cover up the fact that I did not tell the top disciple about this decision from before. So I'm trying to tell the story of the Holy Flood sect as proof that marrying the Holy Maiden of the Holy Flood sect is not a loss. The Holy Flood sect is a top sect. I tell the story while trying to persuade the top disciple. The Holy Flood sect has many people, but most of them are women with extraordinary skills. I also tell the story of how the top disciple was raised by me. Is an arrangement. There is a person wearing a black cloak from head to toe, not showing his face, but there is a symbol of a sect revealed. It is purple. That person in the black cloak is the one who brought the top disciple to be raised by me. Also, because that person gave you here that year, has a special identity, only then did you give the sect this gift. I keep rambling about the upcoming marriage. If logically speaking, they should have arrived at the sect 3 days ago. Suddenly, the top disciple notices something that makes the top disciple turn his head to look for it. A sound is ringing that only the top disciple can hear, but I cannot hear. The top disciple looks thoughtfully at the system notification of the God level selection that appears above. That notification is entering content into the God level selection system, issuing a task. I do not know the existence of the God level selection system, so I do not pay attention to the top disciple who is not listening to me. Only hesitating not to show his face, afraid of secretly observing you, I continue to speak to the top disciple. Good performance these days. The system table of the God level selection notification. Task 1. Show serious. Get the love of the Holy Flood sect. Complete this marriage contract. Reward. Upgrade 1 level of cultivation. There are 3 more task tables presented for the top disciple to choose from. To the second edition. Task 2. Show average. Do not pay attention to the Holy Flood sect. Let the marriage contract last. Reward. Upgrade 2 levels of cultivation. The top disciple looks at the second notification and murmurs to himself, can't this marriage contract be cancelled? The third notification appears. Task 3. Show badly. Drive the Holy Flood sect's Holy Maiden crazy. Determined to destroy this marriage contract. Reward. Upgrade 3 levels of cultivation. The top disciple pays attention to the third notification with extremely attractive rewards. The top disciple stares at the 3 lines of text in the third notification. Drive the Holy Flood sect's Holy Maiden crazy. Determined to destroy this marriage contract. Reward. Upgrade 3 levels of cultivation. For sure, Mission 3 is a total steal that the senior disciple can't pass up. I mean, from the get-go, they weren't planning on getting hitched, and they need to level up their cultivation ASAP. So bet your bottom dollar they'll pick Mission 3. Dude's eyes lit up like frickin' stars, mouth hanging open cause of Mission 3. The senior disciple's checking out that notice, all thoughtful like. Bust up a marriage engagement and get a 3-level cultivation boost? That's a freaking steal. Our boy's dreaming about that whole husband and wife bowing to each other thing during the wedding ceremony with the Holy Maiden of the Holy Jiao sect. He's tapping his chin, thinking. The system barely ever gives out cultivation level-ups. Sure, marrying the Holy Maiden of the Holy Jiao sect ain't bad, but it ain't nothing compared to 3 levels of cultivation. There's a whole scene playing in his head where he's wearing red wedding clothes, bowing to the Holy Maiden, but bam! He snaps out of that dream real quick. What if the Holy Maiden's some plain Jane with freckles, a huge mouth, bushy eyebrows, and a honker? No way he's down for that. That ain't the ideal chick he wants to marry. He's freaking out at the thought, thinking to himself, dude, I haven't even met her. What if she's uglier than... Well, you get the picture? So he clenches his fist, making a vow to himself. Gotta stick with the cultivation level up. It's way more reliable. Master turns around and sees the senior disciple doing his whole determined routine and totally misreads the situation, thinking that he's psyched to get to know the holy maiden of the holy Jiao sect. Master's all happy about his pupil's determination, stroking his beard and thinking all smugly, "Good disciple, you must be so nervous. Your teacher is here to support you." Meanwhile, our senior disciple's totally clueless. He's been misunderstood and is already planning how to wreck this engagement. Master's place is surrounded by this misty, glowy aura, with ancient trees rocking a full head of leaves, and the sun shining down on the house. He even has a big rock as decoration. Master's telling the senior disciple, "I gotta head out with the grand elders for a few days." Master's babbling on, but our main guy is just listening, not saying a word. Lao Chifu's reporting to the sect leader. Lin Yi, the senior disciple of Qianyuan's sect, is a total scaredy cat, got a weird, eccentric personality, doesn't have any clout at Qianyuan's sect, and his cultivation, not even top tier. Stone cold serious face. And then comes a whole heap of gossip about Lin Yi. Rumor has it, he hasn't even bothered to learn the Qianyuan sect's life-saving core technique. Instead, he's been grinding low-level magic for years, which just goes to show how garbage his talent is. I beg you to reconsider this marriage. If we don't, it'll ruin the legacy of our holy Jiao sect. Bam! Master appears out of nowhere, shouting back, "How can you say he's unworthy if you haven't even met him?" Thud! Lao Chifu's totally stumped, no idea what just happened. Master's putting a hand on his hip and pointing a finger right at Lao Chifu. "You can't go around disrespecting our sect's senior disciple." And Lao ain't taking that. He's all up in Master's grill. "Oh yeah, I scoff at him. He doesn't even know the 8 desolate universe art of Qianyuan's sect." That's when Master gets all riled up. "What did you just say?" Lao Shifu's smirking like a villain, keeping the taunts coming. He'd be dead before he even stepped into the 9 underworlds. "I doubt your sect's senior disciple could survive even a day." You can see the hate boiling in Master, like he's planning something, and you know what that is. A straight-up brawl. Enough talk. Resorting to violence because you can't win with words. How could Qianyuan's sect ever be worthy of our holy maiden? Bullshit, I ain't scared of you, who's afraid of who? And with that, Lao Chifu and Master just dive into an all-out fight. Meanwhile, the sect leader and the holy maiden are just standing there, totally done with this. Sect leader speaks, making the two of them freeze. "Alright, the game's got pieces. Time to make a move. Let's get this started." So you see, Master got 3 extra lumps on his head, and Lao Chifu's got a big smug grin. Master's grinning too. Then, a bunch of disciples show up, some riding birds, others on lotus thrones, riding dragons, some even on swords, plus a whole bunch of crazy beasts. The scene's looking real dramatic. Alright, let's kick this off. Meanwhile, over on another side, the 2 peeps Lin Yi saved are running up to him. "Senior disciple, we spread the word. Now everyone in the sect knows your legendary deeds." Lin Yi's loving it. Excellent. He's secretly doing a happy dance in his head. After all this publicity, my representative in the sect's gonna be way better. Suddenly, bam! The paper in the junior sister's hand gets snatched away. This dude's speaking with the utmost contempt, saving the disciples who pissed off Jingguang men. That's just sad. He's hanging with some other disciples too, looking like he's beefing with Lin Yi. When the other bros in the sect see Zhuo Gong showing up, they're all shocked. Isn't that Zhuo Gong the #1 genius in the sect? What's he doing here? Has he started a beef with the senior disciple? The chubby dude sees them staring each other down, the atmosphere all tense, and he's telling the other two, "Our senior disciple's in trouble now. Zhuo Gong should be the senior disciple anyway." He told those two, if Lin Yi hadn't relied on connections, Zhuo Gong could have become the chief disciple. It's no wonder he hates Lin Yi. The good stuff's about to start. Lin Yi, looking displeased, glanced at Zhuo Gong and said, "Got a problem?" Zhuo Gong's expression wasn't much better as he retorted, "Of course I've got a problem." He walked up to Lin Yi and sneered, "You just rely on someone else, using connections to get ahead? Why don't you just pee your pants? You're so lucky." He turned to look at the purple-haired girl and said, "Wang He, how much did Lin Yi bribe you guys to do this?" "Wang he retorted, refuting Zhuo Gong's statement. "No, we were indeed saved by Chief Disciple Brother." He glanced at her with contempt, then happily spread his arms wide and loudly announced to everyone standing there, "Everyone, if the chief disciple says he beat up the Jingguang men, if it's not a lie, then let me ask him." Pointing the fan he was holding at Lin Yi, he said, "Do you dare accept a challenge from me?" The system then popped up. Urgent system mission triggered by Zhuo Gong's challenge. Choice 1. Accept the challenge and defeat Zhuo Gong. Reward: 1 golden wound pill. Choice 2. Accept the challenge and draw with Zhuo Gong. Reward: 1 blood-stopping pill. Choice 3. Refuse the challenge and give Zhuo Gong a hug. Reward: 1 spirit gathering pill. It was the third choice that he couldn't refuse. His eyes lit up when he saw the reward. The reward for the third option was a spirit gathering pill, which was infinitely better than the first two. He looked at Zhuo Gong like a tasty treat. It's not like I'm greedy, I just like hugs. Zhuo Gong looked at him in confusion, not knowing what was happening. He walked up to Zhuo Gong, making him sense something was wrong, and he said, "You really dare to accept?" He approached, placing his hand on Zhuo Gong's shoulder, causing him to knock everyone around him over. Everyone thought a fight was about to break out between the two. Someone unconsciously shouted, "Chief Disciple Brother!" The onlookers yelled, "They're about to fight!" But what happened next shattered everyone's expectations. Lin Yi was hugging Zhuo Gong. Zhuo Gong was frozen, not knowing what he was doing. Wang, he blushed when she saw this scene. Someone yelled at the two guys with her, "Is this the good stuff you were talking about?" Lin Yi hugged Zhuo Gong's waist and gently teased, "Zhuo Gong, we're all fellow disciples. Why fight and kill each other? No need for a challenge. Could it be, are you lacking love? Chief Disciple will give you a loving hug." Jumping out of Lin Yi's embrace, Zhuo Gong went crazy, punching Lin Yi while chasing him. "Get lost, get lost, get lost." Zhuo Gong was furious, his face red, veins popping, and he shouted, "Lin Yi, you're dead meat." Zhuo Gong was practically on fire. Pointing at Lin Yi, he yelled, "Today I'll strip you of your title as Chief Disciple." At this moment, a disciple ran over to report, "Something bad has happened." The disciple then said, "Senior brother Zhuo Gong, something big has happened." Making both of them, who were busy just now, to pay attention, the disciples surrounded him one by one. He ran to the side of the two of them, speaking without taking a break. "There are many cultivators outside the mountain gate, saying they want to destroy our Qian Yuan sect." The surrounding disciples, upon hearing this, discussed, "Who is this person who is saying this? They dare to act so presumptuously at our Qian Yuan sect." Another person said, "Could it be that something has happened?" Another one continued, "Could it be that a high-level sect wants to take our territory?" Some also incredulously said, "What?" At this moment, Zhuo Gong stood up majestically and commanded, "Don't panic. Immediately inform the elders." Lin Yi raised his hand to speak. Then he continued speaking, causing everyone to panic. "The sect leader and the elders have already left the sect." At this moment, everyone couldn't believe it. Zhuo Gong also couldn't believe it, and uttered 2 words. "What?" At this moment, Zhuo Gong reacted quickly and ordered, "There's no choice. Everyone gather at the mountain gate. Prepare to face the enemy." Lin Yi just stood at one side without any other reaction. At this moment, the system displayed the words, "God-level choice system issues mission." Lin Yi did not have much change and said with a cold face, "What kind of mission is this?" After reading it, he had some reaction, and his eyes widened slightly. At this moment, Lin Yi gloomily called out, "Everyone!" He faced everyone who was running ahead and shouted, "Don't go meet the enemy," making everyone pay attention. At this moment, he playfully made a running motion and pose, saying, "I think running away is the safer option." At this moment, everyone who heard this turned around and looked down on the young man, looking at him and snorting a few times. The female cultivator said, "It's only after talking to this extent that I can see his true colors." Everyone ignored his words and continued to move forward, preparing to receive the enemy, leaving him behind. A junior brother with a ponytail said, "Don't bother with him, let's go meet the enemy quickly." He looked at everyone in front of him, at a loss for words. Inside a cave with golden inscriptions, a pair of feet stepped forward, one step at a time. It was a middle-aged man, smiling as he advanced, with the corpses of giant beasts sprawled behind him. A grin spread across his face as he looked at his hands, saying, "I've succeeded." He stood straight, laughing so hard his body convulsed, revealing the bulging veins in his arms. You could see golden symbols and swirling patterns emerging all over his body. He was overjoyed by the golden patterns spreading across his skin, exclaiming, "The golden script saint body is finally complete." He smirked, continuing, "Lin Yi, Qian Yuan sect, I will make you kneel beneath my feet, never to rise again." He ranted and raved, dragging his long saber as he exited the cave, declaring, "Experience my terror." Scene change: a clear blue sky with the sun shining brightly. A panoramic view of cultivators standing on their magical artifacts, flying towards Qian Yuan sect. A Taoist friend in brown robes spoke, with a tone of affirmation mixed with doubt. "This is Qian Yuan sect." A person in black robes, standing on a sword, said to the junior brother in blue and senior brother in yellow in front, "They look a bit weak." Another person riding on his strange beast said commandingly, "Don't let a single one of them get away." The sky was filled with cultivators. A Qian Yuan sect disciple, seeing this, exclaimed, "They're from the Myriad Manifestations sect. This is a middle-grade sect. Why are they causing trouble for our low-grade sect? What do we do? Are we really going to be wiped out?" Someone next to Lin Yi spoke passionately, "Even if we die, We absolutely cannot surrender our sect to another with both hands. Beep beep, divine grade system choice task triggered. Arise from the danger of the myriad manifestations sect. System prompt. Option 1. Lead the disciples to defeat the myriad manifestations. Sect. Reward. A low-grade weapon. The system displayed an illustrated image of everyone winning. Option 2. Prevent the Qian Yuan sect from being destroyed. Reward. A mid-grade weapon. This time, the system showed an image of everyone working together to resist the disciples of the myriad manifestation sect. And finally, option 3. Lead the disciples to escape. Reward. A divine grade weapon. This time, the system illustrated an escape route, along with an image of Lin Yi running away. Lin Yi, hearing that the reward was a divine grade weapon, pondered deeply. A divine grade weapon was hard to come by even for a sect. A divine grade weapon, the reward for this mission was so generous. He looked towards everyone, but thinking about it, it was right. Seeing his fellow disciples falling one after another under the threat of the myriad manifestations sect, Lin Yi figured that against the threat of a middle grade sect, even if he were willing to choose option 1, there was basically no chance of winning. Once they failed, and with the sect leader not even in the sect, the entire Qianyuan sect would probably be destroyed. Lin Yi gritted his teeth nervously. Let's run, what are we waiting for? He clutched his head in confusion. It's not that I don't want a divine weapon, it's just that I can't beat them. Lin Yi approached everyone, calling for a retreat. Everyone, let's try to leave the sect now, maybe we can still save our lives. The opponents are a middle grade sect, we basically have no power to resist. But everyone ignored him, not paying attention to Lin Yi. They thought he was afraid of death. Lin Yi got angry. I, as the chief disciple, order you, he shouted loudly. Everyone retreat. Ignoring his words, the disciples resolutely went out to meet the enemy. He gritted his teeth helplessly. A disciple walked out from within, saying to him, If we leave, what will happen to the sect? Lin Yi watched, feeling a little guilty in his heart. That disciple continued, glaring at him. Be defeated by Ye Feng. Hearing these words, Lin Yi hesitated. Hearing this, the other disciples also spoke up. That's right, we disciples of the Qianyuan sect will absolutely not run away. Otherwise, how will other sects look at us in the future? The fellow disciples shouted in unison. Even if we die fighting, we absolutely won't leave. Lin Yi angrily gritted his teeth, clenching his hands into fists. You guys? Then he shouted, but I basically can't beat them. A fellow disciple with long green hair turned his head back and said, Nonsense. Of course you can't beat them. We have senior brother Zhuo Gong holding the line. We can definitely resist the myriad manifestations sect. The other disciples were all unconvinced. They believed that the position of chief disciple belonged to senior brother Zhuo Gong. Seeing everyone supporting him, Zhuo Gong looked smugly at Lin Yi, who was clearly annoyed. Zhuo Gong then spoke up. All right, let me say a few words. He ran out to dissuade them. Senior brothers, you've misunderstood senior brother Lin Yi. Actually, our head disciple is super strong. Zhuo Gong stepped closer to Wu He, glaring at her threateningly. Don't go spouting nonsense here. Zhuo Gong waved his hand and chuckled. Everyone knows Lin Yi's strength. Lin Yi frowned and explained. Zhuo Gong, we can always reclaim the sect if we lose it, but we can't bring people back from the dead. Seriously. Lin Yi clenched his fist, staring at Zhuo Gong. Do you really want to turn the Qianyuan sect into a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses? Zhuo Gong's tone turned serious. Enough, Zhuo Gong scolded Lin Yi. As the head disciple, you always want to run away. You're a disgrace to our sect's honor. Zhuo Gong told Lin Yi, I won't force you. If you want to leave, then go. He turned his back, continuing, the Qianyuan sect doesn't need a shameless wretch like you. Then, Zhuo Gong used his power to conjure a sword. At this moment, he and the members of the Qianyuan sect unleashed their techniques. One after another, swords appeared, and Zhuo Gong began to command. Prepare to fight with me. Wang He of the Qianyuan sect cautiously asked Lin Yi, senior brother Lin Yi, why do you want to run away? Can it be that even you can't beat the invading enemies? Lin Yi then explained. Among these people there's an incredibly powerful figure. Even I only have a 50% chance of winning. Once we fail, Wang Huo asked anxiously, then what do we do? If that's the case, won't our Qianyuan sect be completely wiped out? Lin Yi looked into the distance, saying, that's the tricky part. Meanwhile, on the opponent's side, Zonglian spoke up. This mission the sect leader arranged is really a pain. Wang Quan replied with a sly grin. Thinking of the Holy Sun, who told the Holy Sun to fall for the Holy Maiden of the Shengjiao sect. Dao Qingfeng, who was the Holy Sun, upon hearing this retorted, shut your mouth, it's almost time, we can start now. The three of them stood together, along with the other members of the Wangwu sect, preparing for battle. Scene change to a place with overlapping mountains and picturesque scenery. The sect leader of the Qianyuan sect, along with the sect leader of the Shengzhao sect, and Lao Chi-fu and the Holy Maiden, stood high up, observing the situation. The sect leader of the Qianyuan sect spoke. The Shengzhao sect is really making a grand move. To test our sect's head disciple, you've mobilized such a large force. Lao Chi-fu, standing beside him, said smugly, "You're really ignorant. The wife of my Wanwu sect's sect leader is from the Shengzhao sect. It's easy for me to get a few people to irritate the Qianyuan sect leader." Lao Chi-fu and the sect leader of the Qianyuan sect exchanged murderous glares, like sworn enemies. The sect leader of the Shengzhao sect spoke. "Now it seems your disciple's performance is acceptable." The sect leader of the Qianyuan sect only chuckled in response. "It's too early to draw conclusions, let's keep watching." Scene change. Zhuo Gong looked up and asked, "Three disciples of the Wanwu sect. Why is it that the disciples of the Wanwu sect is causing such trouble to our sect?" Zhuo Gong continued. "Can't we talk things over calmly? Why do you have to act like this?" Dao Qingfeng of the Wanwu sect replied, "Disciples of the Qianyuan sect, surrender now and join the Wanwu sect. We can spare your lives." Zhuo Gong felt humiliated and retorted, "Impossible." Immediately, Dao Qingfeng raised his hand and commanded, "Then let's not stand on ceremony." The people of Wanwuzong charged in, while those from Qianyuanzong were ready to fight back. Zhuo Gong signaled, and the two sides began to challenge each other. Zhuo Gong shouted, "Fight!" Immediately, a disciple from Wanwuzong stepped forward and scoffed, "What are you going to fight with?" Zhuo Gong kicked him in the stomach. Zhuo Gong yelled, "Protect the sect, even if it means death." "Charge! Charge!" Dao Qingfeng turned to Wang Quan and asked, "Aren't you going to give it a shot?" Hearing this, Wang Quan turned around, ready to fight, and replied, Well then, I'll go." Wang Quan began to flex his muscles, provoking them. "My hands have been itching for a while now." Wang Quan charged forward. Zhuo Gong loudly challenged, "I'll fight you." Zhuo Gong snorted, and then they both unleashed their moves, creating a massive explosion, sending a Qianyuanzong disciple flying, who screamed, "Ouch, ouch, ah, ah, ah." Zhuo Gong roared, "Ugh, ugh," and then unleashed Qianyuanzong's traditional technique, 8 Desolation's Qianyuan palm, towards Wang Quan. But Wang Quan calmly said, "Interesting." Then, he channeled his power into the tip of his spear and continued, "Then show me your real skills." He pointed the spear towards Zhuo Gong. Wang Quan shouted. Zhuo Gong tried to block, but it was futile. In the end, he was still forced to retreat by Wang Quan's attack. Zhuo Gong took a few steps back, struggling to steady himself after taking the hit. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I'm not convinced." Suddenly, the tip of the spear appeared right before his eyes. Zhuo Gong didn't have time to react, and could only exclaim, "Ah!" Only now did he truly feel fear towards his opponent, Wang Quan. He asked, "Do you yield?" Wang Quan looked imposing and aggressive, while Zhuo Gong was small and powerless. Sweating anxiously, he looked back and thought, how could this be? The scene of Qianyuanzong losing ground to Wanwuzong appeared, and several Wanwuzong disciples contemptuously trampled on the Qianyuanzong disciples, saying, "Haha, you really are weak. I haven't even used my full strength." Zhuo Gong muttered anxiously, "Why? Why is Qianyuanzong's strength so bad?" Before he could recover, Wang Quan stomped Zhuo Gong's head into the ground. He sneered, "Qianyuanzong disciples are so useless. How are you worthy of establishing a sect?" Zhuo Gong completely gave up and admitted, "I'm completely outmatched. I don't have any strength to resist." Wang Quan threatened, "Kid, surrender now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise," he began to laugh, "otherwise, you'll all be finished." Zhuo Gong, trampled by Wang Quan's foot, didn't resist and surrendered, saying, "I surrender." This made Wang Quan laugh even louder with self-satisfaction. "Haha, weren't you just bragging a minute ago?" He stuck his foot out and laughed loudly. "This is your senior brother, Qian Yuan. Sect is truly trash." Finally scared, Wang Quan asked, "Anyone else surrendering?" One hand went up. A Qian Yuan sect disciple said, "I surrender." Then, one by one, arms raised, "I surrender. I surrender too." Before another Qian Yuan sect disciple could say, "Me too," another disciple rushed forward and shouted, "I'm not surrendering." But Wang Quan scoffed. "Still want to hop around a bit?" He pulled out his spear, saying, "Trash, I'll eliminate you." Lin Yi appeared, shouting, "Stop." But the disciple had already been pierced by that spear. One after another, the disciples of Qian Yuan sect cried, "We've lost, we've lost." In the end, we still couldn't protect Qian Yuan sect, Accept fate. We just can't win. Scene change. At the bamboo peak, Lao Chi-fu turned to the sect leader of Qianyuan's sect and said, "We've lost. The entire Qianyuan sect has lost." Sect leader of Qianyuan's sect. What do you have to say, Lao Chi-fu? If your sect only has this much strength, I'm afraid you'll be eliminated. The sect leader of Qianyuan's sect stroked his beard and said, "No, there's still one person." Dao Lao Chi-fu laughed scornfully. "Still one person? Are you talking about Lin Yi?" Lao Chi-fu sneered. "What can he do alone? Moreover, he was running away from the start." The sect leader of Qianyuan sect calmly replied, "Actually, our Qianyuan sect has an internal rule." Lao Chi-fu, seeing this, asked, "What is it, Wang Quan?" After thrashing almost all the Qianyuan sect disciples, only waiting for Lin Yi, said, "Another little punk not afraid of death. Immediately kneel down and surrender." Lin Yi trembled. Wang Huo, seeing this, persuaded, "Senior brother is right, we are not a match, surrender." Everyone repeated, "Senior brother, surrender," as Lin Yi only says, "Sometimes, I really want to run away, to a place where no one can find me." One of the Qianyuan sect disciples looked at Lin Yi, said to senior brother Lin Yi, continuing, "Isn't it better to cultivate peacefully?" Another disciple also said, "Senior brother, the reward is really important." Here many Qianyuan sect disciples were confused. Reward? What reward? They thought, could it be that senior brother has been so stimulated that he's gone crazy? Wang Quan laughed scornfully. Acting like a ghost, Lin Yi hugged his chest and said, "But you insist on humiliating my sect, eliminating my sect's disciples, those who have fallen." Hearing this, he raised his head, tears streaming down, looking at Lin Yi and continuing, "Sometimes, even without a reward," Lin Yi said loudly, "abandoning my life, I must continue to protect Wang Huo." Her face full of wounds. Seeing that Lin Yi seemed extremely angry, she asked, "Senior brother, what do you want to do?" Wang Huo was in tears. "We're no match for them." Lin Yi shouted, "Get out of the way!" He pushed Wang Huo away with his strength, and she reached out trying to say, "Senior brother Qi." Lin Yi took one step, then suddenly sprinted forward. Lin Yi rushed towards Wang Quan. Seeing this, Wang Quan remained composed, sneering. Seeking death, he unleashed many green energy rays from his spear. "Behold my spear like a dragon." Lin Yi's eyes widened, his face darkened slightly, and he was surrounded by golden energy rays. Lin Yi was still rushing forward extremely fast, his face now like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Wang Quan was a little surprised. What kind of cultivation technique is this? The lightning bolts surrounding him split apart and rushed towards him. His power now seemed incredibly small in the face of his power. He panicked and said, "What?" Lin Yi's golden lightning shattered Wang Quan's power. That source of power converged and rushed towards him as fast as lightning. Seeing this, he could only scream, "No!" Wang Quan's eyes turned bloodshot. Lin Yi's power rushed towards him, causing Wang Quan to scream, "Impossible!" Wang Quan's body began to emit black smoke after being attacked by his power. Lin Yi stood before his body, panting, "Huff! Huff!" Everyone around was overjoyed at the sight, muttering, "He won!" The blonde guy said while crying, looking very happy. "He won. The chief actually defeated someone from the Myriad Manifestations sect." Everyone and Wang Huo shed tears, unable to contain their joy. "The chief is so strong," Huo said. Lin Yi kept staring at Wang Quan's corpse, and everyone continued to cry out in joy. Dao Qingfeng stood high above, with Li Han beside him, both looking down at Lin Yi. Dao Qingfeng crossed his arms. "Unexpected," Qingfeng said sternly. "He's quite capable." He pointed and ordered Li Han. "Li Han, send someone to deal with him," Li Han respectfully replied. "Yes." The group of people holding swords flew forward quickly. "Lin Yi, deal with that little brat." Lin Yi's face was still lowered, his voice a bit deep. "Maybe I've been too quiet these past few years, so quiet that many people have forgotten. Many people wonder how I could become the chief." Wang Huo and everyone else were surprised and worried when they heard him say that. Without going through the sect competition, and being a big-eyed disciple, without even making great contributions to the sect, he said, definitely looking down at the ground, his hands clenched. He looked up at the people rushing towards him. "But all of you have forgotten a rule of the Qianyuan sect, that even the sect leader, even the elders, no one can change the rules." His gaze was as sharp as a knife, staring straight at the group of people rushing down. Master Lin Mie said, "If he wanted, I'd immediately give up the position." But Lin Yi was naturally humble, and ultimately chose to be the chief disciple. Lin Yi said while raising his hands, "He rely on the relationship supporting the sect leader Lin Ye's disciple, that to get up there, that is a survivor who left the hidden sky abyss." His master smiled very contentedly. He added, "Defeat the chief, defeat the elders, defeat the sect leader." After saying that, His power burst out immensely. Old Seventh Master wondered. Hidden Sky Abyss. The sect leader of the Holy Flood Dragon sect stood before Seventh Master. What's that? Master happily replied. That's our sect's forbidden area. The Master added. Lin Ye was only 13 years old when he went to the Hidden Sky Abyss. According to sect rules, he could directly become an elder or the sect leader. The path to the sect's forbidden area is quite narrow and dark, with a lot of lightning in the sky. Lin Yi's back appeared, and he even asked to postpone taking on the responsibilities for another 5 years. Therefore, our Qianyuan sect only suddenly had this chief after 7 years, the Master recounted gently. Old Seventh Master spoke up. So what? Hasn't he always been practicing low-level immortal techniques for so many years anyway? Even through the hidden abyss. Unless a low-level immortal art can defeat a high-level one. His face furrowed slightly. The Master stroked his beard and replied, That's indeed the case, but just keep watching. The Master continued to stroke his beard and watch. Dao Qingfeng's attendants suddenly heard something. What's that sound? A golden power is gathering like a tornado, and huge lightning bolts are shooting out from within it. The attendants were probably surprised. What is that? Lian Yang's sword rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi calmly made a hand seal. Thunderclap art. The lightning tornado from before has turned into a large dragon. Countless thunderclap arts are emitted around it. Lin Yi roared loudly. The lightning bolts from the dragon shot straight towards Gong and the attendants. Lian glanced at the dragon rushing towards them. His thunderclap art is strong. Seriously. Lin An turned his sword to block the dragon's attack. The power stopped him in his tracks, and he was pushed back. Lin Yi stood in a defensive stance, looking very tired, panting, cough. He thought, this kid has some skills. He looked towards Lin Yi, holding his knife, watching Lin Yi intently and thinking, if this is all he's got, then he's not that impressive. At this moment, golden rays of light emanated from Lin Yi's body. Lian was still thinking to himself, this prince's kid is too careless, planning to use just one move. He smirked. Heh, it's useless against me, Lian continued. Then, he was stunned, surprised, and his eyes widened. In the sky at this moment was a lightning bolt, in the shape of a dragon descending upon Lian, causing this disciple of the Wanwu sect to stare blankly, not knowing what was happening. Lakana's face immediately turned pale, sweat dripping down, and he stood trembling. What kind of immortal art is this? The person accompanying the holy maiden was also surprised. Mouth agape. HMPH. The people standing on the mountain looking down saw a golden light piercing down, illuminating the entire area. Old man, she asked. What is this? Then answered himself. Top-level immortal art. Then he suddenly felt something was off. That's not right. This is a low-level thunderclap art. The person accompanying the holy maiden of the Holy Jiao sect still had their mouth wide open. How is this possible? The sect master of the Holy Jiao sect also had to exclaim. Truly unbelievable, she said to Lin Yi's master. A low-level thunderclap art can be cultivated to such power, he replied. It's nothing, it's just a low-level thunderclap art. He stroked his beard and smiled kindly, recounting an old story to the sect master. He recalled his memory of Lin Ye in the past and said, when Lin Ye first joined the sect, I prepared immortal techniques for him. At that time, Lin Yi's master held many books on immortal techniques in his hand. At that time, Lin Yi looked at the pile of immortal techniques and reached out his hand. Lin Yi's master continued to say, initially, Lin Yi didn't show too much interest, because in order for him to have a good foundation, I let him choose his own immortal technique. Handed the stack of books to Lin Yi for him to choose, he continued. Top-level immortal techniques, mid-level immortal techniques, and low-level immortal techniques were all prepared for him. Lin Ye picked up a book and burst into tears. At that time, I don't know why he chose the low-level thunderclap art, and even cried loudly and said, the dog system deceived me, although I didn't understand what he was saying. At this time, his master waved his hand back and forth, wanting Lin Ye to stop crying and start cultivating. From that moment on, Lin Ye cultivated day and night. The master smiled as he watched Lin Ye practice in a forest of trees, with the immortal technique book placed on the ground. He practiced with the trees in the forest, from unfamiliar to proficient. Lin Yi shot a small lightning bolt from his palm into the tree, causing small pieces of wood to fall off. Until he reached the highest level, Lin Yi shot a large lightning bolt that covered an entire tree. Lin Ye's master saw a large lightning bolt striking down in the sky. Suddenly one day, heavenly lightning clouds descended, the void was shattered, it was like a natural disaster. Hurry and go see what's going on. Then he hurriedly ran to where Lin Yi was standing. Lin Ye's master's eyes widened as he discovered that Lin Ye had cultivated the low-level thunderclap art into a top-tier technique. At that moment, A massive, dragon-shaped lightning bolt struck straight down from the sky, causing the ground to shatter and fragments to fly everywhere. It continued. This talent defies the heavens. At that moment, Lin Yi's face was full of exhaustion but determination. Lin Yi's master continued to recount. From that time on, I prepared no small number of top-tier immortal techniques for him, but every time he would cry and refuse, I don't know what was wrong with that kid. Returning to the present, the old man smiled and said to the sect leader of the Holy Exchange sect, "But his natural talent still couldn't be hidden, rest assured." At this moment, Lin Yi was suspended in mid-air, with a dragon flying and circling around him. Lin Yi's master continued, "I found a good match for the holy maiden of the Holy Exchange sect. You two have a rare compatible aptitude." At the same time, in the distant forest of the Qian Yuan sect, sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the forest floor. A person was walking and said, "Ahead is the Qian Yuan sect." The person walking in the forest was Zhu Lei, and he walked with a smug grin. "I will personally eliminate Lin Yi." Zhu Lei suddenly looked up at the sky, and said, "What's going on? It's been gloomy all this time." He stood there blankly, worried. "It's going to rain, and I forgot to bring an umbrella. What if I get wet and swell up?" Then Zhu Lei lowered his head and said, "Forget it, who cares?" Zhu Lei, with a determined look, "Today I've come for revenge, to make Lin Yi pay the price." He raised his hand. Zhu Lei walked and grinned sinisterly. Almost there, almost there." He looked up at the sky, his mouth agape. At this moment, a dragon-shaped lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Zhu Lei asked, "What's happening?" He couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them. Could I be seeing things? Zhu Lei looked at Lin Yi's imposing figure. That person? He began to widen his eyes in fear. How can this be? Lin Yi's hair flew in the wind. Zhu Lei couldn't believe how strong he had become. Lion opened his mouth, watching the lightning bolt hurtle straight towards him, unable to do anything. He raised his hand, sweat mixed with tears. Was this it? Just as the lightning bolt was about to hit Lian, a giant hand reached out to block it for Lian. Gi. At this moment, white mist billowed across the land in front. Zhuan is the holy son of the myriad manifestations sect. Lian happily laughed. Holy son. Above them was a large hand emitting smoke after clashing with the rushing thunder technique. Lion cried with joy. "If you hadn't come, I'd be dead." "That was terrifying," Dao Qingfeng said seriously. "You are no match for him." Dao Qingfeng told Lian to retreat for the time being. Lian sheathed his green saber. The ground was covered in swords and unconscious Qian Yuan sect disciples. One person struggled to get up and cursed, "Damn it!" At this moment the sky was dark, but rays of sunlight shone down. Lin Yi and Dao Qingfeng looked at each other. That Qian Yuan sect disciple tried to raise his head, calling out weakly, "Chief Senior Brother." Then the Qian Yuan sect disciples blankly looked up at the people from the myriad manifestation sect, saying, "Now only Lin Yi of the Qian Yuan sect is still standing." The beasts from the myriad manifestation sect trampled on the people from the Qian Yuan sect. One of them said, "No need for the Holy Son to act. Let's deal with him together." A purple-haired guy shouted, "Let's go together, kill him." The people from the myriad manifestation sect charged towards Lin Yi. Here we go. A Qian Yuan sect disciple stood up and said, "Chief, let me be your protector." Then he picked up his sword and blocked them. He charged straight at the purple-haired man on the enemy's side. The enemy from the myriad manifestation sect turned around and kicked the disciple directly in the chest, causing him to cough up blood. He kicked that disciple flying. He even chuckled dismissively and sneered at the guy. "You think you can stop me?" An enemy from the Wanwu sect asked. He leaned in close, teasingly asking, What? The disciple said indignantly, "Replace the chief protector." The purple-haired guy from the Wanwu sect kept sneering, saying, "Too soft, can't hear a thing." The Qian Yuan sect disciple still resolutely said, "Replace the chief protector." The allies from the Qian Yuan sect also struggled to their feet, shouting, "Replace the chief protector! Replace the chief protector!" The Qian Yuan sect disciples charged towards Lin Yi, yelling, "Replace the chief protector! Charge!" Even the Wanwu sect guys running away had to turn back to look. The Qian Yuan sect disciples kept yelling, "Charge!" Then they surged forward, overtaking even the Wanwu sect people. You guys from the Wanwu sect seem clueless about what's going on. Staring blankly, Lin Yi saw this and said, "You guys?" They formed a circle around Lin Yi to protect him, shouting, "Fight them to the death. Vow to hold the line." One guy gripped his sword tightly. "This time, we swear we won't retreat, even if it means death." Another said, Let them see the spirit of our Qian Yuan sect. Lin Yi just stood there, dumbfounded, watching his junior brothers. Lin Yi's junior brothers said, "Chief senior brother, rest assured, leave the rest to us." Then another added, "Just focus on dealing with Dao Qing Feng, bro." Lin Yi smiled happily because his junior brothers were protecting him. "You guys really are." But the harsh truth was, the junior brother standing in front of Lin Yi said, "Even though we're useless, we have to let Chief Senior Brother die with some dignity. Next year we'll burn lots of incense at your grave." Lin Yi was stunned, speechless, and then angrily scolded, "How do you know I'm gonna die?" Lin Yi calmed down a bit, shrugged, and said, "Just wait and see." The system suddenly popped up, displaying, "System quest detected, God-level selection." Then the system presented each quest. Quest 1, defeat Dao Qing Feng, reward, embryonic pill of myriad spirits. The system presented the next quest. Quest 2, draw with Dao Qing Feng, reward, high-grade pill. And the system presented the final quest. Quest 3, lose to Dao Qing Feng, reward, an ancient divine artifact. Lin Yi stepped forward and said, "HMPH, system, don't underestimate me. Some things are more important than benefits." With that, Lin Yi tapped Quest 1, defeat Dao Qing Feng, reward, embryonic pill of myriad spirits. As soon as he clicked, he sadly lamented, "My ancient divine artifact." "Turns out, being righteous comes at a price," Dao Qing Feng suddenly said. "I admit, the rain is very strong." Lin Yi looked at Dao Qing Feng, who continued, but he said confidently, "Still no match for me." The two stared at each other. Dao Qing Feng suddenly clasped his hands together in the vast space. "Take this," slowly creating a blue magic ball, with lightning crackling inside, containing dozens of small swords. Dao Qing Feng launched the ball, and the swords burst out of it, flying straight towards Lin Yi. As the swords neared Lin Yi, he clenched his fist. Golden lightning crackled around him, and he said disdainfully, "Is that all you've got with these petty tricks, Kill?" He blocked the swords with his fist, Lin Yi's hand surrounded by a surge of power. The moment he touched the sword, a huge explosion happened. It was shining and enormous. Dao Qing Feng shouted, "Can you stop me?" At the same time, Lin Yi was also thrown away. The impact was so strong that he was blown away hundreds of meters, however. Lin Yi also landed safely with his wits. But he was also very surprised. Dao Qing Feng was still floating in the air, mocking Lin Yi. These tiny lights dare to be arrogant. Lin Yi looked up and saw there were still many swords, and said, "These little swords are indeed difficult to deal with." The swords rushed down. Lin Yi quickly dodged. If he dodged here, it would rush down there. He could only dodge continuously. The others were also affected. The swords rushed down, cracking the ground. Everyone screamed, "Ah! Ah! Ah! Can't dodge!" At this time, Lin Yi was really angry. He said, "It's my turn." Then, he jumped up. Lin Yi crossed the rocks that were blown up by the attack just now and said, "Dao Qing Feng, take this." People were lying all over the ground, and others were surprised to see him stand up and counterattack. Dao Qing Feng heard this and just sneered, saying, "Ha ha! Then let me see, what other tricks do you have?" Lin Yi's eyes sparked, and he said heroically, "Seeking your own death, then I will help you." With that, Lin Yi released a dazzling golden power. It was like a dragon, about to devour the swords, and Dao Qing Feng. The people below were all gaping. "Oh my God." Before their eyes was a dazzling light like an explosion. One person saw this and exclaimed, "When did the chief have such strength?" The light split into two halves, one half floating in the sky, and the other half landing on the ground, making the ground no longer intact. The light rising in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing Lin Yi standing there, panting. The people on Lin Yi's side saw this and cheered. "We won. Senior Brother Chief won." On the contrary, Dao Qing Feng's side was stunned, saying, "How is that possible? Senior Brother Dao Qing Feng lost." At this time, Lin Yi staggered high above, saying, "It's a bit tiring." He slowly fell down too, one person said. "Senior Brother Chief is falling." Zhu Lei cursed in a daze at this moment. "Am I blind?" Looking at Lin Yi falling down, he couldn't help but sigh. How is this kid's strength so strong? The bully clenched his fists, his face full of anger, saying, "No way! No way!" Tears streamed down his face. He refused to give in, and continued, "It must be fake." At this moment, the ground shook violently at the battlefield, and everyone staggered. Someone shouted, "What's that sound? What's going on?" The people on Dao Qing Feng's side recognized something, and one person shouted, "It's Dao Qing Feng!" Huge stones rushed down to where Dao Qing Feng was lying on the ground. It rushed as fast as the wind. The stones kept rushing down. Everyone was afraid, but at this time there was no trace of Dao Qing Feng on the ground, only broken stones. Dao Qing Feng flew up from somewhere at this time, causing the people around him to avoid him. Dao Qingfeng was no longer calm, saying, "You have angered me." Suddenly at this moment, Dao Qingfeng called out the name of some kind of magic. Sword extreme great wind. His hand focused on gathering strength. Suddenly the trees seemed to fall, and the leaves fluttered. The people of Qian Yuan sect were confused, saying, "What's going on? The wind is rising." Suddenly something flashed across their faces. That thing was Dao Qingfeng's move. The gusts of wind containing sharpness were released, flashing past each person of the Qian Yuan sect, making them unable to defend. What is this? Someone got hit and went sprawling on the ground, and you're still trying to resist, totally blind to the attack. Both sides, the Qian Yuan sect and the Holy Jia sect, are all lying flat out. Right now, everyone's secretly praying. Lin Yi, senior brother leader. Just then, Dao Qingfeng switched his target to Lin Yi, pointed his sword tips at him, and said, "Go." The swords followed, one after another, and when you looked back, they'd already formed a massive dragon. Dao Qingfeng yelled loudly, "Great wind-piercing kun!" Then it zoomed super fast towards Lin Yi. At this point, all Lin Yi could do was curse, Mother Fcker. His face went pale. "This ain't good," Lin Yi shouted. "What kind of move is that?" No sooner had he spoken than that dragon grabbed him completely. Lin Yi's arms had already taken a few hits, and all he could do was try to block. This guy's actually got some skills. After saying that, Lin Yi also collapsed, having taken too many hits, leaving him with no strength to resist. Lin Yi fell straight to the ground. Someone yelled, "No good, senior brother." Seeing Lin Yi falling like a rock, one dude tried to use his last bit of strength to wake him up. Senior brother leader. Everyone on Lin Yi's side was down and out, some banging their fists on the ground in frustration, saying, "Damn it, is it over?" Others looked up at the sky, saying, "In the end, it still wasn't enough." At Zhufeng at this moment, the sect leader of the Holy Jia sect spoke. Rumor has it that when Dao Qingfeng was born, the heavens descended holy light. At 6 years old his sword intent entered the Dao, and now his strength is equal to the sect leaders, worthy of the reputation of the 10 great geniuses. Old seventh uncle heard this and scoffed. "Looks like the leader you were talking about still lost." Lin Yi's master chuckled and said, "Saying he lost?" Lin Yi's old master continued, "There's no way he lost yet. His strongest skill hasn't even come out." Old seventh uncle just laughed when he heard this, saying, "Does he even have a way out? Even if he does, under these circumstances, how can he possibly defeat Dao Qingfeng?" The sect leader of the Qian Yuan sect refused to give up, continuing, "HMPH. You ignorant old fogey, just keep watching." Old seventh uncle turned to glare at the sect leader, roaring, "You dare to curse at me!" Old seventh uncle lunged forward and pinched the Qian Yuan sect's leader's cheek. "Watch me tear your mouth apart," the old sect leader retorted. "You want to try and see if I'll break your... You know what?" The holy maiden spoke up at this moment, stopping them. "Two seniors, please don't fight anymore." The holy maiden was worried about people, while that other person, the holy ancestor, was looking in another direction, not paying any attention to the two of them. There was a somewhat complicated look on the holy ancestor's face. Just then, Lin Yi's hand moved, and he slowly stood up. His sleeves were torn, and while dusting himself off, Lin Yi said, "Nice swordsmanship." With a face full of wounds, he still smiled and said, "But don't think you're the only one who knows how to play." Dao Qingfeng's face at this moment was totally confused about what Lin Yi was talking about. Lin Yi suddenly raised his hand high and said, "Sword Dao, extreme." Then he lowered his hand as if he had just made a slash, and continued, "Great wind Dao." Qingfeng was bewildered, wondering what was going on, and reached out to block the wind, thinking he would be seriously injured, but nothing happened at all, which made him a bit confused. Thinking nothing, he turned to curse at Lin Yi. "You dare to trick me!" But Lin Yi had already disappeared. Dao Qingfeng frantically looked around for him. Where is he? Then suddenly something appeared from behind him. Dao Qingfeng thought, "This isn't good." But who knew Lin Yi would actually jump onto his back, laughing menacingly. Dao Qingfeng was a little embarrassed. Leaning close to Lin Yi's ear, Lin Yi said, "Didn't expect that, huh? Your daddy doesn't know anything, just messing with you." The disciples of Qian Yuan sect saw this, and immediately cursed at Lin Yi. "Shameless bastard, no martial ethics. Quickly release our senior brother." Hearing this, Lin Yi retorted, "I spit on you. Your daddy never cared about martial ethics when fighting." Lin Yi still hugged Dao Qingfeng tightly from behind, saying, "I just love how you guys hate me but can't do anything about it." Suddenly, he farted. "Here's a fart for ya," shocking everyone. The Dao Qingfeng side were furious. Damn it. He has no shame left, I think. The golden core is about to be driven crazy by him. Dao Qingfeng turned his head to look at Lin Yi, saying, "Even if you hug me, what can you do? You've already lost." Lin Yi suddenly said. Ancient divine artifact, Dao Qingfeng said suspiciously. What? Lin Yi then moved closer to Dao Qingfeng from behind. His tears and snots kept flowing down, covering his clothes. Lin Yi said grimly, "Do you know how much I sacrificed to defeat you? Give me back the ancient divine artifact." At this moment, Lin Yi didn't care about anything else. He directly exploded and hugged him tightly. How could Dao Qingfeng let Lin Yi run wild? He directly cast a spell, Thunderbolt technique. Very quickly, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning began to fall. In an instant, an extremely majestic thunder dragon plunged straight down from the sky. Lin Yi still hugged Dao Qingfeng tightly, making him wary. "You want to die with me?" The Qian Yuan sect disciples who had been knocked down earlier saw this scene and frantically called out his name, Chief Senior Brother. The people on the Wan Wuzong side also froze for a few seconds. Senior Brother Dao Qingfeng. After a round of attacks, it directly landed on the ground, and a earth-shattering explosion occurred. The people around were stunned. Did he win? On the Qian Yuan sect disciples' side, they were uneasy and worried. Did Chief Senior Brother win? The smoke gradually dissipated. Dao Qingfeng was still struggling to hold on. At this time, only Dao Qingfeng was still standing, coughing a few times after the shock, while Lin Yi on this side had passed out on the ground. Seeing this, the people on the Wan Wuzong side cheered excitedly. "Ha ha, Senior Brother Dao Qingfeng won." After the battle, Dao Qingfeng turned around and gave Lin Yi a look of acknowledgement. "You are indeed very strong." Even though Lin Yi was lying miserably on the ground with wounds all over his body, he still stubbornly said, "But I said, you're still not my opponent." Dao Qingfeng's overwhelming victory over Lin Yi made the entire Wan Wuzong group beam with pride. They cheered and hailed him non-stop. "Senior Brother Dao Qingfeng, Senior Brother Dao Qingfeng is forever a god. Senior Brother Dao Qingfeng is invincible." Just as Dao Qingfeng was about to leave, Lin Yi's hand grabbed him. This unexpected action of his surprised him. HMPH. Lin Yi, although crawling on the ground, still struggled to say, "Do you know how precious the ancient divine artifact is?" Despite being covered in injuries, Lin Yi had strength in every word he spoke. Hearing this, Dao Qingfeng asked in confusion, "What exactly do you want to say?" At this time, Lin Yi directly grabbed his ankle with force and dragged him for a distance. At this point, Lin Yi also brought out his trump card. He directly shouted, "Ultimate move, great thunderbolt technique, 9 dragons lightning." At the same time, strange phenomena appeared in the sky. 9 lightning dragons loomed in the air. Its power was many times greater than the formation. Just now, Daofeng City was quite surprised to see it. Faced with Lin Yi's clinginess, Dao Qingfeng impatiently ordered, "Let go of me." However, Lin Yi still stubbornly clung on. This action of his made Dao Qingfeng directly fly into a rage. "You want to die?" He turned around and prepared, intending to kick Lin Yi away. His strike was incredibly powerful, causing Lin Yi to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. But his hand still stubbornly refused to release Dao Qingfeng's leg. The urgent situation, repeatedly hampered by the clinging leg, made Dao Qingfeng agitated. Damn it! Even though Lin Yi was repeatedly heavily injured, he had stubbornness to spare. Lin Yi choked out, "You want to die? I'll grant you your wish." Words didn't work, so Dao Qingfeng resorted to force, unleashing the sword extreme art. Before he could finish speaking, someone else rushed in and grabbed hold of him. "Senior Brother Chief, make your move quickly." The situation took Dao Qingfeng by surprise. What the hell? But how long could a nameless disciple like him hold Dao Qingfeng? With just a flick of his wrist, he sent him flying. Learning from the example of the person before them, other disciples of Qianyuan's sect rushed forward one after another. Dao Qingfeng was extremely resolute, vowing to stop him even if it meant death. "Don't even think about escaping." The scene shifts to show Lin Yi, now enraged, aggressively targeting Dao Qingfeng. Had he done something wrong? A loud explosion startled the pink-haired guy. When he opened his eyes, he saw someone saving him in the sky. Who is dissolving his spell for that pink-haired guy? Zhuo Gong was shocked. Who is this? Daring to be so presumptuous. She's dissolving the shackles on him. Lin Yi, heavily wounded, fell to the ground. His lightning dragon was easily dissolved by her, leaving him astonished. Unbelievably, she pointed at that guy and said, "Release the shackles on him." The shackles automatically opened. Zhuo Gong angrily yelled at the person in the sky. "Who is it?" The pink-haired guy immediately bowed to the person flying in the sky. "Greetings, senior." Zhuo Gong panicked. Unexpectedly, the person up there is a senior. An old man flew over and said, "Everyone, please stop," leaving him dumbfounded. Not knowing what was going on with everyone, the long-bearded old man cheerfully said to everyone, "Actually, today's events are because the sect master of Shengjiao sect wanted to test the chief disciple of our sect. troubling you folks from Wanwu sect. Everyone was beaten black and blue, not expecting this to be just a test. Leaving everyone surprised, she sternly said to her disciples, Wanwu sect disciples, give the prepared elixirs to those who are injured. The Wanwu sect disciples went to the injured and fed them the elixirs. After taking the elixirs they gave, everyone felt their wounds completely healed, as if they were never injured. Zhuo Gong went to the old man, his eyes sparkling with a pitiful expression, and said, Sect master, you see I'm also injured, and I put in effort for the sect. He fawned over the sect master. Shouldn't the chief disciple position belong to me? The old man pushed him away, distancing himself from him, and said, Get lost, shattering his heart, wounded by the old man's words. The pink-haired guy stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. The pink-haired guy turned to look at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, you do have some tricks. Before he could finish, Lin Yi interrupted him. He said to him, It's all fake. The sect isn't overthrown after all. His words left him clueless as to what he was talking about. He angrily trembled as he said to him, It's truly laughable. Do you know what price I paid? He gave that guy a surprise punch, catching him off guard, and he yelled in his face, Return the ancient divine artifact to me! Everyone around was shocked by the scene, not knowing what had happened. After venting his anger on Dao Qingfeng, Lin Yi turned around, his face full of anger. The people of Wanwu sect then supported Dao Qingfeng, asking in turn, Qingfeng, senior brother, senior brother? At this moment the system appeared. Congrats, host Lin Yi. You've completed the mission of defeating Dao Qingfeng, one of the great chosen ones. System reward, 1 low-grade Weibing Qianling pill. Hearing that, Lin Yi's face dropped. He picked up the low-grade pill and immediately turned back to glare at Dao Qingfeng like a thunderstorm, making Dao Qingfeng go, Huh! Instantly. Lin Yi threw a punch at Dao Qingfeng, yelling angrily, You owe me a divine artifact. The Qian Yuan sect members scrambled to hold him back. Senior brother, calm down, let it go, don't bother with him. But Lin Yi was wailing, Wah. Seeing this, the Qian Yuan sect leader flicked his forehead and said, Good disciple, stop causing trouble. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Yi's forehead was swollen from the flick. Right then, the Holy Jiao sect leader appeared before his eyes. She said, You are quite outstanding. From today onward, you are the fiancé of my Holy Jiao sect's holy maiden. The Qianyuan sect members started buzzing, saying one after another, Oh my god, the Holy Jiao sect is a top-tier sect. Senior brother is so lucky. Wah! I almost died for the sect, and ended up fighting alone. Stop crying. If senior brother can have a marriage alliance with the Holy Jiao sect, we will naturally be taken care of by them. Zhuo Gong, delighted, said, Sect leader, if Lin Yi leaves, doesn't that mean the chief disciple position will be vacant? What do you think of me? I'm not much worse than Lin Yi. But the Qianyuan sect leader just turned away, leaving Zhuo Gong in a panic. Sect leader, don't go. A Wanwu sect disciple said to Dao Qingfeng, Qingfeng senior brother, Looks like the person in your heart has been snatched away. Qingfeng senior brother replied unhappily, Scram. The system popped up again. Congrats host, you have completed the mission and gained Holy Jiao sect leader's favor, and the marriage engagement reward is cultivation level boost. Lin Yi immediately said, Wait a minute. He turned to the Holy Jiao sect leader and said, I'm not doing this, I want to cancel the engagement. This stunned all the Qianyuan sect members. The Wanwu sect disciple exclaimed, Dao Qingfeng senior brother, is this guy out of his mind? Looks like you still have a chance. The Holy Jiao sect leader turned to the Qianyuan sect leader and said, If you cancel the engagement, the resources promised to your sect will also be canceled, and our original agreement will be off. Have you thought this through? The Qianyuan sect leader was shocked. He then used the Kun Xian firepower, causing Lin Yi to blurt out, Master, what are you doing? He said, You unfilial disciple, I've put in so much effort for this marriage, making the greatest sacrifice, and you want to cancel it? Lock him up first. Here, please reconsider the resources promised to my sect, and the original agreement still stands. Hearing this, Lin Yi angrily said, Hey, I'm a cultivator, how can I be humiliated like this? Even if the Holy Jiao sect is a major power, I will never be a gigolo. Even if you take me away, you can't take away my heart. The Qianyuan sect disciples spoke in unison. We absolutely will not agree. But they agreed, and dragged Lin Yi away. Hey, what are you doing? The Qianyuan sect members said. We don't know when the resources will be distributed. Our sect is poor. We can't even afford pills, so please sacrifice a little for us, Lin Yi senior brother. The rest is up to the Holy Jiao sect. Zhuo Gong was smug. The sect leader just said, If Lin Yi leaves, I'll be the chief disciple. Everyone, do your best to hand Lin Yi over to the Holy Jiao sect immediately. The Holy Jiao sect leader grabbed Lin Yi and said, Good, from now on he will enter my sect to cultivate as the chief disciple of the Qianyuan sect. This made Lin Yi curse Damn it, shameless. Then Lin Yi was taken away, still cursing, damn it all. Kidnapping a decent man in broad daylight to be a husband? Is there any justice left in this world? The Qian Yuan sect leader replied, have a safe trip. The master at this time, looking up to the sky, seeing a magical carriage turning in the air, master turned back and said to Dao Qingfeng, the immeasurable tribulation of heaven and earth is about to begin. Everyone's paying attention to the myriad manifestations sect because of this big disaster, so you guys should prepare yourselves too. Qingfeng immediately cupped his fist respectfully. Yes, this disciple will return and inform the sect leader of everything. Qingfeng turned around and said to his subordinates, let's go. With that, the group of people flew into the sky and returned to the myriad manifestations sect. Zhu Lei, with his face turned towards the sky, watched the group of people fly away. After seeing everything that had just happened, he said, the powerful myriad manifestations sect actually lost. He, who was in the bushes nearby, said, how could this be? Zhu Lei angrily recalled the image of Lin Yi feeding the myriad manifestations sect disciples a beating. His whole body trembled as he said, why? Zhu Lei angrily punched the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere, he said. Why did Lin Yi become so strong? His face darkened, and his facial muscles contorted as he said, I am Zhu Lei, the tiger of Jingguangmen. After speaking, he raised his head and shouted loudly, I'm not willing, I'm not willing. Suddenly, a strange monster appeared behind him. Zhu Lei's face was filled with fear as the monster spoke. Indeed, you are a pitiful ant. Even if you are unwilling 10,000 times, what can you do? Zhu Lei hurriedly turned around and said, what are you? As soon as he turned around, he saw an arrow appearing in the monster's mouth. Before Zhu Lei could react, the arrow pierced his abdomen, causing him to vomit blood. He said, what are you doing? The monster's arrow pinned Zhu Lei's body to a tree. So strong, who are you? The monster said, we are the same, both pitiful failures. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Follow me, and we'll make those heavenly geniuses pay the price. Zhu Lei saw that the monster's strength was too terrifying, and his face contorted. Without much thought, Zhu Lei immediately agreed. I'm willing. A carriage pulled by someone smoothly glided across the high hills and mountains. At this moment, the holy maiden's face suddenly turned pale and filled with fear. She covered her mouth to hide the fear in her heart, and her voice trembled slightly as she shouted, take off that ugly thing. At this time, the little girl seemed embarrassed and hurriedly explained, maybe she isn't ugly, she's just. Her flustered explanation caused Lin Yi to have a question mark above his head and be full of doubt. Even though he was full of doubts, the guy still explained to the girl, who was flustered in front of him, why are you so nervous? I'm not talking about you, Lin Yi replied. At this time, the little girl calmed down after hearing what the guy said and continued listening. Besides, you are so beautiful, there are probably many people pursuing you, right? It definitely can't be that the holy maiden is sadly thinking about getting married. Hearing those words, she was extremely stunned and full of surprise, while also intertwining with a liking to the remarks that Lin Yi gave her. Suddenly, 2 beeps rang out, and a notification board for Lin Yi appeared. The content of the notification was a congratulations to the host for completing the mission of gaining the favor of the Holy Maiden sect leader, completing this marriage agreement. Reward 1 level of cultivation. As soon as he finished reading, the notification disappeared, and Lin Yi's face turned dark and full of surprise. Thinking with a tone full of panic because of the surprise, Lin Yi softly said, wait, you are? Could it be that he has already guessed the girl in front of him? Suddenly, just as he finished speaking, a carriage suddenly appeared. Everything became chaotic, and quickly the carriage exploded. While lost in thought, the explosion of the carriage made Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim in a panic, what's going on? Seemingly hearing his words, the holy maiden of the Holy Jiao sect grabbed the chain and hurriedly reassured the guy. Don't be afraid, I've caught the person on the other side. The sect leader of the Holy Jiao sect, who was observing everything that happened, suddenly said to the guard standing next to her, the immeasurable tribulation hasn't even started yet, and they can't take it so quickly. At this time, the sect leader's face suddenly changed, and she angrily shouted, who is it? This seat will give you a chance to get out. Suddenly at this moment, a challenging and mocking voice came from within the stone. A tribulation, haha. No sooner had he finished laughing than a little demon popped up with bloodshot, ferocious eyes. It immediately started cursing at the Holy Jiao sect's leader with a bunch of bull. Knock it off. Hand over the holy maiden, and I might let you live. Hearing this, the sect leader looked at the demon with disdain and muttered to himself, doesn't know his own strength. Guess the demon overheard him. He got super pissed and looked even more ferocious. He immediately retorted, ignorant brat, you'll pay for your arrogance. At this point, the holy leader was totally calm, turned to his guard, and said, "Get him out of here." This left the guard utterly confused and surprised by the holy leader's words. After saying that, he stepped towards the demon, leaving the guard to just stand there, pleading, "Sect leader, you can't." Just then, the demon unleashed thousands of long arms. The demon's provocation and overestimation of his abilities pissed off the sect leader. His anger was incredibly intense and enormous. He told his guard, "What can they possibly do to me?" With eyes full of resentment and rage, the demon and his antics instantly ignited his fury. He fiercely commanded the demon, "Get out of my sight." Seeing the situation, the guard turned to Lin Yi and the holy maiden, telling them, "Hurry, follow me." Seeing the holy maiden being led away, the demon roared furiously. Trying to escape, the demon quickly launched fatal attacks to try and keep the holy maiden there. "Not so easy," the demon's challenge echoed, and in an instant, the forest was filled with dust and smoke. Because of the mess the demon caused, they realized escaping through the sky would be tough. So the guard told Lin Yi and the holy maiden, "The sky's too exposed, it's easier to hide on the ground." As soon as they hit the ground, the three of them bolted. But after running just a short distance, the guard suddenly stopped and shouted, "Hey, wait a sec." Even while running, Lin Yi couldn't help but have tons of questions swirling in his head. As he ran, he asked, "What the heck just happened?" Suddenly, some strangers appeared right in front of them. Where did they come from? One of them arrogantly sneered, "Let's see where you can run now." Recognizing them, the old man looked serious and said, "That aura, and those strange looks, you guys are demons." The old man's words shocked Lin Yi in the back. But after hearing the old man, they rushed forward and said, "No, we are the wandering souls of the past." But despite their hasty state, the old man quickly struck them down and replied casually, "HMPH, wandering souls." Witnessing the old man quickly defeating the wandering souls, Lin Yi and the holy maiden clapped and cheered him on from behind. Seeing this, he responded to the applause. "Back in the day, my nickname was Ghost's Bane. Are you scared yet?" Hearing the old man say that, the wandering souls weren't scared at all. Instead, they spoke with a scornful tone. "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, he chased after the old man, and Lin Yi and the holy maiden were caught before they could run. The old man then said, "Still got chased after." With an arrogant and challenging expression, he said, "Want to escape?" Immediately, he ordered them, "Pay with your lives." With a ferocious look and all his strength, he launched an attack. He immediately stretched out his hand and shouted loudly, "Crimson Absorption Touch," which shocked the old man greatly. Witnessing the scene, the old man was very angry and immediately shouted, "Some petty tricks, Sever." After the shout of Sever, he immediately took out his own sorrow blade. Immediately, the sword blows landed on the wandering souls. Immediately, those wandering souls replied, causing the old man to be stunned. He was very surprised and stunned by what was happening in front of him. He said haltingly, "Can break my tragic blade." Out of options, he took out his last weapon. He hugged his hand and quickly pulled something out of his chest. He decisively pushed it towards the wandering souls. While doing so, he said, "See? You guys have some skills, but today you can't be kept here." Before the wandering souls could react, he yelled, "Mystic Turtle Soul Sealing Lock." This was his last secret weapon. So the old geezer turns around and barks at Lin Yi, "Hurry, like, super hurry." After chucking some immortal artifact at Lin Yi, he yells, "Quick, I'll hold him off. You use this thing to take him down." This order really throws Lin Yi for a loop. Seeing Lin Yi with the artifact, the vengeful spirits immediately start messing with him. "Kid, you're just a pawn to them. Why are you working so hard for them?" The vengeful spirit says to Lin Yi with a provocative attitude, hoping he might think twice about hurting them. But Lin Yi sees right through their sneaky plans. He replies, all scornful, "Playing the Discord card won't work." Shocked and scared by Lin Yi's reply, the vengeful spirits get all worried, but still insist, "What I'm saying is true." Then, he starts spilling the beans about all the bad stuff, trying to win Lin Yi over. This whole tribulation of heaven and earth is just a game played by the big shots. And guess who's running the show? None other than the sect leader of Shengjiao sect. She's a pawn too. For this game, she's been busting her butt raising the Holy Maiden, but to awaken the Holy Maiden, you need a catalyst, and that's the sacrificial host. It keeps going. 100 years ago, Shengjiao sect and Xianyuan sect made a deal. Xianyuan sect would groom the sacrificial host. Now do you get why you absolutely have to marry the Holy Maiden of Shengjiao sect? Hearing this, Lin Yi blurts out, "I'm that sacrificial host." And the answer he gets is a not-so-surprising, "Yep," the vengeful spirit says. Holding the artifact, Lin Yi's face goes dark. He starts getting lost in thought. He's furious, but the vengeful spirit keeps talking. "They don't need your life, just help the Holy Maiden awaken." Suddenly, The vengeful spirit puffs up with pride and shouts, "If you want to escape this fate as a game piece, join us now. We're the only ones who can break these chains of this world." As soon as Lin Yi hears that, he immediately turns to the old geezer and asks, "Is what he's saying true?" The old geezer, totally flustered, just manages to stammer, "Huh." Hearing that, Lin Yi's face instantly darkens. He can't believe everything he's just heard is real. Flashback time. Back when he was just a kid, reading in the study, he saw his master come back with meat buns, all excited, showing off to him. "Hurry and taste the new pill concocted by your master. It tastes like meat buns, it's beneficial, and nourishes yin and yang, you'll need it later." He also remembers when he tore his clothes. Qian Wei-shi sewed his clothes for him while scolding him. "You still dare to tear your clothes, master will spank your butt." Oh my god. This sewing job is really difficult. Or when his master saw him practicing hard, he felt sorry for him and said, "Disciple, in the future, cultivation must be combined with labor. Otherwise, your little life will be in danger." Back to the present. Suddenly, the old geezer shouts and affirms to Lin Yi, "Boy, don't listen to his nonsense. Although you are the one, but..." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi yelled at the old geezer, "So the sacrificial thing is true?" The old geezer just weakly replies, This. Lin Yi's rage skyrockets, and he says angrily, "You guys really hid this from me." The holy maiden could only stand there with a worried look and whispered, "Lin Yi, brother." On the other side, the vengeful spirits keep trying to tempt him. "Let us take Lin Yi to their side. Join us. Together we'll smash this old, rotten world." The old geezer gets all indignant and retorts, "You're all gonna die here today." Suddenly, Lin Yi shouts, "Shut up." With a determined look, he replies, "I won't betray anyone just because of your words, not even a step. Even if what you're saying is true, I'll go ask the old man myself instead of listening to your tempting words here." Hearing that, the old geezer breathes a sigh of relief, while the vengeful spirits are shocked and pale. But they still try to win Lin Yi over. "Kid, are you really willing to sacrifice your life to work for others?" Even though he's clenching the immortal artifact in frustration, Lin Yi still fires back, "Of course I'm not willing. I'm seriously pissed." Suddenly, he yells, "That's why I've decided to beat you guys to death to vent my anger." His attack catches the vengeful spirits off guard. Suddenly, Lin Yi turns and asks the old geezer, "What do I do?" The old geezer orders Lin Yi to use the immortal artifact. At this point, the vengeful spirits get super pissed and yell, "You dumb kid!" And then, with determination and anger burning inside him, Lin Yi unleashes a powerful, decisive strike. Die. He quickly throws the immortal artifact at the vengeful spirits. What he did shocked the old man, and he cried out, "It's not used like that." Hearing what the old man said, he turned around and said 2 words. Dude, seriously, you're leaving this old man and the ghost speechless here." I blew up at him, yelling, "Hey kid, you don't even know how to use immortal energy." And the blockhead just went, "Well, our Qian Yuan sect's been a bit tight on cash, so I've never actually used it before. My bad." And just like that, we were bickering right there, me and Lin Yi. Lin Yi even had the nerve to complain, "Why are you blaming me, old man? If you just told me how to use it earlier, wouldn't it have been fine?" I was totally defeated. All I could say was, "Man, you're something else." Witnessing the whole thing, the ghost totally lost it. He snapped, "Are you guys completely ignoring me or what?" Reaching peak rage, the ghost suddenly charged towards me, Lin Yi, and the holy maiden. This caught me completely off guard, and I yelled, "Profound martial soul-locking formation, how is this possible?" When he rushed in, it made it difficult for us to see clearly where he was and what he was doing. His face twisted in fury. He roared, "Kid, if you're so willing to be someone else's lackey, then I'll just wipe you out first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi looked utterly bewildered and blurted out, "This is..." After a moment, the ghost asked Lin Yi, "Kid, how's that feel?" Lin Yi had to admit, that ghost's aura is seriously powerful. Even though he was in pain from being overwhelmed by that aura, Lin Yi still asked, "What kind of move was that?" At this point, the holy maiden and I were both completely stunned. I stammered in disbelief, "Is this guy a twin pupil user from the demon race?" The holy maiden's face went pale with fear when she heard twin pupil user, thinking, twin pupil user? Rumors say that this kind of eye technique can directly see through and break any magic. A top powerhouse like this demon, why is he? Just then, seeing Lin Yi completely exhausted, the ghost decisively made his move and sneered menacingly, "You useless fool, if you don't want to live, then I'll gladly grant your wish." Lin Yi was in agony, but he couldn't say a word. Seeing this, I anxiously yelled, "Thousand leaves flying blossom." Out of nowhere, a ferocious pale pink dragon made of flowers charged towards the ghost. Seeing this, he scoffed dismissively, petty tricks. And then he roared, "Get lost!" The ghost roared back. And then the ghost and the dragon clashed in a chaotic battle. And a moment later, the dragon suddenly vanished. The ghost looked satisfied and arrogantly declared, "Magic has absolutely no effect on me." Helpless now, Lin Yi could only cry out for help. Absolute kill 9 dragons thunder. Hearing Lin Yi's words, he still maintained his contemptuous attitude, cursing Lin Yi as a fool, and proudly repeated, "I already told you, magic doesn't work on me." Lin Yi, in pain and confusion, wondered, how can there be such unbelievable divine power? How are we supposed to fight this? Hearing this, the ghost crossed his arms smugly and said, "Before absolute power, immediately after, he attacked fiercely. This is the end for someone who doesn't know their own limit." Lin Yi's face turned ashen. He collapsed, only managing to utter 2 words, "Not good." Seeing this, the holy maiden stepped forward aggressively in front of the ghost and he said, "You, this is," then cried out, "HMPH." With that, he prepared to strike the holy maiden with a challenging remark, "You wanna die?" Seeing that, the old geezer behind me said in a low, profound voice, "Don't underestimate the holy maiden." The holy maiden took the wraith's hand and said, "Get lost." Then, with just one hand, she slammed the wraith down, making him collapse to the ground. Then, the holy maiden said powerfully to the fiend, "I won't allow you to bully others." With that, she grabbed the wraith's 2 horns, making him confused and yelling, "What are you doing?" And she gently snapped the 2 horns off and said, "Who told you to do bad things?" At this moment, he was completely stunned by the girl in front of him and said, "Impossible. How do you have this kind of power?" At this point, she angrily replied, "Now you know fear." She immediately shouted angrily, "Xi Huang." Suddenly appearing from nowhere, the wraith could only challenge you. Then, he was terrified, his face covered in blood from having his horns broken. "You can even control a monster. This is impossible." At this moment, Xi Huang rushed forward and rammed the wraith, causing him to disappear. Seeing that, the holy maiden said, "This time he's probably completely dead." At this moment, Lin Yi pulled out the object, piercing his wound. He quietly planned to leave, but was stopped by the old geezer. "Stop," the old geezer gently said. "Lin Yi, listen to me," he gently explained. "The truth is, things aren't as you thought." At this moment, he suddenly pointed at the holy maiden's face and yelled, "You're the holy maiden of the Shengjiao Zong, aren't you?" He resentfully accused her. "She dared to trick me," making the girl shyly shake her head and stutter, I. At this moment, the little girl could only awkwardly explain, "Lin Yi Ge, I didn't intentionally deceive you." Meanwhile, the old geezer could only stand by helplessly. Then, he coughed softly and interrupted, "We did have a special arrangement for you that year, but we abandoned it long ago." At this moment, he listened to the explanation calmly, without any surprise. He even scoffed and replied, "I knew that old geezer wouldn't harm me. Did you need to remind me?" Then he walked away, then happily said, "Let's go." At this moment, the girl turned back and asked the old geezer, "How is Shifu?" He replied seriously, "The demon race's target is you. It's just that this time they didn't expect you to be able to control Xi Huang so early." As for the sect leader, she is one of the strongest cultivators, the strongest cultivator in this world. Just a demon race can't threaten her. Seeing the young man walking away aggressively, he said, "Don't even think about returning to the sect. Come back to Shengjiao with us first." Hearing those words, the young man wondered, why is the demon race chasing after her? Also, what is Xi Huang? The old man then explained, "I don't know the specifics of this matter. Only the sect leader and your Shifu know. Moreover, this matter is related to the heavenly tribulation." Hearing the heavenly tribulation, Lin Yi also asked, "What is the heavenly tribulation?" The old geezer explained again, "The heavenly tribulation is a disaster. The cultivation world will welcome it every 1,000 years. Only if the entire cultivation world works together can they safely overcome it." After listening, Lin Yi replied, "Sounds kinda serious, doesn't it?" Hearing that, the old geezer scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. Staying here isn't safe either." And then the 3 happily said, "Let's go." The broken horns suddenly became enraged. They, although lying there, were still full of hatred and said, "Damn it!" From somewhere, a wraith appeared from within the horn. He said, "Damn it, I almost got killed." Then he slowly crawled up, saying, "Luckily, I've got the bone marrow rebirth technique." With a voice full of hatred, he said, "That woman actually managed to control the devouring royal. This isn't what the intel said. I absolutely have to report this to the higher-ups in the other dimension." Here, a magnificent scene unfolded, with layers upon layers of mountains appearing before the holy Jia sect's leader. She looked haggard at this moment, blood flowing from her mouth as she said in pain, Even though you can make me feel fear, with this kind of strength, you can't even enter the nameless realm in the cultivation world. Who exactly are you?" That black cloud stood before her, its shapeless figure fluttering in the air, its red eyes answering the holy Geosex leader. "I am the one who will change this rotten world." The ground and rocks gradually trembled as the black cloud's voice echoed. "Hidden dragon shadow." After these words, a series of bizarre purple tentacles with fangs burst out from the ground, wanting to attack her. Seeing this scene, the holy Geosex leader didn't hesitate to meet the attack. Her eyes filled with determination, and she shouted, "Golden body of the outer Dharma." Following that, the image of a double-pupiled young woman appeared, the hazy figure of the girl brightly illuminating the sky, her face calm, her eyes closed. From the woman's hand emerged a lotus flower, and a powerful beam of light enveloped it, shining brightly in the night sky. One by one, lotus petals fell from that lotus. The woman who had been holding the lotus in her hand now released it to fall freely. The lotus carried immense power, scattering its petals to attack the tentacles. Each petal unleashed its power, and the tentacles were sliced apart in an instant, almost as if the lotus petals had completely defeated all those eerie tentacles. The holy Geosex leader's face now held a hint of coldness mixed with disdain as she said, "You're still using such low-level, ordinary tricks? One can see that you seem to be able to conceal your true fighting style." Hearing this, the black cloud also looked at her, and remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, she secretly speculated, "Looks like I hit the nail on the head. Unless this guy is someone I know, even someone very familiar." Then she crossed her arms and rested her chin on her hand, floating in the sky, her thoughts continuing, "This has completely exceeded my expectations, able to command the demon race. Just who is this guy?" After a while, her silver teeth slightly gritted uncomfortably. "You know that the holy maiden has the devouring royal in her body? Perhaps only." Following that, the holy Geosex leader raised her sword. She shouted loudly and bravely, "Perhaps using this move of mine is enough for you to be proud. Now, no matter how you try to hide." However, while controlling the woman to raise the lotus petals, she said, "Reveal your true form to me." Green light suddenly shone down on the black cloud, and the black shadow was instantly blown away by the lotus's smoke, revealing its original form. At this moment, the black shadow's true form was clearly visible. The holy Geosex leader was surprised to see this. "It's you." Following that, her face darkened with worry and fear as she said, Could it be?" The original form immediately turned back into a phantom, its mouth constantly uttering, "Just kidding, what a pity the readers won't see my face at this moment." Returning to its original shape, it looked towards the opposite side and replied, "But this isn't a personal grudge." Hearing this, she unconsciously didn't know what to do next, her stance involuntarily shifting backward. Not long after, her face showed a very difficult expression, her teeth clenching tightly. Finally, the black cloud revealed a strange smile. Then, farewell. Before leaving, it didn't forget to stare wide-eyed at the holy Geosex leader. At this moment, the young woman behind her also gradually shattered, and by the time she noticed, it was too late for her to do anything, and she was caught off guard. Then the holy Geosex leader spoke again. "You! Why?" She leaned forward, then shouted loudly at the cloud, "How could it be you, Heavenly Palace? Why would it want?" That cloud then flew straight up into the sky, transforming into a giant. It widened its eyes, looking at her, its gaze filled with anger and triumph, saying, "Vanish." Following that, it used its bizarre eye to petrify the holy Geosex leader. Piece by piece, cracks gradually appeared, and the fragments scattered, becoming more and more numerous, falling continuously. At this moment, Lin Yi's group, along with old seventh uncle and Jin Jiao, floated in mid-air above Qizhong. Lin Yi immediately said, "To the front." Then, as Lin Yi's group was flying forward, someone suddenly blocked their way. That person was none other than Lu Qing, along with 4 others he led. Surrounding Lin Yi's group, he loudly ordered, "Don't move!" Lin Yi's expression looked worried, and he thought to himself, "What's going on now?" Old seventh uncle stepped forward and asked, "Lu Qing, what exactly is all this about?" Lu Qing's eyes flashed with anger as he roared, "Sect leader, his command Jade Tablet shattered not long ago." Lin Yi looked surprised, thinking in a panic, "Isn't that command Jade Tablet a treasure that represents a person's life or death?" Jin Jiao couldn't believe it, stuttering as she asked again, "What? You're saying, Grandmaster?" Old Chi Fu was also skeptical, hurriedly asking Lu Qing, but then panicked. How could this be?" Lu Qing waved his hand, pointing directly at Lin Yi's group, questioning, "I was just about to ask you all, The sect leader took the holy maiden to pick up this kid from Qianyuan's sect, but why are only you here now? What exactly happened? When did the sect leader separate from you? Old Shifu, sweating with worry, explained in a fluster. We encountered a demon clan attack on the way back, and the sect leader told us to go on ahead. Impossible. Lu Qing didn't believe it, roaring. Impossible. Just a small demon clan. How could they attack the sect leader? They don't have that kind of strength. Lu Qing clenched his fist, his voice becoming stern. Where was she attacked? Take me there immediately. Old Shifu didn't object and immediately replied, I'll take you there right away. Before leaving, Old Shifu looked at Jinzhao. Looking troubled, he started, Holy maiden, we. Jinzhao didn't let Old Shifu finish, immediately shouting, No! Making him a little surprised by her reaction. Old Shifu knew what Jinzhao intended to do, so he resolutely said, The demon clan's target is to capture you. You all take Lin Yi back to the Holy Flood Dragon sect immediately. At this moment, Jinzhao knew she couldn't follow Old Shifu to rescue her master, so she sadly lowered her head, her face gloomy, her eyes filled with tears. Lin Yi acted like he didn't care, saying, Got it. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes when he saw something. System announcement. Choice quest triggered. The God-level Qianyuan sect is facing a major crisis. Please make the correct choice, host. The system presented the choices. 1. Return to Qianyuan sect now. Reward, a normal elixir. As soon as Lin Yi heard the first choice, he was shocked. What? The system continued with the choices. 2. Choose to not care. Reward, a mid-grade elixir. At this time, Old Shifu noticed Lin Yi's bad expression and asked with concern, What's wrong? The final choice was presented by the system. Choose to smile and let it pass, protect your own life, reward, a top-grade elixir. Lin Yi suddenly flew away, leaving Old Shifu there, and shouted, Something's happened to Qianyuan's sect. His sudden departure left him bewildered, shouting, Hey, wait. Scene changes to Qianyuan sect. The place had been burnt to the ground, desolate. The surrounding scenery, along with Lin Yi, Old Shifu, and Jinzhao, was all in ruins, causing Old Shifu to witness such a scene and exclaim, How could this be? Jinzhao saw something, and couldn't help but panic, covering her mouth with her hand, stammering. This is, Lin Yi himself suddenly trembled, unable to believe it, asking, Who did this? The deathly scene caused Lin Yi to involuntarily collapse, unable to accept the scene before his eyes. How could this be? Lin Yi looked towards the burnt-down house, shouting, Everyone, Master they. Old Shifu looked sad and frustrated, saying, There's still a demon clan aura left here. It seems that after we left, Qianyuan's sect couldn't avoid disaster. Hearing this, coupled with his unstable emotions, Lin Yi shouted. Seeing the situation was not good, Old Shifu stopped Lin Yi and advised, The demon clan might not have gone far. We must leave here now. However, Lin Yi brushed Old Shifu's hand away and shouted, Get out! I don't believe it! Master must still be alive. Standing before the destroyed Qianyuan sect, Old Shifu persuaded Lin Yi. Calm down. The death of our sect leader is unclear. The mastermind behind it is definitely a being beyond our imagination. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with tears, listening to Old Shifu's words. With your current strength, what can you do? Lin Yi helplessly collapsed to the ground, his hands slamming heavily on the ground, venting all his frustration, shouting, Magya! Lin Yi's hand clawed at the ground, trembling with anger, promising himself, Master, everyone, rest assured, this revenge, I, Lin Yi, will definitely take it back, Old Shifu said sternly to Lin Yi. A sect was silently destroyed. Now without the protection of the sect leader, the Holy Flood Dragon sect is no longer safe either. Old Shifu announced to Jinzhao and Lin Yi, Things have come to this, you must go to the Heavenly Palace. The others are on their way there. Lin Yi's master suddenly sneezed. The master sniffed, rubbing his nose, and grumbled, Who's cursing this venerable one now? Wang Huo. He was still a bit worried, saying to everyone, Luckily, we retreated in time, otherwise we'd all be dead at the hands of the demon race. Zhuo Gong looked towards the old path, muttering to himself, I finally became the leader, but the sect is gone. Zhuo Gong's face was blank and ashen as he concluded, It's all because we were too weak. A disciple stepped forward and asked Lin Yi's master, I wonder how senior brother Lin Yi is doing now. The master pointed to the sky and replied, He's at the Holy Jia sect, so he's probably not in any danger. Our priority now is to hide well and try to avoid this upcoming great chaos. A disciple in the sect asked in confusion, Master, what's the reason for this great chaos? Is it the demon race? Lin Yi's master closed his eyes in thought and said, It's not just the demon race. The situation of the heaven and earth tribulation is very complicated. You'll probably understand in the future. The master looked into the distance again, believing, Yer, you've never wanted to fight with others since you were little, but this time you must be safe. Ah, let's go back in time to when Jin Zhao was young and in the forest. The children called out to Jin Zhao, "Holy maiden, let's go out and play." But Jin Zhao shyly ran off, saying, "I have something to do, I'll go ahead." Young Jin Zhao stood on the roof, secretly watching the children of her age playing, feeling sad in her heart, thinking, how wonderful it would be if I were like them, just a normal person. While lost in thought, Jin Zhao accidentally touched a rock, causing it to fall to the ground. The playing children heard the sound of the falling rock, and asked each other suspiciously, "What was that sound? Who's there? I don't know. Maybe some stray cat or dog." But they didn't know that the one who made the sound was Jin Zhao hiding behind the roof. Jin Zhao looked at her hands and said sadly, "I can't go out. I'll harm others." Because she wasn't allowed to interact with others, Jin Zhao was controlled by everyone from a young age. She was the holy maiden, with an isolated personality, and had never seen anyone as arrogant as that person who didn't care about anyone. People often gossiped behind Jin Zhao's back, "What's so great about her? Isn't she just a holy maiden?" Young Jin Zhao often stood on the balcony watching the birds, then praised them. "This little bird is so beautiful." Whether the birds heard the praise or not, they flew close to Jin Zhao. Her eyes widened in surprise. Then Jin Zhao slowly reached out her hand. She smiled at them with sparkling and longing eyes. "How wonderful it would be if I could be as free as it is." A little golden bird swooped quickly towards Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao suddenly widened her eyes, her gaze fixed on the little bird as if sensing something ominous. She thought, "This isn't good." Jin Zhao suddenly startled in panic, sweat dripping down her face. Her eyes followed the bird, and she cried out, "Ah, ah." She hurriedly raised her hand and waved it, as if to chase the bird away from danger. She said to it, "Little bird, quickly fly away." Suddenly, a strange magical power was released from her hand. That mysterious magical power surrounded the bird and struck it, causing golden feathers to scatter everywhere. Jin Zhao hurriedly ran towards the bird, shouting as she ran, "No!" She rushed down the stairs to the bird that had fallen from the sky. Golden feathers were still slowly falling to the ground, while the little bird lay there, barely breathing. The bird was dead, and the small drops of blood were not yet dry. Jin Zhao sadly slumped to the ground, gently holding the lifeless little bird, and sobbing. She choked out, "Why did it become like this? The little bird is dead." While she was still sitting there crying mournfully and wondering why, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching her, and the person said, "The nature of the devouring royal is evil. Only a kind-hearted inner self can suppress it." It turned out that the person who came was the sect leader of the Holy Jia sect. She walked to Jin Zhao's side, who was crying with tear-filled eyes, and gently comforted her. "The little bird is indeed dead, but at this moment, you are saving thousands upon thousands of lives." Jin Zhao looked up at her with tearful eyes and asked, "Is it true? Can I really do it?" The Holy Jia sect leader affirmed with confidence, "You can do it." Jin Zhao was holding the bird close then, tears streaming down her face, but with a smile that seemed to understand something. Leaving the painful past behind, Jin Zhao returned to the present. She moved along, sadly calling out, "Shifu." Lin Yi suddenly zipped past her. He was deep in thought, looking quite stressed. "From now on, no matter the situation, I absolutely must go all out to increase my strength." Then he flew over to Lao Shifu, asking curiously, "Just what is this heavenly palace? I've only heard of it before. Can it really protect us, even temporarily?" Lao Shifu calmly explained, "The heavenly palace was founded by the strongest cultivators. Its original purpose was to resist the heavenly tribulation that cycles every 100 years, he added. The sect leader of Holy Zhao's sect was once an elder of the heavenly palace. Then he glanced at Lin Yi, assuring him, "Trust me, if it's not safe there, then nowhere in this world is safe." Scene change. A place with lush green mountains, fresh air, and white birds soaring in the blue sky. This is the heavenly palace in the clouds. At the foot of the mountain is a large stone stele, and a lot of people are gathered there. A guy standing there wondered aloud, "This is the heavenly palace, the heavenly Stiegel." Another guy beside him chimed in, "I heard it contains tens of thousands of martial arts secrets, encompassing all of heaven and earth. Seeing it today, it's truly astonishing." At this moment, Lin Yi and the others arrived at the heavenly palace. Lin Yi said, "This is the heavenly palace? Why are so many people gathered here?" Lao Shifu approached the stele, telling them, "Our timing is perfect. The heavenly palace only reopens its gates during the heavenly tribulation, recruiting talents to face the crisis together." The sect leader, during the last heavenly tribulation, was chosen by the heavenly palace as a disciple, eventually becoming one of the elders. He continued, Now that you are being hunted by the demon race, you must join the heavenly palace no matter what. Only this place can protect and nurture you." Then Lao Chi-fu turned to look at Jin Zhao and instructed her, "Especially you, holy maiden. With the sect leaders passing, the Holy Jiao sect no longer has anyone who can suppress the devourer within your body. Only the heavenly palace can ensure your safety." Jin Zhao clenched her fist, bowing her head silently. Lin Yi scratched his head, continuing to ask, "Devourer? What exactly is that? Why is it sealed inside that little girl's body?" Lao Chi-fu shook his head, explaining, "Only the sect leader knew about it. We only know that the sect leader had a very long-term plan. Perhaps she originally intended to give her quota to the two of you to enter the heavenly palace, but now you may have to take the test." Jin Zhao spoke up. "I'm somewhat familiar with the heavenly palace." Lao Chi-fu approached the stele and said, "With the sect leaders passing, I must report back." Before leaving, Lao Chi-fu instructed Lin Yi and Jin Zhao, "Wait here for a moment." Lin Yi stepped forward and patted Jin Zhao on the shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, with our talents, we can definitely get into the heavenly palace." He clenched his fist, showing his determination. "When that time comes, we will cultivate diligently together and strive to avenge my master and yours." Suddenly, a large, glowing ball like a meteor flew quickly towards them. It shouted loudly, making everyone look up. HMPH, who's being so cocky, saying they can definitely get into the heavenly palace. A person slowly landed, continuing, "Every year, the quota to enter the heavenly palace is limited, and the disciples who meet the standards will also be divided into 4 levels. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding. Among them, there's only one disciple who can be assessed as Jia." He landed on the ground, hands on his hips, looking at them with a confident laugh. "Do you know who I am? Longteng Mu Yi? That is this prince, and only this prince." Ha! Everyone who heard his name immediately burst into an uproar. This is someone from the Longteng royal family. It is said that the Longteng royal family has an excellent overbearing sword. It seems that this Jia-level disciple will really fall into his hands. Lin Yi looked at Longteng Mu Yi with a confused expression and commented in his heart, "This guy is overdoing it. Do I know you?" Then he recalled the mission announced by the system. Discovering the mission, God-level choice of the system. In the face of Longteng Mu Yi's provocation, please make the right choice. Seeing the content of the mission, Lin Yi looked up and stared at Longteng Mu Yi, who was flaunting himself like a peacock. The system immediately provided choices. 1. Powerful counterattack. Show your strength in front of Longteng Mu Yi. Reward, a normal elixir. 2. Shameless flattery. Praise Longteng Mu Yi to gain favor. Reward, a mid-level elixir. Lin Yi can flatter him by shouting, "Longteng Mu Yi is the best in the world." Finally, choice 3. Advise him to take medicine quickly to cure his mental illness. He imagined how he would have to persuade him. That would make him furious. "Is there something wrong with you up here? I don't play with you?" Lin Yi just stared blankly at the selection panel. Because the reward for the final choice was very valuable, the reward was the innate dustless body. Seeing Longteng Mu Yi swaggering arrogantly in front of Lin Yi, a disciple sighed, "I wonder which sect's disciple it is. They've been targeted by Longteng Mu Yi as soon as they arrived." Longteng Mu Yi laughed loudly, seeming quite disdainful of everyone. "Ha, this prince is the best. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Everyone sitting here are noobs." Lin Yi didn't care much. He casually flicked his finger. Something flew straight into Longteng Mu Yi's mouth. He was startled and clutched his neck, almost choking. Then he bent over and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Hoping that thing wasn't still stuck in his throat. His actions startled everyone around him, drawing their attention. Then he angrily pointed at Lin Yi and yelled, "You, what did you feed me?" Meanwhile, Lin Yi nonchalantly picked his nose, paying no mind. Lin Yi spread his hands casually and replied, "Don't worry, it's just cake candy." He pointed to his head and continued, "Heard it's great for the brain. Eating more will help with Yungan's condition." Jin Zhao innocently asked Lin Yi, "Big bro, is that true?" He held up a big bag, assuring her, "Of course it's true." Lin Yi poured out the contents of the bag, introducing this stuff, which made Longteng Mu Yi so angry he was fuming. "Brain-dead begone beans." Longteng Mu Yi frowned angrily, glared at Lin Yi, and shouted, "You insolent fool!" Then he raised his hand to command. Sword attendant Xing Shui, step forward. Everyone below was confused. Could it be that Longteng Mu Yi was pointing forward, ordering a lesson to be taught to him? From the shadows, a masked figure appeared, and everyone immediately recognized him as the Imperial Dynasty's Longteng Xing Shui, one of the 4 great sword attendants. Just as he was about to draw his sword and deal with him, a voice came from behind. "Stop!" Everyone was startled and turned to look. An old man stepped out from the large stele. Everyone looked up intently. It was 6th Elder of Tiangong. The old man announced in a deep voice, The selection to enter the palace is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Everyone's jaws dropped, stunned. Only then did they realize, is it about to start? Long Teng Muyi then retracted his hand and left with Qing Shui, letting out a HMPH to vent his frustration. After he left, Lin Yi was puzzled. Tapping on the system screen, he wondered, where's my reward? Could it be that the mission isn't complete yet? Sixth Elder of Tiangong spoke. Since our Tiangong is isolating itself from the outside world, all disciples participating must be cautious. While Sixth Elder was explaining the method of examination, a mysterious staircase appeared from the stele, extending all the way into the clouds. The examination is simple. Pass through this immortal ascension platform, inscribe words on the stele, comprehend the secret techniques of Tiangong, and you'll be considered to have passed. In the final examiner, the disciples will be selected by the Grand Elders of Tiangong. In a corner of the forest, a group of people gathered. Standing before the stairs, someone said, "It's starting." Then someone pushed another person aside. Running quickly towards the gate, he said loudly with determination, "I have to be first." Seeing this, the others also raced towards the towering stairs, shouting, "Charge!" The moment the first person stepped one foot onto the stairs, he immediately felt something. He suddenly collapsed, causing him to scream in panic. "What?" The others stepping on the stairs also fell one after another. Those below who hadn't stepped up yet called out in confusion, "What's going on?" Sixth Elder observed and spoke up. "This immortal ascension platform isn't as easy as you think. Each step is a test of your cultivation and willpower." Suddenly, a figure flew past. One person. While Sixth Elder's voice still echoed. "Those who rely only on cultivation, but whose Tao hearts are not firm enough, will feel each step as heavy as Mount Tai." The figure who flew past was Long Teng Muyi. He ran all the way up, surpassing all the people behind. Then he shouted back with disdain, "This prince's path is determined by me, not by heaven. Get out of my way, you useless lot." He laughed arrogantly and confidently. But suddenly a figure shot up from behind. It was Lin Yi. He turned back angrily and competitively. "Brat, it's you again," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, throwing another pellet straight into Long Teng Muyi's mouth. Behind him, Lin Yi smiled slyly, watching him choke. There, he said, coughing a bit. "Just you wait, let me feed you some medicine, you hear?" Long Teng Muyi, completely enraged, turned around to curse Lin Yi while raising his hand to strike. "Are you out of your mind? Get lost?" But Lin Yi quickly ducked, and swiftly shoved another pill into his mouth, causing Long Teng Muyi to collapse again, coughing violently. He retched and gagged because of that candy. Lin Yi stood behind him, covering his mouth and giggling with delight. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the people behind them quickly ran past Long Teng Muyi, catching him off guard and making him shout, "Hey!" He angrily slammed his hand on the ground, yelling at those who passed him, "Stop right there! Don't even think about getting past this prince." He turned back, glaring furiously at Lin Yi, and said, "Kid, this prince will settle the score with you later." Then he stood up and sprinted forward with immense determination. As he ran, he exclaimed, "Charge! This prince is going to be number one." He was about to overtake the red-haired guy in front of him. Ha ha. Suddenly, a hand from behind grabbed his collar, making him stop dead in his tracks. Lin Yi stood behind him and spoke, startling him into stopping. Long Teng Muyi turned around and angrily shouted in his face, "What the hell do you want?" For the sake of completing his mission, Lin Yi relentlessly said, "You're sick. You need to take your medicine." Enraged, he swatted Lin Yi's hand away, unable to contain his anger. "You're the one who's sick." Not only did he swat Lin Yi's hand away, but he also yelled at him, "Get lost! If you dare mess around again, I'll cripple you." Then he turned his head and quickly ascended the steps ahead, leaving Lin Yi standing there dumbfounded. Unafraid, Lin Yi kicked Long Teng Muyi, sending him sprawling on the ground, and exclaimed, "Arg!" Unable to endure any longer, he turned purple with anger and roared in Lin Yi's face, "You little bastard, what exactly do you want?" Lin Yi, with a cunning smile on his face, stared intently at Long Teng Muyi, causing him to be stunned and frightened by Lin Yi's behavior. Softly, he said to him, "Be good. Baby needs to take medicine." With that, he grabbed his head tightly and shoved a bunch of pills into his mouth, causing him to choke and tear up. He lay face down on the ground, struggling as Lin Yi pinned him down and forced him to swallow, a scene that confused those around them. He cried out miserably, "Wah, wah, let me go now." Lin Yi's actions confused the two guys below, and they wondered. One guy asked, "What kind of freak is that?" Another one also said, "Is this guy crazy? Every step of the ascension platform is extremely difficult. How does he still have the strength to mess around?" Jin Zhao stood aside, her cheeks flushed, embarrassed by Lin Yi. What is Lin Yi trying to do? In the sky, Through the white clouds, the figures of the great elders of the heavenly palace were faintly visible as they waited. The fifth elder of the heavenly palace looked down, frowning in anger, and said, "What kind of nonsense is this?" On the side, the sixth elder asked, "Have you all not noticed something? Longteng Muyi's easy progress on the ascension platform shows that his strength is not weak, but this little guy can suppress him, making Longteng Muyi unable to fight back. His own abilities are probably above Longteng Muyi's." While the sixth elder commented, Lin Yi continued to tease Longteng Muyi below, causing him to be angry. Longteng Muyi had his mouth stuffed with a bunch of candy by Lin Yi, causing him to cry and beg for surrender in the face of Lin Yi's stubbornness. "Don't shove anymore, I'll take the medicine." Lin Yi smiled gleefully and asked him, looking directly at him, "Do you know what illness you have?" Longteng Muyi, his mouth full of candy, tremblingly asked in return, What illness?" Lin Yi smiled with a terrifying expression and replied to him, "Mental illness, of course. Your self-awareness is too strong, arrogant, always thinking that your fate is in your hands and not in the hands of heaven. Isn't this mental illness?" Those words frightened him, and cold sweat dripped down. Longteng Muyi turned and replied in a trembling voice, Yes, I'm sick. Please forgive me, I was wrong before." Ting. Something rang out while he was trembling, his face pale, with candy in his mouth, and Lin Yi received a system notification. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to make Longteng Muyi realize that he is a crazy person. The host's reward, heaven's true desolate body." Hearing such a reward, Lin Yi was quite satisfied and breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven's true desolate body is now 100% bound. Seeing the successful notification, Lin Yi stepped aside, ignoring Longteng Muyi lying sprawled there. He happily said, "Finally completed it." He clumsily crawled up, looking up at Lin Yi. "This guy," he thought inwardly, wondering about Lin Yi's sudden appearance and unbelievable strength. "This prince with my outstanding talent is suppressed like a normal person on the ascension platform, yet he can suppress me. What's his background?" Lin Yi suddenly turned back and glanced at him, saying, "Oh right, I was just kidding earlier. Please don't take it to heart, okay?" Longteng Muyi's face was already turning red with anger, and his whole body was trembling with rage. He gritted his teeth, raised a hand, and clenched it tightly, saying, "I'm so pissed." Longteng Muyi's anger had reached its peak, but he remained silent. It seemed like he was about to explode. Lin Yi casually walked ahead, leaving Longteng Muyi behind, fuming and screaming. Before long, Lin Yi was about to reach the top. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. The last level? Lin Yi took steady steps on the stairs. Feeling something, he stepped back and said, "Danger." A large sword surrounded by spiritual energy fell from the sky, surprising Lin Yi a bit. A voice rang out, "You are the second person besides me who has come here." A young man appeared above the hilt of the sword, looked at Lin Yi and said, "Seeing that you're not ordinary, let's spar a few moves." He continued lightly, "If you want to reach the top, then you have to ask for my permission before looking down on others who are climbing." The people below were indignant when they heard this. A green-haired young man shouted, "Who are you?" Then a blonde-haired person yelled, "We are all examinees. Why should we need your approval?" Mufan, hearing them shout like that, said softly. Following that, Mufan jumped to the ground, continuing, "Anyone who enters the heavenly palace is a genius of their region." After jumping to the ground, he stood tall in front of everyone, looking straight at them, saying, "And I only acknowledge true powerhouses." When Mufan jumped down, a strong gust of wind blew down, making them unsteady. Damn it, what's this guy's background? At the same time, Lin Yi saw a notification appear from the system. System task issued. Option 1, directly defeat the opponent, forcing Mufan to withdraw from the ascension platform. Reward, a marrow cleansing pill. Option 2, fight with all your strength, draw and gain Mufan's recognition. Reward, a golden marrow pill. Option 3, assess the situation and seek opportunities. Wait for a chance to act among the crowd. Reward, a celestial spiritual essence pill. When Lin Yi heard about the last reward, his eyes lit up, thinking, a celestial spiritual essence pill is 100 times more precious than a golden marrow pill. And then, Lin Yi chose option 3, without hesitation, excitedly thinking, definitely can't miss this. After choosing, he pointed at Mufan, excitedly saying, "Come on, let me see your strength." The people around started praising Lin Yi. This brother really has guts, not afraid of Mulan Fan. Upon hearing those words, Mulan Fan's face remained emotionless, not showing any expression. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had a rather dumbfounded expression. Two people next to Lin Yi shouted, "That's right, Mufan, you're bullying others with your power. We may not be your opponents, but that doesn't mean others aren't." An old man with gray hair and beard looked at the scene, saying, "This is getting interesting." The guy standing next to him spoke up. Mufan seems to be from the Cloud Sea Mountain Villa. He's currently considered a top genius. It won't be easy for the others to reach the top, he casually continued. In this Talent Palace selection, that kid was able to suppress Longteng Muyi. Perhaps the Cloud Sea Mountain Villa has met its match this time. The other guy laughed in response. An epic battle is inevitable. Mufan's sword point went straight to Lin Yi's face. Mufan held his blade close to Lin Yi's head, saying, "Make your move, I'm eager for a worthy opponent." Facing Mufan's blade, Lin Yi was extremely worried, thinking, if this continues, wouldn't the celestial spiritual essence pill lose its chance? Feeling that he might not get what he wanted, he muttered to himself, "No way, I have to think of something." Suddenly, Lin Yi looked behind him, seeing a familiar figure approaching. It was Longteng Muyi's figure. An idea struck him. Lin Yi used his hand to push Mufan's sword away from him and said, "Don't think no one can deal with you, Longteng Muyi." After climbing a long distance and getting tired, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed, "Ugh." Before he could even react, Longteng Muyi was pushed up by Lin Yi. Lin Yi put one hand on his hip, used the other to shove Longteng Muyi, and yelled, "Longteng Muyi, get up there!" Longteng Muyi, getting shoved by Lin Yi, almost face-planted, looking utterly dumbfounded. He kept looking from Mufan to Lin Yi, then exclaimed indignantly, "What the heck, not you!" Up above, Mufan was also looking a bit confused. Seeing this, Lin Yi asked, "What's wrong, you scared?" Longteng Muyi shot back the question. Lin Yi, afraid of hitting Longteng Muyi's sensitive spot, his face darkened, and he asked again, "Scared?" Then, he put both hands on his hips, laughed loudly, and said, "How could I be scared? This prince is invincible under the heavens. Only this prince can be invincible under the heavens." Longteng Muyi's face was full of confidence, as he continued, "Let's just have a fight." Lin Yi seized the opportunity, and shouted through a loudspeaker, "Prince Longteng is standing up for us, everyone, charge!" Hearing this, the others surged forward, loudly shouting, "Ah, that's right!" More and more people joined in, and the shouts grew louder. "Teach this little brat a lesson, so he won't be so arrogant." In this scene, Lin Yi stood still, watching the large crowd. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk slyly, thinking, "You guys go ahead and charge, I'll cheer you on with a 666. Old seventh uncle witnessed this scene, and was utterly dumbfounded. The holy maiden of the Holy Jia sect beside him was equally stunned. On the other side, that young man couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Sixth elder, are you sure he's really that strong?" Sixth elder, after hearing the question, could only remain silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "Logically speaking, perhaps so. Of course, there's a possibility. Never mind, pretend I didn't say anything." A massive column of hot air, created by Mufan, scraped against the ground. He stood tall, with the tip of his sword stabbed into the stone of the stairs. The surrounding people were forced back by his power. Only Longteng Muyi stood firm. The Crown Prince Longteng was somewhat admiring. "This guy is really strong," he chuckled softly and said, "Got some skills, huh?" Longteng Muyi pointed at Mufan and ordered his people, "Qingshui, go out. I, as Crown Prince Longteng, order you." Hearing this, that guy also flew up, preparing to attack. Then he pointed forward with one hand and shouted, "Beat him to death for me." The person Longteng Muyi called out immediately lunged forward and drew his sword. Then he said, "Take this," and began to swing his sword. From his sword emerged a stream of water rushing towards Mufan. Mufan gently drew his sword, and at the same time, he spun the sword in his hand to block the attack. Useless ability. Seeing this, Lin Yi had an idea. "Let's skedaddle." After dealing with the attack, Mu Xiufan looked down at Longteng Muyi and said, "The Longteng royal family is famous for its swordsmanship. Who would have thought the descendants would rely on just a sword servant?" After hearing Mufan say, "Could it be that you yourself are a piece of trash?" Longteng Muyi was extremely angry, and at this moment, he clasped his 5 fingers together and shouted, "Seeking death," then once again ordered Qingshui to attack. The two of them charged into battle. Then Mufan spoke. "Poor thing." While fighting, Mufan continued, "Before he was alive, he was a famous sword cultivator in the entire world." Mushafan's expression hardened, looking extremely indifferent. Now he's just a spirit, his soul separated from his body. Looking at Qingshui in a stance ready to charge at him, Mushafan continued, "You think you can fight me with just that?" As fast as lightning, the two swords flew forward, and a collision immediately occurred between them. When the two blades touched, two sources of hot and cold energy spread out. Mufan said while making a move, "Scatter from me." Those two energies clashed for a moment, and then exploded, the explosion pushing the two of them back a bit. Mufan said, "Not bad, you've got some skills. Then next, let me see if you can withstand this." Meanwhile, Lin Yi was tiptoeing forward but got spotted. Seeing this, Mu Hifan asked in surprise, What about Lin Yi? He just stood there dumbfounded, and then everyone shouted in unison. You, Lin Yi stammered in panic. Ah. Lin Yi then clutched his head, looked up at the sky, and laughed it off. Ha ha ha, so sorry to bother you all. Carry on, don't stop. At that moment, Lin Yi was running for his life, trying to escape the angry mob chasing after him, wanting to teach him a lesson. They were yelling, "Deal with him," while chasing him tirelessly. He looked back, breaking out in a cold sweat, and groaned a few times. Suddenly, he had an idea. He immediately turned around and pointed at the sky, shouting, "Look over there, there's a flying bird." This made the crowd below freeze. They immediately turned to look in the direction he was pointing, but there was nothing there. They didn't understand, and could only say, "What?" By the time one person snapped back to reality, Lin Yi had already taken off at top speed. He only managed to yell, "Not yet, huh?" Immediately, everyone behind him went crazy, chasing and cursing. Shameless. Despicable. But he kept running, sticking out his tongue and panting. Just as his foot was about to step onto a certain step, a sword slashed across, along with a voice. "Stop!" Lin Yi reacted quickly, immediately dodging the sword's point aimed at him. Before it was over, the sword came down from above, almost hitting it. Luckily, he was quick-witted enough to dodge. As the sword plunged into the ground, Lin Yi exploded in anger. "Damn you. Do I have a grudge against you or what?" Mufan moved his hand, saying with a cold face. "I must have been seeing things," Mukfan said to Lin Yi in front of him. "A useless thing like you isn't worthy of entering the celestial palace with me." This time, Lin Yi pulled the same trick he had used on the chasing crowd, pointing at the sky and saying, "There's a flying bird behind you." Muchafan looked at him with annoyance. At this moment, he immediately ran up, but was blocked by Mushfan instantly. Mufan said emotionlessly to Lin Yi, "You think I'll fall for that trick like them?" Just then, there was a sound, and this sound immediately caught Mufan's attention. Mufan grabbed the sword in front of him and raised it to block a stream of water trying to attack him. Mushafan, while using his sword to defend, said, "That guy." The water dissipated, and Mu Xiaohuang also spoke up. One Mufan, two Mufans, everyone's Mufan. Recovering, Longtang Muyi flew up from under the dragon ascending wood, shouting, "Kid, I won't allow anyone to be more arrogant than this prince." Mufan looked down at Longtang Muyi and said, "Want a beating?" Mufan swung his sword with a whoosh, and sent him flying back down for me. Just as the two were about to clash, a voice rang out. "All right, stop fighting, everyone." This sentence also made the two experts, Mu Seifan and Longtang Muyi, stop. At this time, the crowd below also shouted, "This shameless scoundrel." Mukafan also looked up, speechless, only managing to say, "You," someone below said. He actually succeeded in fishing in troubled waters. The elders standing above saw Lin Yi's actions, and were also helpless, not knowing what to say. One elder wondered, "Which family's disciple is this kid? How can he be so shameless?" Seeing this, sixth elder shook his head in dismay and said, "Too cunning. He's even lost his courage. It seems I was blind before." As for Lin Yi, he folded his arms in front of his chest, looking at the crowd below with a smug expression. The system appeared. "Congratulations, host Lin Yi, for completing the third objective of the mission. The reward is a heavenly spiritual essence pill." Suddenly, something went straight into Lin Yi's body. The reward has been placed in the host's inventory. The host must check in a timely manner to receive the reward, Lin Yi said happily. Finally completed it. Before he could be happy for long, he suddenly jumped in fright, breaking out in a cold sweat. Mufan and the others were practically foaming at the mouth, ready to tear Lin Yi apart. Mufan sputtered, unable to find the words. "Yo," Mufan stepped towards Lin Yi, saying, "You're thinking way too simply, thinking you're hot stuff just because you got lucky." Mufan raised his sword, which crackled with purple lightning. Mufan, his face twisted in anger, roared, "I'm gonna send you flying back into that crowd." The crowd began to murmur, "Koa Dao's lightning domain intent. I can't believe Mufan even grasped a technique like that. That kid's as good as dead." Lin Yi, sweating bullets, said, "Hey guys, we're all going to be cultivating in the heavenly palace later. Why are we doing this? Let's all be friends." Lin Yi babbled, his eyes darting to the system interface. The system read, "Innate, true, desolate physique bound 99%. Mufan's face darkened, and he swung his sword at Lin Yi. "You're not worthy of cultivating in the heavenly palace." A massive explosion erupted, sending sparks flying everywhere, cloaking the area in dust and smoke. Mufan roared, "Fall!" Those watching were terrified, exclaiming, "So powerful!" The thick dust made it impossible to see anything. One of them asked, "Is he dead?" But how could Lin Yi die so easily? Within the dust cloud, the system announced, "Innate, true, desolate physique bound 100%. Congratulations, host. For successfully binding, host can now fully utilize the innate, true, desolate physique, Lin Yi blocked Mu Fan's sword with just 3 fingers, looking at the blade and saying, "That was close, almost didn't make it." Lin Yi snatched the sword right out of Mu Fan's hand, shocking him. What? Mu Fan was dripping with sweat. Impossible. He frantically tried to pull the sword back. "Come back here!" But the sword only trembled slightly, then lay still in Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi looked at him, a sneer forming on his lips. "Dad, I think it doesn't want to come back." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi threw a punch, shattering Mu Fan's sword in 2. The crowd's eyes and mouths fell open in disbelief. "Holy crap! Whoa!" He smashed the sword. Mu Yi was thunderstruck. "What's going on? How is this kid so strong?" The shattered sword pieces clattered to the ground, Lin Yi said to Mu Fan. "Even though you lost, and you're not stronger than me, you're still better than most. Next time, don't just assume you're right and block other people's paths. Admit when you're wrong." Mu Fan's face was dark, refusing to admit defeat. Lightning crackling around him. "I can't believe you forced me to use this move," he continued. "Even though you're a shameless bastard, I'll admit you're strong." With that, Mu Fan unleashed his signature move, truly intending to kill Lin Yi. An elder watching from above recognized it. "That's 9 heavens profound lightning." Another elder asked, 9 heavens profound lightning, what's that?" "To become the master of Cloud Sea Manor, one must control the 9 heavens profound lightning. But every year, countless people die while trying to cultivate the 9 heavens profound lightning. It seems Mu Fan's talent is beyond ordinary." Mu Fan's eyes were sharp, ready for battle. Sixth elder, seeing the situation getting out of hand, said, "This farce should end. Save that kid." But the other elder disagreed. "I don't see any panic on that kid's face." Lin Yi, with a blank expression, stared at Mu Fan, who was putting on a show. Lin Yi, looking bored, glanced at Mu Fan's technique, scoffing. "You call that 9 heavens profound lightning?" Seeing his technique being looked down upon by Lin Yi, Mu Fan roared, "What did you say?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he saw something terrifying. Above Lin Yi, he was showing off his own technique. A massive lightning dragon appeared, coiling around Lin Yi. The dragon was enormous, radiating powerful blue electricity, Lin Yi said. "Take a good look." Mu Fan gaped, his eyes wide with shock. "What? This is—" The guys in the back were totally freaking out. "Holy crap, he's huge. This kid is seriously that strong, dude. If he was this powerful, why was he acting so shamelessly a second ago?" The holy maiden was stunned too, covering her mouth with her hand. "Lin Yi Gage is so awesome." Lin Yi raised his hand high, gathering a bolt of cyan lightning. With a casual flick of his wrist, he blasted Mu Fan's mystic thunder away. "Lightning art this strong? How is that even possible?" Mu Fan questioned Lin Yi. "I'm the chief disciple of Yunhai Mountain Manor, and even I can't do that. How are you pulling this off?" Lin Yi was totally blank. Yunhai Mountain Manor, never even heard of it. Lin Yi told him, "Man, you're even more pathetic than I thought. You don't even know the Raging Thunder technique. I bet that manor of yours is dirt poor, huh?" Everyone else was speechless. Dirt poor? One person stepped up to explain, "Yunhai Mountain Manor is the #1 manor in the world. For him to call it dirt poor, he must be from an even more terrifying force." Mu Fan cupped his fist respectfully, asking Lin Yi, "May I ask which sect you're from?" Lin Yi replied. "If I told you, you'd probably die of fright." Lin Yi, with an extremely confident expression, said, "I am a disciple of Qian Yuan sect." Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped. They started whispering, "Qian Yuan sect? Isn't that the smallest sect ever?" "Yeah, I heard they're dirt poor. How could they possess such profound lightning-controlled dharma? Plus, the Raging Thunder technique is just a low-level skill. How could it be so powerful?" Lin Yi sighed. "I thought our sect was poor, but it seems you guys are even poorer and more pathetic. I'll give you a lesson today. Don't bully others in the future." With that, he flicked Mu Fan on the forehead. Scram, Mu Fan got launched backwards by the flick, and the others were terrified. "Just a light tap, and he did that? Frickin' strong." Lin Yi turned and walked away. The crowd whispered, "This guy's even more show-offy than that Longtang Mu." Lin Yi clenched his fist, praising himself. "I must have looked super cool just now. They're definitely bowing down to me." As he thought this, tears of joy welled up. Sixth elder stroked his beard smugly. "See, I told you. That kid is unfathomable, a true talent," Sixth elder said, acting all-knowing. The 2 elders next to him were speechless. Ahem, you didn't say that at all just now. What a load of bull." They started walking towards the stone tablet with the lively carvings, preparing to cultivate. Above the tablet was a sacred phantom bell. Figures, starting with Mu Yi and Long Teng, moved towards an empty spot nearby. He sat down properly, closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and began his cultivation. The holy maiden of the Holy Jiao sect sat on the other side, gradually entering a state of meditation, and finally, Lin Yi, he sat down and began to cultivate seriously, focusing his mind. In the distance, sixth elder stood, observing them while speaking. Eliminate distractions. Gather your minds. The phantom bell will guide your consciousness, taking you to meet the divine souls of the past elders in the heavenly palace. Halfway through, he looked at Lin Yi and spoke with certainty. I guarantee that this kid will definitely gain something from this round. Sixth elder stood above, looking at the people below, and continued speaking with pride. A bright future awaits. 3 young men stood high above, observing. They began to exchange words. A young man in gray-green robes, with a long beard, and his hands clasped behind his back, said crisply to the 2 young men, "Let's go down and take a look." Hearing this, one of them replied, "Yeah." Then, the 3 of them descended to the courtyard full of people in a meditative state. Cultivating, sixth elder walked crisply towards the stone tablet where the people were cultivating. He walked slowly, with his hands behind his back, and said calmly, "The phantom bell contains the cultivation methods of the powerhouses of past generations in the heavenly palace. What they can comprehend depends on their own fortune." A voice rang out. "It's starting." The phantom bell began to shake violently, and magical spots of light appeared around it. These cyan spots of light blazed like flames floating in the sky and embraced the phantom bell. On the bodies of the people who were sitting in meditation and cultivating at that moment, their whole bodies suddenly shone with mysterious streams of cyan, gold, and red light, as if they had some kind of connection with the phantom bell. Sixth elder raised his voice in a deep tone, implying guidance to those who were cultivating. Relax your minds. The illusion bell will resonate with your souls. Longteng and Mu Yi closed their eyes tightly to concentrate. It seemed he had reached that realm. When he opened his eyes, he saw an unexpected scene. This is the heavenly secret realm. He was surrounded by the divine souls of the previous elders, as the 6th elder had said. He looked surprised, and said with a voice full of doubt, "This place is..." It seemed he realized he had met the predecessors. Mu Yi bowed respectfully, clasped his hands sincerely, and said, "Senior." One of the elders' divine souls spoke up. "Not bad talent. There are 3,000 secret techniques. You can choose any of them. What path do you want to take?" Mu Yi floated in the air, his face full of hesitation, surrounded by the elders' secret techniques for him to choose. It seemed Mu Yi had chosen a secret technique for himself. He gave a smug smile and said loudly to the elders' divine souls, "I want to cultivate the ultimate sword Tao." His childish words stunned the elders' divine souls, rendering them speechless. In the end, the elders' divine souls had to accept his request. One of the divine souls raised his hand and said, "All right." A secret manual fell into his hand. Mu Yi held the secret manual in his hand and asked in astonishment, "This is..." Before he could think, his body began to wake up. He opened his eyes and wondered. "It's over." Mu Yi's body still emitted mysterious blue-purple light, different from those around him. He said to himself, "I really feel like I have more knowledge of a sword technique in my head." The illusion bell suddenly moved, ringing non-stop. Seeing this, the 6th elder walked towards Mu Yi and said with some praise, "Not bad. You can actually evoke the 6-fold sound of the bell. The secret technique you comprehended will definitely make you more outstanding." Mu Yi heard the strange words from the 6th elder, and replied with a puzzled look, "6-fold sound." Seeing that Mu Yi didn't understand what he was saying, the 6th elder continued, "That's right, the heavenly steel technique is divided into 9 sounds. The 6-fold sound is considered a genius among geniuses." The 6th elder looked at the illusion bell, which began to shake, emitting dazzling green light, and said, "It seems the others are not bad either." The bell rang about 7 times. Everyone who was cultivating at this time opened their eyes and looked around. At this time, Mufan's body was full of power, causing the other 2 disciples to praise him. "This kid Mufan is indeed extraordinary. 7 rings of the bell." Another disciple also said, "Not bad. He could become a powerhouse in one area in the future." One after another, the other disciples quickly reached the level. Everyone was surrounded by power. One person suddenly said, "This is the same person who told me I had already obtained a technique." Another disciple looked at Lin Yi, who still hadn't gained anything, and said, "Everyone else has finished, but this guy is taking his time. I'm afraid he has comprehended something very terrifying. It seems many people have gained something this time." The old man had been observing for a while, secretly thinking, "This kid's aptitude is quite good. He will definitely not be ordinary in the future." Even I have started to get a little curious. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi also entered the same state as the other disciples. The old man said, It's starting. After moving to another space, Lin Yi said, "Where am I?" 3 people appeared in front of him. "Cursing Wrath, Immortal Lord, Evergreen Immortal Lord, and Longevity Immortal Lord," he said. "These 3 are." As if realizing something, he immediately paid his respects and said, "Greetings, seniors." Evergreen Immortal Lord spoke up. "Trisk Chisk, another innate royal spiritual body," he continued while summoning something. "It's been so many years since I've seen such a talent." Books appeared one after another. Evergreen Immortal Lord said, "Choose one. These are all supreme cultivation techniques." The system appeared. System quest detected. Option 1. Believe that your own strength is unparalleled and you have achieved perfect enlightenment. Decide to cultivate all supreme classics. The reward is a low-level cultivation technique. Option 2. Believe that your talent is ordinary. Decided to cultivate diligently, choosing a supreme classic, the reward being a mid-tier cultivation technique. Option 3. Believing myself to be dim-witted, unable to shoulder such responsibility, deciding to reject all the classics, the reward being an emperor-level cultivation technique. Lin Yi was overjoyed at the reward, thinking to himself, an emperor-level cultivation technique, isn't that the stuff of legends? Changqing Xianzun then asked, "Have you made up your mind?" He thought for a moment and said, "Well, this disciple is a bit slow, so I'll pass on enlightenment," causing the 3 of them to shout in unison. "What?" Changqing Xianzun asked again. "Are you sure?" "These are the most powerful classics of all time in the Heavenly Palace," Chengnu Xianzun angrily said. "Kid, are you being pretentious, feeling that your talent is ordinary, and that our classics aren't worthy of you?" Lin Yi dodged the question, saying, "I didn't say that at all." Chengnu Xianzun got even angrier, rushing towards Lin Yi, shouting, "You little brat, you still smell of milk." Lin Yi defended in a panic, yelling, "Senior, I really didn't mean it that way." The moment Chengnu Xianzun's fist was blocked, he himself was sent flying. This surprised the other 2. And Lin Yi as well. Changqing Xianzun inquired, "Chengnu, are you all right?" Chengnu Xianzun, who had fallen to the ground, groaned, with a bump swelling on his head, but he stubbornly said, "That hateful, celestial, desolate body? If this old man wasn't just a wisp of soul right now," Lin Yi then said, "which is to say, you can't hurt me at all." Chengnu Xianzun angrily charged again, "You little rascal, don't get cocky." Once again he continued to defend with his hand, instantly sending Chengnu Xianzun flying. Lin Yi sighed in relief, saying, "Sure enough, it seems that because of the system's reward, being the celestial desolate body, in this star world, these old geezers can't hurt me." Chengnu Xianzun had another bump swelling on his head, and got even angrier, shouting, "Damn it! Why did the Heavenly Palace accept such a condescending brat?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up at this point, and he approached him, saying, "Just in time. I have something I want to ask you guys." At this time, Chengnu Tianzun turned back in a panic, calling out to the other 2, "What do you want to do? Quickly ring the illusion bell to get him out." At this time, in the outside world, the melting lotus bell kept ringing. "Is it about to succeed?" The old man stroked his beard, saying, "Let me see, what exactly did you get to make the bell ring so many times?" Suddenly, the bell rang. "Ding, ding, ding, ding," a disciple exclaimed. "What's going on? Why is the illusion bell being abused like that?" The old man was also surprised, as expected of the highest level. That's 90 rings. Meanwhile, inside, the 3 of them had knelt down and were begging Lin Yi. Chengnu Xianzun trembled as he pointed at Lin Yi, saying, "Kid, don't think you can get away with being immoral just because you have the innate celestial desolate body. I'll remember you." Lin Yi just smiled, saying, still not convinced. Chengnu Xianzun used his hand to block, instantly both angry and wary, saying, "What exactly do you want?" Lin Yi said seriously, "Can we talk now? I hope you can tell me now. What exactly is the heaven and earth calamity?" Changqing Immortal Sovereign replied hesitantly, "Little brat, asking this, what exactly do you want to know?" Lin Yi answered, "I want to know everything. Most people don't really understand the heaven and earth tribulation, and those who do are vague, but I know it's definitely not just about the demon race causing trouble." He continued to explain, "Your founding ancestors established the heavenly palace. Tell me the real news." Longevity Immortal Sovereign then said, "Young man, I can only tell you that the heaven and earth tribulation is the retribution for the original sin of this world against us cultivators." Heavenly Wrath Immortal Sovereign added, "Before the heavenly palace was built, this world was heading towards destruction. It was us, and the first palace lord who tried to turn things around." Then, the 3 of them turned to leave. Heavenly Wrath Immortal Sovereign raised his hand, saying, "What's the point of telling this kid? It's a waste of time. He won't understand until he experiences it himself." Heavenly Purity Immortal Sovereign said, "Let's go," leaving Lin Yi stunned. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little lost. When he came to his senses, he hurriedly chased after the three of them. Wait, you still haven't answered my question. What exactly is the heaven and earth tribulation? Why is it attracting me? What methods have the heavenly palace used over the generations to resolve it? Hearing this, Longevity Immortal Sovereign turned his head back. He calmly replied, "You brat, you seem to see further than the other disciples, and you have more doubts too. But I can tell you, everything the heavenly palace does is to prolong the life of our world." That immortal sovereign from the sect also turned around to remind him, "Don't know why there's a heavenly desolate spirit body kid like you? You have extraordinary talent. Wait until you become an elder of the heavenly palace, and then come ask us," he also vaguely added. "At that time, you'll also be qualified to know everything." Hey. Before Lin Yi's fingers could even touch the hem of their robes, they turned into illusions and vanished. Wait. Just like that, the three disappeared, leaving Lin Yi alone with countless doubts. On this side, the illusory image also suddenly shook violently. Immediately after, it exploded in midair. It exploded. The three immortal sovereigns quickly ascended into the sky, along with 3 streams of spiritual energy. After the explosion, Lin Ye took a deep breath and appeared in the center. Phew, bake again, one surprise after another. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Not only him, everyone around him fell silent for a long time. At this time, Elder Liu had to speak first. "What did you gain?" Hearing this, Lin Yi scratched his head and stammered, I. Those present began to speculate. Could it be the sect's founding technique? Others also made judgments based on their own imaginations. No, it must be the Bodhi myriad image technique of Longevity Immortal Sovereign, said to be the strongest of all generations. Another person interrupted the two, and said in a contemplative manner, "The strongest of all generations is definitely the great evolution art of the first palace lord." Hearing this debate, Lin Ye began to sweat and awkwardly replied, I didn't gain anything." As soon as this sentence was said, the entire scene fell silent. Elder Liu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, and he angrily questioned Lin Yi. "I'm gonna kill him. Didn't gain anything and damaged the illusory image. You have to pay. You have to pay. How many precious materials were used? You have to create a new, illusory image." Fortunately, if it weren't for the other 3 elders stopping him, a brawl might have broken out. One elder had to patiently persuade, "Elder, calm down. Why not listen to his explanation?" This wasn't without reason. Elder Liu sighed and said through gritted teeth, "Okay, speak. What exactly happened?" Lin Yi recalled what had happened, and cold sweat dripped down his back. He was a little flustered, thinking that if he said he beat up the founding ancestors, it would be awkward. In desperation, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. Lin Yi shamelessly began to fabricate a story. "Actually, it's like this. The founding ancestors saw that my talent was outstanding, a rare cultivation prodigy in 1,000 years. If they taught me their own techniques, they were afraid it would waste my time, so the founding ancestors decided to let me create my own technique." Hearing this, the elders were silent for a moment. "Create your own? This hasn't happened in tens of millions of years." Elder Liu nodded and called Lin Yi. Hey. Is what you said true?" His eyes became sharp, wanting to probe Lin Yi's expression. Having already jumped into the pit, Lin Yi, with his good psychological qualities, didn't change his face and resolutely replied, "Of course." Seeing this, Elder Liu had to sigh and let the matter pass. "Forget it. I'll trust you this time, but you gotta pay for breaking Zhang Shu Ying." Pay. This one word from Elder Liu was like a bolt from the blue for Lin Yi. His jaw dropped, his eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yi awkwardly asked, "How do I pay? The Shu Ying bell is priceless." Elder Liu immediately held out his hand, stating decisively, "At the very least, 10,000 spirit stones." Hearing this number, Lin Yi panicked. 10,000? Isn't that just asking for the life of a poor ghost like me? Lin Yi stretched out both hands and counted. 10,000, that's 100,000. Lin Yi's eyes welled up with tears. "Our Qian Yuan sect is dirt poor. We've even lost our mountain gate now. I'm afraid we can't afford it." Elder Liu, always meticulous, directly took out a calculator and informed Lin Yi of the specific number. "Then you'll have to work for the Heavenly Palace. If we calculate it, you'll have to work 830 years and 3 months in the Heavenly Palace. Whether it's this kind of compensation or that kind, either way it's enough to crush Lin Yi," Elder Liu continued. "But I'm very merciful. I can erase a 0 for you, so let's just say 830 years. Lin Yi, thinking of his miserable fate, burst into tears. "Why is my destiny so bitter?" Cornered, Lin Yi angrily said, 830 years. "Why don't you just rob me? Besides, what makes you say that thing was broken by me?" Seeing that Lin Yi was still stubborn, Elder Liu coldly replied, You were the last person there. If it wasn't you who broke it, who else could it be? Moreover, people who can't comprehend the cultivation methods aren't supposed to be accepted according to the rules. Hearing this, Lin Yi retorted, "Didn't I already say that about the cultivation method? It was the elders who told me to create my own cultivation method." Long Teng Mu Yi then spoke up. "Hey, I'm just saying, do you really think you can create a cultivation method stronger than even a yellow rank one? That's a technique from the Heavenly Palace's old ancestor. You need a draft before you brag." As he spoke, he laughed mockingly at Lin Yi. Already on edge, this action of his ignited the anger within him. Lin Yi immediately rolled up his sleeves, looking fierce and ready to fight. Alright, today I'll show you guys. 3 choices from the system appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Choice 1. Take out the Emperor rank Li Chen Gui Zhen Gong and slap a lot of faces. Reward. Li Chen Gui Zhen Gong. 3 months of arduous cultivation. Lin Yi thought about the scene of him fiercely slapping others in the face with the book in front of many people. If he chose this option. Choice 2. 30 years of Heidong. 30 years of Hexi. Later, use Li Chen Gui Zhen Gong to slap a lot of faces. Reward. Li Chen Gui Zhen Gong. Half a year of arduous cultivation. Lin Yi again imagined himself holding the book in one hand, proudly showing it off to everyone, while on the other hand, standing in front of the crowd, scolding with a frowning face. Choice 3. Become vulgar and survive to the end to be the winner. Reward. Li Chen Gui Zhen Gong. 1 year of arduous cultivation. In Lin Yi's mind was the scene of him naturally sleeping, in a comfortable position, avoiding the pain. Thinking of these 3 choices, Lin Yi trembled all over, his expression extremely ugly, and he bluntly said, "Of course I couldn't possibly think of a technique stronger than the old ancestor of the Heavenly Palace." Just then, Elder Liu interrupted Lin Yi, calmly speaking as he walked. "Although your talent is outstanding, if you can't cultivate the Heavenly Palace's techniques, how can I accept you?" Elder Liu continued. "Staying in the Heavenly Palace as a menial is already the best option. You should know that even as a menial in the cultivation world, countless people would be fighting to get in." Hearing Elder Liu say this, Lin Yi immediately felt indignant and retorted, "Hey, I clearly passed all the tests. Why am I just a menial? Don't bully people too much." Jin Zhao, standing beside him, was a little worried seeing Lin Yi say that. Long Teng Mu Yi showed obvious displeasure towards Lin Yi, turning around to reproach him. "Who told you that you weren't passed down a cultivation method by the Heavenly Palace's past elders, I'm telling you? Isn't it because they thought your aptitude was too poor?" Suddenly, an old man appeared, interrupting the conversation between Lin Yi and Long Teng Mu Yi. The old man spoke. "Wait a moment." The old man approached Elder Liu, cupped his hands, and introduced himself. "I am an elder of the Shengjiao sect. Greetings to the Heavenly Palace seniors." The elder of the Shengjiao sect raised his head and continued, "Elders, I want to clarify this matter with the palace master of the Heavenly Palace. Lin Yi's Qian Yuan sect and our Shengjiao sect were both attacked by the demon race, so they came to the Heavenly Palace for help." Elder Liu and the seniors behind him were all startled and exclaimed in unison, "Demon race!" The seniors whispered to each other, "Isn't that the race with innate bloodlust in the legends? Could it be that they've reappeared?" As they spoke, they thought of the frightening appearance of the demon race with long horns on their heads. Another senior spoke up. "Rumor has it that when the demon race appears in the world, the heavens and earth will definitely descend into great chaos." At this point, the image of the heavens and earth filled with smoke and fire caused by the demon race appeared, and everyone was worried about the appearance of the demon race. Elder Liu calmly spoke. "If the demon race really appears, the situation is indeed not very optimistic." The elder of the Shengjiao sect cupped his hands and suggested to Elder Liu, "Letting these 2 stay in the Heavenly Palace is also the prior arrangement of the Shengjiao sect's sect master." The elder of the Shengjiao sect glanced at Lin Yi and Jin Zhao, and continued, "Perhaps the sect master has her own considerations. Please understand, elders." While Elder Liu was still thinking, the people behind him voiced their opinions one after another. One person said, "Although he wasn't passed down a cultivation method, Lin Yi's talent is indeed not bad. Accepting him wouldn't be a problem." The person next to him was a little unconvinced. But without that, Elder Liu interrupted everyone, loudly saying, "All right." Elder Liu looked at the elder of the Shengjiao sect and said, "If it's the palace master's decision, then making an exception once is fine." The elder of the Shengjiao sect cupped his hands, bowing respectfully to express his thanks. "Thank you, thank you." At this moment, a bell rang, signaling the upcoming ranking assessment. "Everyone there focused on the front," someone said. "The ranking assessment is about to begin." Others asked each other, "Wonder what rank we'll get?" Someone next to me is like, "Gotta know. The ranks are different, and the resources we get after entering the Heavenly Palace won't be the same either." Long Teng Mu Yi points at himself all cocky. and shouts, "Is that even a question? Yours truly is definitely getting ranked A." Some dude looks at Long Teng Muyi all unimpressed and snorts, "Humph, pretty sure you couldn't even beat Mufan." Long Teng Muyi hears that and freezes, glaring at the guy. Another person chimes in, pointing at Mufan and saying, "If we're talking about A rank, Mufan's probably the most likely." Mufan just stands there, arms crossed, not giving a damn about what everyone's saying about him. That dude who just mentioned Mufan turns to look at Lin Yi with a questioning tone, like, or maybe they've already announced the rankings. A golden scroll floats in the air, revealing the results for everyone to see. People crowd around to check it out, and someone yells, "It's out!" Another person adds, "The rankings are set." Speaking of Elder Liu, his face darkens, and he says, "Well, that's kinda right." But then he turns to the senior figures present. But when compared to him, actually, the saintess of the Jinjiao sect is a complicated situation. One of the seniors understands immediately and asks, "You mean that thing inside her?" Elder Liu subtly acknowledges but doesn't say it out loud, his face full of meaning as he replies, "The Jinjiao sect master must have already planned for this." Elder Liu turns his back to them, gazing at the blue sky, and continues, "It's a pity she died before she could arrange everything. This isn't something normal elders like us can decide." A stern-looking elder asks Elder Liu, "So what are we supposed to do now?" Elder Liu says with the same attitude, "Just put them all in D rank." Another senior objects, "That's not good. Their talents aren't weak, and D rank is the lowest. The resources will be way worse." This successfully makes Elder Liu turn to look at him. Elder Liu looks normal on the surface, but he's a bit annoyed inside, and he declares clearly, "It's fine, just let that one teach them." That senior seems to understand Elder Liu's meaning, looking surprised and a little panicked as he asks, "You mean?" Suddenly, the senior doesn't object anymore, just sighing and saying, "That's fine too." Anyway, with her watching them, it'll put everyone else at ease. Once they've agreed, the announcement board starts getting written on. The people waiting for the announcement board go nuts as soon as it's unveiled, attracting everyone's attention. Someone shouts, "It's here." Everyone stares intently at the board. A loud voice booms, "Look, the list is up." Long Teng Muyi wonders, "Am I A rank or what?" Long Teng Muyi catches sight of his name on the announcement board. After seeing his rank, Long Teng Muyi collapses in a corner, whining, "B rank, B rank, yours truly is B rank." Jin Zhao, standing next to Lin Yi, asks, "Lin Yi Gej, I wonder what rank we got." Lin Yi confidently reassures Jin Zhao, "Don't worry, if our performance isn't A rank, it's definitely B rank." Lin Yi's heart is surging with emotion, thinking, with the emperor-level cultivation technique the system gave me, as long as I have enough resources, I can definitely rise up quickly and avenge my Shizun. Just then, Jin Zhao points ahead and calls him, "Lin Yi Gej." That, Jin Zhao looks at the announcement board, turns back to Lin Yi, and announces, "I think we're D rank." Lin Yi looks a bit doubtful, asking her with a confused face, "D?" When both of them look at the announcement board and see their names in the D rank section, they both fall silent. Only Lin Yi is stunned. The wind howls as Jin Zhao comforts Lin Yi about the result, but Long Teng Muyi refuses to accept his result, pointing and shouting angrily, "Someone's definitely pulling strings. I bet the Heavenly Palace is jealous of my talent, so they deliberately ranked me low. I don't accept it." Jin Zhao looks up and asks Lin Yi, "Gerje, what do we do now? Should we go back to the Jin Zhao sect? I'm the saintess there, so we'll definitely get cultivation resources." Lin Yi refuses her. "It's okay, based on our talents." Lin Yi looks dejected, tears welling up, but he still tries to comfort Jin Zhao. "Even if we're D rank, we'll rise up someday." Jin Zhao's big eyes glisten as she looks at Lin Yi and asks, "Really?" Lin Yi pats his chest, looking excited and confident as he tells Jin Zhao, "Of course." Just then, cutting through the noisy crowd, a voice boomed out of nowhere, "All right, folks." Everyone turned to see who was speaking. Elder Liu stepped forward gently and said, "The assessments are in. Those disciples who received a lower evaluation shouldn't be discouraged." Lin Yi and the Holy Maiden were standing outside, watching the scene unfold. Lin Yi remarked, "Being able to cultivate in the Heavenly Palace means everyone has unlimited potential." At that moment, Mufan turned to Long Teng Muyi and said, "Disciples who received a higher evaluation shouldn't be arrogant." Hearing Mufan's words, Long Teng Muyi didn't respond. Little did they know, this was just the first step to enter Heavenly Palace for cultivation. The elder continued, "Now go report to your respective elders. They will guide your future cultivation." Everyone bowed their heads in unison and replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, in a serene and verdant mountain area within the Heavenly Palace's Great Joy Peak, Lin Yi and the Holy Maiden were climbing the stairs when they overheard two peculiar individuals chattering away. One said, "They must be the new disciples looking to apprentice under Elder Li." The other scoffed, "I wonder if they can handle it this time." The holy maiden looked troubled and said to Lin Yi, "Elder Lin doesn't seem to have the best reputation." But contrary to the holy maiden's worried expression, Lin Yi confidently pointed at himself and said, "Don't worry, I've got this." Hearing those words, the holy maiden's face instantly brightened, and she smiled, at Lin Yi. Reaching the summit, standing before a house, Lin Yi confidently said to the holy maiden, "This is the place." Immediately afterward, he knelt down and announced, "This humble one, Lin Yi, is here to serve Great Joy Peak." Suddenly, the door swung open, and a childish voice rang out from within. "I can't believe it took them so long." Then, the kid stood up and confidently declared, "Those old geezers finally sent me 2 disciples." Seeing this, the holy maiden fearfully stammered, "This is..." Then, her face turned purple, she retreated, and screamed, "So scary." Lin Yi, however, bowed respectfully and asked, "Whose kid are you? We're not here to find you." Then, he pulled out a piece of candy and said, "Take this and scram. I hear Elder Lai has a terrible temper, so be careful." Seeing Lin Yi's actions, the holy maiden cried out, "Lin Yi Ji, no." Hearing her, he turned around curiously and exclaimed, "Huh." But at that moment his hand was grabbed by the furious Elder Li, causing his face to pale. Unsure of what to say, he screamed in pain. This venerable one, Elder Lin Kuihua, grabbed the candy, threw it at Lin Yi, and announced, "Is Li Kuihua herself." With that, Li Kuihua gleefully took a sip of water and said, "If heaven hadn't birthed Li Kuihua, the vast cosmos would." Burps. Seeing the holy maiden emitting a chilling aura, the elder said, "Little girl, the thing on your body is very dangerous." Hearing this, the holy maiden rushed forward and clasped her hands, saying, "Senior." The elder praised her words. "Not bad. Stay with me, and this venerable one will teach you a thing or two." Meanwhile, seeing Lin Yi lying on the ground, Li Kuihua looked at him disdainfully and said, "As for you." Did Li Kuihua's words prick Lin Yi's pride? Hearing this, he jumped to his feet and said, "How dare you," he declared. "Talents who come to Heavenly Palace are all arrogant." Hearing this, Li Kuihua provoked him. Even a normal person would have a hard time swallowing this insult. "Today I'll teach you about temperance." Contrary to Li Kuihua's expectations, Lin Yi obediently bowed his head. Elder Li is absolutely right. Catching Li Kuihua completely off guard, Lin Yi continued, "I really need to temper myself more." Hearing this, Li Kuihua pointed in disbelief. "Didn't I call you trash? A carp?" Hearing this, instead of getting angry, Lin Yi bowed his head and replied, "Yes, I am a carp. If everyone thinks I'm just a carp, that's when I'll be a tiger in disguise." Hearing that, Li Kuihua was incredibly angry and replied, puzzled, "Are you tacitly admitting that you're just a trash fish?" Lin Yi, with a proud and cheerful face, said, "That's right. I am a trash fish, and I'm very proud of it." Lin Yi's words left Li Kuihua utterly bewildered. What's wrong with this guy? Is he off his rocker or something? Then he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Forget it, this venerable one doesn't have the mood to instruct trash fish. You can cultivate on your own." Hearing that, Lin Yi cheerfully replied, "Yes." Then Li Kuihua went into the house and closed the door. Suddenly, a small screen displayed a message. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission of pleasing Li Kuihua. The reward is a bottle of high-grade spirit elixir." Holding the bottle of elixir in his hand, Lin Yi said triumphantly, "As expected, instead of relying on the Heavenly Palace, it's better to rely on the more reliable system." Suddenly, Lin Yi's face turned angry as he thought about the past and said, "Master?" Gripping his fist tightly, he looked furious. "I will definitely avenge you." Not even able to withstand a single blow from me, a useless piece of garbage. From now on, all the tasks of the Great Joy Peak will be handled by you. Hearing those words, Lin Yi angrily exclaimed, "Senior, I joined the Heavenly Palace to learn skills, not to do chores." Hearing those words, Li Kuihua turned around and said, "What's the matter?" dissatisfied. Then, with a challenging tone, "If you're not satisfied, you can have a fight. When you can defeat me, I won't make you do chores anymore. Do you have the guts?" Li Kuihua spoke with a challenging tone, and Lin Yi's next task was to trigger the system mission. God-tier choice stemming from Li Kuihua's anger-fueled challenge. Option 1. Don't submit. Fight to the death with Li Kuihua. The reward is a low-grade exquisite coffin. Hearing this, Lin Yi's face was utterly helpless and stunned. Isn't this just a fancy way of saying I'm guaranteed to die? The next option is choice 2. Choose to compromise, then say, 30 years in Heidong, 30 years in Hexi, what goes around comes around. The reward is a mid-grade spirit spring elixir. Although Li Kuihua doesn't seem to care much change, Choose option 3, decide to try to please. Think of every way to cool down Lin Kuihua's anger. The reward is a high-grade spirit spring elixir. After all 3 options were presented, Lin Yi collapsed and said, "It's decision time again," causing Li Kuihua to look puzzled. At this moment, Li Kuihua remembered Elder Luxi's words. This Lin Yi's situation is a bit special. He hasn't practiced the Heavenly Palace's cultivation techniques. Elder Li should pay a little more attention. Then he continued, with his arms crossed. Lin Yi, I heard you didn't bother learning the Heavenly Palace's cultivation techniques and instead created your own. You've got some nerve. Who do you think you are, just a stray dog who sneaked into the Heavenly Palace? Even though they were tied up, they wholeheartedly advised. Senior brother Zhuogong, aren't you afraid of the master blaming you? Hearing that, he angrily shouted, "Call me chairman!" Then he forcefully slapped each of them, making a loud sound, then quickly said goodbye and disappeared. At that moment, old Cheifu suddenly appeared, his face grim, and asked, "What's wrong?" One of the 3 hurriedly said, "Master, senior brother Zhuogong has betrayed the sect." Hearing that, the old man's face remained calm as he sighed and replied, "Sigh, let him go. That child has been competitive since he was young. Forcing him to stay here won't do any good. If you want to leave, you can go too." Saying this, everyone was surprised by their master's words. After speaking, he left, and everyone behind him said, "Master, we won't go anywhere." In a desolate garden, where only the light of fireflies illuminates the path, from within the forest, Zhuogong happily said, "Here it is." Then decisively, "This is the place." With a snort and a serious face, he said, "Come out, I've come to find you." Old Shifu happily introduced, "The new sect is almost built." Zhuo Si, standing behind, pondered. So like the master just wants to lead the sect deep into the mountains to avoid fighting and protect themselves, right? Zhuogong's all serious, probably thinking something like, "Even if I become the head disciple with a measly amount of resources." Then, all bitter and resentful, he mutters, "I'm just getting tossed further and further away." He clenches his fist, face all dark. "Can't keep going like this." And then, all determined, "This won't do." Turning his back into a small corner, he murmurs, "I need to change." And then, out of nowhere, someone comes up, all cheerful, asking, "Zhuogong, senior brother, what do you want to do?" Startling him, he immediately shouts angrily, "Call me chairman." Seeing that, someone scratches their head, clearing their throat. What does Chairman Zhuogong want to do? Hearing that question, Zhuogong is like, the master just wants to keep everyone safe but doesn't want to let go. Doesn't he know that the path of cultivation is all about pushing forward, not staying put? Then, with this super cryptic look, he continues, "Sorry, but I don't want to waste my time here with you guys." Hearing those words, everyone gets angry and wary, saying, "Zhuogong, senior brother, what are you implying?" He immediately yells, "Get out of my way!" And then he ties them all up, leaving everyone shocked, and they shout, "What? This Zhuogong guy?" Then heads off to some mysterious place. Meanwhile, the guy who was praised earlier speaks up, "Keep a low profile." This guy's name is Wang Defa. Wang Defa thinks back to Lin Yi's match and thinks, rumor has it that this guy's performance during the inspection was outstanding. With a confident look, Wang Defa thinks on, "But he just joined the Heavenly Palace. He probably isn't my match." He ponders in silence. "Although I've been in the Heavenly Palace for 3 years, my strength is still at the lower end. I can't do anything about people with strong talent. Now maybe I should salvage some face from a new disciple to find some sense of existence." With that, he shouts to everyone, "Let's go." As soon as he arrives, he shouts, "Who is Lin Yi?" But before he can finish the sentence, he stops in his tracks. Wang Defa is shocked to see Lin Yi with 3 heads and 6 arms doing everything in a flash. From shoveling soil, carrying water, planting vegetables, Lin Yi can do it all. Lin Yi, wiping sweat from his brow but still smiling, says, "Labor is glorious." Seeing Lin Yi panting but still happily working hard, everyone is a bit confused. What the heck is going on? Wang Defa, seeing this, gets a bit jealous and yells, "Kid, get over here!" Lin Yi finally notices that there are other people here. Lin Yi responds, "Huh." Then he turns around and sees a group of people walking over. Lin Yi, face covered in dirt and sweat, says, "Who are you guys?" The guy with freckles on his face proudly says, "HMPH, this is the Supreme Wang senior brother." He looks at Lin Yi and continues, "Heard there's a super arrogant new disciple this year, so I'm here for a little sparring session." Suddenly, a hooded man says, "You've got guts," which makes Zhuogong a little startled. The other guy continues, "It's always been our Demon Realm clan looking for outsiders. This is the first time someone's dared to barge into our Demon Clan's territory." Zhuogong, with a determined look, says, "I want to join you." That Demon Clan guy is a bit surprised. "Join?" he asks. "A bit suspicious." Your Qian Yuan sect was wiped out by our Demon Realm clan, and you want to join us. Why, Zhuo Gong's face at this moment is a bit strange. A smile on his lips says, because they don't give me what I want. The other guy suddenly bursts out laughing. Ha! His face showed amusement. You're quite something. Ambitious. I like it. But joining my Demon Realm race isn't as simple as you think. Zhuo Gong, his face full of confidence, said, just tell me what you want. Hearing this, the guy waved his hand. Okay, Zhuo Gong, follow me. At this time in the Heavenly Palace, a group of people from the Heavenly Palace were walking along. They were chatting and laughing, looking very happy. One of them spoke up. The front is Dayu Peak. Lin Yi was outstanding in this Heavenly Palace assessment. Although he was rated Ding level, we absolutely can't underestimate that guy with the scars. He continued. Wang Xixiong has been a pawn in the Heavenly Palace for 3 years. Whether it's strength or cultivation, he's superior to others. No matter how arrogant a newcomer is, Wang Xixiong will handle him perfectly. One of the followers immediately said, so true. The others laughed gleefully, flaunting their power. Wang Defa, now enraged, shouted at Lin Yi. What kind of freak did your sect nurture? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your sect by acting like this? Lin Yi calmly replied, sorry, my sect has already been destroyed. Wang Defa asked back. What? Lin Yi thought to himself. Face is just a facade. Only by quickly leveling up my strength can I have the power to avenge my Shifu. And Wang Defei pointed at Lin Yi's face and scolded. As a disciple of the Heavenly Palace, do you have any shame left? Then Wang Defei retracted his hand and said, forget it. People from small sects like you are lucky to even come to the Heavenly Palace. It's normal for you to lack ambition. Lin Yi, wearing a resigned expression, said, then I wish Wang Xixiong's sect increasingly prosperous days. Suddenly, a group of people flew over, shouting, Wang Xixiong, it's bad. They landed quickly and hurriedly reported. News just came. Your Jushuan Jianzong has been exterminated by the demon race. Everyone was shocked. Wang Defei asked, what? At this time, in the Heavenly Palace, people were discussing, how could this be? A sect was silently wiped out like that. Another person spoke up. I heard this isn't the first one. Yuanzong was also destroyed by the demon race before. Another replied, yeah, the demon race is so terrifying. Wang Defei rushed forward, pushing everyone away, and shouted, get out of my way. He looked at Elder Lu. Wang Defei kindly asked Elder Lu, my Jushuan Jianzong, really? Elder Lu's face looked a bit sad as he said, by the time the Heavenly Palace arrived, the demon race had already escaped. The sect leader and elders of Jushuan Jianzong have all perished, and only a few disciples survived. Lin Yi then said, why are you looking for me? I'm just a Ding level. Suddenly, a beep beep sounded. It was the sound of the system. It displayed the mission. Mission 1. Defeat Wang Defa and take a step towards making a name for yourself in the Heavenly Palace. Reward, low-grade elixir. Mission 2. Reject the sparring and maintain harmony. Reward, mid-grade elixir. Final mission. Mission 3. Bow down and submit, admitting you are inferior. Reward, high-grade elixir. Hearing the 3 missions, Lin Yi couldn't help but complain. When I was in Qianyuanzong, in order to level up my strength, I completely abandoned my reputation. It seems that even in the Heavenly Palace, this dog system doesn't want to let me off the hook. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and thought, I have to endure. So he clasped his hands, bowed his head, and humbled himself, saying, Wang Xixiong, this little brother is new here. My cultivation is not proficient. I admit that I am no match for you. Please be merciful and spare me this time. Wang Defei and those around him were surprised. Wang Defei said, no way, is he admitting defeat? Then he thought to himself, new disciples to the Heavenly Palace are all geniuses, all extremely arrogant. How could this person be so submissive? Wang Defei was confused, thinking, what should I do this time? The elder told me to come here to suppress this guy's arrogance, to tell him that there are always higher mountains, and not to be arrogant and complacent. But why doesn't he accept the fight? So Wang Defei shouted, you! What will be the consequences if you refuse to spar with me? The whole sect will know you're a coward, not even daring to lift a finger, and you'll be looked down upon for years. Lin Yi found it ridiculous after hearing this, and thought to himself, haha, you say that as if I didn't experience those kinds of days back in Qian Yuan sect. So Lin Yi just jumps up and curls his legs up, saying, I told you, I can't beat you. If you want to hit me, go ahead. I guarantee I'll beg for mercy right away, and absolutely won't fight back. Then Lin Yi just plops down and sits there on the ground. Seeing this, a few others say, big bro, this little punk ain't listening. How can he be so patient and endure this? The others are burning with the desire for revenge. With Elder Tiangong leading the team, no matter how strong the demons are, they can't cause much trouble, right? Another person chimes in, "That's right. This is a great chance for some real combat practice. Eliminating demons is our duty anyway. Count me in." Old Man Lu stammers. "Well, our knowledge of the demon race really isn't much." Lin Yi points a finger, face full of righteous indignation, and shouts, "Which is to say, we know absolutely nothing about the enemy. Even a farmer who wants to catch a rabbit needs to know its habits before he can succeed. We know nothing at all. Are we just going to be like some idiot waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump?" At this moment, Long Tengmu Yi speaks up. "Afraid of what?" he confidently retorts. "From what I see, the demon race hasn't dared to show their faces easily until now. Doesn't that prove their strength is insufficient, and they don't dare to openly appear before us outer sect disciples?" Long Tengmu Yi stands with his arms crossed, proudly showing off. "These sneaky, tail-tucking types, I feel like there's nothing to be afraid of. As long as we can find them, we can easily wipe them out." Having said that, Long Teng laughs triumphantly. Lin Yi glares at him, trying to keep calm, and thinks, "This idiot. If he weren't such a dumbass, I'd suspect he was a spy sent by the demon race." Lin Yi turns to retort, "Hiding their tail doesn't mean the demon race is weak. This just goes to show they have a secret plan they can't tell anyone, blah blah blah." Seeing the two of them arguing, Wang Defei roars at Lin Yi, "Enough. If you don't dare to go, stay in the heavenly palace. Just because you're a coward doesn't mean everyone else is as timid and weak as you. Stop trying to demoralize everyone." The people behind them start whispering, "This guy, I heard he's from the Qian Yuan sect. Wasn't his sect destroyed by the demon race?" Lin Yi can't help but feel a little down hearing them whispering. "It's hard to imagine that someone can be such a coward." Another guy replies, "How did this person even get into the heavenly palace? It seems like he relied on schemes to get in during the examination." No wonder Jin Zhao shouts out, "That's not true, I'm telling everyone. The demon race is really strong, even my master was." Wang Defei walks over, telling Jin Zhao, "Are you the only one whose master has been harmed? If I were you, I would avenge your master." Wang Defei points at Lin Yi and shouts, "Instead of turtling up like that guy." Lin Yi, face flushed with anger, says, "Revenge requires strength. Your master has already been harmed. Shouldn't you be focusing on cultivating and leveling up now?" Lin Yi can't hold back anymore, continuing, "Or are you hoping to follow in your master's footsteps?" Hearing this, Wang Defei freezes for a few seconds before charging forward and shouting, "You bastard!" The system notification pops up again. Beep beep, system mission activated, God level choices. The first choice the system shows is Choice 1. Step forward and call on the Heavenly Palace disciples to eliminate demons together. Reward: 1 cleansing pill. Choice 2. Join the extermination team with everyone. Reward: 1 golden cleansing pill. The last choice the system displays is Choice 3. Warn everyone that the demon's strength is extraordinary and they must act cautiously. Reward: 1 heaven and earth spirit cleansing pill. Lin Yi looks at the system helplessly. Seriously, the system wants to cause trouble for me again. Seeing everyone eager to take revenge, Lin Yi thinks to himself, trying to convince everyone to calm down at this time is just asking for trouble, right? If I really do that, I really can't get rid of my coward reputation anymore. Lin Yi clenches his fist, determined, and says, "But something like reputation doesn't matter to me at all. As long as I can level up, even if it's just a little strength, I should go for it. Plus, the demon race is mysterious and unpredictable." Lin Yi steps forward, says to everyone, "Please wait a moment, everyone." Lin Yi looks at the crowd and Old Man Lu, saying, "If the demons can easily destroy a sect, that means their strength is extremely high. I know the Heavenly Palace disciples are all geniuses, and the elders have profound cultivation." At this moment, Lin Yi clenches his fist and shouts to everyone, "But randomly going out to eliminate them is likely to be dangerous." Wang Defei, already in tears, gets even angrier hearing Lin Yi say that, and turns around to yell, "So you're saying we should do nothing? The demons are wreaking havoc everywhere. You want us to stand by and watch?" Lin Yi didn't even bother to acknowledge him, saying, "Right now you're also controlled by rage. I have nothing to say to you." He turned to Elder Luke and said, "Elder Luke, may I ask if we have detailed intelligence on dealing with the demon race? How many enemies are there? What is their cultivation level? And what kind of magical powers do they know?" Seeing Wang Defei about to hit Lin Yi, at that moment, inside Lin Yi's room, he was diligently looking at a book. Lin Yi cheerfully said, "Finally, I have time to cultivate this emperor-level cultivation technique. I gave up so many other emperor-level techniques for it, so hopefully it's worth it." Opening the book, Lin Yi's head seemed to glow as the technique introduced itself. This cultivation technique was specifically developed for the innate true desolate body. Not only will its power be astonishing after cultivation, but it is also extremely suitable for me."
Lin Yi cried tears of joy, thinking to himself, "This damn system finally has a bit of conscience." Lin Yi hid the book inside his robe, thinking, "Next, I'll quietly stay put in the heavenly palace."
Lin Yi's eyes shone brightly as he continued, "Once I've cultivated this technique enough to sweep through the 6 harmonies and 8 desolations, I'll go down the mountain and take care of those bandits." Li Kuihua kicked the door open and said, "Good disciple, a big thing has happened. The heavenly palace is going down the mountain to eliminate the demon race. I heard you have a big grudge against the demon race, so I've already signed you up." Lin Yi spat out his water and shouted,
"No way. Who allowed you to sign me up without permission?" Li Kuihua crossed her arms and said calmly,
"Could it be that you don't want to seek revenge on the demon race?" Lin Yi retorted.
"I do. But this kind of revenge can't be taken in a day or two," Lin Yi resentfully said.
"Moreover, I just have a feeling that the Heavenly Palace's arrangement this time is problematic. You can beat me to death, but I'm not going," Li Kuihua then said.
"This isn't up to you to decide. The sect has so many disciples, and all the elders' disciples have been signed up. I finally managed to take in a disciple, but they're staying in the Heavenly Palace, so where does that leave my old face?" Li Kuihua waved her hand.
"In short,
I've already signed you up for it. If you don't go, be careful of being kicked out of the Heavenly Palace," Lin Yi bitterly said. "You," Elder Lu then spoke up. "Enough," Elder Lu continued. "Anyone who wants to participate in the demon race extermination can go to the merit hall to register. This matter is completely voluntary, and no one is forced."
Hearing this, Wang Defei turned around and said, let's go, demon race. Sooner or later I will catch you. Blood debts must be paid in blood."
Those guys all followed Wang Defei. Jin Jiao worriedly asked, "Lin Yi gage?" Lin Yi gently replied, "I'm fine." Only he looked at Elder Lu turning away, thinking to himself, "Why is the Heavenly Palace so reckless?"
Elder Lucan knelt down and said to the Palace Master,
"Palace Master, the matter of eliminating the demon race has been arranged below. The majority of the disciples are very excited." The Palace Master then spoke. "That's good then. The old elders and the trainees leading the team should also quickly make arrangements." Elder Lutron then slowly stood up, but at this moment his face was a little hesitant.
So he continued,
"But isn't this matter a bit inappropriate? The demon race's strength is strong. Although the disciples in the palace all have strong talent, their actual combat experience is still lacking." "I'm worried," the Palace Master then replied.
"It is precisely because they lack training that we are letting them go down the mountain. If we don't, how will they be able to shoulder the heavenly tribulation that is about to arrive?"
Although Elder Luke was unwilling, he couldn't do anything, so he replied, "Yes." Suddenly there was a flash of lightning. It was the system reporting a mission, Mission 1. Provoke Li Kuihua to anger. Reward, CT. Relationship between master and disciple. The upper reward is a set of top-grade spirit wood coffin. Lin Yi saw this and said, "What now?" Lin Yi suddenly said, "It's like that again, but isn't that dangerous?"
Li Kuihua then said,
"The path of cultivation is originally either advancing or retreating. If you don't experience a little danger, you still want to become a strong person."
Lin Yi could only shut his trap at this point, thinking to himself, the Heavenly Palace really tosses out disciples who aren't top-tier material.
Then Lin Yi suddenly realized something was off. "Wait a sec, if you knew this was so dangerous, why did you sign me up?" Li Kuihua just waved it off, adding, "Don't be late tomorrow." Lin Yi, hearing this, got pissed and said, "Holy crap. On the Heavenly Palace's Mountain Gate Square, it was packed with people at midday. Just then, everyone started chattering, 'Look, it's the 3 elders,' another dude said. 'No way they'd show up too.'"
Lin Yi walked over and saw Li Kuihua standing there, grinning at Jin Jiao, and he got suspicious.
"Uh-oh," Lin Yi thought, then shouted, "Li Kuihua, no way, right? The demon clan's target is her, and you're just letting her go."
Li Kuihua pointed at the 3 elders, saying, "See those 3? The elders from the Confucianist, Buddhist, and Taoist factions are all here. What's there to be afraid of with them holding down the fort?"
Lin Yi put his hand to his chin, saying a bit skeptically, "Are they really that strong?"
Muka Fan walked over and said, "Besides the rumored palace master of the Heavenly Palace, they're among the strongest elders in the Heavenly Palace." Musho Fan crossed his arms and continued, "Plus, these 3 factions have influence in the mortal realm compared to normal sects. They also have close ties to the Longtang dynasty." After hearing this, Lin Yi looked up at the 3 elders and asked, "The Longtang dynasty?"
Longtang Muyi came forward to greet the elders. "Long time no see, Grandmaster Yin Yan," the elder replied. "Isn't this Longtang Mu's grandson?"
Li Kuihua looked at Mushfan and said, "So you're Mushfan, the one my disciple beat during the test? I heard you became a disciple of that ice block, so why hasn't she arrived yet?" Mufan was about to explain, Master said, but Lin Yi cut him off, saying,
Forget it. I can guess she's holed up in another closed-door cultivation session again.
Li Kuihua shook her head, saying, if it weren't for her having some connections with Yunhai Mountain Villa, she probably wouldn't have accepted a disciple this time.
Mission 2. Absolutely refuse to go. Reward: 1 ordinary spirit pill. Mission 3. Accept the arrangement. Recognize reality. Reward: concealing breath technique. Lin Yi thought in a daze. Holy crap, moral CT relationship. You're prepping my coffin, you are scheming master. EH.
Lin Yi scratched his head, feeling displeased, but could only say, fine, I'll go right away. Receive the concealing breath technique, Lin Yi continued. But really, can the Heavenly Palace actually guarantee the safety of these disciples? Lin Yi stood up and continued. I heard that the sect master of the St. Jiao sect was also once an elder of the Heavenly Palace, and they still got wiped out by the demon clan.
Li Kuihua shook her head, saying, the 2 sect masters of the St. Jiao sect can be considered old acquaintances of mine. Li Kuihua, recalling the moment of St. Jiao sect's sect master, continued. After she left the Heavenly Palace, she dedicated her mind and body to the St. Jiao sect all these years. Li Kuihua's face turned a bit gloomy, adding, perhaps she had even more willpower than the other elders, but unexpectedly she died like that.
Li Kuihua chuckled, saying, but you can rest assured, the death of the St. Jiao sect master has made the Heavenly Palace more vigilant. Since it's come to this, I'll reveal some truths to you.
Li Kuihua adopted a mysterious tone, saying, do you feel like you can see through the Heavenly Palace's arrangements, and they are not perfect? Are the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace all idiots?
Huh,
Lin Yi said, confused. What are you getting at? Li Kuihua crossed her arms, her expression serious, and said, let me tell you, this time the Heavenly Palace is using you disciples, and even some of the elders, as bait.
Li Kuihua turned away and continued.
Every disciple of the Heavenly Palace, as long as they mature, will sooner or later become a powerhouse in the future. If the demon race finds out they're coming down the mountain, how could they pass up an opportunity to weaken the Heavenly Palace?
Li Kuihua turned back to look at Lin Yi and said, and that's when they'll fall into the trap.
Lin Yi said, in a flustered tone,
wait, seriously.
So you guys and the Heavenly Palace are connected? Li Kuihua immediately said. The Heavenly Palace has a long history. Inside, which sect or force wouldn't have some kind of relationship?
Taoist Du Zhaoyang of the Confucian school said,
the sect leader of the Holy Flood sect sealed the devouring wilds into this little girl's body.
Great Master Shi Yi Nian said, with Jin Zhao, the vicious nature of the devouring wilds can be suppressed. This child must be innately good and has a connection with my Buddha. Child, would you like to take refuge in my Buddhist order? Free and easy Taoist Lu Jiqi pointed at Shi Yi Nian and said, get lost, you bald donkey. She's just a little girl, and you want to make her a nun for the rest of her life? Shi Yinyan retorted.
You ox nose. At this moment I, Du Zhaoyang, will stop you guys. Stop arguing. What's done is done. Then, Elder Liu turned to Lin Yi and said,
many people have seen that these 3 elders will be secretly watching over her in the future. The biggest worry is that the demon race won't be fooled. Lin Yi stroked his chin, thinking to himself,
if each of them is stronger than the sect leader of the Holy Flood sect, and there are 3 of them, then, logically speaking, nothing should really go wrong. Lin Yi turned and asked, so what's our next move?
Elder Liu replied, not long ago, news came from the Myriad Manifestation sect, claiming they might be attacked by the demon race. Most of the disciples have gone there, waiting to get lucky.
Lin Yi scoffed. The Myriad Manifestation sect, huh? They're old acquaintances, alright? At this moment, in the sky, everyone was already aboard the flying ship. As soon as the ship landed, a man came out to greet Elder Liu. Long time no see, fellow Taoist.
It was the sect leader of the Myriad Manifestation sect, Dao Chongyun. He bowed and said,
this time, the Myriad Manifestation sect must rely on the Heavenly Palace. Elder Liu returned the bow, saying, Dao brother, you're too polite. To eliminate demons and defend the Dao, protecting the world is originally the duty of the Heavenly Palace. The Taoist Qing Feng snorted, noticing something, while Dao Chongyun replied with a bright smile, ha ha, great. But first, you must let me fulfill my duty as the local host.
Elder Liu said to everyone,
all right, quiet down. This time, the hunt for the demon race will be a long-term and arduous task.
Elder Liu continued.
The great tribulation of heaven and earth is approaching, and the enemy is brewing a conspiracy to lead the human race through disaster. This is the responsibility of us cultivators.
When descending the mountain, remember to follow the arrangements of the elders, and do not act recklessly.
He loudly proclaimed. Let's set sail, everyone exclaimed. Oh, it's the flying dragon ship of the Heavenly Palace, another person continued. I heard it's the masterpiece of the Mo family. Everyone boarded together.
Elder Liu then came to Lin Yi and Jin Zhao and said, Jin Zhao's identity is special. Follow me.
Lin Yi spoke up. Hold on, no matter what the Heavenly Palace's next plan is, I still want to go with her. Hearing this, Jin Zhao felt shy.
Elder Liu then said,
All right, you can come along too.
Elder Liu introduced them to the 3 elders. 3 elders, this young lady is Jin Zhao.
Lin Yi looked at Shi Yinyan and couldn't help but sigh. Her aura is truly astonishing, even more terrifying than the sect leader of the Holy Flood sect back then.
Dao Qingfeng turned to poke at Lin Yi. It's you. I was wondering where you went after the Qianyuan sect was destroyed. I didn't expect you to become a disciple of the Heavenly Palace.
Lin Yi used the aura observation technique. He suddenly grunted. From his elemental perspective, those around him no longer had color, only like souls. He thought to himself, I can actually see the intensity of each person's spiritual energy. Watching them, Lin Yi felt a bit excited, a bit amused. This kind of system is actually helpful, he thought while looking. With this ability, if I encounter enemies like this in the future, I can use the Qi observation technique to judge their strength. Not bad, not bad. He then wondered, I wonder what the aura around the Saintess looks like. Lin Yi was stunned. Jin Zhao's aura is a giant red bull. Looks very ferocious.
It made Lin Yi freeze, drenched in sweat. Just then, a voice called out, Lin Yi, big brother.
Luo Jin Zhao called, Lin Yi, big brother. Only then did he reply, huh. She then asked, What's wrong, brother? She continued. You suddenly stared at me without moving. Lin Yi stammered, Nothing. Then she told us to go. Lin Yi was bewildered. Although he knew the devouring desolation was powerful, it was still hard to believe. Dao Qingfeng said with a disdainful look. Could it be that he got in through connections and tricks? Lin Yi retorted. Can't your dog mouth spit out anything good? At this moment, the system displayed. Mission 1. Slap Dao Qingfeng's face. Prove that you are the strongest disciple of Tiangong. Reward. Low-level elixirs. Mission 2. Maintain coolness. Ignore him. Reward. High-level elixirs. Mission 3. Admit that you relied on tricks to get into Tiangong. Reward. Qi observation technique. Lin Yi cursed inwardly. This damn system just doesn't want to see me doing well. So Lin Yi turned and said, Forget it. Lin Yi turned his head again, smiling brightly. Oh my. Didn't expect you to see through me.
Dao Qingfeng asked suspiciously. What? Lin Yi said casually. The 2 Tiangong disciples, although their strength is not ordinary, it's a pity their brains aren't easy to use. I just used a few small tricks. Of course, it's also possible they're mixed in. Dao Qingfeng and everyone around were furious. This bastard is so shameless. Mu Fan stood silently watching. The system then announced that he had received the reward. Qi observation technique. Dao Qingfeng shook his head and said, I thought the destruction of Qianyuan's sect would make you more mature, but now it seems you haven't changed at all. He then noticed Jin Zhao, the Qingnu, is now also in Tiangong, right? She replied, Yes. The elders were afraid I wouldn't be safe in the Shengjiao sect.
So Dao Qingfeng interrupted before she could finish. That's right, but I didn't expect Tiangong to let you in. He continued. Perhaps they have a way to protect you. Lin Yi turned his head and thought to himself, Let me try this. At this time, outside, one of the disciples of the Wanwu sect said,
Fellow disciples of Tiangong, please follow me. Wanwu sect has prepared a feast for you. The food was brought out, the feast laid out. Li Kuihua picked up a drumstick and said as she ate, In this little bit you're not wrong. Most cultivators consider themselves noble. Most sects probably require their inner disciples to cultivate their character. Lin Yi ate a peach with relish and said, Only this Wanwu sect is the black sheep of the cultivation world. The sect from top to bottom is extraordinary. Li Kuihua held a bone and said to Lin Yi, Look, what other sect would let their female disciples dance so joyfully like that? Then Lin Yi looked over. Sure enough, a female disciple in a pink dress was dancing. Li Kuihua put the bone into the bowl, thought of the images of spirit beasts and gold and silver treasures, and then said, Of course, it's precisely because of this ordinariness that Wanwu sect's industries have expanded. From raising spirit beasts to auctioning treasures, whatever makes money, they do. That's why they have so much money. Dao Chongyun came to Elder Liu smiling and calling out, Old Liu, it seems like the last time we met was the last time. Elder Liu looked up at Dao Chongyun, smiled happily, put his arm around Elder Liu's shoulder and said, Come, let me toast you a cup. Our Wanwu sect will need your care in the future, Elder Liu said. Sect Master Chongyun, eliminating demons and defending the righteous path is Tiangong's duty. You don't need to be so polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Dao Chongyun suddenly poured wine into Elder Liu's mouth,
making his eyes widen as he choked. Elder Liu choked, coughing. Dao Chongyun walked away laughing, turning his face up to drink the wine. How is it? This wine is very good, right? Haha. Everyone around looked at him, not knowing what to say. After talking to Elder Liu, Dao Chongyun went to talk to Longteng Muyi. Yo, isn't this little Muzi? Long time no see. I even helped prepare your father's 200th birthday banquet. Longteng Muyi had to turn to look at Dao Chongyun and didn't know what to say. Dao Chongyun put his arm around Longteng Muyi's shoulder and continued. Your second brother's wedding also involved a female disciple of Wanwu sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Dao Chongyun snapped his fingers, and 3 beautiful women appeared behind Longteng Muyi. Dao Chongyun said, Come, take a look today, see if you fancy any of them. 2 women pressed themselves against Longteng Muyi's cheeks, making him blush. Wait a minute, actually, I didn't plan on. Longteng Muyi hadn't even finished speaking when he became as happy as a flower. With 3 beautiful girls serving him, ha 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 ha, Lin Yi watched with a puzzled look. What kind of performance are they putting on? Li Kuihua held a steamed bun in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. Eating heartily, Lin Yi sat beside her, wondering, is this guy really the leader of a sect? He feels more like a chivalrous hero of the martial world. Dao Chongyun suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Yi and asked, But that person is you, isn't it? Dao Qingfeng nodded. HMPH, the Holy Maiden of the Holy Jia sect. Seeing that Dao Qingfeng didn't deny it, he worriedly said, But this is very dangerous. Dao Qingfeng smiled and explained. Danger is of course present, but the heaven and earth tribulation is coming soon. You and I don't have many choices, do we? Lin Yi held the wine cup in his hand and asked, Putting that ferocious beast into someone's body, what's the benefit in the end? The Holy Jia sect is doing this. Is your Wanwu sect also planning to do the same? Hearing this, Dao Qingfeng retorted sarcastically, teasing Lin Yi. Your small Qianyuan sect naturally wouldn't understand. Lin Yi looked at Dao Qingfeng with a questioning expression. Dao Qingfeng then recalled the image of ferocious spirit beasts and explained to Lin Yi, the devouring royal in Fairy Jinjiao's body and the evil beast of our Wanwu sect are both from the immemorial era. They will forever exist in this world, so they can only be sealed, Dao Qingfeng continued. And if sealed within a person's body, one can gain a portion of their power. Lin Yi then thought of Jinjiao facing a ferocious beast and wondered, so the Holy Jia sect and you are the same, both planning to borrow the power of ferocious beasts to ensure the sect's safety. Lin Yi turned his head and asked further, doing so must be very dangerous, right? Dao Qingfeng closed his eyes, thinking of the scene of the ferocious beast escaping, and replied, if the person sealing it doesn't have enough willpower, there's a danger of the ferocious beast escaping, and at that time, that person will completely become the ferocious beast's weapon. Dao Qingfeng opened his eyes and said seriously, in other words, they will die. Lin Yi stood next to Jinjiao, smiled confidently, and patted her head, saying, Jinjiao has a kind heart. I feel she will definitely be able to suppress the devouring royal. Then Lin Yi turned his head to ask Dao Qingfeng, what about you? Aren't you afraid of losing control? Lin Yi glanced at Dao Chongyun and saw him happily toasting Wang Defa with wine. Suddenly he approached with a lecherous expression, confusing Lin Yi. Hey, Dao Chongyun walked up to Jinjiao's table and said, Fairy Jinjiao, long time no see. It's good to see you safe and sound now. Lin Yi and Kuihua looked over, eager to hear the gossip. Lin Yi looked towards Dao Chongyun and said, Moreover, how could your father bear to do that to a precious son like you? Dao Qingfeng was eating when Dao Chongyun called out, startling him. You wretched brat, aren't you coming over here? Dao Qingfeng stood next to Dao Chongyun, shyly not daring to look directly at Jinjiao. Dao Chongyun put his hand behind Dao Qingfeng's back and said, Aren't you going to greet Fairy Jinjiao? This is practically your first official meeting, isn't it? Dao Qingfeng cupped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. This humble one is Dao Qingfeng. Jinjiao also stammered a greeting, that, hello. After hearing their greetings, Dao Chongyun pushed his son forward and instructed, You 2 wretched kids must become close with Fairy Jinjiao. After all, you're all around the same age. Dao Chongyun suddenly said seriously. Then, without saying anything more, he turned and waved goodbye, cheerfully smiling. All right, I won't disturb you young people anymore. Dao Qingfeng and Jinjiao watched Dao Chongyun leave, and suddenly, Dao Qingfeng, Jinjiao, and Lin Yi silently looked at each other, causing Li Kuihua to wonder, what are these 3 looking at? Then Kuihua also turned and walked away. Forget it, it seems there's still a jar of wine over there. This old lady won't bother you anymore either, Dao Qingfeng said. Lin Yi, you still haven't asked for my previous answer, he asked. How do you know that our Wanwu sect also sealed a spirit beast? Theoretically, only a few elders of the Heavenly Palace would know about this, but even they might not have told you. Lin Yi held his wine cup and calmly replied, I naturally have my own ways. But I guess your Wanwu sect also plans to imprison that ferocious beast within someone's body, Dao Qingfeng said. This is the reason my father invited the Heavenly Palace to come for aid. If we fail, the elders of the Heavenly Palace can also salvage the situation.
Lin Yi, remembering the whole drama with those demon folks, was like, Dao Qingfeng, you gotta be extra careful, man. Remember how those demons were eyeing Jinzhao's inner power like a snack? This time they're totally after you guys, and Dao Qingfeng's all chill, like, no sweat. Before the feast, my dad's gonna have a bunch of elders from Tiangong check the seal formation at Chaowu. Plus, like today, your Tiangong and our Wanwu sect are packed with elders and disciples guarding the formation. Let those demons try something, he continues, all confident. Seriously, there's absolutely no way they'll find an opening. But no sooner does Dao Qingfeng say that, bam, the ground starts shaking like crazy, knocking over tables and chairs. Lin Yi totally spills his drink all over Dao Qingfeng, yelling, Aga, crap, watch out.
Everyone's freaking out like, what the heck was that? Some dude even goes, Earth dragon shifting, maybe? Lin Yi, checking Dao Qingfeng for stains, sheepishly apologizes. Sorry, dude. Then, after the quake, Dao Chongyun senses something and whips around, all confused. What's going on, this aura? And then he bolts outside. The whole gang follows him, naturally. Lin Yi, as soon as he's out, is like, what happened? They all look up at the pagoda, which is now oozing demonic energy. Elder Liu's jaw drops. Dao Chongyun is in disbelief. How is this possible? Suddenly, a huge hand appears, clawing at the side of the pagoda, sending chunks of it flying. Then this gnarly, scary-faced beast pops out from behind the Longteng Tree pagoda, looking around like, what in the world is going on? The guy next to him is wide-eyed, demonic monster. That's some serious power. Dao Qingfeng is speechless, stuttering. The seal's broken. How? How is that possible? Clearly shocked, Dao Chongyun spins around and barks. All Wanwu sect disciples, immediately enter your highest state of alert. Prepare for a demon raid. The disciples salute. All understood. Dao Chongyun turns to Elder Liu. We'll need Tiangong's help to defend our Wanwu sect. Elder Liu's like, duh, of course, Master Yin Yan and Taoist Xiao Zhao are already on the move. The two take off, telling Elder Liu, hold down the fort. And they charge straight for the beast. Dao Chongyun hops on his spirit beast and shouts, Qingfeng son, follow me. Dao Qingfeng yells back, the other disciples, with me, and the disciples take off after their sect leader. The remaining people are just standing there like dummies, asking Elder Liu, so what about us? Elder Liu turns and barks, that beast's business is not something you can meddle in. Then he adds, find your masters. Prepare to assist the Wanwu sect in defending against the demon attack. The others are like, roger that. Seeing the chaos, Lin Yi grabs Jinzhao's hand tight and asks, where's Kui Hua? Just then, like it's no big deal, Kui Hua skips over, holding a bottle of booze and munching on some meat, yelling, here, I'm here. Seeing the giant demon beast hugging the pagoda, Kui Hua finally freaks out, dropping her drumstick, and gasps, whoa, what's going on? How did this? Suddenly, while she's still freaking out, an arrow comes whizzing by, right in Kui Hua's blind spot. Everything's happening too fast, and Lin Yi can only yell, careful! To warn her, he can't get over there in time. But Kui Hua's no slouch. The moment she hears the warning, she senses the arrow getting close. Her eyes sharpen, and with a quick back kick, she deflects the arrow just as it was about to hit her. Kui Hua stomps her foot, pissed. Who's the jerk? Behind Kui Hua and Lin Yi, in the courtyard between the two gates, Kui Hua turns around, looking up at the pavilion roof. Sure enough, a whole bunch of demon weirdos are standing there. A real motley crew with horns, spikes, wings, you name it. The head honcho, decked out in spiky bone armor, all tall and imposing, reaches over and pulls a bone whip off his back, saying, long time no see. He cracks the whip on the roof and points, Lin Yi, Elder Liu, step forward. Seeing the strange figure, he draws his sword and prepares to fight, asking, demons. Behind him, Long Teng, Mu Yi, and Mu Fan stand ready, all set to attack at the slightest spark. Kui Hua dropped her chicken leg but still managed to hold on to her wine jar. Seeing that demon dude shouting Lin Yi's name, she turned around and asked him, hey, you know that kid? Lin Yi looked up at the spiky-headed leader and slowly said, you are. The leader was getting smug seeing him hesitate. He laughed loudly. Thought this guy would be shocked at how much stronger he's gotten by cultivating differently. The leader proudly said, yeah, can't figure it out, huh? I'll use this form to come before you. But he was totally overthinking it. Lin Yi said, it just took me a while to recognize who you were. Lin Yi tilted his head, puzzled, and asked, who are you again? This made the leader so mad he could spit nails. He remembered this guy so well, and this dude couldn't even place him. The leader started ranting, spitting everywhere. Damn it!
I'm Shulei, the tiger from Jingguangmen. You dare forget me? What about the battle in the Yushao forest? Do you not remember that? At this point, Lin Yi vaguely remembered, then said, "Oh!" really loudly, as if he remembered. But having remembered that the person was Shulei, Lin Yi was even more incredulous. Looking at the person in front of him, "It's you?" Lin Yi paused for a moment, puzzled. How did he turn into this weird form? But then asked, "Why did you become a demon?" Asking this was exactly what Shulei wanted to brag about. He was really proud of being a strong demon now. From his words, Lin Yi understood that this guy never regretted his decision to become a demon soldier. Shulei shared, "I used to be so proud of being the best, but when I lost to you that time, you crushed my pride. To defeat you, I killed hundreds of demons to pass the test. But never in my wildest dreams did I think you'd be so much stronger than I imagined." Saying this, Shulei got angry again. He clenched his bony fist, and his whole body grew even longer than before, shouting, "You're the nightmare I can't escape. Only by defeating a genius like you can I prove myself." And to achieve this goal, I received unimaginable power from the demons, which gave me an epiphany. If these words were spoken to someone with a conscience, Shulei might have heard some pleasing words from the other party. But unfortunately, the listener was Lin Yi. After listening to Shulei's impassioned speech, he just turned around, muttering words that everyone could hear. "Sorry, I completely forgot about you." Shulei got even angrier and shouted, "Today I will tear you to shreds! Today I will tear you to shreds!" Then he and his other demon subordinates rushed down to the large courtyard, shouting, "Annihilate!" Naturally, this was the signal to start the battle. Elder Liu shouted, "Engage!" Then he activated the sword array, and the two sides of demons and humans rushed into a chaotic battle, a tense, life-or-death situation. Lin Yi wasn't standing with Elder Liu, so the spot where he was standing was taken care of by the leader with a personal grudge, Shulei. Shulei grabbed his bone whip and shouted, "Lin Yi, fight me!" He rushed over with great enthusiasm, seemingly very excited to fight his mortal enemy. After the fight, he would regain his honor, his status, and his pride. However, before Lin Yi could even engage, he saw Shulei's large body being knocked out of where Lin Yi was standing by a sword flash. Everything happened so quickly, Lin Yi could only watch helplessly as his opponent was knocked away. The sword flash that knocked Shulei away was from Longteng Muyi. He laughed as he cut into the battle. "Shulei, you're attacking and cursing at the same time. Have you seen enough, bald donkey? Your big daddy is the strongest one here. If you want to fight, fight me." Shulei was, after all, the leader of this group of demons. He was caught off guard by the surprise attack. Shulei regained his balance and stood firmly on the ground, cursing, "You bastard, I have no interest in you." Then he bent over and shouted, "Get out of here, Longteng." Mu Yi didn't expect that this demon could shoot bone spikes from his body. He was attacked by 4 sharp spikes and couldn't block in time, so he could only shield himself a little. Longteng Muyi backed away, groaning in pain, seeing that Shulei had already succeeded. Lin Yi raised his hand to shield himself. "Jin Jiao, deal with him." Lin Yi frowned and said, "This guy." But before he could do anything, the system, as usual, gave him the first choice. Be brave and kill the enemy. Defeat the demons, and the disciples of the heavenly palace will be rewarded with a Linda Chui brand kitchen knife. Of course, no one wanted to spend a lot of effort killing enemies and get a kitchen knife, but the reputation would increase, so it was worth considering. The system then offered another option. Choice 2. Fish in troubled waters among the disciples. Reward, a phantom iron sword. This was better than the kitchen knife. There was also some reputation, but it still took effort, so it was still worth considering. The system gave Lin Yi the final choice. Choice 3. Quickly retreat in a bad situation. Reward, a 7-star flowing rainbow sword, a rewarding prize that doesn't take effort, just a little embarrassing. Lin Yi looked at the choices on the system panel and said nothing. A person like him, there was no need to choose. Lin Yi pressed his heel, grabbed Jin Jiao's wrist, turned around and ran, shouting as he ran, "I'm dipping out first, these demons are yours to deal with." Leaving all eyes staring at him in astonishment, Longteng Muyi was surrounded by several demons. Hearing that Lin Yi had officially abandoned ship, he shouted angrily, "No way, you bastard! This is clearly planning to leave this battle to me." Qiwa also couldn't believe that Lin Yi would run away and retreat in such a large-scale battle. Without him, they would definitely have to spend a lot more effort, punching a demon to the side, and calling out, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" A sword flashed, and several more demons flew away. Elder Liu's voice rang out. He's not wrong. Among the people standing here, only Elder Liu agreed with Lin Yi taking Jin Jiao, and running away, he used his sword to knock away several demons at once, explaining, "The demon's target is very likely Jin Jiao. Currently, Master Yin Yan and Daoist Xiaoyao are both being held back by Tao Wu. Staying in the same place with us will be too easy to spot." He glanced at Lin Yi pulling the astonished Jin Jiao as they ran away and continued,
The strong demonic forces are attacking the Holy Jiao sect master, and are likely to attack directly, so it's better to take Jin Jiao and run away. Lin Yi and
Jin Jiao were about to fly over the tower where the huge demon was embracing it. Lin Yi Chenan, Jin Jiao is coming. But he felt something approaching.
He was not pleased, harumphed, and paid attention to his back. He had just recognized what was coming when Lin Yi turned around and pulled Jin Jiao straight into his arms, saying, "Be careful." Because behind Jin Jiao, a rain of arrows was shooting past, just a finger's distance away. It was unimaginable that if Lin Yi wasn't quick, Jin Jiao would have been shot into a sieve.
The two landed on the ground. The courtyard was empty without a single person, only the wind and leaves rustling. Lin Yi looked around and then said,
"Yo, come on out, stop hiding already." Another freaking rain of arrows coming from all directions, but hey, been there, dodge that. Lin Yi twisted his body to avoid the arrows, channeling his spirit energy around one eye while keeping the other tightly shut. Bingo. Just as he thought, there was a freaking demon dude cloaked in invisibility standing right in front of them, Lin Yi repeated. "Didn't I tell you I see you, you sneaky little bastard?" Seeing that he'd been busted, the guy didn't bother hiding anymore. He slowly materialized from mid-air, looking puzzled. "How in the world did you spot me? What's your trick?"
Once the invisibility cloak was gone, this demon dude happily recognized an old acquaintance. He exclaimed, super stoked, "It's you! You're still alive!"
This guy was that four-eyed demon who could nullify magic. Lin Yi had tangled with him before.
The reason he was so cheerful was because Lin Yi was basically his punching bag back then. The dude puffed out his chest and sneered. "If it weren't for that brat behind you last time, you'd be worm food by now. This time, she ain't gonna save your sorry hide." Realizing this opponent was a real pain in the butt, Lin Yi frowned, muttering to himself, "This guy, none of my usual tricks work on him. This is seriously troublesome." Jin Jiao also sensed the danger this guy posed. She stepped in front of Lin Yi, reassuring him, "You're okay, big brother Lin Yi. He's no match for Mu Huang, just leave him to me." You could tell even Jin Jiao wasn't entirely confident in her own power, yet this small girl was willing to stand in front of Lin Yi to protect him. How sweet. Seeing the situation, the four-eyed demon got even cockier. He scoffed. "Oh, planning to hide behind a woman, are we? What a chauvinist pig." Feeling generous enough to drop some truth bombs, the demon grinned. "You probably don't know this, but the person who sealed Devourer inside her body has to suppress its bloodlust every single second. Once she makes a move, there's a good chance she won't be able to control it, leading to Devourer breaking free completely. Yikes." He was just trying to goad Lin Yi into fighting him directly. He looked at the clingy duo, Lin Yi and Jin Jiao, and smirked. "Knowing all this, you still want her to make a move? What a manipulative jerk." Lin Yi was genuinely surprised, never having heard any of this before. He looked at Jin Jiao, bewildered. Is what he's saying true? Jin Jiao knew she couldn't hide it, but she didn't dare to face Lin Yi directly, so she stammered. "Just a little bit." Well, once that cat was out of the bag, there was no way Lin Yi would let her fight. Yin Hang stepped forward, shielding Zhuo Gong, and declared, "In that case, I'll take him on." This made Jin Jiao uneasy. Lin Yi wasn't strong enough to fight this demon dude, she protested. But Lin Yi cut her off, not wanting to hear it. No buts. But then, thinking she was worried about him, he whispered a plan into Jin Jiao's ear. "Anyway, let's just try fighting first. If we can't win, we'll bolt." He didn't even bother with a soundproofing spell, so the guys on the other side heard everything. The demon felt utterly disrespected. He let out a loud HMPH and charged forward. Talk about a sore loser. Lin Yi braced himself, his hand out, and commanded. Exploding lightning art. Golden lightning erupted from his palm, shooting straight towards the demon. "Take that, Sparky." The demon didn't even flinch at the sight of the lightning. He just sneered. "Fool, didn't I tell you? All your little magic tricks are useless against me. So cocky." The demon roared, laughing. "Disappear!" But the lightning didn't come from Lin Yi's palm. It blasted down from the sky. A massive bolt of lightning appeared, slamming right into the intersection of their powers. Dust and smoke filled the air. It was a super quick attack, making the demon grunt in surprise, but not a single spark hit him. So, the smug dude announced, "Missed." But what he least expected was for a hand to suddenly shoot out from the thick smoke and punch him right in the face. Surprise, surprise. The demon was sent flying backward, crashing hard into a stone pillar, and the one who threw the punch, none other than Lin Yi. "You go, Lin Yi." Nursing his sore face, the demon snarled. "You damn bastard. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." Lin Yi knew he couldn't use magic on this guy. He smirked, his hands in a fighting stance, and voiced his deduction. As expected, even though magic is completely useless against you, your eyes can't nullify physical attacks, can they, smart cookie? The demon stared blankly, like he just realized something shocking. Then he burst into loud laughter. HMPH, 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 haha.
You want to compete in physical combat with us demons? You sure about that, buddy? He threw off his cloak. If magic didn't work, then it was time for a good old-fashioned brawl. But going toe-to-toe in physical strength with a naturally powerful demon, Lin Yi was in for a tough fight. The demon obviously thought so too, gloating. Kid, you're seriously underestimating people. Big mistake, buddy.
Lin Yi didn't expect this either. The four-eyed demon's muscles visibly bulged, and he declared,
Then let me show you my true power. When I fully transform into my real form... Oh snap, things are getting serious. This guy was huge and terrifying. He continued to laugh. This can't be good. Lin Yi's expression turned completely serious. He thought to himself, this guy, in Lin Yi's magic-enhanced eyes.
This demon dude is like
a massive beacon of demon energy right now, Lin Yi sighed. Damn, his demon energy spiked like crazy after transforming.
Jin Zhao saw it too. Knowing Lin Yi couldn't handle this tough demon, she worriedly said, Lin Yi gage, he looks kinda hard to deal with. Maybe I should.
But Lin Yi turned with a confident smile, reassuring her. Don't worry, this level of enemy is nothing.
But as he was saying that, the four-eyed demon sped right up to him. Lin Yi didn't even have time to react, still finishing his sentence, I won't lose.
By the time Lin Yi realized it, his eyes widened as he saw the demon's foot coming and exclaimed, Too fast! It was already too late!
Lin Yi got sent flying by a single hit from the huge demon. Jin Zhao cried out in panic, Lin Yi gage.
The arrogant demon didn't even bother retracting his leg after that sky-splitting kick, and mocked Lin Yi's words, Yeah, just trash at this level, I won't lose.
Jin Zhao angrily retorted, You! But couldn't get another word out. The demon didn't even glance at her, only saying with interest, Oh, wanna come? Shi Huang appeared behind Jin Zhao, her eyes filled with the determination to defeat the demon who hurt Lin Yi. The four-eyed demon reminded, But I won't be careless like last time. Just as Jin Zhao was about to attack, she suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Jin Zhao averted her eyes from her opponent and looked in shock towards the direction Lin Yi was kicked.
A large rock came flying, the demon exclaimed in surprise. Huh, if he's too weak and dies from one hit, how's that fun? Being this persistent is what will help him relieve his boredom. The demon smashed the large rock, winking playfully. Still not dead, tch, tiny hands and feet.
But what he didn't expect was that behind the flying rock was Lin Yi, hiding. He was too arrogant. Smashing the rock gave Lin Yi an even bigger opportunity to strike.
The demon exclaimed in shock. What? Lin Yi leapt out and punched him right in the face, saying, Take this! The demon was knocked backwards by the punch to the face. On the opposite side, Jin Zhao retracted Shi Huang and happily said, Lin Yi gage, are you okay?
Seeing Lin Yi's unscathed appearance, he was shocked. Even a disciple of Tian Guan would have their neck broken by my kick, yet you're not injured at all. Lin Yi stretched slightly after hearing this, closing his eyes to relax. His body calmly replied, You're not too bad either.
Although he said that on the outside, Lin Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inside. He chuckled to himself, thinking, Good thing I practiced the system's Li Chen Gi Zengong and have the innate true desolate body. My body is far beyond that of normal cultivators now, or else I definitely wouldn't have been able to take that kick. The two once again engaged in a direct confrontation. Lin Yi said with great excitement, Come on. His nonchalant demeanor directly enraged the demon. His eyes immediately turned red, his voice full of killing intent.
All right, very well, I underestimated you. He took the momentum and jumped up, once again rushing to attack Lin Yi. But it ends here.
Lin Yi also prepared his battle stance. He calmly replied, Nice. Just in time to test my cultivation. The two people's fists and feet collided. The power from the two strikes directly caused an explosion that shook the surroundings.
Bob bang. That last strike was considered an opportunity to probe the other's strength. Both Lin Yi and the demon were somewhat wary.
The demon thought to himself, This kid's strength is indeed not weak. Both sides retreated a step at this moment. Using fists didn't work, so the demon played dirty. Using hidden weapons to attack, he spun around and launched his tails as hidden weapons towards Lin Yi. Try this.
Seeing this, Lin Yi was not afraid. He carefully retreated, thinking, As expected of the demon race, they have terrifying strength.
Lin Yi was extremely calm, focusing his mind and switching to defensive mode.
Very quickly, the hidden weapons from the demon were all neutralized by Lin Yi one by one, scattering far away. Seeing this scene, the demon couldn't help but panic. What? All of them were knocked away.
He thought to himself, How could this be? I clearly attacked him last time.
Not giving the demon a chance to react, Lin Yi landed a solid, painful punch right on him. Ugh! Ah!
The dude just slid across the ground like he was on ice. Lin Yi kept the pressure on, but the demon was like, Wait a sec. Is that the Vajra Temple's unbreakable golden body? Lin Yi just kept throwing punches. Ora, ora, ora. The demon tried to block. Murda, murda, murda. Both sides were just laying into each other, rapid-fire punches flying everywhere. It was a pretty even match. For a bit. Then things started to shift. The demon was getting surprised, like, damn, this Lin Yi guy is way stronger than I thought. But his moves are kinda different from the Vajra Temple style. Am I just imagining things? After a while, his body started to feel the hurt of Lin Yi's relentless attacks. The demon was getting nervous. This kid is actually starting to gain the upper hand. Knowing he couldn't just keep trading punches, the demon changed his tactics, grabbing both of Lin Yi's fists. Take this. This sudden move caught Lin Yi off guard, and the demon, seeing his chance, went for the ultimate headbutt. Eat this! That move definitely caught Lin Yi by surprise. His head swam, and he stumbled backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ugh! Ah! But quickly, Lin Yi regained his balance, slamming his foot down to anchor himself. Pissed that he got cheap-shotted, his eyes turned cold, Lin Yi said chillingly. The one who's gonna fall is you. Then, without missing a beat, Lin Yi pulled the demon's own move, headbutting him right in the face, to see whose skull was tougher. The demon was totally blindsided, and couldn't defend. Collapsing backward, aha, he yelled in anger, damn it! Finally, one last iron headbutt from Lin Yi sent him crashing to the ground for good. He struggled to sit up, his earlier arrogance completely gone, replaced by fear. What the hell are you? No ordinary chi-refining cultivator can have this kind of strength. Lin Yi just stared him down, his face unreadable. He thought to himself, this innate primal chaos physique is seriously OP. Looks like these demons aren't much of a threat after all. He calmly asked the demon, want some more? Just then, a wave of intense demonic energy erupted from the pagoda, making both of them stop and stare. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. That's a fiend. The fiend, trapped inside the pagoda, was struggling fiercely to break free. Lin Yi turned to the demon lying on the ground and smirked. Looks like your little plan is about to fail, huh? I don't know how you broke the seal, but that thing's going right back in. The demon just grinned mockingly. Is that so? He stood up, back to his crazed self, and laughed. You think you've won? This is just the beginning. Suddenly, a wave of pain hit Jinzhao behind Lin Yi, and she went pale. Clutching her chest and closing her eyes weakly, Jinzhao looked towards the pagoda, unnerved. That is. Seeing this, Lin Yi rushed to support her. What's wrong, Jinzhao? Jinzhao hesitated. The devourer in my body. It's reacting strongly. It feels like something's getting closer. Meanwhile, the other cultivators were pouring their spiritual energy into suppressing the fiend. Everyone was united, giving it their all. Seeing the formation nearing completion, Old Lu cheered them on. Seal, we're almost there, hold on a little longer. Seeing the fiend stop struggling, Old Lu thought, great, the fiend will be sealed once again. Looking around, Old Lu mused. That old codger duo Zhao Yang doesn't seem like he's gonna make a move. The surroundings were suspiciously quiet, making him wonder. He had assumed the enemy would use a feint, targeting Jinzhao. Could it be that the mastermind behind Qingjiao's sect leader's death isn't even here? As if on cue, small feet stepped onto the territory of the Myriad Origin sect. The disciples, seeing a stranger, were confused. Hey, who are you? One of the disciples asked. Seeing that this chick wasn't one of their sect members, just popping up out of nowhere and wandering around like she owned the place, and being the upstanding inner-sect disciple he was, the dude felt obligated to stop her. Halt, who the heck are you? No matter how much they grilled her, she just wouldn't open her yap, constantly muttering, ugh, so hungry. Total airhead vibes, right? Seeing this, the disciple quickly realized something was seriously off. He immediately got into a fighting stance and told his buddy, just look at her, demon vibes all over the place. What's the point of talking to her, savage? With that, the whole gang lunged forward to restrain her. Talk about a gang tackle. Just then, something started moving under the hem of her clothes. In a blink, a tail covered in sharp spikes whipped out. The disciples there saw it and stammered in fear. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. Things just got tentacly. Despite the Wanwu sect disciples charging at her one after another, her tail just needed a few lazy swishes to block them all, and not only that, it seriously messed them up. Careful, stop that thing. Too late, buddy. The tail quickly tightened around each of them, and a thick, nasty, demonic aura spread out, engulfing them. Gross. Before they could even freak out properly, the Teote opened its massive maw, directly sucking the spiritual energy from those guys through its tail. What the? My spiritual energy's being sucked dry. What kind of monster is this that's got a sting? After slurping up their spiritual energy, she licked her lips with a look of pure satisfaction. Goody. So yummy. Creepy and cute at the same time, somehow. Right at that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky at lightning speed. Literally, it struck the Teote right on the money, and she let out a pained shriek. "Ah! Serves ya right, energy thief!" Old Lu conveniently showed up just in time to save the Wanwu sect disciples. Seeing that the Teoti was still standing tall after that hit, he let out a surprised, "Whoa, talk about tough." Old Lu was a bit taken aback by her resilience. She actually withstood my divine firmament lightning. That's some serious tankiness. Over on the Teoti's side, she quickly noticed Old Lu in the sky. She tilted her head up to look at him, subtly licking her lips, as if she'd found her next tasty snack. Uh-oh, Old Lu's on the menu. Seeing the Teoti's hungry gaze, Old Lu decided to bring out his trump card. He said in a frosty tone, "If that's how it's gonna be, then taste my Tai True Lightning." With that, he drew the sword he carried and channeled his spiritual energy. Old Lu used 2 fingers to activate the inscription on the sword. "Light it up. Show 'em what you got, old-timer." Instantly, an incredibly powerful force erupted from his sword. Boom! Old Lu launched a continuous barrage of attacks, sending down streaks of lightning that turned into ashes upon impact. Talk about a light show. Just like that, the Teoti was surrounded by a sea of flames, cooked to perfection. Not so fast. Seeing the demonic beast suddenly go quiet and still in the fiery inferno, Old Lu felt a bit smug. Heh, that's all it takes. Famous last words, maybe. But then, taking another look, his eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute. He saw that the flames he'd just used to incinerate her were now being absorbed by her. Old Lu's smug grin vanished faster than free snacks at a convention. This was a powerful flame filled with spiritual energy, directly giving the Teoti a massive power boost. She'd used its energy to level up. You could say the Teoti was now 10 times stronger than before. Her appearance had also changed, turning into a half-human, half-demon hybrid, her entire being radiating a thick demonic aura. Her mouth kept muttering, "So hungry." And the Teoti's head below echoed, "So hungry." She looked towards Old Lu with a whimper, wanting more to eat, and the tail behind her grew even stronger. Talk about a growth spurt. The scene unfolding before Old Lu's eyes left him utterly astonished. This is mind blown. Just then, a voice echoed from afar, warning Old Lu, "Careful, that's the Teoti's host." Plot twist alert. Over on the other side, Dao Chongyun was still struggling to deal with the fierce beast. Poor guy's having a bad day. Even though he'd used up a ton of spiritual energy to suppress it, it seemed like all he could do was hold it back for a little while longer. The urgent situation made Dao Chongyun break out in a cold sweat. Crap, at this rate we're gonna have a hard time escaping, no kidding. Hearing the name Tao Ti, Old Lu was filled with doubt and asked back, "Tao Ti? Wasn't that thing sealed away in the boundless sea by the early era empress thousands of years ago? How could it have found a host?" Good question. No matter what the thing in front of him was, the most important thing right now was to eliminate it. The Wanwu sect disciples all unleashed their magic attacks in unison. "Stop it now. Everyone pile on." Countless techniques were thrown at the monster. Don't hold back. Attack this monster with everything you've got. Go for the eyes. However, no matter how many attacks they used, the Teoti just opened its mouth and sucked everything in. The other disciples saw this and started to falter. This is. They took steps back, unable to believe what they'd just witnessed. No way, that's gotta be demoralizing. What the heck? Our attacks, every single one of them, just went straight into her belly. Talk about a black hole. The Taoti over there, having just enjoyed a full-course meal, revealed a face of pure bliss. Yum, so yummy. Food coma incoming. Dao Qingfeng took in the entire scene, his brow furrowed. Weird, magic doesn't seem to work on her at all. Well, that throws a wrench in things. If magic's out, then we gotta try something else. Dao Qingfeng immediately yelled, summoning his spirit beasts and sixing them on the Taoti. "Go get 'em, furry friends!" Surrounded by the horde of spirit beasts, she didn't panic one bit. Ice in her veins, this one. With a flick of her tail, in the blink of an eye, all the spirit beasts were sent flying. Spirit beasts are like extensions of their masters, so seeing that happen, the Wanwu sect disciples felt a pang of heartache. My spirit beast, how could this be? That's gotta hurt the soul. Despite wave after wave of spirit beast attacks, the Teoti effortlessly dealt with them all. Damn it, still not working. Back to the drawing board. A spirit ape, in a desperate attempt to flee, caught the Teoti's attention. Uh-oh, wrong move, buddy. It directly pounced on the ape, nom nom nom, and without hesitation shoved it into its mouth. Gone in 60 seconds. This horrifying scene sent the onlookers into even greater panic. Oh my god, my ape, it got eaten. That's a primate-sized problem. The Teoti let out a satisfied burp after digesting its meal. Its body shape also gradually changed, becoming even more powerful. You could say nothing could stand in the way of its hunger. This thing's a bottomless pit. Dao Qingfeng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Yikes, this monster. Just then, Master Yinyan descended from the sky and reminded him, "Old Lu,
Your Taoist arts aren't suitable for dealing with this monster. Go help Dao Chongyun seal the island. I'll handle this. Finally, some backup. He stood opposite the Teoti and calmly said, Evil spirit of Buddhism, I am merciful. Today, I shall deliver you. Talk about a divine intervention. As he spoke, he began to circulate the spiritual power within his body. Time to get serious. Dao Chongyun looked down from above, assessing the situation below, and thought to himself, Master Yinyan's supreme golden body has never been shattered. That's one tough monk. Although Elder Lu and I can barely provide support, it should be enough to hold out until Elder Du returns. Fingers crossed. Under the clear blue sky, Lin Yi was also observing the situation. He used his demon eyes to find its weakness. Gotta find that soft spot. Looking at the dense demonic aura within the Taoti's body, Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of monster, it actually still exists. Talk about a rare find. That one demon lackey, afraid of becoming irrelevant, chimed in to mock Lin Yi, trying to feel important. You think you know how we managed to wipe out those 9 profound sword sects? Always gotta have that one loudmouth. The more he talked, the more excited he got. His face twisted in a crazy grin. This time, the Wanwu sect will be the same. None of you will escape. All of you are. So dramatic. But then, a beam of golden light descended from the sky, slamming the demon lackey flat on the ground. Og, 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 who the heck ambushed me? Surprise! You just got smote, he roared in anger. Not a good look, seemingly as punishment for his arrogance. The pressure seemed to increase even more, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Ouch, karma's AB. Cough, cough. Looking at the talismans floating in the air, Lin Yi felt a bit doubtful. What's going on here? Seeing who had arrived, Lin Yi was astonished. Elder Du Gay, talk about a timely entrance. Du Xiaoyang turned around and said to Lin Yi, You've worked hard. Now all of you come with me. We need to get to the pagoda quickly. Time to make a strategic retreat. Lin Yi was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, when did he get here? My aura detection technique didn't sense him at all. Ninja skills on point. Du Xiaoyang quickly used talismans to suppress the demon lackey, and said coldly, As for you, you will tell me everything you know later, without missing a single word. Spill the beans. Being bound like that, the demon lackey roared in despair, Damn it, I will take your magic. Too late for threats, buddy. Realizing he had no way to escape, the demon lackey angrily yelled, Damn it! Why is my demonic art? Du Xiaoyang turned his head back, replying coldly, You fool. My Confucian Taoism isn't ordinary magic. It's just a pity I couldn't get the name of the one behind you. I originally thought he'd make a move himself, foiled again. This one sentence from him got Lin Yi all curious, so he straight up asked, So, Elder Du, you've been here the whole time. At this point, Du Xiaoyang had nothing left to hide, so he spilled the beans. I've been lurking in the shadows from the start. The enemy's been eyeing Jin Zhao's devouring wasteland ash for ages. If they want it, they gotta show themselves. Hearing that, Lin Yi thought to himself, So Jin Zhao and I are just bait, these guys from the Heavenly Palace, seriously? Suddenly, Lin Yi realized something and yelled, Watch out! Careful. A weird, purple demonic energy is coming their way. Zhao Yang remained calm with his hands behind his back, unfazed, and immediately raised his hand and shouted, Imperial Decree. A surge of spiritual energy gathered at his fingertip, creating a burst of light, and an explosion appeared in front of Zhang Yang. Without a trace of the black mist scattered in midair, then quickly gathered back together, shapeless, but you could see a pair of glowing eyes in the center of the smoke, staring right at the three of them. Lin Yi shouted, That's the guy who killed the Holy Jiao sect leader. Lin Yi recognized this guy as the faceless one who attacked the sect leaders and the Holy Jiao sect leader in the Myriad Objects sect last time. At that moment, Lin Yi faced the shadow directly, eyes locked in a fierce stare. He thought, this guy finally showed up. Suddenly, Lin Yi glanced behind him. Something was off. Turns out, behind Lin Yi, Jin Zhao was unleashing a massive amount of power, seething with murderous intent, staring straight at the assassin. It's you, it was you, Jin Zhao said with fiery eyes. Of course it's me, the black mist replied coldly. He continued, It's you, little girl, who sealed the devouring wasteland. Last time, the Holy Jiao sect leader gave up his life to save you. Who are you planning to sacrifice this time to keep on living? The shadow taunted Jin Zhao, his tone dripping with sarcasm. On the side, seeing the increasing power of the Holy Maiden of the Holy Jiao sect, Lin Yi was sweating bullets. He calmly turned to Jin Zhao. He's just trying to piss you off. Placing his hand on Jin Zhao's shoulder, Lin Yi calmed her down, grabbing her clenched hands with his other hand, bringing Jin Zhao back to normal. Only Jin Zhao was confused and flustered because of this caring gesture. Seeing this, Zhao Yang added, That kid's right. You may be able to plot against the Holy Jiao sect leader, but he isn't someone you can handle right now. You guys.
Before he could finish his sentence, the conversation was interrupted by an attack from the black smoke guy.
Zhao Yang frowned and said, "Still dare to make a move? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang raised his hand to his chest and chanted. An invisible energy barrier surrounded the three of them, forming a solid sphere. The attacking black smokes couldn't penetrate it. "Want to snatch people in front of me, you thing that hides its head and shows its tail? You are inevitably too arrogant."
As he spoke, Zhang Yang gathered power in his hand, creating orbs of energy that flew around his hand. Instantly, the orbs of spiritual energy transformed into streams of blue light that surrounded Qi Zhaoyang's arm. "Evil spirit, taste this, Zhao Yang." With that, the stream of light instantly transformed into a palm strike with immense power, firing straight at the assassin, colliding directly with the black smoke and exploding. The smoke exploded, vanishing into the air.
"It's just a clone." But Qi Zhaoyang suddenly realized it was just a clone of the enemy. At this point, he also started to feel the pressure. Could the enemy really be defeated that easily? It's fake. Where is the enemy's real body? On the side, Lin Yi also realized this and quickly searched. The shadow's true form, this aura. Lin Yi was shocked to sense it. The black smoke surrounded them, feeling a bit familiar. Crap, Lin Yi turned around, stunned. At this moment, he saw something surrounded by thick black smoke in the air. It's that move again. The shadow was using the same move he used last time to kill the Holy Jiao sect leader. A large eye lay horizontally, surrounded by miasma and black smoke, floating in the air, staring at Lin Yi and the others. In an instant, a surge of dark energy accumulated in the center of the eye, accompanied by thunder and black smoke.
"It's all right. My righteous qi is the nemesis of this kind of evil magic." Zhao Yang confidently erected the same barrier as before, encasing all three of them, his hands behind his back, ready to face the attack.
That's not right.
Only Lin Yi had already realized that the nature of the energy of this attack was not what Zhang Yang thought.
"Oh no, there's no time to explain."
Before he could finish speaking, the eye fired a stream of black energy filled with dark power that rushed towards them. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and chanted,
"Qi observation technique." This time he had to see this attack clearly. He was determined to break this move this time. He seemed to have noticed something, and quickly reached out to stop Qi Zhaoyang in an urgent tone. "You can't block it, you'll die." At this moment, Qi Zhaoyang was still stunned, not understanding what Lin Yi was talking about, his hands still behind his back waiting for the attack. Just as the attack was about to land, seeing that explaining wasn't going to cut it, Lin Yi zoomed over and yanked Zhaoyang out of the way just in the nick of time. This made the attack slam into the ground with a crazy, earth-shattering boom, dust and rubble flying everywhere. Even though the three of them had backed off, they could still feel the sheer power of that move. Zhao Yang was now sweating buckets, feeling super lucky that Lin Yi had his back. What kind of sneaky move was that? Plus, my righteous Hao Nian Qi actually couldn't block its attack at all. Witnessing Lin Yi's adaptability and reflexes, the mysterious shadow couldn't help but be surprised that his attack was seen through. This kid, he actually managed to drag Duo Zhaoyang out of the way. How come no one's ever seen this move clearly before? What's he relying on? That pupil technique attack is seriously scary. Looks like the sect leader of the Holy Serpent sect totally ate this move, Lin Yi exclaimed in his head. If it weren't for the Qi observation art, there's no way I could have detected that attack, he kept thinking. At this moment, the shadow guy appeared clearly in front of the three of them again. He still looked like he hadn't gone all out yet. The black-robed guy's eyes glowed red as he said, "If that's how it is." He was about to plot something when he got distracted by the situation on the other side of the pagoda. Looks like things over there might be wrapping up soon. Oh well. Over on this side, a demonic beast that looked like a Qilin was thrashing around in chains, trapped inside the great black pagoda. The shadow unleashed a move, breaking the seal for the rhino-like demon with the long horns. Its eyes were blood red, and a shimmering five-colored tail fell to the ground with a thud. It yelled out, "My lord!" At this point, the black smoke guy turned back and ordered, "You go on ahead. Leave things here for me to handle." As he spoke, he moved towards Lin Yi's group. The demon beast looked up, hesitation in its eyes. "My lord, I think." He wanted to help his buddies, to take someone who could retreat with him. "I don't want to say it a second time," the shadow guy repeated, his red eyes fixed and resolute. Seeing his reminder, the demon beast had no choice but to bow its head. Understood. But its expression was still a bit conflicted. It glanced back at Lin Yi's group, looking annoyed. Then, in the blink of an eye, it used some light body technique, moving swiftly through the trees and disappearing. Turning back to the battle between Lin Yi's group and the Black Shadow, he now floated like smoke in mid-air, looking down at the three of them with a smug tone. "As for you guys, you've probably come to your senses now, right?" Only then did Zhao Yang turn back to ask Lin Yi, surprised by his sharp reaction. "Kid,
How in the world did you detect that guy's attack just now? Lin Yi didn't know how to answer at the moment, giving a wry smile and replying lazily.
I'm afraid I can't really explain it right now, but I can see it.
Hearing this was enough for Zhao Yang. He raised his hand to activate a mental technique, an invisible stream of spiritual power flowing from his head to Lin Yi's.
This move was the profound meaning of the Confucian Path's united hearts, joint efforts.
Lin Yi felt the connection on his forehead, surprised. This is. An unusual change occurred in Lin Yi's mind, the information he received leaving him stunned. This feeling is. Before Lin Yi could figure things out, Elder Duo explained. From this moment on, our thoughts are as one, I'll take the lead in attacking, and you'll be in charge of reminding me how to dodge this guy's attacks. Understanding Zhao Yang's strategy, Lin Yi happily agreed. Over on Zhao Yang's side, he began to gather spiritual power in his hand again, yet another technique he hadn't used, saying confidently, well then, I should get a little serious too. Duo Zhao Yang reached behind him, his fingers curled in a drawing a bow stance, pulling along a huge amount of spiritual power that formed countless thread-like lights. The 6 arts of a gentleman: rites, music, archery. At this moment, Zhao Yang's spiritual power materialized into the shape of a large bow with a dazzling arrow. Brimming with energy concentrated at its tip, Yang Rong aimed straight at the enemy. Hit him. Duo Zhao Yang released his hand. The spiritual power-filled arrow shot out super fast, soaring into the air and aiming directly at the shadow guy, leaving a beautiful trail of light and energy behind it. Just some Confucian technique, huh? At this moment, the shadow guy recreated the giant eye from before in mid-air, unleashing a beam of purple light that shot straight down.
The beam of light collided with Zhao Yang's arrow, creating a massive explosion, shattering the arrow and continuing right through it. Just then, Lin Yi signaled to Zhao Yang, "It's here, dodge." It was the same move as before, but this time the result was different. Thanks to the telepathic connection with Lin Yi, Zhao Yang easily tilted his body and dodged the attack. At the same time, even though this attack hit the ground, it didn't cause as much powerful impact as before. Seeing his move dodged for the second time, the shadow guy became even more certain. As expected, that wasn't a fluke just now. He really can see my attacks. Over on Lin Yi's side, he was also pleased with the exchange of moves. Very good. Compared to before, this time the power seems to have decreased. Perhaps he can't just keep unleashing it without any limits. Okay, if we keep dragging this out and wait for the other 2 elders to come and deal with the trouble maybe. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. This is. Looking towards the other side, the giant monster had almost broken free from its chains, and the pagoda was starting to show signs of collapsing. It was thrashing madly, its red eyes blazing. It seemed like things weren't good over there anymore. Not only couldn't they finish things, but even keeping the monster contained was becoming difficult. Seeing the situation, Lin Yi got worried. Holy crap, could it be that the 2 elders have no way to deal with the trouble over there either? Seeing Lin Yi looking so dazed, Elder Duo quickly reminded him, "Hey, don't get distracted." As he spoke, another arrow was fired by Duo Zhao Yang. Damn it! We originally thought the 3 of us had acted with the utmost caution, but who knew it would be this terrible? Duo Zhao Yang's forehead was covered in sweat as he thought about the situation. They had the upper hand, but were now at a disadvantage, with no way to deal with this black-robed guy and little hope for reinforcements. Did the Heavenly Palace seriously miscalculate this time? Realizing that continuing like this wouldn't be good, only draining their life force and endangering the elders even more, Du Zhao Yang signaled, "Things have come to this point. Let's fight and retreat towards the treasure pagoda. At least we can regroup with others there." Hearing this, Lin Yi was startled. But how could that shadow demon easily let them have their way? He flashed a sinister grin, rolling back his eyes to reveal a different pair with purple spiritual energy and horizontal pupils, absorbing the surrounding dark energy, and said in an eerie tone, "Wanna leave? Not so easy." A burst of purple energy shot straight towards the 3 of them, including Master Yin Yang. "After battling the Teodi for a while, I'm exhausted, and no matter how many attacks I've launched, they've been useless, damn it. My invincible golden body can't even block this nasty demon. It's truly the bane of my cultivation technique." At this point, I can clearly see that Master Yin Yang is utterly spent. He's sweating buckets and gasping for breath, but his fighting spirit is incredibly stubborn. He roared defiantly, "Come at me, this old man will absolutely not let you pass." Standing before the shadow of the demoness, Master Yin Yang firmly gripped his staff with both hands, channeling spiritual energy around himself, creating a powerful golden aura. "Golden cages," she said, a sinister grin spreading across her face. As she exhaled a ghostly black mist, standing atop the lifeless corpses, she said to the Teodi, "The spiritual energy of the others has already been completely drained. Now only remains." The Teodi's mouth gaped open, dripping with disgusting drool, revealing its sharp teeth.
It must be very hungry for this meal. You evil woman. Jin Sheng approached Master Yin Yan, who was bracing himself, stretching out her arms as if to savor her prey. His spiritual energy continued to be drained. The demoness brought him to her mouth,
stuck out her tongue, a look of satisfaction on her face. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "So delicious! The Daobaperio technique of everlasting non-attachment."
I never expected that even this old monk's attacks would be ineffective, Master Yin Yan thought helplessly. Faced with an opponent with such ridiculously high stats, just then, from the rooftop of the tower, an extremely powerful explosion of spiritual energy shattered a section of the roof. Along with the explosion, the 3 members of Lin Yi's group came flying down, each striking a different pose.
"What's going on?" Master Yin Yan exclaimed in shock, and even the shadow demoness was wide-eyed and gaping, not understanding what was happening.
"We made it just in time, thank goodness. The situation isn't completely out of control yet," Lin Yi and Elder Du said in unison. The 2 of them, though blasted away by the explosion, were completely calm, as if everything had gone according to plan. The 3 of them landed right in front of the demoness riding the Teoti, making a grand entrance, with thick smoke and dust spreading around. "I'm going to die," Lin Yi coughed. Looking up, he spotted the one standing before him. This guy is the half-demoness, half-Teoti, standing imposingly before the male lead.
Lin Yi's group stared silently at the monster that had successfully merged with the host, and he blurted out, "This is bad!" The 2 of them together.
Lin Yi turned to Du Xiaoyang urgently and asked, "Elder Du Xia, how do we fight this?" Du Xiaoyang calmly replied, "Whatever happens, we absolutely cannot let them advance. The seal on Dao Wu must be completed," the arrogant demon said.
"You're pretty confident, but I'm not just any demon suppressor." He arrogantly made his demand. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over Dao Wu and Xi Huang, and I'll let you leave." Master Yin Yan angrily shouted.
"You're dreaming. We'll never compromise with a demonic creature like you."
Du Xiaoyang looked towards Jin Zhao, a little worried, thinking,
"It's easy to say that, but Jin Zhao is here if anything goes wrong."
Lin Yi looked at the white-haired female ghost, wondering to himself, "And who's this girl?"
That female ghost has completely merged with the demon. She looked around with hungry eyes, Lin Yi continued. "She's the Taoti's host." Lin Yi was extremely surprised. "What's her background anyway? So many people can't handle her alone," Elder Lu anxiously scolded.
"You little brat, it's easy for you to say."
"Neither our attacks nor our defenses have any effect on her," Lin Yi worriedly asked. "What does that mean? Invincibility plus true damage? That's way too OP, isn't it? Don't you have any other information?"
Elder Lu Mei explained. "Since the Tao Ti was sealed in the Sea of No Light by Palace Lord Chu Dai, no one has asked about it anymore. The materials related to it were forgotten by you guys in the River of Historical Dissolution long ago," Lin Yi urgently guessed. "It feels like an upgraded version of Demon Lord. I wonder if my heaven-born royal body can withstand it." Thinking he had a plan, he proposed to Elder Luke. "If I go and control her, can you guys think of anything?"
Elder Lu hurriedly stopped him. "Who do you think you are, you little brat? Do you know that even this old man and Master Yin Yin can't?" Du Zhuyang cut Dao Zhanglu off. "No, this kid is different from before. He can see through that guy's attacks, and even save my life. Maybe he's trustworthy."
Dao Zhanglu hesitated, looking at Lin Yi's figure stepping forward, and asked Du Zhuyang uncertainly, "Old Dung, are you sure? This isn't a joke." Du Zhuyang just tilted his head and asked Lin Yi, "What do you think? Once we start fighting seriously, we probably won't be able to take care of you."
Lin Yi replied simply with surging determination, "I'll give it a try."
He faced the evil demon and shouted a warning. "On the contrary, how will you defend? One move from that Du Zhuyang guy down there. Arrange support for Lin Yi." Old Lu Dao said, "Use your Dunjia art to cover our figures, Yin Yan. You, Great Master Yin Yan, with his scepter in hand, confront this guy head on and let me deal with him. This poor monk doesn't believe that 2 people can break my immovable golden body in one day. You 2, support me." Dao Zhanglu quickly agreed. "Then let's go." Lin Yi rushed forward while instructing, "Jin Zhao, little sis, go hide in the tower first. If the battle turns unfavorable, don't worry about anything." He wholeheartedly worried about Jin Zhao, trying to ensure her safety. Seeing Jin Zhao still hesitating, Lin Yi insisted, "Go back to the heavenly palace." Jin Zhao watched him rush to fight the evil demon, calling out with lingering affection, "Lin Yi, big brother." Dao Qingfeng loudly stopped her. "Calm down, Jin Zhao, young lady. He's biting off more than he can chew," he voiced. "I also don't care. Just be on the side, watching." Dao Qingfeng quietly looked at Jin Zhao, saying to himself with good intention, "As we are now, we can only do our best and not become a burden to them." She then understood, and lowered her head, replying softly, "I understand." Great Master Yin Yan's scepter powerfully slammed into the ground. He exploded with vital energy, displaying the divine art, immovable golden body, activate. At the same time, Dao Zhonglu also took out a talisman, using his art to assist. Dao Gate Dunjia, shape-shifting evasion, he ordered. Attach the talisman to Du Zhuyang. After it firmly attached to Du Zhuyang's body, all three elders united to fight the evil demon. They decisively shouted, "Prepare, let's go, golden color. Delicious." Then, she licked her lips once, and immediately rushed to where Baldy was standing, with the mouth of the monster part of her body wide open. Baldy then shouted, "Hey, this thing, I can't handle it." Seeing this, Lin Yi flew to block in front, protecting Baldy, and said firmly, "Let me deal with it, ha ha, me." He raised his fist, preparing to attack. He poured all his strength into his hand, causing it to be enveloped in a golden light. Lin Yi shouted, "Eat this punch." At that time, the fist rushed in front of the monster's head below, but in exchange it was only a sneer from her, and the monster seemed unaffected. At this time, Lin Yi realized the situation was not good, and his face turned green, saying, "What's going on?" while he was dealing with her. Oh well. Baldy in the back had moved to the other side to deal with the black guy. Baldy informed Lin Yi, "This one is for you, I'll deal with the one over here." Lin Yi didn't care. Continuing to pour strength into his fist, he thought to himself, "This time, use the Qi observation art to observe it." And Miang shouted, "Eat another one of my punches!" Move after move, punching hard into the monster's head. However, the second time was the same as the first. With no move being effective at all, she and the monster were both standing tall, exuding killing intent right there. "They didn't even budge an inch," she asked. "Not enough, huh?" On the side, Baldy was also extremely tense. Facing that black energy, Baldy channeled energy into his body, increasing his strength, and then threatened, "With this poor monk here, don't even think about being arrogant." But that black energy just looked and sneered. More streams of smoke flew out around him as he yelled, "Then I'll start with you!" From the sky, a huge purple eye opened, with something weird and round in its pupil, staring down at Baldy's spot. Seeing this, Baldy went into a horse stance, channeling all his strength to create a protective barrier. Even Lin Yi had to look over and sigh. The golden body of Buddha, famous for its defense, actually blocked that deadly move. Baldy, after channeling his energy, laughed loudly, his eyes wide open, and said, "My Buddha is boundless." In an instant, Baldy shot into the sky, gaining momentum to fly right to where the black monster was standing, yelling, "Evil spirit, surrender and accept your fate." But since it's an evil spirit, how could it be so easily destroyed? It glanced at Baldy with its golden eye. Even though Baldy had struck the spot it was standing on, it was just smoke. Its true physical form had dissipated long ago. It dispersed and circled behind Baldy, complaining, "This is exactly why I hate cultivators and Baldys." Ye Fern looked at the monster as it stomped down in front of him. Both she and the lower half of the monster were gaping their mouths wide, staring at him with terrifying eyes. "Then just obediently enter my belly now." Lin Yi's face was covered in sweat, as he thought with difficulty, "Crap, this is bad." As soon as he thought that, the monster below grabbed him with its hands. Its huge hands, just one grasp, seemed to want to be as big as Lin Yi, so it could put him in its mouth decisively, she said smugly. "Fill my hunger and become my nutrients." The pink-haired girl behind him screamed in worry. Lin Yi's situation was getting worse and worse. Lin Yi had been swallowed whole, leaving Baldy alone to face the two monsters. Baldy, having seen Lin Yi swallowed, shouted, "Du Zhuyang, is this the trustworthiness you spoke of?" Then, ATCHAW, Yang also panicked, thinking, "This is not good." Before that kid could finish his thought, the monster suddenly had a strange phenomenon. Its body was boiling as if something was inside, confusing her. None other than Lin Yi, his whole body emitting light, using his hands to widen the mouth of the massive monster to step out. He proudly said, "Although all my spiritual power has been sucked away, I am the innate wilderness true body." He roared with anger and veins popping on his face. "If you want to eat me, you have to see if your teeth are good enough." The monster wasn't giving up either, continuously using the strength of its mouth to clamp him tightly inside, refusing to let go. It constantly shook its head back and forth, causing her to say, "You hateful brat, why can't you be burned?" The monster constantly shook its head in all directions like this, causing headaches for everyone, including Lin Yi. He cried out, "Ah! Are you a mad dog? Stop kicking!" The girl above was also encouraging him with a blank face. "You better obediently let me swallow you down." But Lin Yi wasn't one to give up so easily. He stubbornly resisted, preventing the monster from closing its mouth, replying, "Want to eat, little Jiang? You're still 100 years too early." His actions had amazed the two pink-haired siblings, leaving them speechless. Lin Yi, that guy, actually blocked it. The pink-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. The boy next to her pondered thoughtfully, "I didn't expect his physical body to be this strong." The boy thought as he looked at the monster,
his face turning green as he sighed. Lin Yi, clearly our sect's spirit pets who specialize in grappling, were all swallowed by that monster. It seemed that Lin Yi's situation of blocking her ultimate move surprised everyone. Even the black figure flying around had to glance over, guessing what kind of power Lin Yi had, he thought. This kid can actually block the Tao Ti's devouring ability, could it be? He took the blow. The sect leader of Jingguangmen raised his magical weapon, attacking the monster, but the monster recognized it and ran away, thinking, ordinary warriors only cultivate Qi. Once they lose their spiritual power, they're not much stronger than ordinary people. The Tao Ti's rocky teeth can crush anything. Could it be that his essence is? A sudden thought flashed through the monster's mind. Can't let him live? The monster immediately flew into the sky. Under the stunned look of the sect leader of Jingguangmen looking towards the sect leader of Jingguangmen, the monster was like, my bad. And out of nowhere, Lin Yi pops out from between the beast's razor-sharp teeth. Lin Yi, totally caught off guard, yells, WTF, talk about adding insult to injury. From a distance, a hand appears, waving a talisman and shouting, lightning! Thunderbolts start crashing down from the sky, which went from sunny and blue to dark and stormy in a flash, zapping the monster and giving it a jolt like a warning shot. The monster's starting to realize, this ain't gonna be a walk in the park. Bad luck for the monster, it got hit. He roars in anger, Atarg, that freaking hurt. Sure enough, it's a dude in some sect's robes, hair in a high brown bun, still clutching that talisman. The monster's pissed, cursing, damn Taoist. The guy's still got his talisman out and is all serious, saying, not awake yet, but this guy's damage is seriously messed up. Now the sky's back to being blue and clear. And he flies up, adding, but at least it's not a Teoti. Those things can just ignore my attacks completely. Lin Yi's grinding his teeth in anger. Ugh, hurry up! As he says that, Lin Yi clenches his fist, ready to punch the beast's fangs, unleashing all the power he's been building up in his hand. Lin Yi's hand crackles with lightning, but the beast's jaws are still clamped shut. Arakarg. Lin Yi punches the beast's sharp, iron fangs. The beast is in serious pain, its eyes are furious, and it looks like it's about to crack, sweat starting to pour out from all of Lin Yi's punches. It can't take it anymore, and starts throwing up Lin Yi. Slimy purple goo, comes out along with Lin Yi. Lin Yi gets free and coughs and splutters. Cough, cough! Ugh! It's all spit, how gross! Lin Yi angrily wipes the goo off his face, but the beast isn't done and pukes some more. Hork, hork, erg. Tears are streaming down its face, and its mouth is covered in spit. The beast transforms back into its original form, a fiery woman with short white hair and 2 pairs of horns on her head. Lin Yi is stunned, not believing his eyes. The beast, with a pale face from Lin Yi's fang punching, shouts, you monster! She screams, no. Then reaches for Lin Yi, trying to grab him. The giant feet of the Tao Ti also follow her. It cries out, not delicious at all. Lin Yi flips backward to dodge, and the ground beneath him shatters into pieces. Lin Yi flips a few more times, then teases her, like I'm gonna let you eat me. The demon up above glares down, pissed he actually got away. Down below, Lin Yi's running for his life. He glances up at the tower, thinking, if this keeps up, Taowu's gonna be completely sealed. Looks like I can't recover it this time. The demon zooms off so fast he's a blur, flying forward and yelling, prepare to retreat. The Taoti hesitates a little, regretful, saying it's still not full. He comforts himself. Taoti, I'll definitely let you eat your fill later. Cover me for now. With that, the demon summons a huge, creepy eye. The eerie eye starts gathering energy. Before Yang spoke, Lin Yi, can you see his attack this time? Lin Yi doesn't answer, staring at him, and says, what is this guy trying to do? Lin Yi asks. The demon holds out his hand, saying, can't be helped, don't blame me for this. Lin Yi uses his chi vision and yells, crap! This guy's trying to destroy the whole tower, but it's too late. He unleashes countless attacks on the tower's seal. Seeing the seal slowly cracking, Lin Yi gapes, shocked. The Chongyun sect is stunned as the seal cracks right before their eyes. We're doomed. The seal can't hold. Because the seal's gone, Tao Wu's thrashing around like crazy trying to break free, letting out a roar. The old man shouts, all worried, oh crap, it's broken free of the seal. No sooner had he said that, the chains binding Tao Wu snapped, and he's straining with all his might to break the rest of the chains. Xiao Yao Dao Ren circles around behind the evil dude, channeling his spiritual power, ready to strike. You darn fiend! Just then, Tao Tai jumps in to stop Xiao Yao Dao Ren, opening its massive maw and sucking away all his spiritual energy. Xiao Yao, drained of his power, curses in anger, damn it, that trick again. All my spiritual energy's gone. Without his spiritual power, Xiao Yao Dao Ren is forced to land. The evil spirit glances at Lin Yi, thinking,
Didn't expect a variable like this. This Lin Yi is something else. He frowns, calculating. Using those moves repeatedly has drained way too much energy. This is all I can do for now. The spirit turns toward the sky, leaving behind only one word, go. Seeing this, Tao Tai Rock Beast turns tail and follows, but right then, the spirit and Tao Tai freeze in their tracks. The old guy with the bulbous nose frowns, thinking to himself, damn, they fell for it. Hearing him, the mage turns his head and yells, forget about that guy. The worst part is that we have to deal with Tao Wu. He points. Tao Wu's already crawled out of the top of the tower, and with a flick he snaps all the chains. That flick sends the Dao sect leader coughing up blood. Hovering in the air, he shouts, we're done for. Tao Wu turns toward him, unleashing a blast of power, the light flying towards him, not too fast, not too slow. Seeing this, the disciples of Wanwu sect and Dao Qingfeng rush forward, shouting. Dao sect leader, Tao Wu, quickly raises its claws, but the mage quickly intercepts, binding it with his power, yelling, don't even think about it, Seal! But inside, he's thinking, no way, I've used way too much power in the battle so far. The final formation arrives just in time. A group of 3 arrives, and say, the 3 of them are shocked to see Tao Wu before them. One of them is Longteng Mu Yi, shouting, what the heck is this? Seeing the 3 standing there frozen, the old man with the bulbous nose shouts, don't just stand there, stop him. The 3 are struggling to hold the chains binding Tao Wu, the monk says. Hurry! Seal him together! The old man with the bulbous nose is channeling his power to bind him, grunting, and says, damn it, you darn beast. Lin Yi overhears them saying things aren't good, and Tao Wu's energy is still rising. The mysterious person has resigned himself that he cannot have it, but he must make sure that we can't seal it either. Seeing things going south, the mage glances at Lin Yi. Hey kid, stop spacing out and tell everyone to run. As far as they can. Lin Yi shows no sign of emotion on his face. He walks over to Dao Qingfeng and reminds, things aren't good, Scram. After, he helps up the Dao sect leader, looks at Dao Qingfeng. Lin Yi continues, quickly tell everyone in your sect to ditch. If you don't run now, you won't escape. Hearing him, Dao Qingfeng looks at him, hesitating. But Tao Wu, Lin Yi cuts him off. Forget about that Tao Wu dog. Lose your life and you lose everything. An old man with a long beard and a group of other disciples enter, saying as they come, quick, quick, get the injured out. Retreat immediately. Other disciples arrive, helping the injured disciples up, with voices resounding, I'll help you, hurry. Hold on a little longer. Suddenly, Tao Wu cries loudly. He roars and swings the chains, and that sent the guys chaining it flying. At the same time, the mage yelled, this is bad. The elders can't hold on much longer. A disciple helping the injured said. Then another voice chimed in. Oh crap. Did that thing break free? Then, Tao Wu's eyes turned blood red, its mouth opened wide, revealing a gem that radiated a red energy. The voices below echoed, that's some scary energy. No dodging that. We're doomed. Seeing that scene, the old dude with the long beard widened his eyes and slowly said, this is not good. Longteng Mu Yi slumped against Mu Fan's shoulder, looking limp, and said, my time is up, hurry up and don't bother with me. Hurry! The mage shouted. Suddenly, a hand punched Tao Wu in the face. The light flashing from that hand was Devourer, controlled by the holy maiden of the holy sect, and with soulless eyes she said, don't even think about hurting anyone again. Tao Wu's eyes were full of murderous intent, and it paused for a moment before spitting a burst of purple magic power towards the people below. Voices cried out, oh God, help me. Some people couldn't resist and were sent flying backwards. Ugh, Lin Yi said, shielding his face. Damn, just the aftershock is this terrifying. Jin Zhao? He looked towards Jin Zhao, who was still standing in the air, surrounded by a massive energy. Lin Yi said hesitantly, could it be that Devourer is also losing control? That's not it. The sect master's voice came from behind. Struggling to speak, he said, that girl is dominating Devourer. Unbelievable. He struggled to continue. She can actually do this, the mage standing next to him explained. That girl is doing this out of kindness, to save us. But this time our trouble is even bigger. Lin Yi's face darkened, and he turned around and snapped, what is it? Explain it clearly. The sect master looked towards Jin Zhao. The person sealing away the power within the beast releases it to fight, but there's always a price. That energy was still swirling around Jin Zhao, and her eyes were bloodshot, he continued. The personality of each ferocious beast will affect the host. Dao Qingfeng, after regaining consciousness, said, Tao Wu's temperament is arrogant and cruel. Tao Ti represented insatiable greed before. Dao Qingfeng paused, and then continued, and Devourer is divine wrath. As Dao Qingfeng said, Devourer was filled with wrath.
her fiery red eyes blazing with murderous intent, and she raised her fist and punched forward with all her might. Lin Yi, seeing Devourer's powerful punch, couldn't help but be shocked by the source of power. But that surprise was quickly replaced by Lin Yi's thoughts about Jin Jiao. Lin Yi pondered, wondering, "You mean Jin Jiao is going to turn into an evil Jin Jiao? That's not a big deal, is it?"
Hearing Lin Yi's question, Elder Duai stepped forward and patted his shoulder, explaining, "It's not that simple. Don't forget that child is still fighting, and fighting another ferocious beast, once she's completely dominated by Devourer's wrath."
Elder Du paused and looked towards Devourer, continuing, "Once the emotions are completely out of control, the beast will go completely berserk." Dao Qingfeng stepped forward to add more details to Lin Yi. Compared to other emotions, wrath is the easiest to lose control of. Even if that girl's temperament is kind, after a long time she'll probably lose control.
Hearing this, Lin Yi anxiously asked,
"What happens after she loses control? Can she recover?" Elder Du's face changed, and he looked away, answering, "Losing control means the beast will completely merge with the host, and at that point, it's too late." The elder's words caused Lin Yi's emotions to spiral out of control. Lin Yi's eyes turned sharp, and he stepped towards Dao Qingfeng, angrily grabbing Dao Qingfeng's collar and demanding, "Then quickly seal that damn Tao Wu back up."
Dao Qingfeng, seeing Lin Yi's rude behavior, didn't scold him, only pushed Lin Yi's hand down, saying, "I think so too, but I and the elders from your heavenly palace are all weakened. Most importantly, the entire seal tower has been destroyed. Where are we supposed to seal it?" Without thinking, Lin Yi immediately pointed at Dao Qingfeng. "You, calling the heavenly palace to support you guys, wasn't it precisely to let your son become the one to seal it?" Seeing Lin Yi's emotions spiraling out of control, the Dao sect leader shoved Lin Yi away forcefully,
pointing a finger at Lin Yi and yelling, "That's the situation when the seal is complete. Forcing a seal like this now, do you know how huge the risk is?"
Watching the two savage beasts still fighting each other, one of them being Jin Jiao, Lin Yi couldn't help but angrily retort to the Dao sect leader, "Then what about Jin Jiao? Just do nothing. Won't the two savage beasts lose control?" Having observed the situation from beginning to end, Lao Lu stepped forward to offer his opinion. "The only way now is for us to retreat first. It's hard for the savage beasts to do anything to each other. Wait for the palace lord to come and help, as long as the palace lord takes action."
Lao Lu's words were interrupted by Elder Du. "Impossible. The palace lord will absolutely not leave the heavenly palace." Lin Yi asked anxiously, "The palace lord can't leave the heavenly palace. Why is that?" Not getting an answer from Elder Duque, Lin Yi turned to Lao Lu again. "Then what's the other option?" Lao Lu presented the last resort. "The remaining option is what you said. We risk our lives to try dealing with the Devourer, not Jin Jiao." The Dao sect leader didn't agree after hearing this. "I object. How long can that girl stay sane? We still don't know. If she loses control during the seal, and the two savage beasts go berserk, none of us can escape in our current state."
Not taking those words well, disgusted by the Dao sect leader's selfishness, Lin Yi turned and asked, So you're just gonna let Jin Jiao die?" Dao Qingfeng was different from his father, saying, "I support it." Both Lin Yi and the Dao sect leader simultaneously turned to look at Dao Qingfeng. Getting his son's answer, the Dao sect leader couldn't help but angrily scold.
"What do you support? Do you know what happens to the person sealing if something goes wrong during the sealing process?" On the other side, the two savage beasts were fighting fiercely, neither side weaker than the other. Recognizing the situation, Dao Qingfeng said to his father, "Then it's better than letting Miss Jin Jiao die to save us." "Father," Dao Qingfeng didn't give up, resolutely saying, "While we're wasting time here, Miss Jin Jiao is risking her life for us. I won't choose to run away cowardly. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I want to take responsibility."
Knowing he couldn't stop Dao Qingfeng's will, the Dao sect leader could only grit his teeth and curse this rebellious son.
While everyone was still arguing, Mufan stepped forward. "I support Mufan," just like Dao Qingfeng offering his reasoning to go save Jin Jiao. "Just now, if it wasn't for Miss Jin Jiao, we would probably be in a lot of trouble already. If you want to leave, then leave. I'll give it a try." Lin Yi, getting everyone's support, continued, "That's right, isn't it just a savage beast? Everyone fights side by side. We'll definitely have a chance of winning."
Everyone responded enthusiastically. Long Tengmu Yi also followed suit, saying, "Me too. Consider the life I just got back as repayment to Miss Jin Jiao. This prince will absolutely not run away." The soldiers behind also agreed. That's right, following the majority, everyone started to stand up and fight, their fighting spirit boiling. "That's right, let's fight that thing. A true man is born into this world. How can we let a young lady risk her life for us? Let's hit it head on." With everyone having a different opinion, the Dao sect leader couldn't stand it, stepping in front of everyone to stop them. "Enough. What do you all even understand? Each and every one of you,
only knows how to risk your lives. The Dao sect leader angrily shouted, I ask you, if we seal Tao Wu again, it'll take at least 2 hours. Who can guarantee that girl can hold on for 2 hours?
Everyone heard these words, everyone lowered their heads, not saying a word. Yin Yan, hearing this, offered his suggestion. That child Jinjiao has a kind nature, maybe she can. Lin Yi retorted to the Dao sect leader. Then what makes you think she can't do it, Jinjiao? She is like that. Before he could finish, the system appeared again. Lin Yi was speechless.
Ugh, it's coming at this time again. The system presented the choices to Lin Yi. Choice 1. Believe that Jin Jiao can create a miracle. Encourage more people to proceed with the seal. Reward. A set of high-tier coffin-bearer uniform.
Choice 2. Acknowledge that Jin Jiao might lose control. Persuade more people to retreat immediately. Reward. A mournful commemorative coin. Final choice. Choice 3.
Seize the last chance. Quickly profess your tragic love next to Jin Jiao. Reward. 5 years of hard-earned cultivation of leaving dust. Returning to truth art.
Looking at the choices the system gave him, Lin Yi couldn't help but get angry.
What kind of time is this? And this trash system can still mess around. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt that something was not quite right. That's not right. Wait. This choice, if you think about it again, although the system usually messes with me, but at the crucial moment, every time it gives me instructions, Lin Yi put his hand on his chin and thought,
the meaning of this time is it saying that if we choose the first option and recklessly proceed with the seal, we will definitely die? Lin Yi turned to look at everyone again.
But if we insist on running away, Jin Jiao definitely will. Thinking for a sec,
Lin Yi finally had an answer, so the only choice is clear. Lin Yi gave his final answer. The system already hinted at it. Getting close to Jin Jiao is the only chance of survival. Heading towards everyone, Lin Yi shouted, listen up, I have a way to guarantee Jin Jiao won't lose control. The last chance to seal Tao Wu is right in front of us. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the Dao sect leader's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Yi stepped forward, saying as he walked, I don't care if you guys come or not, but I absolutely will not abandon Jin Jiao. After saying that, Lin Yi ran towards the two fighting fierce beasts, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Old Lua was caught off guard. What does that brat want to do? Because Lin Yi didn't listen to the Dao sect leader and acted on his own, the Dao sect leader was furious.
Utterly reckless? What way could he possibly have? Could he be planning to rush into the devouring wasteland's body to save that girl?
This is basically, Lin Yi stepped onto the fierce beast's back, enduring the heat radiating from behind.
The Dao sect leader didn't believe it. Impossible. The body of a fierce beast is formed from the most vicious and foul energy. Even cultivators like us would be poisoned by it, like Wang Shui's venomous snakes. What does he have to rely on to stop it?
Dao Chunyang voiced his speculation.
No. If it's that kid, you never know. Lin Yi could only endure the terrifying heat of the fierce beast above, jumping inside. And it was even more terrifying inside. Lin Yi felt uncomfortable, so hot, closing his eyes and enduring. When he opened them, he saw Jin Jiao's figure lying inside a large, round jade, surrounded by fiery red heat. Lin Yi called out, Jin Jiao, that's Jin Jiao. Jin Jiao was shivering, curled up in the jade, with her eyes tightly closed. Suddenly she heard someone calling her name, and slowly opened her eyes to look, raising her head to see Lin Yi approaching. Jin Jiao, Lin Yi gagged.
Lin Yi reached Jin Jiao and said reassuringly, don't be afraid, we'll get through this. Jin Jiao was shocked to hear this, widened her eyes, and covered her ears with her hands. You can't come here, no. It won't hold back when it sees Jin Jiao's fearful actions, Lin Yi asked. Who is it? Jin Jiao said to Lin Yi.
It has discovered you. Lin Yi was confused. What do you mean? The devouring wasteland appeared from behind Jin Jiao. Badump. The murderous aura around the devouring wasteland appeared. A blazing red glow. Lin Yi panicked. Devouring wasteland. Seeing someone invade its territory, the devouring wasteland roared in anger. The devouring wasteland spewed a fiery red flame towards Lin Yi from its mouth. Lin Yi could only stand still and endure at that moment, but at that moment,
when that spark entered Lin Yi's body, the resentments of the past suddenly reappeared in Lin Yi's mind.
The pupils in Lin Yi's eyes were no longer visible. Lin Yi roared in pain. The devouring wasteland said, Foolish mortals, feel the surging heat and endless rage of the crimson star.
Jin Jiao worriedly went to Lin Yi, intending to persuade him. Lin Yi gege, don't let this rage control you, calm down. Seeing this scene, the devouring wasteland said, it's useless. He will soon become a puppet controlled by rage. The devouring wasteland moved its face close to Jin Jiao. As for you, how long can you hold on? The devouring wasteland's words made Jin Jiao worry. The devouring wasteland was satisfied. I can soon.
While speaking, it felt something touching it. The devouring wasteland turned around and saw Lin Yi preparing to swing his fist at it. Don't even dream about it. The devouring wasteland was furious. Before you could even finish your sentence, Lin Yi clocked Fei Huang right in the face, turning him into a pile of black ash. Not stopping there, Lin Yi threw a second punch at the ash. But damn, Fei Huang just turned into a black smudge with only his face showing. Damn it, you mortal! Returning to his original form, Fei Huang roared angrily. You'll pay for this.
Lin Yi went to Jin Zhao's side to comfort her. Don't worry, from now on, I'll be here with you to face this guy.
Fei Huang roared furiously. Arrogant, Fei Huang began to breathe out foul air towards Lin Yi and Jin Zhao, yelling as he did. No one can maintain their sanity forever in my presence. Lin Yi stood shielding Jin Zhao, gritting his teeth to resist the foul air, Fei Huang said smugly. Oh really? At that moment, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and veins became visible on his face, gradually getting bigger and bigger. How coincidental. Lin Yi began to raise his arm high, saying softly, looks like. Lin Yi raised his hand high, beginning to absorb the energy. I'm the one then. Fei Huang looked utterly shocked, his jaw dropping. This guy is absorbing my turbid chi to use himself. Is that even possible? Lin Yi looked at his glowing arm, thinking to himself, looks like the system rewarding me with the innate true wasteland body was preempted. Lin Yi's eyes were determined, his face sweating with tension. The feeling of having one's fate arranged by others really makes one uneasy, but now, Lin Yi cut off his thoughts, turning to look at Jin Zhao. I'll shoulder Fei Huang's anger, Jin Zhao. You need to try your best to unleash Fei Huang's power and control Tao Wu. We absolutely can't let that mysterious person's scheme succeed as they want. Jin Zhao's eyes widened, her face frightened. But before Jin Zhao could finish, Lin Yi said, trust me, we'll get through this. Lin Yi gently stroked Jin Zhao's head, wanting to calm her down.
Jin Zhao relaxed, a gentle smile appearing on her face as she nodded in agreement with Lin Yi. Seeing their lovey-dovey display, Fei Huang was furious, yelling, How dare you! You dare look down on me, you mortals! Killing you 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Lin Yi didn't back down either, roaring back at Fei Huang, Come and get it! Lin Yi clenched his fist, rushing towards Fei Huang, yelling, I want to let you experience a little bit of my anger. Fei Huang also composed himself, swinging his fist towards Lin Yi. At that moment, Jin Zhao also began to cast her spells, coordinating with Lin Yi. She thought to herself, I believe in you, Lin Yi Gage. So, Jin Zhao's eyes shone brightly, unleashing her power. I won't lose. The two ferocious beasts began to clash. Fei Huang's body surrounded by a red aura. Seeing Fei Huang's power suddenly increase, the people below watching were amazed. Oh my god, Fei Huang is starting to get stronger. Fei Huang's aura suddenly started to rise. Fei Huang gained the upper hand, punching Tao Wu hard in the face, a powerful punch that dislocated Tao Wu's jaw, sending him flying and screaming. Dao Chongyun, seeing this, yelled anxiously, Not good. Could it be that Fei Huang is completely out of control? Master Zhao Zhao, as if understanding something, spoke up. That's not quite right. It seems like there are loud cries coming from inside Fei Huang.
Elders, hurry. Right now, Jin Zhao is starting to put his plan into action. I'll hold Dao Wu back, hurry and unleash the Triang Seal.
Hearing that, Zhao Yang was overjoyed. That kid, he actually succeeded. Yin Yan Dashi behind him gaped in shock. This is actually unbelievable. I thought he'd be burned to a crisp by the turbid Qi of Shi Huang. Zhao Yang turned back and said to everyone, things have come to this point. As elders of the Heavenly Palace, there's no way we can back down. Let's seal Dao Wu together. The Chongyun sect master was still worried, but didn't dare say anything. Voices of agreement rose. Let's seal Dao Wu together. Xiao Yao Da Ren and Yin Yan Da Shi excitedly exclaimed, laughing, Ha, well said. That brat and Jin Zhao girl are risking their lives. How can I stand idly by? The great master then said, Even if I lose my life here today, I won't retreat. Seeing everyone like this, the Chongyun sect master took a deep breath. Then he turned to look at Xing Feng and called out, Fenger. His son Xing Feng replied, Father, I was already prepared. With a determined look in his eyes, Xing Feng continued, For the myriad manifestations sect, for the cultivation world, let me do it. Seeing his son's resolve, the Chongyun sect master had no choice but to sigh. He then turned to look at the elders. Alright, let's do as everyone says. Sixth elder then led Mu Yi and Mu Fan's group over. Alright, let's go help too. All the disciples raised their hands high, shouting in unison. Char! Dao Wu saw the whole group rushing towards him and roared, Get rid of that thing together! Sensing something was wrong, he turned to run, but before he could do anything, he was held back by Xi Huang. Xi Huang's power suddenly increased sharply, and Dao Wu was restrained. Now's the time. The elders began to reach out and cast their techniques. Seal it. Great opportunity. Huge chains flew over and tightened around Dao Wu's arm. The chains began to wrap around Dao Wu's wrist and began to accumulate energy in his mouth,
emitting a dazzling red light.
Everyone began to shout loudly. "This is bad. It's that move again. He's about to attack. Hold on, we absolutely can't let everyone's efforts be in vain." At this moment, just at this moment, Yin Yan Dashi flew up to Dao Wu's mouth and shouted,
"You evil beast, don't even think about eating a single bite of this monk." Yin Yan Dashi then used the Great Might Heavenly Dragon Palm, slamming it straight into Dao Wu's face.
Mu Yi below said to the sixth elder, "Let's go too."
Any attack can weaken and deplete Dao Wu's turbid ki.
After saying that, Mu Yi ordered Qing Shui, "Go for it, it's just a little Dao Wu. Don't even think about scaring this prince." Mu Shifan on the side also began to take action. The sword in his hand radiated black lightning, and the disciples behind him also began to move out. "It's time to risk our lives, don't be afraid, let's fight that monster." Everyone charged. Countless attacks continuously bombarded Dao Wu, with chaotic shouts.
"The attacks are effective, keep persevering, victory is in sight."
The sixth elder turned to remind Xing Feng, "Hurry, now's the time."
Xing Feng looked at Dao Wu with a determined expression. As Xing Feng slowly sat down, the sixth elder shouted, "Everyone pay attention! Starting from now, channel Dao Wu's power over and seal it into Dao Qing Feng's body." Black streams of qi from Dao Wu flew towards Xing Feng.
The enormous power entered his body, causing Qing Feng's eyes to turn completely white, and he let out a cry. The Chongyun sect master couldn't help but worry when he saw his son like this. Feng Zhi, Qing Feng's face was covered in sweat.
Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain,
a purple light flashed in his eyes,
and he kept panting, looking at Dao Wu in front of him.
Qing Feng thought to himself, "Is this the terrifying fierce beast that Gong Lun endured? Jin Jiao Fairy. But I won't lose either."
With that thought, Qing Feng spoke to his father. "Father, please continue." Chongyun looked at his son for a long time without saying anything, and then he nodded in agreement.
Mu Yi below asked loudly,
"Hey, how long will it take us to complete the seal?" "I don't have much spiritual energy left," Zhao Yang replied from above. "This kind of rushed seal needs at least 2 shichen. Let's hope that kid in Jin Jiao can hold on." At this moment, a vortex of spiritual energy appeared on Devourer's chest. Devourer inside was panting like a mad bull.
Lin Yi, standing with Jin Jiao, began to analyze the situation. His will and body haven't been defeated yet.
His body and soul are clearly constantly enduring my turbid energy. But why isn't his will wavering?
Lin Yi on this side took a deep breath. Although he almost couldn't overcome it, once he adapts, it's actually beneficial.
Lin Yi smiled and cocked his hand to provoke his opponent. "Keep going, no biggie. I can fight for another day."
Devourer was furious upon hearing this, and shouted, "Mortal, you will pay the price." Devourer then spewed turbid energy to attack Lin Yi.
Outside, everyone was still working hard to seal Dao Wu into Qing Feng's body.
Qing Feng felt himself getting weaker and weaker, and Dao Wu screamed miserably.
At this moment, many people who were fighting there stood and gasped for breath. One of them said, "We succeeded." Another person chimed in, "Oh my God, is it finally over?"
Mu Fan, who was also panting tiredly at this time, said,
"No way, all of my spiritual energy has been exhausted."
On the other hand, Long Tang and Mu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and celebrated, saying,
"Oh my God, it's finally over."
As the monster was being controlled by Dao Qing Feng's magic power, the people around who were helping said, "The final moment, hold on, Dao Wu's seal will be completed immediately." The monster, upon hearing this, immediately cursed angrily,
"No, you hateful human cultivators, you!"
At this moment, Dao Qing Feng was still chanting, creating magic power to hold the monster in place. It couldn't bear it anymore, and waved its hand towards Dao Qing Feng, who was sitting there, and shouted, "Just you wait, I won't end like this." Dao Qing Feng, who was sitting and chanting, was startled when he saw the monster about to disappear approaching him.
Then, as he breathed a long sigh, the monster immediately dissipated into smoke. At this moment, the 4 people around who were helping him happily said, "It's over," seeing that Dao Qing Feng had succeeded.
His father, Dao Chongyun, immediately went to call his son, but before he could answer he collapsed.
On the side assisting him, Zhu Yang, who had magic in his hands at this time, said, "The final seal is finally complete."
As for Dao Qing Feng, he fainted due to exhaustion. His father immediately caught him and asked, "Son, how do you feel?"
Then, suddenly, he opened his eyes and immediately pushed his father away, shouting,
"Presumptuous, mortal, I am."
Before he could finish, Dao Qing Feng painfully grabbed his head and cried out.
Dao Chongyun was surprised to see him like this and asked,
"Fenger, you." While he was holding his head in pain, Zhu Yang suddenly came over, and he advised him, "Calm down a bit." Then Zhu Yang pointed at his forehead and continued, "It's okay. Devourer represents rage, and Tao Wu is the embodiment of arrogance. Now that they are sealed into his body, they will more or less produce some influence on his personality. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald-headed old master suddenly appeared, stepped in and interrupted.
How about letting him follow me to cultivate his mind and nurture his nature later? My Buddhist wisdom is most suitable for nurturing the mind.
Hearing this, Dao Qingfeng's father immediately angrily shouted, "Baldy! You're poaching people even to my son's doorstep." The bald-headed old master, seeing that he was being ridiculed, immediately retorted, "Dao Chongyun, you're really something. I helped you, and you turned your back on me." He was even more angry upon hearing this, and continued, "Fengzhi must inherit my Wanwu sect. You better stay away from him." At this moment, in the place where the monster was being burned,
Lin Yi immediately walked out of the fire with Jin Zhao in his arms.
As soon as Lin Yi landed, Jin Zhao said, "It's finally over." Then she asked him, "How do you feel now?" Seeing Lin Yi brought her out, she continued, "I'm fine, but what about you, Lin Yi Gay? You absorbed so much turbid qi from the devouring wasteland, are you okay?" Lin Yi, hearing this, rubbed his shoulders and said, "I'm alright, don't feel anything." Jin Zhao looked worried. From afar, Zhu Yang turned around to look at them, smiling. He walked over and said, "Immortal Jin Zhao, Lin Yi, we were really lucky to have you two this time." Suddenly, footsteps approached.
It was the old brown-haired guy in blue clothes who walked over and said to Lin Yi, "Hey kid, what's your background anyway, that you can just ignore the devouring wasteland's turbid qi?" Zhu Yang, hearing this, spread his hands and replied,
"If I'm not mistaken, he might be the legendary innate true yellow body. Only this kind of physique can disregard the turbid qi of fierce beasts."
The old brown-haired guy in blue clothes thought it made sense, glanced at Lin Yi, stroked his chin, and asked,
"Innate true yellow body, Tam Ching be praised." Then he confirmed, saying, "This is a physique that's rare to see even once in 1,000 years, no wonder."
Saying this, he happily patted Lin Yi's shoulder and asked, "Kid, do you have a master yet? If not, how about considering becoming my direct disciple?" Before he could respond, the bald-headed teacher from earlier immediately pushed the old brown-haired guy in blue clothes away, ran over, patted Lin Yi's shoulder, and said, "Don't listen to his bullshit. Taking refuge in my Buddhist sect is the true path. As long as you come, the supreme golden body, the mighty celestial dragon, I'll teach you everything." Lin Yi was speechless at this point. Looking at the two people fighting over him, he thought to himself, "When I was considered a D-grade by the Heavenly Palace, why didn't I see you guys coming to recruit disciples?"
Lin Yi waved his hands in confusion and stammered in refusal, saying, Actually, I already have a master, Elder Li Kuihua." The two of them were angry when they heard this. The bald-headed teacher said, "Li Kuihua, she's really lucky." The old brown-haired guy in blue clothes continued,
"Yeah, her cultivation hasn't moved an inch in years. All she does is drink and have fun, even more free-spirited than me, and she ended up getting a good deal this time."
Lin Yi scratched his head again, glanced around, and asked, "Speaking of which, where's my master? Why can't I see her?"
Suddenly, smoke and dust billowed around the three of them,
and a small voice ran over from afar and shouted, "I'm here." As she spoke, this person dragged along someone with a face beaten black and blue. It was Lin Yi's master, Li Kuihua. She was staggering while holding a wine bottle, still grabbing the guy's hair and saying, "I'm here." Everyone present stared at her, dumbfounded. Li Kuihua suddenly asked, "Did you guys take care of it?" The old, long-bearded guy in gray and yellow clothes sighed when he saw her and asked, "Elder Li, are you alright?" Li Kuihua threw the guy onto the ground when she heard this and said, "Just this kind of trash, how could they possibly hurt me?" At this time, Teoti walked over and clasped his hands in front of Zhu Yang and another master elder, saying, "My Myriad Things sect is fortunate this time, that you Heavenly Palace folks risked your lives to help." Teoti closed his eyes and clasped his hands repeatedly, continuing,
"This great kindness, after I clean up the sect, I will definitely repay it." Zhu Yang also bowed his head when he saw this, glanced at Ling Lang, who was cultivating behind him, and said, "Ling Lang has now become the one who seals Dao Wu. I think we really need to discuss the details later." Ling Lang was sweating profusely while concentrating on cultivating, emitting abundant demonic power. Lin Yi sighed and rubbed his head. Then he rested his chin in his hand and thought, "The matter of the Myriad Things sect and Dao Wu can probably be considered over. It's just that the person behind this time, apart from those lackeys, didn't suffer any losses." At this time, Jin Zhao suddenly patted his shoulder, and she hooked his arm in a spoiled manner. "Call me Lin Yi Gage." He saw this and said, "It's okay," Jin Zhao continued. "Sooner or later, we'll catch him." As she spoke, she suddenly collapsed. Jin Zhao fell unconscious into Lin Yi's arms. He panicked immediately and asked, "Jin Zhao, what's wrong?" After some time, at a certain room, Li Kuihua opened the door, stepped out with her eyes closed, and said, "Don't worry, it's nothing." Then she looked at the three people, Zhu Yang, that old master, and Lin Yi, continuing, "It's because releasing the devouring wasteland put a huge burden on that kid." Li Kuihua closed her eyes and pointed her finger, continuing, "After all, that was the devouring wasteland, one of the 7 most difficult fierce beasts to control." Then she immediately knocked Lin Yi on the head, angrily continuing, "You should consider yourself lucky this time. If you hadn't taken on most of the turbidity for her, she might not have woken up." Saying that, Li Kuihua looked over at Jin Zhao lying on the bed and continued, "But now, she just needs to recuperate for a while, and she'll recover." Lin Yi, hearing this, asked with confusion, "If it's so dangerous, why did the sacred Zhao sect master initially seal the devouring wild into Jin Zhao's body? Isn't that harming her?" Li Kuihua, who was walking, suddenly stopped and stared gloomily at Zhu Yang. Seeing this, Zhu Yang sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this, you'll have the right to know sooner or later. It's indeed time to tell you a few things." With that, Zhu Yang asked Lin Yi, "Do you know what the origins of the ferocious beasts really are? Why are they so difficult to eliminate, even from ancient times?" Hearing that, Lin Yi nervously swallowed, unable to say anything, and then he said, "Speak." The young man who resembled Zhu Yang said to Lin Yi, "I'll keep it short. You probably know that all living things in this world contain spiritual energy. But to build this world, besides spiritual energy, there's also a type of turbidity. All ferocious beasts are essentially incarnations of turbidity." Zhu Yang's words were like describing a vivid painting, the sun shining on all things under the world, with some creatures being gentle and others being extremely ferocious. Lin Yi spoke up, puzzled. "Then why are there 7 ferocious beasts and not thousands or tens of thousands?" Zhu Yang's face darkened, and he raised a finger near his mouth, replying to his question. "Because the 7 ferocious beasts are formed from the 7 most intense negative emotions of mankind. They are, respectively, wrath, arrogance, gluttony, envy, sloth, greed, and lust." Zhu Yang spoke very carefully, the ferocious beasts having frightening appearances. Zhu Yang added, "Whether it's mortals or cultivators, they can't eliminate these emotions, so the ferocious beasts are immortal and indestructible. They can only be sealed. The ferocious beasts are very large and possess terrible power, always threatening humanity." Zhu Yang went on to say, "And when the world's tribulation arrives, the turbidity in the world increases, so the strength of the ferocious beasts also increases. No matter how you seal them, sooner or later, they'll break free and threaten the world." The ferocious beasts' strength in their eyes seem to want to annihilate humanity. Humans become incredibly small in front of them. The eyes of the people looking at Zhu Yang's ferocious beast all had terror. His strength seemed to burn everything. Lin Yi propped his chin, pondering slightly. "So you guys think of a way to seal the ferocious beasts onto other people?" Zhu Yang looked straight ahead, quickly replying, "This is the most stable way. Moreover, as long as the person being sealed has a strong enough will, they can even control the ferocious beast." After hearing this, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "So that's how it is. So whether it's the sect master of the sacred Zhao sect or Dao Chongyun, they all want to inherit the ability to control the ferocious beast? If that's the case, they can protect their sect during the tribulation." Suddenly, a master wearing a neck ring spoke up, "It's not as simple as you say. Most people who are sealed still can't stop the final tribulation, falling into madness and dying to become one with the ferocious beast, and then being forcibly sealed by the heavenly palace." The master spoke calmly, his hand on a gourd-shaped water bottle. "Powerful ferocious beasts are sealed by humans, wrapped in their formations," the master continued. "This is also the meaning of the heavenly palace's existence, our last resort. From ancient times until now, countless elders of the heavenly palace, even the palace master, have sacrificed themselves for this. Now it's our generation's turn, we naturally can't refuse." Then, the elders of the heavenly palace were all quite experienced, and they had different strengths. Zhu Yang looked quite surprised, and the bald-headed man with a beard holding a staff, and the other brown-haired man just kept silent. Lin Yi's eyes were thoughtful. "So the demon race's goal in collecting ferocious beasts is—" The little master who was picking his ear a moment ago chimed in. "Could it be that he wants to use the power of the ferocious beasts to overthrow the heavenly palace and rule the whole world? What else could it be? This isn't the first time they've thought like that." He looked at the master who was speaking intently. Lin Yi looked a little worried, thinking, "Just like that, something's not right. It doesn't feel that simple." Zhu Yang spoke up. "No matter what their goal is, they've already got their hands on Teodi, and that beast is one of a kind, you know? It's never escaped the boundless ocean before. But this time..." Zhu Yang hesitated for a second, glancing at the master. The bald guy was still silent, while the brown-haired dude had his arms crossed, looking at Lin Yi. The little master was standing behind him. Zhu Yang continued, "This matter can only be reported back to the palace master first. For him to decide. Zhu Yang shook his head as he spoke. Lin Yi looked at Zhu Yang in confusion. So the demon race has now allied with the devouring wild and the Dao Wu, and are making moves. Where are the remaining ferocious beasts? Just one Tao Ti is already so difficult to deal with. Then we can't let them seize the initiative first. Zhu Yang looked towards the door, his hands behind his back. Trust the palace master with this matter. He will make a decision. Once the state of immortal Jin Jiao improves a bit, we will escort her and Dao Qingfeng back to the heavenly palace, and then decide what to do. Everyone also looked towards the door. Like Zhao Yang, Li Kuihua stood beside Lin Yi, staring at him sitting in the chair. He closed his eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable. Li Kuihua spoke, touching him as she spoke. I didn't expect you to really be a congenital true wilderness body. No wonder Taodi wouldn't touch you, and the devouring wild couldn't do anything to you either. Lin Yi's face was extremely troubled, his hands reaching up wanting to struggle. Li Kuihua even pinched his cheek, which looked quite painful. Lin Yi stroked his cheek. Li Kuihua, you've been studying this disciple for half an hour now. Tell me instead, what's so amazing about this congenital true wilderness body? Li Kuihua said with a satisfied look on her face, her eyes closed. Well then, maybe you know cultivators are generally divided into body refiners and Q refiners, these two types. Li Kuihua continued. Body refiners are people who train their bodies to create strength. They have an extremely large physique. Qi refiners are people who cultivate to create strength. Li Kuihua added. But no matter the type, there's a limit, because of inherent talent. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Those who cultivate qi externally always have a blue aura around them, while body cultivators are surrounded by an orange aura. He started to say, and you! Suddenly, Li Kuihua slapped him hard on the back. Lin Kuihua continued with a chuckle. Can rely on your innate devouring physique to continuously improve your talent and break through your limits? She looked at Lin Yi and said, hearing this, Lin Yi was incredibly excited, his face glowing. Then how can this disciple quickly advance myself? Li Kuihua cracked her knuckles, a smile on her face. Simple. Just take a beating. Lin Yi sat cross-legged, looking at Li Kuihua with a somewhat frustrated expression. Are you kidding me? Get stronger by taking a beating? There's no logic in that. Li Kuihua put her hands on her hips, her face serious, and said, I'm not lying to you, can't you feel it? After going to the Myriad Manifestations sect this time, your Purple Star Chi has improved quite a bit, and you've also become better at taking hits. As she spoke, Li Kuihua pointed at him. Lin Yi looked slightly dazed. Li Kuihua continued. This is because the impure qi of the devourer not only doesn't harm you, but actually helps you take a step towards refining your physique. Lin Yi sat up straight, attentively listening to Li Kuihua. Lin Yi touched his chest, right over his heart, thinking, it seems that's the case. Even now, I still feel a bit of power swimming inside me. Maybe it's the devourer's impure qi that hasn't been digested yet. That power feels like a wild beast coursing through my body. Li Kuihua sat down and sighed. We were talking about, Lin Yi looked at her questioningly. I heard you have some kind of special technique, one that even Zhu Yang and the others couldn't see through, yet you can predict things in advance. He sat up straight, looking at Li Kuihua. Li Kuihua looked very eager to know something. Spill the beans a little. What kind of trick is that? And who did you learn it from? Lin Yi scratched his head and gave an apologetic smile. I haven't actually had time to say this. Before he could finish, the holy maiden of the Holy Jiao sect called out from outside the door, Lin Yi gauge. Behind her was Elder Lu, walking towards them. He stood up, delighted to see her, and walked over with open arms. Jin Jiao Mei, are you all right? How does your body feel now? He asked solicitously. Li Kuihua behind him looked grim. Jin Jiao's face glowed with health. Elder Bo used his medical skills to examine me, and said that as long as I rest for a while, I'll be fine. Lin Yi sighed in relief upon hearing her say that. Phew, that's good then, Elder Luo spoke up. Lin Yi, along with Elder Li, Zhu Jiao Elder, please come with me to attend a meeting for a moment. Zhu Yang, Li Kuihua, and Lin Yi looked at Elder Lu upon hearing this. Lin Yi asked solemnly, what's it about specifically? Elder Lu replied gently, we may have found the traces of the Taodi. Everyone gathered in the palace hall. The palace was extremely noisy, with the sound of footsteps echoing. Long Tang Mu Yi crossed his arms and watched. Beside him were Mu Fan, Dao Qingfeng, and others, also watching. Elder Lu led the way, followed by Kuihua, Lin Yi, and Jin Jiao. Seeing them enter, everyone watched. Lao Lu looked at Lin Yi and said, good, everyone is here now. Zhu Quan started walking behind Lao Lu, and Master Zhu Quan, standing in the crowd, spoke up nimbly. Yes. She used her power to control identical gemstones, forming a large screen. This is a starstone projection that I created.
What everyone sees now is the mountain range within the 1,000 miles of the myriad manifestations sect, Zhu Quan told everyone, pushing up her glasses, and added, after the battle of the myriad manifestations sect, the heavenly palace and the sects have been tracking the traces of the Tayoti, and that mysterious person. Although the mysterious person has absolutely no clues, we successfully found the remnants of the Tayoti.
Li Hua crossed her arms in front of her and asked with doubt, "The demon races have all fled, so how did we find the Taoti? It's the most unique, ferocious beast, and it doesn't emit impure qi to the outside world either." Lin Yi, standing behind Li Hua, listened, while Zhu Quan, holding a board in her hand, explained gently, "It's like this. We discovered that the spiritual qi, near the myriad manifestations sect, is slightly weaker than in other places." She waved her hand lightly, and a location appeared on the large board, so we speculated that it's likely caused by the Taoti. I used an invented tool to check the concentration of spiritual qi, and assigned cultivators to monitor it. As she spoke, she looked at everyone, and a location was highlighted in orange on the blue board. The intel from inside will eventually make its way back to me, so we should be able to pinpoint this unusual activity in the end. This might just be the Taoti's whereabouts, she added. Li Hua was beaming when she heard this. "Awesome," she exclaimed. People around them started chattering. Who knew there was a way like this? We might actually grab that monster by the tail this time. Old Lu, looking pleased, said, "Excellent. Let's seize this opportunity and immediately strike that monster, avenging our previous loss." Zhu Yang spoke up from behind. "Not so fast. Now that we've found its location, we should prepare thoroughly." "It's not too late to strike then." Old Lu turned to look at Zhu Yang and said. Zhu Yang looked towards Lin Yi, continuing, "Don't forget, the only one among us who can directly confront the Tao Yu, with his innate chaotic body." Old Lu also turned to look at him. Everyone started murmuring, "Isn't Lin Yi supposed to be rated as Ding level? How does he suddenly have an innate chaotic body? Didn't he reject the Heavenly Palace's cultivation method? Are the elders mistaken?" As people gossiped behind his back, Lin Yi froze, a little worried. Zhu Yang walked closer to him. "Lin Xiaoyu, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you this time." Lin Yi stood up straight. A green-haired guy chimed in. "To have Elder Dumas rely on this kid, he really has a big face." The green-skinned guy next to him also said, "Yeah, it's hard to believe." Long Teng Mu Yi, annoyed, clenched his fist. "Damn it, he's stealing all the spotlight." Mu Fan beside him remained expressionless. Lin Yi thought back to his previous battles, his mouth agape, and thought, "Damn it, I'm always the one doing all the heavy lifting." Dao Qingfeng spoke up at this moment. "For this hunt, how should Jinjiao Fairy and I arrange the seals?" Zhu Yang stood before Dao Qingfeng and Jinjiao. "Jinjiao Fairy hasn't fully recovered yet, and you just finished a sudden seal, so both of you stay at the Heavenly Palace and lie in wait." Jinjiao looked at Lin Yi worriedly. Lin Yi smiled to reassure her. "Don't worry, you know that thing can't hurt me." Lin Yi continued gently, "Be a good girl and recover. Just wait for me to come back." The sky was clear, and the mountains and forests were lush green. Underneath, 2 demon guards were standing watch with spears. The gray-clad demon scratched his head and said to the blue-clad demon, "I'm saying, what's the point of having us stand guard out here? That monster can take on a whole bunch of people by herself. If cultivators really come, it won't even be our turn to step up." The blue-clad demon yawned and said, "Who's saying it isn't? If we're supposed to protect someone, she should be the one protecting us. Why do we have to do it?" Before the blue-clad demon could finish speaking, Long Teng Mu Yi landed powerfully behind the 2 demons, making them freeze. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Long Teng Mu Yi immediately charged with his sword towards the gray-clad demon. A loud noise echoed through the forest, startling the birds and causing them to fly away. Elsewhere, Moosefan had just finished dealing with 2 demons and said seriously, "The vigilance is really lax. Hopefully everyone else is having smooth sailing." Long Teng Mu Yi said from the opposite side, "Mufan, I've taken care of my side." At this time, Lin Yi and Zhu Quan were speeding down the road. Zhu Quan walked, while looking at the board in her hand. Lin Yi asked from behind, "How are the others doing? Is the plan going smoothly?" She looked at the board, where several circles had been crossed out, leaving only one circle in the middle intact. With an arrow pointing directly at it, Zhu Quan said, "Everything is going smoothly. The demons in the outer perimeter have all been cleared out. The spiritual energy ahead is also becoming increasingly sparse." As they talked, the 2 arrived at their destination, quickly coming to a stop. Lin Yi and Zhu Quan stood on the edge of a cliff, looking down, and saw the Taoti lying below, its long tail curled up. Lin Yi said, "We really found her. Looks like the Taoti is sleeping." "It really is her. Just getting closer, you can feel the spiritual energy dwindling," Lin Yi said, the expressions on both of their faces becoming even more serious. The 2 approached the Taoti. Zhu Quan looked at the board in her hand, astonished. Unbelievable. She's absorbing all the spiritual energy around her. Such a large amount of spiritual energy, theoretically, nothing should be able to withstand it. No wonder she's known as the most unique, ferocious beast. Suddenly, the Teoti gradually opened its eyes. When it saw the two of them, it immediately glared and gnashed its teeth. Whoosh! The Teoti moved quickly. She flew away from the two, transforming her upper body. She attached herself to the fierce beast's head. 2 horns grew out of her head, and she angrily shouted, "You ugly thing, so hard to swallow, and a human again." Suddenly, 3 figures shot down from the sky. Even Teoti was taken aback. It's Elder Du, Lord Zhu Yang Zhao Zhao, L and UUML, Jishi, and Great Master of One Thought Shi Yi Nian. They immediately surrounded Taoti, exchanging meaningful glances. Great Master of One Thought Shi Yi Nian said, "Begin." Luo Zihan suppresses Taoti. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi flew toward Taoti. Fist clenched, she stared at him in shock. Lin Yi frowned and gritted his teeth. Flashback time. In the room, Elder Du, Lord Du Zhu Yang Xiao Zhao, L and UUML, Ji Shi, Great Master of One Thought Shi Yi Nian, Lin Yi, Zhu Quan, and Kui Hua were discussing the plan. Kui Hua said, "Hold on a sec. Even if we find Teoti, can we actually beat her? Just relying on Lin Yi is a bit of a stretch." Then, Kui Hua angrily pointed a finger right at Elder Dugu's face. "Don't you dare lead my disciple to his death just because he's useful." Elder Dugu awkwardly raised his hands in explanation. Of course not. The plan's all set. You see, Teoti can absorb all spiritual energy, so normal attacks won't just be ineffective, they might even power her up. Zhu Quan chimed in with a smile. And the reason the spiritual energy is so weak where Teoti is standing is because she's constantly absorbing it, like a bottomless pit, she excitedly continued. So we have to do the opposite. We'll set up a few spirit-absorbing formations outside Taoti's range to lower the spiritual energy concentration in that area. And absolutely no attacking Taoti, so she can't get any extra spiritual energy to replenish herself and become helpless. Zhu Quan's eyes lit up as she said that. Lin Yi could only force a smile, but he quickly turned serious, saying, "The risk is huge. If spiritual power is lost, we cultivators will be very dangerous. Moreover, Teoti is not a fool and will not stand still. You can't expect me." Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he shouted, "Wait! You don't expect me to hold her back alone, do you?" Hearing this, Zhu Quan smiled shyly at Lin Yi, who was dazed and suspicious. She suddenly put her hand on his shoulder. The other hand held up her index finger and smiled. "There's no other way. Who told you to be the legendary heavenly wasteland physique?" Lin Yi could only feel helpless. Lin Yi arrived in front of Taoti. She looked at him, the ferocious beast's mouth drooling. Elder Du shouted loudly, "Follow the plan. We'll provide support from each side." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he put his hands together to form a mantra, then stretched one hand towards Lin Yi and shouted, "The power of Haoran Lingyun protects the body." Purple-blue spiritual power immediately burst out from the palm of his hand, covering Lin Yi. Xiao Zhao Dairen also waved his hand and threw a yellow talisman on his back, shouting, "Accompanying the technique of disease wind," Master Yi Nian shouted, "My Buddha compassionate Dala mantra." Then he pointed his scepter directly at Lin Yi, and golden spiritual power-like flames burst out covering him. He kept running forward, praising as he ran. Worthy of being the magic of the 3 great elders, Lin Yi ran faster, his eyes firm. Golden light surrounded him, giving him support. This feeling was unprecedented. Taoti looked at him, manipulating one of the beast's front legs to lift up, said, "Go!" The beast, connected to her upper body, pounced fiercely at Lin Yi, opening its mouth to chew its teeth. She said, "Can't eat bad stuff." The beast's foot had stepped on Lin Yi's body, but he only needed one hand to withstand its enormous power, causing the ground where he was standing to sink, crack, and rocks to fly everywhere. Lin Yi's hand was still propping up the beast's foot, and he smiled indifferently. "I didn't invite you to eat me." Before Wei Xiaoying could finish speaking, the beast's huge foot had retreated, replaced by a mouthful of sharp teeth that was gradually shadowing over. The beast grabbed Lin Yi, but Lin Yi could easily resist the beast's 2 rows of teeth. Not allowing it to close, he calmly revealed, "Hey, if you already know I'm not delicious, why use this move?" Teoti angrily looked down at him and said, "Shut up, ugly thing." She continued, "I will crush you." Then, the beast's mouth immediately sucked up the surrounding spiritual power, and the light golden spiritual power was quickly swept inside. Longteng, Mu Yi, Mu Fan, and other cultivators in the distance were also affected, and had to stick their swords into the ground to stand firm. The sucked spiritual power created a fierce storm, and Mu Feng covered one side of his face with his hand. Longteng Mu Yi said, "What the hell? So far away I feel my spiritual power has been sucked away." Mu Fan frowned, looking towards the Teoti. The Taoti was stunned, and asked suspiciously,
Why can you see? Lin Yi was still using both hands to pry open the beast's mouth.
As she was struggling to eat, Zhuo Quan stood aside watching, saying,
As expected, the plan succeeded. She excitedly said,
that heavenly chosen physique,
even turbid qi can be fused and absorbed.
The enhancement spells cast by the three elders on Lin Yi are even easier, and unlike normal spells, they won't be swallowed by the Tao Ti. Zhuo Quan looked at the board in her hand. He's now strong enough to break the wrists of this Tao Ti beast. Both Lin Yi and the Tao Ti were surrounded by a golden shield, Zhuo Quan continued.
The spirit absorption formation around us has also been activated. Let's see if this kid can defeat the opponent. Lin Yi held one hand to support the beast's mouth
and pulled back the other hand to form a fist,
emitting a golden light, and he laughed. You want to eat me like that? Then eat my punch first. The Tao Ti was shocked.
The beast shook its body, throwing Lin Yi out.
The Tao Ti's tail pointed to the sky and angrily said,
You!
The Tao Ti roared.
You hateful thing. The sharp blue tail shot towards Lin Yi. He still had his back to the Tao Ti, propping himself up with a sore waist, and the sharp tail stabbed straight into the ground. With a loud bang, smoke and dust filled the air, and rocks flew everywhere. The demon woman's attack shattered the ground below. Anyone affected would surely not survive. The demon woman could no longer sense Lin Yi, so she assumed she had succeeded, and she turned her head and sneered. Long Teng Mu Yi
worriedly said,
He's dead.
That kind of attack, can Lin Yi withstand it? Mufan reassured him. Don't worry, he has a physique that can swim in turbid qi.
The demon woman then spoke up.
Then next, I'll deal with the rest of you. Suddenly her whole body froze, feeling like she was being held back, unable to move.
The demon woman frowned and turned back,
seeing Lin Yi holding her tail, and said,
Hey, don't rush, we haven't finished fighting yet.
He spun his foot to gain momentum. Lin Yi planned to hurl this demon woman away, he growled.
So get over here. Her demon body was dragged along. Lin Yi flung the demon woman away, finishing his sentence,
For me. The demon woman barely managed to regain her balance, then landed. Facing Lin Yi, she shouted, You monster, I'll eat you. Lin Yi actually automatically opened the demon's mouth and stepped inside. He smiled lightly, thinking, Very good, everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan.
Zhuo Quan, who was in charge of controlling the situation, had a similar thought. Just as predicted,
although the Tao Ti's devouring spirit domain power is extremely difficult to deal with, the demon girl, as the vessel, has a mind no different from a child, and Lin Yi has completely enraged her.
Her attention is now completely drawn in, and she is not aware that the spiritual energy around her is decreasing very rapidly. Therefore, Zhuo Quan loudly said,
This giant blue stone is the spirit absorption formation personally designed by me, enough to drain all the spiritual energy in this area in a short period of time. The Tao Ti's power to devour spiritual energy, although her most terrifying characteristic, is also her biggest weakness. Lin Yi immediately jumped out when the monster lowered its teeth, Zhuo Quan continued. Because maintaining that body requires a huge amount of energy, the Tao Ti needs to absorb spiritual energy every second and every minute, and once the spiritual energy is insufficient,
after a while some smoke drifted away.
Lin Yi then opened his eyes and saw that the demon woman was showing signs of weakening.
He smiled, thinking,
As expected, her strength and speed are not as good as before. If this continues, we might win.
Old Lu also saw this and turned to Dao Chao Yang, saying,
Just like Zhu Quan predicted, only consuming without replenishing spiritual energy, the Tao Ti's activity has started to decrease significantly. This tactic of exhausting the enemy is working, Dao Chao Yang admitted.
This kind of tactic can only be effective with Lin Yi's heaven-born true wasteland body. Otherwise, even if the three of us fought against the Tao Ti, our attacks would only replenish its spiritual energy. Yin Yan Shi really didn't expect this. He said it could absorb any spiritual energy attack. This Tao Ti's characteristics are truly terrifying for ordinary cultivators. No wonder the palace lord was afraid back then and suppressed this monster in the martial light sea, the hooded figure asked.
My lord, are we still not going to make a move?
If this continues, those cultivators will capture the Tao Ti. The shadow figure called My Lord calmly replied. Not in a hurry. Those guys from the heavenly palace think they have victory in their grasp,
but they don't understand the Tao Ti's power and determination.
Because they are high and mighty, they've never understood that behind those two people
are the corpses of unfortunate victims, staring wide-eyed, unable to close. In a small, dilapidated village, there's a white-haired girl sitting on a wellhead. The shadow figure's voice echoed, recounting the suffering she had experienced.
The girl had a thin body and tattered clothes like a beggar. Her voice was weak and hesitant.
So hungry. Even if I drink a lot of water, my stomach is still very hungry. The girl looked up at the sky, calling out, "Mom, Dad, where are you?" The once pitiful, ragged girl has now become a terrifying demon clan member. A hunger personified. The Teodi screamed. "So hungry. Why, my body can't be used," Zhu Quan happily said. "Alright, we'll immediately get to Lin Ji and continue downwards. She'll quickly transform back into her human form," Lin Yi said to the Taoti. "Okay, you don't have to rush for victory," Lin Yi persuaded. "As long as you obediently listen, we won't hurt you. At most, we'll just seal you away." The Teodi shook its head frantically. "No sealing, please don't, I don't want to," she screamed in panic. Hungry, Lin Yi was puzzled. The demon beast also became delirious, following the Taoti's emotions. It put both of its hands into its mouth and then bit them off. Lin Yi was stunned, watching the blood spurt out. The monster is chomping down, it's devouring its body like it's delicious. Lin Yi watched, his eyes wide with shock. Zhu Quan couldn't hide his surprise. She's actually devouring her own body, using the energy to recover from the exhaustion. The monster grinned savagely, which therefore stimulated Teodi itself. Then, the monster dissipated. Enveloping the Taoti, Lin Yi and Zhu Quan stood still, observing the situation while preparing to defend themselves. From behind the black smoke, a pair of legs emerged. Teodi here has both legs and arms, and can walk normally. Lin Yi thought tensely. So there was a way like this. Damn it, seems like we're in for a tough fight, Lin Yi glared, trying to calm down. He sensed the killing intent surrounding the Taoti, then wondered, what's going on? Why is she still absorbing spiritual energy? It's not from the spirit attracting array around us, Lin Yi immediately asked Zhu Quan. What's going on? Why is she still absorbing spiritual energy? It's not from the array around us. The dark shadow of that monster just flew off into the distance. Lin Yi reported back to Zhuo Quan. This is bad. The spirit absorbing formation is malfunctioning. Send people quickly. Zhuo Quan trembled all over, replying, "What? This is impossible. This is impossible. The data shows everything's normal. How could this be?" Teodi, after molting, said, "I can sense it now." She laughed, then took out a cloak and put it on, saying, "It's over there." Teodi's mouth watered, and then she spoke. "It has a spirit." As soon as she finished speaking, Teodi disappeared in an instant, then suddenly reappeared, continuing her sentence. Lin Yi, seeing this, shouted, "Not good." He rushed towards Teodi, saying, "We have to stop her." Lin Yi grabbed Taoti's leg, then resolutely said, "With me here, don't even think about going anywhere." Taoti seemed annoyed, screamed shrilly, then pulled Lin Yi's hand close to her mouth, biting him hard. Lin Yi, in so much pain he wanted to cry, said, "Damn it! Are you a dog or something? Biting people like that?" Taoti pinned Lin Yi down, growling as she said, "You nasty thing, I'll chew you to pieces right now." When Taoti was about to bite Lin Yi again, he covered her face to prevent it. Lin Yi began to tremble and grit his teeth, thinking, this guy, in human form, is even stronger than Long Teng. Mu Yi was about to pick up his sword. This is bad. If this continues, that kid is going to be. But Mu Qifan stopped him. "Don't go." He said that whether it's my 9 heavens mysterious illusion lightning or your sword domain, they'll only be devoured by Teodi. Believe in him, save some energy for later. Long Teng and Mu Yi thought that made sense, so they didn't say anything more. On Lin Yi's side, he had to use both hands to hold back Teodi's jaws. Her tail almost poked Lin Yi in the face. He hurriedly urged Zhuo Quan, "Hurry up and check the spirit-absorbing formation." Zhuo Quan was frantically adjusting things, replying, "Someone's messing with it. The 3 elders have already gone." She processed for a moment, then said in confusion, "How could this be? Someone changed the data on my magical instruments in the 3 elders area. They ran into the evil dark shadow that's sucking the spiritual energy of innocent people. It really is you." Zhu Yang said to his 2 friends, "One thought grasp, Ji He Dong, take action." One thought master jumped forward, growling, "HMPH, Supreme Golden Body, you ignorant demon dares to be here, taste my great awesome heavenly dragon." Jihizi wouldn't be outdone. He took out several talismans, pointed them at the dark shadow, and said, "Last time you ambushed us, this time such tricks won't work on injuring the 3 of us." The dark shadow indifferently scoffed, "A bunch of old fogies. You're destined to be eliminated by the new era." The dark shadow transformed and created tentacles emerging from the ground. Lin Yi strained, but nothing seemed to work. He gritted his teeth. "Is it not done yet?" He yelled, "I can't hold on anymore." Zhuo Quan also lost her patience and slammed her hand on the control panel. Suddenly the control screen returned to normal. Zhuo Quan was overjoyed. "It's finally recovered. Let me see what's happening now." However, something suddenly appeared, causing her confusion. This is old Zihi's location. Also not going smoothly, he frowned, thinking, Why isn't this guy using his devil eyes this time? Is he stalling for time? Thinking that, Jihizi shouted. Oh no. Zhuo Quan rushed over, his face clearly panicked, gesturing wildly. Quick! Stop him! He's coming this way! Long Teng Muyi asked, puzzled. Who? Who's coming? On the other side, Taoti and Lin Yi were in the middle of a brawl when suddenly Taoti heard a noise in the distance, stopped clawing at Lin Yi, and looked up to see what it was. Seeing Taoti's action, Lin Yi curiously looked to see what was up. After seeing it, Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised. That is, someone's running over with an absorption spirit stone from afar.
It's him, Zhuo Quan. Seeing the situation was going south, reminded Longteng Muyi and Mu Fan. Crap. Don't let Taoti touch the absorption spirit stone, or we're screwed. Mu Fan, following Zhuo Quan's advice, drew his sword. Mu Fan pointed his sword straight at the guy, freezing him in his tracks. You demonic trash, don't come any closer. Longteng Muyi clapped his hands like he'd just figured something out. Longteng Muyi ordered Qing Shui, go stop him. Seeing his teammate being held up and unable to do anything, Taoti pushed Lin Yi away, stood up, and ran towards the demon. But he'd barely gotten up, hadn't even started running, when Lin Yi grabbed his tail and wouldn't let go. You're not going anywhere. Taoti tried to budge, but it was useless, and he angrily cursed. Let me go, you nasty thing. Just then, the demon threw the absorption spirit stone. Qing Shui immediately used a move to cause the demon some difficulty. Holding the sword, Qing Shui slashed at the demon's face. The demon, who had been getting roughed up the whole time, angrily turned around and cursed. You damn cultivators, you don't know your own limitations. Seizing the opportunity, the demon threw the absorption spirit stone over to Taoti. Seeing this, Taoti didn't hesitate, and turned around to directly cut off his own tail. After that, Taoti jumped high up, heading straight for the absorption spirit stone. Lin Yi was shocked. It can even do that. Zhuo Quan, Longteng Muyi, and Mu Fan on the other side could only watch helplessly. We're dead, screwed. They were all worried. As Taoti flew up and touched the absorption spirit stone, his lower body became extremely strange. Lin Yi below looked up, worried. Taoti, after absorbing the power. Now it's my turn again. Zhuo Quan. Tell everyone to leave now. The suppression strategy failed. Retreat quickly, Taoti asked Zhuo Quan. You still want to leave now? Too late. Finishing speaking. Taoti raised his hand, and the monster below, following his command, opened its mouth wide, swallowing the power. Mu Fan planted his sword into the ground, and a surge of power emanated around him. Oh no, our spiritual energy is being drained non-stop. The demon was riding high after Taoti gained the power. Now you know you messed up, right? Haha, Lord Taoti, eat all these cultivators. Taoti advanced toward Longteng Muyi, but Qing Shui ran up and pushed Longteng Muyi out of the way. Then Qing Shui went straight into the monster's mouth. Longteng Muyi shouted. Qing Shui, Taoti, after eating, licked his lips approvingly. A strange flavor, but delicious. One person isn't enough. Taoti wants more, turning his mouth toward Longteng Muyi. Then you're next. Longteng Muyi, unable to do anything, wiped away his sweat. We're really screwed this time, but just in time, Lin Yi rushed in front of Taoti. Don't even dream about it. Lin Yi straight up blocked that Taoti's mouth. Nope, not good. Those buff auras the three elders slapped on themselves are about to run out. Lin Yi tanked it himself, his hand already shaking like crazy. Hurry up and get out of here. You want to stick around and die one by one or what? Longteng Muyi grabbed his sword, looking all ready to rumble. But you, Mu Fan zoomed over and dragged him away. You want to follow in your sword servant's footsteps or something? Just go. If we stay here, we'll just end up dragging him down. Watching Longteng Muyi and Mu Fan bail, Taoti roared, totally ticked off. You keep stopping me, you've got a death wish, haven't you? Taoti flicked its hand at Lin Yi, catching him totally off guard and sending him smashing into a rock. Lin Yi groaned, clearly hurting from that hit. This dude totally recovered after sucking up the spirit stone's power. Taoti couldn't hold back its rage. You think you're hot stuff in front of me? Taoti lunged at Lin Yi. You can't do squat, you're just gonna end up as my grub. Snagging Lin Yi, Taoti felt something kinda weird. What's going on? This aura. Gritting its teeth, Taoti slowly lifted Lin Yi up. You? What the heck is happening? Why is it? Lin Yi's eyes were blazing with killing intent. Meanwhile, Elder Lu and Dao Zhuyang and Shi Yinyan were busy dealing with some spooky monsters. Shi Yinyan said, You guys go on ahead, I'll figure out a way to stop this demon lord. As they were leaving, Dao Zhuyang suddenly sensed something was off. Shang, this aura, Lu Jichu replied. You felt it too, huh? Lu Jichu replied. This is the devouring desolate. No way. Fairy Jinjiao is supposed to be in the heavenly palace right now. The only other possibility is no freaking way, right? Zhuo Quan, watching from afar, couldn't believe it either. How can this be? Zhuo Quan said, totally confused.
That's the residual devouring desolate key in Lin Yi's body, and he can actually control it. Well, that's just great. Lin Yi, meanwhile, grabbed the demon beast's hand, looking at Taodi and saying, "All done with your attacks? Then it's my turn now. You got a problem with that." Taodi was stunned. Lin Yi finished his sentence and raised his fist towards Taoti. "Eat this, my fist of fury." BM. Lin Yi punched Taodi, sending it flying. Taodi landed on the ground, clutching its throat and coughing like crazy. "Cough, cough, that freaking hurt." Taodi hugged its stomach, totally in disbelief. You little punk, how is this even possible?" Lin Yi didn't stop, saying with a grin, "Ain't got no why." Now Lin Yi flew up, continuing, "I just want to beat you up." Lin Yi dove down towards Taodi, throwing punch after punch. Just then, Dao Zhuyang and Lu Zichu finally caught up. Lu Zichu was doubtful. How can this be? That cultivator can actually use demonic ki. Even that heavenly true emperor guy was never rumored to do that. Lin Yi still wasn't done, his fist crackling with fiery red energy. Taodi finally figured it out. The devouring desolate's Q left in his body didn't hurt him at all. It actually became a power-up. You really know how to surprise a guy. The devouring desolate, chilling inside Lin Yi's body, was also thinking hard about the situation. Can't let this guy keep messing with my plans. Looks like I've got no choice but to. Dao Zhuyang, from behind, warned Lin Yi. Careful. The spiritual energy on that thing is going through the roof. In the heat of battle, suddenly the system pops up, beeping like crazy. The system throws some choices at Lin Yi. Choice 1. Unleash the full power of Devourer. Fight the Taodi head-on. Reward. A top-tier spirit wood coffin. Choice 2. Realize the situation's going south. Ditch the extras. Strategic retreat. Reward. Win swift escape technique. Choice 3. Pretend to be backfired by the Devourer's residual energy. Fake a loss. Get captured. Reward. 5 years of Li Chen Gi Zhen Gong cultivation. Lin Yi stops dead in his tracks like, seriously, what now? He glances at the Taodi, thinking, I'm clearly winning right now, but this feels so wrong. Then he looks back and sees Devourer getting even angrier. Uh-oh, what set him off? Is he about to unleash some big move? And is it aimed at ME? Lin Yi thinks for a split second, then clutches his head, screaming, My head! Arg! Pretending to be hit by the Devourer's backlash, Lin Yi pretends to faint while clutching his head. No, not the Taodi, and not Dao Chaoyang either. Lu Zhisheng and Shi Yinian are both stunned, totally clueless. Lu Zhisheng yells, How can a cultivator control cow ki? Quick, go save that kid. Dao Chaoyang's voice rings out, and Shi Yinian chimes in, Crap, looks like the kid got a backlash from Devourer's power. Devourer himself is suspicious. What's going on? Did the Devourer's residual power in his body go out of control? Clearly, maybe. Just as Devourer turns his head, he sees a spark flying straight towards him. That weird, sinister demon with the glowing eyes makes a run for it like he's scheming something, he thinks. If that's how it is, then I can't let this chance slip by. He charges towards Lin Yi, who's lying unconscious on the ground. Catching the two onlookers by surprise, Lu Zhisheng shouts, You bastard! Then the two of them cast spells together. Dao Chaoyang points a finger, conjuring a strange ray of light that speeds towards the monster. You won't lay a finger on him. Lu Zhisheng also makes a hand sign, summoning power, and he adds, Don't even think about it. Two streams of magic fly in tandem towards the demon. Just as he's about to reach Lin Yi, suddenly the Taoti rides a hideous black monster down from the sky. It opens its massive mouth and swallows both streams of power whole. With that done, it lands on the ground. The Taoti licks its lips dramatically, saying provocatively, Tasty, give me more. Dao Chaoyang whispers to Lu Zhisheng, Damn it. This is getting tricky. Zhisheng frowns in anger and retorts, That darn demon. Then the two of them secretly discuss how to eliminate Taodi and the demons. I'll hold the rear, take that kid and Mo Ling, and retreat first. But apparently what he said was heard by Taodi. She angrily orders the monster, That is the scoundrel that I must eat. Stop messing around, go. Suddenly a dark cloud appears, giving off strange light, and then it explodes unexpectedly. Xinyan jumps out from within. He looks quite angry, shouting, Darn demon! Today you won't even think about it. But then something happened that made him freeze for 5 seconds, blurting out, That is the longing face and bright eyes of the Taodi's master. Then the girl laughs loudly. The monster's mouth starts emitting strength, lifting Shi Yinian high into the air, making him furious that he couldn't stop shouting, Damn it, why is it? A scully! A demon! The black monster here is about to do something. When it realizes it's familiar, Lu Zhisheng suddenly says, That move again! Dao Chaoyang shouts, Yin Yan!
Dodge it quick. Turns out, it's creating a strange stone floating in the sky. It shoots a long beam of light down to the ground, making Shi Yinian jump, but luckily everyone dodged it. The monster here has gone to Lin Yi. It already got him in its mouth. A green-haired guy comes running to Teodi, panicking, saying, "Great Teodi, please come with me." Then they hurry off. As for Lin Yi, he's awakened by the monster's slobber dripping all over him. Lin Yi squirms, shaking his head uncomfortably like he's about to puke, wondering to himself, "Did you really have to use your mouth to grab me?" In the crystal clear blue sky, there appeared a bunch of boats, just floating around, all fancy. Jin Zhao's on the way. Little Tree looks up and thinks, "Oh snap, the flying dragon boats are out and about." She bolts, leaving her water bottle behind. Now all she's thinking is, "Lin Yi Gage, are they back already?" She blends into the crowd, also waiting for Lin Yi's return. People around her are all like, "Why are they back so soon? Heard this mission didn't go so well. I mean, 3 elders went together, while others were worried. Hope no one's hurt, right?" Then the boats land, and the people coming off them look like they just ate a lemon. Not happy campers. Jin Zhao rushes over to Lu Jihibi, all worried. Elder Lu, where's Lin Yi Ji? Did something hold him up?" Lu Jibi awkwardly scratches his head, stammering, "Jin Zhao, Lin Yi had a bit of a hiccup, might be a little delayed, yeah." Dao Chu Feng over here was eavesdropping like a pro and heard something juicy. He panics, shoves the person in front of him, and yells, "Hey Lao Lu, what's going on?" Heard the suppressing the Taoti thing went sideways, and even that kid Lin Yi got snatched. His words hit Jin Zhao like a freaking lightning bolt. Her eyes widen, face goes pale as a ghost. She clasps her hands, praying like crazy, and starts shaking like a leaf, freaking out Lu Jibi. He waves his hands, trying to calm her down. Jin Zhao! Don't worry, we just came back a step ahead. Dun Chu Yang and Shui Hua are searching everywhere for the Taodi and the demon race. They might have found that kid by now." Then, BAM. She faints. Some random guy catches the fainting damsel and comforts her. "Hey, don't freak out, you're a devourer host. If you go, won't that be a one-way trip?" Meanwhile, Lu Zihibi grabs Dao Chu Feng by the collar, pissed. "Did you do that on purpose?" Dao Chu Feng quickly says, stuttering, I was just anxious." Jin Zhao bursts into tears, regretting everything. "Lin Yi Gage, I can't do anything." Scene change to a pretty dang magnificent palace, nestled at the foot of a mountain. It's got this eerie, unsettling vibe. Lin Yi's been locked up in there. Taodi is standing outside, acting like his guard. Lin Yi sits in a corner, suddenly speaking out, "Hey, where's that mysterious guy? He spent half a day capturing me. He must have some purpose, right? Am I just staying here like this?" Taoti thoughtfully looked into the distance, sat down and replied, "Lin Yi, I am not talking to bad guys. My master told me to keep an eye on you. You better not run or I will break your legs." Lin Yi strokes his chin, thinking. He says to Taodi, "Master? That mysterious guy is your master. You're just here to seal the Taodi, right? Do you even know that your master is just using you?" Taodi gets all huffy at those words. She glares at Lin Yi, protesting loudly, "No way, master saved me. I don't have to go hungry following master." Lin Yi stands up, walks closer to Taodi, and provokes her with a scary face. He says, "HMPH," but Taodi clearly never gets full. "Didn't your master tell you that?" Taodi is so angry that she can't say anything back. "You?" Then Lin Yi was surprised by the familiar voice. It's not a gentlemanly thing to trick a little girl. He turned around in shock as he saw the familiar figure. Zhuo Gong casually strides in, hands clasped behind his back, and greets him. "Long time no see, Lin Yi." Lin Yi stares at Zhuo Gong, eyes wide and confused. He asks, "Zhuo Gong, what are you doing here?" He glanced and asked, "Could it be that you?" He raised his hand to confirm the thoughts that were emerging in Lin Yi's mind. "That's right, it's exactly what you're thinking." Lin Yi grips the bars, asking him, "Did the demon race catch you again?" "Didn't think you'd think of me so lowly," Zhuo Gong shouted angrily. "Of course not, how could it be? I joined them willingly." Lin Yi leans forward slightly, asking, "Zhuo Gong, you're with the demon race now. What about their master?" "And them?" Zhuo Gong paused, and replied softly, "Don't get excited, rest assured. Although our sect was destroyed, but the master had already helped everyone escape early." Remembering what happened in the sect, Lin Yi clenched his palms, his face dark. He was angry at the fact that he didn't tell him anything about such a thing. He said loudly, "That old bastard. If you're going to hide, then hide. How could you not send someone to tell me such a big thing?" Zhuo Gong replied, "You are wrong. It is precisely because you are in Tiangong that you must never let you know that our sect has not been destroyed." Lin Yi stood up suddenly, grabbed the prison bars with both hands, and asked anxiously, "What do you mean by this? Are you worried about the news being leaked, or being discovered by the demon race?" Zhuo Gong smiled mysteriously, and laughed loudly. Said to Lin Yi, "Ha ha,
The demon race said to Lin Yi. He turned to the side and pointed and continued, "The demon race is not our enemy at all. His master is not afraid of the demon race, but of the heavenly palace." Lin Yi opened his eyes wide and looked, then changed his expression and looked back at Zhuo Gong, asking, "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't the demon race destroying so many sects?"
Zhuo Gong pointed directly at Lin Yi and yelled, "You just don't get it. All this is." He didn't even finish his sentence before that dark evil thing appeared again. It cut him off, saying, "I'll tell him." Zhuo Si saw this, turned to it, bowed his head, and clasped his hands in greeting. "My lord," Lin Yi's voice echoed from inside. "It's you, the four evil fiend, with eyes glowing like fire. Ordered. Open the prison, go. I have something to say to him." Zhuo Gong, still bowing and clasping his hands, replied, "As you command, yes." Then he went to open the prison door. Lin Yi thought to himself, "This guy, what's he really plotting?" Then he suddenly received a notification from the system. Beep, beep. Option 1. This kind of amateur thief who thinks he's slick dares to look down on you. Immediately strike and ambush. Reward: a mobile banquet table worth 3,988. Option 2. Seize the opportunity and try to escape. Reward: a pair of bone fracture splints. Option 3. Adapt to the situation. Reward: years of power from the leaving dust, returning to truth art. He frowned in dissatisfaction. System, are you implying that if I attack I'll get fed, but if I run I'll get my legs broken? He stepped out of the prison and spoke directly to the evil fiend, asking, "What's your goal, really?" The evil fiend replied, "I hate beating around the bush, so I'll be straight. I like you a lot." Lin Yi glared at it and said, "You." He raised his hands and hugged himself, his cheeks flushed with shyness, saying, "You also fancy my body?" Hearing Lin Yi say that, Zhuo Gong raised his hand and immediately said, "That's not what he meant." And beside him, Taoti angrily spread out its hand and ordered, "You nasty thing, I'll eat you." Taoti and Lin Yi followed the dark shadow, Taoti's master. Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, "What are you plotting? What do you want to do?" The dark shadow pointed down to the ground, asking Lin Yi in return, "What do you think of the scenery here?" Lin Yi incomprehensibly replied, "The scenery?" Then he looked down at his feet, casting his gaze around the surroundings. Lin Yi's face turned slightly purple as he said, "You're talking about here," Lin Yi firmly stated. "It's truly a place where even birds wouldn't bother to poop. Do you demon folk really like living in places like this?" The dark shadow heard this and finally spoke. "If I were to tell you that 1,000 years ago, this was once an extremely prosperous land, with countless people living and working in peace here, and even just a few decades ago it wasn't this bad." Lin Yi was slightly stunned by what the dark shadow said. It continued, looking towards Tao Ti and saying, "And this child is one of the last survivors. I picked her up from under that village, and then she became Taoti's host." Lin Yi saw him beating around the bush like that and suspected something. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The dark shadow raised his hand and said, "I will show you a power." Something of the dark shadow pointed close to Lin Yi's head, surprising him. "You." Before falling asleep, the dark shadow's voice faintly said, "Don't be nervous. Just showing you some of my and her memories." Silence fell around Lin Yi. The dark shadow and Tao Ti seemed to no longer exist in this place. Lin Yi was curious. "Your memories, what exactly do you want?" But he saw a thin back sitting near the mouth of a well. The little girl mumbled something that Lin Yi couldn't quite catch. Suddenly, he realized it was that girl, her past self. Lin Yi then saw another small figure approaching, and with a start, he yelled out as soon as he recognized it, "Crap! That's a rabid dog." The dog was closing in on the white-haired girl, who grabbed a twig and waved it at the dog, trembling. Go away, leave me alone." But the rabid dog didn't understand human language. It felt threatened and smelled blood, which drove it crazy. It immediately attacked her, and she screamed in terror, "Don't come near me!" The rabid dog scratched her leg, then pinned her down. Her face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Yi angrily shouted, "You bastard!" He tried to kick the dog, yelling, "Get lost, I said." But it was like he wasn't even there. Lin Yi suddenly remembered. Wait, that guy said this is a memory. Lin Yi looked at his hands and thought to himself, so it's just something that already happened? There's nothing I can do. The filthy, white-haired girl was weak and terrified, screaming, "Help! Mom, Dad, anyone!" The rabid dog successfully snapped the twig in her hand, and without it, she could only watch as the dog lunged at her. Lin Yi was completely helpless, forced to watch as the poor girl was bitten and blood splattered everywhere. She screamed, but no one came. Lin Yi frowned, sweat pouring down his forehead, feeling more uncomfortable than ever before. Suddenly, the white-haired girl stopped crying. She raised the broken twig she had left and quietly said, Get away from me. Ah, yeah. She stabbed the twig into the dog, forcing it to release its prey, and the dog coughed up blood in pain. The girl, bitten and gasping for breath, then stood up and provoked the dog with the twig. Come on. A moment later, the dog was breathing its last on the ground, completely covered in blood. The girl collapsed too, her leg twisted to the side. She whimpered, "It hurts, and I'm still so hungry." She looked up at the sky and wondered, "Am I going to die?" Lin Yi looked at the girl and wondered aloud, "If this is a memory, why is she all alone here?" The girl suddenly glanced at the rabid dog's corpse beside her and slowly crawled towards it. An instinctive feeling made her cry out, "I'm so hungry." Though she seemed scared, she still said, "My stomach can't take it anymore." So she decided to touch the rabid dog. Lin Yi watched in horror as the girl devoured the foul-smelling dog in her hunger. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid!" A pitch-black shadow emerged from the dog's corpse, startling the white-haired girl. Seeing it didn't look too good, she tried to scare it off. "Roar! Roar!" The dark shadow saw this and thought, "Oh, there's still a kid here." It originally thought everyone was gone. Seeing the bones of a dog lying next to the starving little girl, the dark shadow realized. "So that's how it is that so?" The dark shadow spoke to the pitiful child. "Come with me. Your parents aren't coming back." Some kind of supernatural power surrounded the little girl, and a strange voice echoed, "Follow me. I'll take care of you. At least you'll survive." The little girl looked up at the dark shadow and asked, "If I follow you, will I have enough to eat?" The dark shadow replied firmly, "Yes." That was all the little girl needed. She slowly stood up and said, "Okay, then I'll follow you." Lin Yi, seeing all of this, thought, "So, this is." Suddenly, strange phenomena appeared around him. Lin Yi was startled. Wait, the illusion's ending. Lin Yi returned to his original position, with the dark shadow and Taoti beside him. He turned to look at Taoti with pity, but then suspiciously questioned the dark shadow. "What are you trying to tell me by showing me this?" The dark shadow slowly replied, "As you saw, decades ago, the land here became completely barren and infertile. The villagers couldn't survive and abandoned the place." Speaking of Taoti, the dark shadow said, "And she, because she was a child her parents saw as a burden, was abandoned here." Taoti lowered her head, not replying, as if silently accepting it. Lin Yi frowned. "Even so, what does this have to do with you leading demons around, destroying sects and clans?" The dark shadow immediately denied it. "Wrong. It has a huge connection, because the total amount of spiritual energy in this heaven and earth is limited. As cultivators constantly cultivate and gather spiritual energy, the remaining spiritual energy in the world will become less and less. This is exactly what the Heavenly Palace refers to as the heavenly tribulation of spiritual depletion." Lin Yi heard this and asked, "The total amount of spiritual energy is limited." However, he still had doubts. "But, what basis do you have for this theory?" Taoti replied. "Basis. The basis is naturally the reduction of spiritual energy. More and more land is becoming barren." She placed her hand on her stomach and said, "Taoti can feel it. More and more people in this world are starting to go hungry." Lin Yi was stunned. "How is that possible?" The dark shadow interjected. "You don't believe it, do you? I bet you've never experienced hunger since you were born, right?" Lin Yi awkwardly replied. The dark shadow said. "I understand. It's not just you. Those lofty cultivators never care about the hardships of ordinary people below. All sects build their spiritual veins in the most spiritually rich areas. Spiritual depletion can only be revealed on these spiritual veins at the very end. Of course, you guys can't feel it." Lin Yi blurted out, "Maybe what you're saying is true, but even so, what are you guys doing all this for?" The dark shadow resolutely replied, "Of course, to break this unfair destiny, the Heavenly Palace and those ancient sects all know the truth." The dark shadow became agitated. "But they all know it, and don't say anything." Led by the Heavenly Palace, the cultivators and sects with the strongest power build a set of rules. Every time a tribulation comes, it kicks off a huge war, wipes out a big chunk of cultivators and sects, and balances the spiritual energy for a while. That's the heavenly tribulation for Ya. The shadowy figure leaned in close to Lin Yi's face, grinning. "But those guys, the ones who set up this whole show, they'll never get eliminated because they make the rules." Thinking back to what he'd said before, Lin Yi felt a sense of foreboding. He asked himself, "So my master, he bolted with the whole sect, because he knew this?" The shadowy figure chimed in, "Your master was a smart cookie. He knew his sect couldn't possibly chill in the next chaotic era, so even if it meant ditching the spiritual veins and stagnating his cultivation, he'd do anything to keep his disciples alive, disguising them as demonkin. Sect annihilation was the smartest move he could make,
And of course, I wouldn't blow his cover. Lin Yi was quiet for a sec, but he still had to argue. But, by that logic, you guys wiping out sects only treats the symptoms, not the disease, right? At best, you're just replacing the Heavenly Palace, starting everything from scratch. The shadowy figure chuckled, bowing his head. Just killing cultivators and swapping out the Heavenly Palace. Yeah, that's just scratching the surface. But then he looked up, declaring, "We have a way bigger goal than the Heavenly Palace." Ugh, those old geezers. The shadowy figure clenched his fist, spitting out each word. "They're undoubtedly stopping us from reaching our goal. You have the innate true wasteland physique. If you join us, we'd have a solid shot at bringing a brighter future to everyone." The shadowy figure said it just like that. Lin Yi, dumbfounded, pointed at himself and asked, "So you're trying to recruit me? You want to recruit me based on a few words?" "Really?" The shadowy figure snickered. The shadowy figure backed away, but Lin Yi followed, suspicion oozing from him. "You think I'd buy that?" The shadowy figure explained. "Of course, I don't expect to convince you just like that, but I can give you a chance. A chance to see for yourself." Lin Yi was lost. He coldly asked, "A chance to see for myself? What's that supposed to mean?" The shadowy figure replied, "I mean, I can let you go back. You can find out on your own if what I'm saying is true." Lin Yi was stunned. "Let me go back." He happily turned to leave, waving at the shadowy figure. "Awesome, awesome. I'll definitely look into what you said." "Well, I won't bother you anymore." Someone's spiky blue tail started twitching. Peyote suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Lin Yi's way. Yan Rang glanced behind him, looking at the shadowy figure, saying, "Hold up. Before you go, I've got a little gift for you." He pulled out something radiating a sinister aura. Lin Yi's face paled, but the shadowy figure casually said, "This is a soul-devouring GU worm. I had a hard time getting my hands on it recently. Just eat it, and I'll let you go." Lin Yi felt a chill, frowning. "What happens after I swallow this thing?" The shadowy figure replied, "It won't do anything normally, but if you plot to erase it or disobey me, you'll wish you were dead." As Lin Yi was hesitating, a message popped up from the system. Choice 1. They dare to use a GU worm to control you. Immediately launch a sneak attack. Reward: a Feng Shui burial spot with no bad reviews or complaints to date. Choice 2. A true hero knows when to cut losses. Kneel and beg for forgiveness. Reward: supreme martial art, tiger landing on earth. Choice 3. Insect protein is 4 times that of beef. Eat it. Reward: separation dust transformation art, a support skill for the separation dust returning to truth skill. After mastering, you can slowly resolve the foreign object in your body. Lin Yi paid more attention to the third option, and he cried silently in his heart, "System, I knew that at the crucial moment, you're still unreliable." Lin Yi gritted his teeth, accepted that terrifying object, and shoved it into his mouth in front of the shadow. He wanted to throw up. The shadow behind him snorted coldly, "Lin Yi, don't blame me, it's just that you happen to be an innate true desolate physique, and you also possess special talents like that. Originally, this kind of GU worm wasn't even for you to enjoy." Lin Yi, after receiving the gift, said, "Alright, now my life is in your hands, what exactly do you want?" He thought bitterly. "Damned immortals. Go to hell, wait until I digest this crappy GU worm, and then I'll definitely give you a big surprise." The shadow slowly said, "The Heavenly Palace has now controlled 2 fierce beasts, and soon they will plot for the third one, which is also a necessary factor for the implementation of our plan. This time, you pretend to escape, and after you return, don't reveal what happened today and I'll send someone to contact you." Lin Yi curiously asked him, "Do you have a mole in the Heavenly Palace?" He thought to himself, "No wonder I've never heard of this guy's GU worm. Under the threat of life and death, it's not surprising that someone is forced to betray." Lin Yi was still wary in his heart. The Heavenly Palace's plan has been repeatedly sabotaged before. I'm afraid it's also because of that mole, but who is it after all? It seems that before clarifying the situation I must be careful. Lin Yi smiled and scratched his head, pointed behind him, and asked, "So can I leave now?" The shadow replied, "Go, remember, we are not enemies. And the demon race is not entirely evil, we just want to break this unfair world." Lin Yi nodded and turned away, chiming in, Right, I'm leaving." The shadow raised his voice for him to hear, "I know you don't believe what I say now, but even for that little girl who sealed the devourer, I advise you, don't trust the Heavenly Palace too much. Their attitude towards the sealer is not what it seems on the surface." Lin Yi was shocked, wanting to ask more clearly, so he turned back. "Wait a minute, what do you mean by that?" The shadow and Tao Ti flew away, leaving instructions for Lin Yi to take care of himself. Lin Yi needed to head to see Zhuo Quan. As soon as he saw Zhuo Quan, Jin Zhao said, "Senior Zhuo Quan, Is there any clue about Brother Lin Yi this time? Zhuo Quan scratched his face and replied, Not yet. Taoti will not arbitrarily absorb spiritual energy, and my probe cannot find its trace. Jin Zhao looked sad and worried. Zhuo Quan hurriedly waved his hand to reassure her. Hey, don't worry, the others are still looking. Zhuo Quan mentioned that elderly Kui Hua was even more crazy. She's been searching everywhere. Without rest, maybe she can find him soon. Zhuo Quan took Jin Zhao's hand and comforted her. Even if he's caught, maybe he can find a chance to escape. Mufan stood behind, folded his arms and said, Okay, don't worry for now. That guy Lin Yi, I think he's quite smart. Even if he's caught, maybe he can find a chance to escape. Dao Qingfeng said with regret, It's a pity. The Heavenly Palace and my father don't want me to go out at will. Otherwise, if I was there in that battle, maybe he wouldn't have been hurt. Mu Fan asked curiously, Dao Qingfeng, why are you worried about Lin Yi? I heard that you and him had some unpleasant conflicts. Dao Qingfeng replied, I don't deny this, but in the battle to seal Taowu, I and the Myriad Things sect owe him one. Qingfeng asked Mu Fan, By the way, where's that loudmouth who's always arguing with you guys? Mu Fan said suspiciously. You mean Longteng? Mu Fan explained. His sword spirit was swallowed by Tao Ti, and he was hit hard. And not long ago he was called back to the Longteng dynasty. Qingfeng said, Longteng dynasty. If I remember correctly, they seem to also. Lin Yi suddenly appeared next to him and asked, What's wrong with the Longteng dynasty? Qingfeng and Mu Fan turned around at the same time in shock. The two of them shouted, Lin Yi, you. Qingfeng, with wide eyes and mouth, asked, are you a person or a ghost? Qingfeng said sternly, I'm alive and well. The demon race imprisoned me, but I just found an opportunity to escape. Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. Are you kidding me? Just that simple. At that moment, Jin Zhao dashed from behind and embraced Lin Yi tightly. Lin Yi gently hugged and affectionately patted Jin Zhao's head. It's all right, I'm back. The sixth elder looked at the two of them and said in a gentle but serious tone, Lin Yi, it's good that you're back, but before we celebrate, come with me for a bit. In a sealed room, everyone gathered around Zhuo Quan, examining Lin Yi's body. After the examination, Zhuo Quan told everyone to leave. Lin Yi's fine. I've checked him. His body is normal, and he hasn't been cursed by the demon race or anything. He's healthy, the sixth elder added. That's good. The demon race is cunning and treacherous, so I was worried they might have used some underhanded methods. Jin Zhao happily sighed in relief. Lin Yi Gej, you're okay. Lin Yi confidently pointed at himself, saying, I told you. I took the chance to escape. Nothing happened to me. Lin Yi thought to himself, the soul-guarding GU worm in my body hasn't been refined by the leaving dust and returning to the Hong technique. Is it because it's hidden too well that Zhuo Quan didn't detect it? Or, Lin Yi pondered. When they captured Tao Tai, her testing device didn't detect anything abnormal either. Could she be the mole? Lin Yi smiled and dismissed the thought. But now isn't the time to make wild guesses. Du Zhaoyang entered the room and slowly said, If nothing happened, then that's great. Nothing could be better. Come with me, Lin Yi. Lin Yi asked back. What's up? Du Zhaoyang said. The palace lord wants me to take you to him to talk. Following Du Zhaoyang into the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace unfolded with long flowing red carpets, surrounded by ethereal clouds. A truly magnificent sight. Lin Yi thought to himself. Each generation's palace lord personally chooses their successor, but no one knows the exact method of selection. Lin Yi further pondered. Even though it's been a long time since anyone has seen the heavenly palace's palace lord take action, if all the cultivators in the heavenly system are bound by the principle of diminishing returns, then the heavenly palace's palace lord, the image of that man standing on a pile of skulls, along with those words, without a doubt, is the recognized strongest person. Lin Yi then thought, he's also the one who knows many of the true secrets of the heaven and earth. Lu Ji. Du Zhaoyang stood with his arms crossed. Palace Lord, I've brought Lin Yi. The Palace Lord waved his hand. You've done well. Leave him to me now. I'll speak with him privately. Du Zhaoyang replied. Yes, Lin Yi respectfully said. I don't know why the Palace Lord has summoned me this time. The Palace Lord continued. I know you, Lin Yi. The elders have told me quite a bit about you. The Palace Lord strolled and said, including your battles with Tao Wu and Tao Tai, and your rare 1,000-year heavenly true desolate body. The Palace Lord leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and said, You can even use the impure ki left behind by the ferocious beasts in your body, Lin Yi replied. That's right. The Palace Lord exuded a dangerous aura, saying, I also heard that after you were captured, you managed to escape on your own. Lin Yi hesitated worriedly before answering. That's right. The Palace Lord cracked a satisfied smile. Is that so? Interesting. Then I want to ask, While you were captured, did that mysterious person say anything to you? Lin Yi thought in his heart, you can also find out yourself whether what I say is true or not. Lin Ye told the palace master, nope, I'm always being watched by that booby-obsessed girl, and that mysterious dude was all up in my face again. The palace master looked at him with suspicion. Don't believe me, huh? The palace master chuckled gently. Is that so? The palace master looked at Lin Ye and said, so, how about becoming my personal disciple? Lin Ye asked in surprise. What? May? Lin Ye stared at the palace master. What does being a personal disciple even mean? The palace master continued. How about you become the next heavenly palace master? Lin Ye looked at the palace master, and the palace master stared back with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Swooping down like a fiery arrow, Li Kuihua landed just then, creating a huge spark from the friction. Seeing this, Jin Zhao happily piped up. Senior, you're back. Kuihua, with her nose in the air, retorted, TCH. All that life-risking travel to find traces of the demon race, and the little brat just strolls back on his own. Seeing Kuihua like this, Jin Zhao could only stand there awkwardly. Then, Li Kuihua dejectedly said, where's that little stinker? I've been searching high and low for him. I deserve some credit for my efforts, if not, at least for being tired. Thinking of what Du Zhuyang had said that made Lin Ye freak out, Jin Zhao cautiously said, well, Elder Du Zhuyang was acting on the palace master's orders, and went to see him not long ago. Li Kuihua put on a bored expression. This even alarmed the palace master. It's not that serious. Li Kuihua took a step forward, when suddenly Du Zhuyang's group appeared. Shi Ren, standing in the crowd, spoke up. Li Kuihua, congratulations on taking in such a promising disciple. Kuihua just stared blankly at them. Then, sounding annoyed, Kuihua said, What are you talking about? Let me tell you. Flattery won't work. Lin Ye is my disciple. Don't even think about poaching him. A brown-robed dude nearby scratched his head and laughed. Haha, we can't poach him. But the palace master seems to really like that kid. Hearing this, Kuihua was shocked and stared blankly. What are you saying? That guy stood close to Zhu Yang. With a serious look, he continued. Almost forgot. You just got back. You don't know yet, do you? Zhu Yang, tell her. Hearing this, Zhu Yang reluctantly opened his mouth and said, the palace master summoned Lin Ye. He's been saying the great tribulation of heaven and earth is near, and it's time to arrange the next palace master. At this time, Dun Zhuyang stood tall and continued, I see that Palace Master Yu intends to take Lin Ye as a personal disciple and arrange things after the great tribulation of heaven and earth ends. Jin Zhao listened and bloomed with joy. She happily said, that's great, as expected of Luo Lin Ye, my bro. Then Jin Zhao turned to call out to Senior Kuihua. Kuihua was furious. Her face darkened, and she still stood there blankly. Her eyes widened, and sweat dripped down. Jin Zhao stood close to Kuihua and asked again, do you guys know what this means? Is this for sure? Zhu Yang's face tightened, and he closed his eyes slightly as he answered, it's just a goal, but as it stands, he is indeed the best candidate in this generation. Kuihua's face gradually turned gray. Once again, the brown-robed guy looked at Kuihua's expression and felt unhappy. Kuihua, don't make that face. The inheritance of the heavenly palace has been like this for countless years, and it's not a bad thing for that kid. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Jin Zhao wondered and worried. What's going on? Why is the atmosphere so heavy among the elders? Isn't being chosen as the heir a good thing? After a while, Kuihua broke into a very bright smile. Next to her, Kuihua raised a hand and said, yeah, it's fine, just wait. I feel that with the personality of that little scoundrel, who has no shortage of tricks and is as thick-skinned as they come, he might not be so eager for these positions. With that, Kuihua turned to leave, calling back as she walked, Jin Zhao, let's go. Following that, Jin Zhao also left in worry. Kuihua was extremely arrogant. Don't pay attention to those old fogies. You'll feel uncomfortable being around them for too long. In the main hall, Lin Ye stared blankly at the Heavenly Palace Master, wondering, what's going on here? He asked suspiciously. The next generation Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace, Mecha, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace, smiled and replied, Why are you suddenly choosing me? Lin Yi continued to ask, still in disbelief. The Palace Master pondered and said, maybe it's just that I like the look of you, but, saying this, his eyes suddenly sharpened. For better or worse, you're the heavenly true desolate physique, and the most dangerous enemy of the Heavenly Palace right now is the ferocious beasts. Lin Yi listened seriously to him. Your physique is predetermined to be a very suitable successor. The Palace Master chuckled darkly. So, have you thought it over yet? Lin Yi opened his system to check the options. Mission 1. Agree to become the successor. Reward, none. Mission 2. Express the need to think it over. Reward, none. Option 3. refused to become the successor. Reward? None.
Lin Yi suddenly felt something was off. His expression also became serious. What's going on? No matter which option I choose, there's no reward. This kind of situation has never happened before.
He carefully thought about the system's previous hints. Although it had always tricked him before, the system had clearly given him some hints recently. Could it be that this time the system wasn't giving him any accurate advice either?
The palace master opposite him clasped his hands behind his back, still smiling as he looked at Lin Yi. It was really becoming more and more unbelievable.
He silently pondered for a while. After he had finished thinking,
Lin Yi scratched his head with one hand and said to the palace master with an embarrassed smile, "This matter is too important. I feel like I need to think about it a bit."
The palace master looked at him in surprise, then suddenly burst out laughing.
"There are countless people in the world who yearn to receive my inheritance and mantle, to become the strongest cultivator."
He walked in front of Lin Yi, who actually said he needed to think about it. Interesting.
Could it be? The palace master hesitated, then immediately asked Lin Yi with a serious face, "Do you have some kind of backing that makes you feel like, with it around, even the inheritance of the heavenly palace is just so-so?" Lin Yi looked at him sternly. Then he laughed and explained,
"No, it's just that I'm a disciple of the root origin sect, and I already have a master, even though he's just a fat old man."
The palace master looked away, remembering old feelings. Forget it. He took a few steps forward, turning his back to Lin Yi.
"If that's the case, then I won't force you. If you change your mind, you can come find me at any time."
The palace master no longer had a smile on his face. Lin Yi cupped his hands in salute behind him. "Then, palace master, I'll take my leave first." Suddenly, the palace master turned his head to look at Lin Yi and said, "Wait, if you don't want to become my disciple,
then I do have a mission I want to give you." The two faced each other. Lin Yi's heart boomed like a lightning strike, curious what the palace master's mission is.
In the courtyard, Jin Zhao, Elder Du, Lord Si Zhao, and Kui Hua were gathered. Lin Yi ran towards them and said, we're doomed, something happened again." Jin Zhao called out to him worriedly, "Lin Yi gauge." Kui Hua also said seriously, "What is it? Did you finally agree to become the palace master's personal disciple or not?"
Lin Yi quickly replied, "Not yet." Hearing this, Kui Hua smiled arrogantly. "I knew it, you little punk wouldn't," Lin Yi hurriedly continued. "That's not the point. The point is that something happened to the Longtang dynasty. The royal family is now caught in a civil war." As soon as he finished speaking, the other four became serious. He continued, "The ferocious beast that the Longtang royal family is responsible for suppressing is at risk of escaping." In the clear sky, a large airship was moving.
On the ship, Jin Zhao, Kui Hua, and Lin Yi looked down worriedly. Lin Yi said, "This." Mu Fan also looked down, shocked. "This really is the capital of the Longtang dynasty."
Inevitably also. Below the airship was the dilapidated and desolate scene, with no one in sight of the Longtang dynasty's palace. Zhuo Quan held a clipboard in one hand and gently pushed up his glasses with the other, saying, "The power of war is really terrifying. This was originally a huge city with nearly 1 million people. Now those still alive probably number less than 1/10. Mu Fan asked worriedly, "The news only came 2 days ago. How could it have been reduced to this?" Elder Du replied, "I heard that more than half of the cultivators who were loyal to the royal family defected under the hand of that rebellious uncle."
The two sides surrounded the imperial palace and fought fiercely, eventually turning the capital into this state, Elder Du said. One can imagine how intense the battle was. Zhu Quan sighed. "This is truly a case of gods fighting and mortals suffering."
Lin Yi stood to one side, silently observing. She said nothing. He silently recalled the words of the cruel shadow. "It's not just you. Those high and mighty cultivators have never cared about the mortals below."
Suddenly, a group of people riding beasts flew towards the ship, seemingly soldiers of the imperial court.
One of them said, "The one who has come is the envoy of the heavenly palace. We are here under the order of His Highness Z, to welcome you." Everyone on the ship looked towards the group of people, Elder Due said. "Longtang Mu Yi already knew we were coming. Let them lead the way."
In the clear blue sky, there were 5 floating islands, an extremely magical scene. Lin Yi and Zhu Quan stared in astonishment. This was the mobile palace of the Longtang royal family.
Zhu Quan, with one hand holding his plaque and the other wanting to reach for the sky, excitedly laughed and said, "Back then, a great price was paid to have the Mara family disciples create this, and I participated in some of the design."
Elder Dusen looked at the floating islands. It seems that after the capital was destroyed, the Longtang royal family temporarily moved here to stay.
As the airship was about to land on an island, Lin Yi seemed to see something. Underneath those ruined buildings he looked closely, and suddenly shouted, "Wait, There seemed to be civilians below.
Beneath the rubble were several injured civilians, sitting scattered on the ground along with 2 imperial soldiers.
The people below were suffering immensely. Were these commoners originally living in the imperial city? An old man, accompanied by his grandchild, saw the imperial soldier riding a beast approaching and pleaded, "Please have mercy, my lord. The child hasn't eaten anything for 2 days."
However, the soldier riding the beast coldly said, "Hurry up, the great men above can't bear to see people suffering, so quickly take them away," and then ordered the other soldiers to push the old man to the ground. Seeing this scene, Jin Zhao and Lin Yi were both worried and angry. Was this how the Longteng royal family treated its own people?
He shouted loudly, "Why aren't you providing relief for them?"
Elder Duke was both angry and embarrassed. The emperor's dragon throne was about to slip from under him, so how could he have time to worry about these mortals? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi retorted, "Then what about us? Is the Heavenly Palace not going to do anything?" The Heavenly Palace's duty is... Elder Du hadn't finished speaking when Longteng Mu Yi rushed over in a fluster. "Oh dear, you've finally arrived," he said to everyone. "Elder Dumei, my father has been waiting for you. Please, follow me." The incense burner emitted fragrant smoke, and the candles burned brightly. The emperor of the Longting dynasty was sitting on the throne, and the palace was decorated with extreme luxury and splendor. Longting Muyi led everyone in, and he cupped his hands in salute to the emperor. "Father, the people from the heavenly palace have arrived." The emperor leaned slightly forward, smiling welcomingly. He stood up and stretched out his arms. "That the heavenly palace is able to come and lend a hand to my Longteng dynasty in this time of crisis, I am deeply grateful." Longteng Muyi turned around and looked at everyone, and Elder Du cupped his hands in salute. "Your Majesty is too kind. The Heavenly Palace and the Longteng dynasty have had a covenant since the beginning, and now that Zhu Ying is rioting, of course, we must do our best to help," Lin Yi said sternly. The Longteng dynasty's history is almost as long as the Heavenly Palace's, but comparatively, the sects rarely interfere in the mortal world, focusing solely on cultivation. The ancestors of the Longteng royal family chose to reside in the mortal world for thousands upon hundreds of years. The bloodline of inheritance has never been interrupted. More importantly, Zhu Ying is one of the ferocious beasts that the Longteng royal family has suppressed for generations. Lin Yi smiled, thinking about the ferocious appearance of the 9-headed dragon. The emperor looked at everyone and chuckled. "Elder Duca has come from afar. Please allow me to be the host. Let's all sit down and chat at our leisure." Then he turned to look at the eunuch. "What are you waiting for? Prepare a feast to entertain our distinguished guests." The eunuch bowed slightly and clasped his hands. "Yes, your majesty." The banquet was held right in the main hall, extravagant and magnificent, with incense burners emitting fragrant smoke. The Longteng dynasty emperor sat in the host's position, while the others were arranged at a separate table, with an aisle in between. A maidservant carried the wine, glass by glass. Kui Hua smelled it and drooled. "This aroma, fine wine." Kui Hua quickly picked up a glass and drank. "I'll have some first. You all can help yourselves." There was also a plate of red dates on the table. Lin Yi glanced over, and the maidservant brought more food. Lin Yi looked at the exquisite food on the table, but his mind was filled with thoughts of ferocious beasts and cruel shadows. Clearly, this wasn't the time to be leisurely. He looked towards the emperor, who was chatting animatedly with Elder Du. Lin Yi slammed his hand on the table, the action startling Zhu Quan sitting next to him. He said, "The 3 elders, now that we're here, please ask the Longteng royal family to tell us what the situation with Zhu Ying is." Elder Du and Great Jin Zhao looked at Lin Yi in alarm. Elder Du said, "Lin Yi, you." The Longteng dynasty emperor heard this and said angrily with a dark expression, "What is going on here, Elder Du?" He glanced at Lin Yi. "Are all the disciples of the celestial palace so uncultured? Can't you see I'm discussing important matters with the 3 elders?" Lin Yi was also angry. Important matters? What could be more important than Zhu Ying? The sooner it's resolved, the less suffering the common people will endure. The emperor was even more furious. "You ignorant brat! You dare to speak so presumptuously! Do you think Zhu Ying is so easy to deal with? And who are you, that you get to speak here?" At this moment Longteng Muyi suddenly spoke, diverting the emperor's attention. Ahem, father, this is Lin Yi, the one who saved my life, whom I told you about," he explained awkwardly. "He is the innate, true wasteland physique. And he was the one who turned the tide in several previous confrontations with the ferocious beasts." The emperor was surprised. He's that innate, true wasteland physique kid, but he was still not less angry. Even so, it's still inevitable that he's too impolite. People who rely on their talents and are unrestrained won't go far. Kui Hua couldn't hold back anymore, slamming her hand on the table. I'm telling you, old man, you're disrespecting my disciple like that. I can't pretend I didn't hear it. Li Kuihua glared fiercely at the Longtang Emperor. Her face looked like she was ready to throw down with the Longtang Emperor right then and there. Seeing Li Kuihua, the Longtang Emperor wasn't happy either. He frowned and thought angrily to himself, Li Kuihua. Well, seeing the tense relationship between Li Kuihua and the Longtang Emperor, Lin Yi was also a bit confused. But because of his senior's past, he didn't dare to ask. Fortunately, Zhu Quan was next to him, whispering to him, "The Longtang royal family and your master had a conflict a long time ago, and it wasn't for anything good." Du Xiaoyang coughed a few times, breaking the tense, almost fighting atmosphere. "Well, the demon race is still hiding in the dark. The situation is really not optimistic. Why doesn't your majesty?" And then paused as if considering. The Longtang Emperor naturally didn't need them to tell him. He knew what he needed to do. He said seriously, "The situation is very simple. Zhu Ying's power has now been taken by my younger brother, and he has also bewitched a large number of the Longtang royal family, launching a rebellion, a humiliation that has caused the people to suffer. Even the imperial city has been destroyed by him." The Longtang Emperor sat comfortably back on his throne, telling them in a quick and simple way, "If you people of the Celestial Palace want to end this chaos of Zhu Ying, it's very simple. Help me capture my brother and take back Zhu Ying's power." Of course, if they did as the Longtang Emperor said, the biggest beneficiary would be himself. No more worrying about his brother, and Zhu Ying would be complete again, killing two birds with one stone. The experienced seniors didn't say anything, but the younger ones like Lin Yi were shocked to hear that the Longtang Emperor's brother had taken a portion of Zhu Ying's power to cause trouble. He couldn't believe it and thought, can the power of a ferocious beast be divided? These were things he had never heard of. Jin Zhao, sitting next to him, also saw that he was confused and explained, "This, I remember my master once told me. Zhu Ying is the most unique of all the ferocious beasts. Strictly speaking, it is the aggregate of 9 ferocious beasts, and it is 9 complete bodies that are connected to the stars above and grounded in the earth below," also explaining it for Lin Yi to understand. "The first palace master of the Celestial Palace chopped off all its heads back then sealed them, and then entrusted them to the Longtang royal family for generations to suppress." She adjusted the glasses on her eyes and continued, "Because Zhu Ying only has 1 head, its strength is not stronger than other ferocious beasts, so the side effects for the person sealing it are also much smaller, and it is safer compared to something like Devourer of the Wasteland." After telling the story, Zhu Quan stopped talking, and Lin Yi himself had his own thoughts. He thought about the powerful, extravagant, and cruel emperors of the Longtang royal family, and because of this, the Longtang royal family essentially held the power of a ferocious beast. Which is why they have been able to sit firmly on the throne for thousands of miles, becoming the ruling cultivator family of the human world. After deducing this, Lin Yi became even more wary when looking at the Longtang Emperor. He glanced at him secretly, thinking, "So that means this guy, Lin Yi, used magic to wrap his pupils. Divination art," he exclaimed inwardly. Unexpectedly, the scene that the divination art showed him was much more terrifying than Lin Yi had imagined. He saw a giant, cold blue dragon with 5 of its heads floating, coiling behind the Longtang Emperor. Lin Yi was shocked, sweat rolling down his forehead. 5 heads! This guy has manifested 5 heads within his own body. Lin Yi's entire body was now ice cold. "This emperor is way more dangerous than I thought." Lin Yi stared blankly at the dragon heads, which had already noticed someone unusual. One of the 5 heads roared, its sharp teeth forming a smug smile. "He saw us. Innate true desolate physique? It's the innate true desolate physique? Awesome." Another head echoed, drooling as it looked at Lin Yi, yelling, "Can't hold him back any longer." Suddenly, Lin Yi felt like he was being pricked with needles in his head, and the fine hairs all over his body stood on end. It was Emperor Longtang staring intently at him, and who knows if the old geezer overheard the 9 infants' heads drooling over their prey. The old man's gaze made Lin Yi's hair stand on end, and he cursed inwardly. This guy, Emperor Longtang, looked away after staring, acting like nothing happened, and said to everyone attending the banquet, "Traitors and rebels, everyone wants to kill me. I have recruited talented people from all over the world, plus cultivators from various places who are still loyal to the royal family are also here. Before long, we can gather a large army." He then fairly targeted Tiangong, where Lin Yi was sitting. "Of course, if we can get support from Tiangong, I believe we can resolve this matter faster." Having mentioned Tiangong, Emperor Longtang naturally brought up Lin Yi, saying, "Especially that innate true desolate physique who just so happens to be able to deal with fierce beasts, isn't that right?" Lin Yi hadn't even had time to react to what was happening. This is really a deadly request. Who doesn't know how old Lin Yi is? How can he single-handedly fight the fierce beast? 9 infants Lin Yi and Zhu Quan didn't dare to speak carelessly, fearing that even a small mistake would bring disaster upon them. Fortunately, there was someone on Tiangong's side who could respond flawlessly to Emperor Long Teng. Du Zhuoyang answered him for Lin Yi. This goes without saying, Lin Yi has a unique spiritual talent, and has repeatedly tried to turn the tide. The palace master even intends to make him his successor. It was okay not to mention it, but as soon as the successor of Tiangong's palace master was mentioned, a bunch of people turned ashen-faced. The noble ladies of the capital and the royal family started paying more attention to Lin Yi with ulterior motives. That is, if they could get their hands on this kid, the successor to Tiangong's palace master, if it's true, they absolutely couldn't miss it. Being stared at by a bunch of people like that, Lin Yi could only tense up, sit up straight, without making any mistakes. Even Jin Zhao next to him glanced at him, thinking, Lin Yi Gej. Du Zhuoyang's words were both progressive and regressive, still giving Emperor Long Teng face, while also informing all the guests that Lin Yi was not someone to be trifled with easily. Emperor Long Teng naturally understood Elder Du Zhuo's meaning, and he didn't quibble any further, mumbling, Is that so? I understand. But the young people aren't as perceptive. As soon as Long Tengmu heard that Lin Yi was the successor of Tiangong, he anxiously asked, You're the successor of Tiangong's palace master. Since when? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Yi was afraid that they would misunderstand something again, and quickly denied it. No, I refused. Leaving the two stunned beyond belief that someone would actually reject such a good opportunity. So Long Tengmu, being straightforward, would say whatever he was feeling, he scolded. You actually refused. Is there something wrong with your head? That's the inheritance of the Tiangong palace master? Even though Lin Yi knew this was Long Tengmu's good intention, the situation was really inconvenient to explain, and Lin Yi could only scratch his face, stammering. Fortunately for Lin Yi, Li Kuihua was still there and she spoke up for Lin Yi. Why are you so surprised? This kid didn't learn Tiangong's inheritance techniques when he first joined Tiangong, and now he's not taking the palace master as his master. What's so strange about that? Maybe the palace master values his arrogance? These words undeniably saved Lin Yi from an embarrassing situation. Long Tengmu was hot-tempered. Hearing this, he didn't ask anything further. As if he suddenly understood something, he clapped his hands and said, So that's what's going on. Long Tengmu put on an act like he was enlightened, and Lin Yi even gave him a thumbs up, saying with an admiring tone that was subtly devastating, I thought I was already arrogant enough, but you're the real pro. It left Lin Yi and Jin Zhao speechless, unsure how to explain. Duo Zhuoyang said, In short, that's the situation. Regarding Zhu Ying, when the critical moment arrives, the Heavenly Palace will definitely step in to help. Emperor Long Teng sharply caught on to the meaning, repeating, critical moment. The old man chuckled, acting like he understood, and said wickedly, So that's how it is. I understand the Heavenly Palace Lord's intentions. My Long Teng royal family will definitely cooperate with the Heavenly Palace. This conversation between the two old men left Lin Yi a little confused. He couldn't understand what profound meaning was hidden in those normal words. He muttered, Wait, what's the meaning of their conversation? But no one answered, because Emperor Long Teng had already stood up and announced, If there's nothing else, I'll be going slowly. Then he reminded, My most trusted prince, Long Tengmu, will take my place in entertaining the guests from the Heavenly Palace. This emperor has other matters to attend to. Long Tengmu bowed with his hands clasped, saying, Yes, father. Watching Emperor Long Teng's back as he left the palace, Lin Yi suddenly stood up. He walked forward and called out, Long Tengmu, come here for a second. In a secluded corner of the gilded side palace, Lin Yi grabbed Long Tengmu by the collar, angrily asking, Kid, quickly explain to me, why did Zhu Ying lose control this time? Finally, Lin Yi decided to voice his suspicion. He questioned, Did that father of yours intentionally release it? He didn't trust that old emperor. He seemed really dangerous. Long Tengmu wasn't happy that Lin Yi was talking about his father, replying, Hey, why are you spouting unfounded accusations like that? How could my father do something like that? Lin Yi naturally didn't believe him, frowning as he asked, Then why does he have 5 Zhu Ying heads on him? Clearly Long Tengmu was shocked by this question. That's a royal secret, he asked. How did you find out about this? Lin Yi didn't answer, but just kept pressing him, saying, Don't worry about how I know. Long Tengmu firmly believed in his father, asserting, Of course it's to prevent my second uncle from seizing, he added. The remaining 4 Zhu Ying avatars are all with my second uncle, and he's been confirmed to be colluding with the demon race. Mentioning the demon race suddenly reminded Lin Yi of something from the past. He remembered the mysterious demon shadow and the main body of the ferocious beast, Tao Ti. Lin Yi muttered to himself, Demon race? He thought he needed to ask Long Tengmu a bit more. Tell me about this. Unbeknownst to them, Elder Duo Zhuoyang had been watching them from afar with an inscrutable expression. Outside the imperial palace, above the capital city,
A huge ship carrying a lot of stuff landed.
Everyone had been brought here by Lin Yi, so they were all curious about the huge ship that had just landed. Zhuo Quan asked, Lin Yi, this is the Wanwu Sect's airship. Lin Yi, why did you call us here? Lian waved from inside the ship's cabin, saying, Lin Yi, my bro, the stuff according to your list has all been delivered. Lin Yi stepped onto the ship and asked, Lian, is anything missing? This is a big deal related to people's lives, Lian chuckled, saying, Definitely not. Look at you, Dao Qingfeng Xiqiong told us about this and personally instructed us.
Li Kuihua was an action-oriented person, so she didn't bother asking, and went straight onto the Wanwu Sect's airship.
Her small figure stood before a mountain of wooden crates as big as she was.
Li Kuihua opened a wooden crate and exclaimed in surprise, This is fasting pills. Lin Yi explained, I sent a message to Dao Qingfeng, entrusting him to quickly deliver this kind of high-energy food. It can save countless people now.
Hearing this, Jin Zhao happily said,
That's right. One of these fasting pills is equal to several days' worth of food for an ordinary person.
Zhuo Quan was also happy, but compared to Jin Zhao and Yin Shi, Zhuo Quan was somewhat worried, saying, You always have so many ideas. So many fasting pills must cost a lot of money.
Lin Yi laughed, slinging a wooden crate onto his shoulder, saying, Money is just an external thing. Besides, the Wanwu sect owes us a favor. The Longteng royal family doesn't care about the people's lives, but we have to save them when we see.
Money can be earned back, but the lives of the common people out there can't wait any longer. Lin Yi can't just stand by and watch them die. Lin Yi signaled to everyone, Let's go, distribute these bigu pills down there. There are so many starving refugees. There are also a lot of boxes of bigu pills, but there are too few people distributing them, so it's slow. But hey, it's better than nothing. Lin Yi had Jin Zhao distribute the pills. While he went to reassure the people, he helped them line up, shouting, Get in line! Everyone will get one! Jin Zhao had lived a life of luxury and mansions her whole life. This was a rare time she had to witness starving refugees with her own eyes, so she was heartbroken. Her eyes were red the whole time she was distributing the pills. When she got to an old uncle, he could see the sadness on the face of the fairy distributing the pills. In this day and age, it was rare for someone so high up to sympathize with those so low. The old uncle, receiving the hunger-fighting pill, was moved to tears, trembling as he said, Thank you, kind fairy. But before they could distribute many pills, uninvited guests arrived. Out of nowhere, a city patrol team spotted this pill distribution point. The leader was a discerning person. He recognized the boxes of expensive bigu pills with just a glance. His eyes flashed with greed as he muttered, These people are distributing bigu pills, and so many of them. How much money is this? How many spirit stones would it take to buy this? Then he looked at the boxes that hadn't been opened yet, piled up to the side, and was sure they were all bigu pills too. He said with feigned regret, To give it to these poor people is just sinful. The leader thought for a moment, and came up with a great idea. Lin Yi's group was distributing pills when the patrol officer pointed and said imposingly, Stop right there. Who told you to distribute things here? If it were ordinary people, they would be afraid and not dare to continue, but unfortunately, he bumped into Lin Yi. He had just come down from the palace and had just talked to the emperor of this country. Why would Lin Yi be timid in front of a small patrol officer? He frowned and asked, Who the heck are you? I'm distributing things that I brought. What's it to you? The patrol officer put his hands behind his back, looking very heroic and upright, but he said shameless and terrifying things. You are cultivators who came to help us quell the rebellion, right? Now that the royal family has been destroyed, there is war, and there is not enough food in the army. I, on behalf of the Longteng royal family, requisition these bigu pills of yours. After announcing this, he waved to his subordinates to take the things away, saying loudly, Move them all away. Not a single one is to be left behind. Seeing that they were about to touch the boxes of pills, Jin Zhao raised her hand to shield them between the officers and the boxes. Lin Yi bought these bigu pills to save people. Without them, how many lives would be lost? She couldn't allow that to happen. Jin Zhao stared at the officers in panic, resolutely saying, No! These refugees have been cut off from food for a long time. You can't do this. Seeing that the person blocking him was just a small, weak girl, the patrol officer raised his hand to hit her, scolding as he did so, Who cares about those poor people, BAM? Just as his hand was about to reach Jin Zhao, this guy got a punch right in the face. The blow was very strong, so strong that it knocked his helmet to the side, and he spat out blood. You dare! Lin Yi clenched his fist and said, You dare to rob in broad daylight. Lin Yi hadn't hit an ordinary person in a long time, but when someone touched Jin Zhao, there was no need to consider the difference between ordinary people and cultivators. Lin Yi was really angry, saying, And another thing, who gave you the guts to touch her? The patrol officer was knocked to the ground, and his subordinates ran over, shouting, Your Highness,
After his helmet was knocked off, it was revealed that he was a fatso. In a time of refugee chaos and widespread starvation, he could be so fat it was worth it to hit the patrol officer. After being hit, he shouted, "You dare hit me! I'm related to the Longtang royal family. You're dead." No wonder he was so bold and dared to act like a robber and still make noise. It turned out he was a member of the royal family. But too bad for him, among Lin Yi's group, there was someone who wasn't even afraid of the Longtang emperor, let alone him. Li Qiwa rested her hand on the gourd hanging on her waist, and said proudly, "Is being related to the Longtang royal family so powerful?" Her eyes lit up, her face was bright, and she cracked her knuckles, announcing, "I've beaten up your entire royal family back then." The fat officer's face was swollen on one side. Seeing that Li Qiwa didn't take the law seriously at all, he finally knew to be afraid, and shrank back. He had dared to act recklessly for so long because of his title as a relative of the royal family. But if even this title was useless, he was just a useless person. The patrol officer snorted in fear. Li Qiwa didn't want to take action against this kind of person. "You have a grudge against him. It's all for my sake." Li Qiwa closed her eyes arrogantly and said, "Lin Yi, continue hitting him for me. I'll take responsibility if anything happens, don't be afraid." Lin Yi was only willing to hit him when he offended Jin Zhao, but now the situation was different. He had a supporting elder, so Lin Yi smiled and thought, "That's right. Not to mention Li Qiwa, you're looking at the Heavenly Palace successor." Seeing Lin Yi rolling up his sleeves and rushing over aggressively, he could only retreat continuously, stuttering, You. Luckily for him, Zhuo Quan couldn't stand it anymore and stopped Lin Yi, saying, "Hey, calm down a bit. Don't learn from your master." While Lin Yi was still struggling with whether to continue hitting him, Longtang Muyi arrived. He called Lin Yi to prepare, but then he saw the officer sitting on the ground in a disheveled state and said in surprise, "What happened to you guys?" Seeing a member of the royal family arrive, the officer seemed to have gained strength and grabbed Longtang Muyi's leg, complaining, "Your Highness, quickly send someone to punish these vicious people. They really have no regard for the law." Longtang Muyi didn't understand what he was saying and hadn't digested it yet, only knowing to say, "Huh." He looked in confusion at the officer with a swollen face, and then at Lin Yi's group who hadn't said anything yet. After a few more minutes, the fat officer was finally knocked unconscious by Longtang Muyi. Then Longtang Muyi smiled awkwardly and begged for peace. "Don't mind this guy. I'll arrange for people to help distribute the Bigu pills, and this kind of situation will definitely not happen again." But Lin Yi really couldn't be satisfied with the situation. The people were suffering so much, yet they still had gilded banquets. He frowned and asked, "Does your Longtang royal family not care about the common people like this?" Being asked about this made Longtang Muyi not know how to answer. He only scratched his head and stammered, The situation is quite complicated." But Longtang Muyi changed the subject. He had a reason for looking for Lin Yi. Longtang Muyi said, "Let's go first." The cultivators, summoned by the royal family, and even some sect representatives, have all arrived, and they're preparing to start attacking the rebels. Her heavenly palace can't be missing. But Lin Yi definitely didn't agree to let it go like this. He asked Longtang Muyi, "Complicated? What's so complicated about this situation?" Only now did Zhu Quan speak up to remind Lin Yi, "Did you forget? Ferocious beasts all represent negative emotions and desires, and the person who seals them will be affected." They unconsciously recall the ferocious beasts they've encountered before. Zhu Quan continued to explain. Like the madness of Shi Huang, the arrogance of Tao Wu, and the gluttony of Tao Tai, Lin Yi asked, "Then Zhu Ying is?" This time it wasn't Zhu Quan who answered, but Longtang Muyi, whose face also showed obvious sadness. He replied to Lin Yi, "It's greed," Longtang Muyi said in a deep voice. "Power, money. The person who seals Zhu Ying craves to control everything, which is also one of the indirect reasons why the Longtang royal family ultimately chose to become the rulers of the human world," Zhu Quan added from the side. For thousands of years, the influence of Zhu Ying on the Longtang royal family has been profound. Out of 10 emperors, 9 of them ended up exploiting, hoarding, and scheming to plunder the people's wealth. Then Zhu Quan looked at the sad Longtang Muyi and reminded him, "Where there's smoke, there's fire. The reputation of your Longtang royal family in the human world isn't great." Longtang Muyi naturally knew all this, but what could he do? He was still a member of the Longtang royal family, so he could only reply sadly, "I know." Longtang Muyi turned away, making it impossible for people to see his emotions. Longtang Muyi looked at the sky and said, "Anyway, this is the original sin of the Longtang royal family. We have nothing to hide." Lin Yi also understood Longtang Muyi's feelings and nodded in agreement. "So that's how it is." But he sighed, looking really bored, and asked, "Why do I feel like you don't have any of the heirs of the Longtang royal family but instead resemble a silly landlord?" Mufan also spoke up in agreement, which made Longtang Muyi furious. He snapped, Ahem. I only lived outside the royal family since I was little, and only returned when I grew up, so I'm much more normal than my relatives.
Suddenly, Long Tang Mu Yi exclaimed in surprise. He turned towards the palace gate, mentioning that an array of strong cultivators, old and young, had appeared from nowhere and surrounded Lin Yi. Many people among them discussed, "Is that little brat really going to be the future master of Tiangong?" Then someone else gossiped, "Is the Tiangong master's taste that bad?" Others said, "He looks very ordinary." Lin Yi, on the other hand, remained steadfastly silent. On the surface, he looked very quiet. But in reality, Lin Yi was also very confused. Why does everyone know that I'm noticed by the master of Tiangong? How did the news spread so quickly? All attention was focused on Lin Yi at this moment. Looking around at everyone, Lin Yi thought to himself, there are indeed a lot of people. Most of them are rogue cultivators, but there are also quite a few small sects. Such a number would have no problem defeating a rebel army.
Du Xiangyang then spoke up. Now that you've arrived, the cultivators have all come to help. The time to launch a full-scale suppression of the rebellion has come. Lin Yi felt that something was wrong, and he suspiciously asked Du Xiangyang, "Why do I feel like there are all sorts of people among these cultivators?"
Du Xiangyang explained,
"The Longtang dynasty is raising an army to suppress the rebellion, announcing that it will open the royal treasury, using all kinds of precious treasures, rare elixirs, and century-old magical artifacts as rewards. Those who are interested are naturally numerous."
Hearing this, Lin Yi realized, so as long as you deal with the demon race, it doesn't matter who comes. At this moment, a foot stepped forward.
Seeing who it was, a few sinister-looking people smiled slyly. In front of the numerous cultivators present, he declared loudly,
"Everyone, I won't say any redundant words. In short, as long as you can bring back the rebel army's generals or the heads of the demon race, the Longtang royal family will reward you handsomely, absolutely not letting you suffer."
Hearing this, the people below became agitated.
With this guarantee from the emperor, everyone present cheered excitedly. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we guarantee to beat the rebel army until they lose all their armor." "Good. With these words from Your Majesty, we are also relieved." Seeing this, the emperor smirked as if his plan had succeeded.
On the surface, he still looked extremely satisfied with the cultivators' morale. "Then I wish you all martial prosperity and a triumphant return."
Ha ha.
Seeing everyone cheering wildly because of the rewards without thinking about any plans, Lin Yi's intuition told him that something was wrong. He quickly spoke up. "Wait a minute. Isn't there a unified command for this battle? Wouldn't that mean the soldiers are without a commander?"
The emperor had also noticed Lin Yi, turning his head to look at him with a somber expression. Those guys were already blinded by the rewards, and after hearing Lin Yi's words, they immediately showed their dissatisfaction. "Hey kid, who are you calling disorganized troops?"
He immediately sneered. "Yeah, so what if you're from the Heavenly Palace? Who do you think you're looking down on?"
The emperor chimed in. "The Longtang imperial family doesn't belittle the Heavenly Palace. We don't have the authority to command you cultivators, especially since you've already become ethereal beings. Night raids and harassing the rebel army are the best strategies. The enemy will inevitably be defeated as they tire of responding to long-term attacks." Lin Yi didn't hesitate to expose the flaw in his words. "Are you kidding me? You think the demon race and the rebel army is afraid of your hit-and-run tactics? They're the experts in that field. Your brainless strategy is just sending people to their deaths." Du Xiaoyang, hearing this, quietly reminded Lin Yi, "Calm down, Lin Yi. Even the Heavenly Palace doesn't have the right to demand obedience from the various sects. Don't forget we're just here to help the Longtang imperial family." The others, hearing this, sneered and continued to mock Lin Yi. The Heavenly Palace elder's words make sense.
Others started gossiping. "People say he's a substitute from the Heavenly Palace, so isn't it normal for him to look down on us? How can a nobody like him be a substitute?"
Lin Yi was furious when he saw them.
In the end, no one paid attention to his voice, and Lin Yi suppressed his anger. He thought to himself, so that's how it is.
Recalling what had happened before, he became even more certain. That guy, he really wasn't lying to me.
He suddenly realized. The Heavenly Palace is now using the Longtang imperial family's war to reduce the number of cultivators, and the Longtang imperial family is fully cooperating with the Heavenly Palace. Thinking of this, Lin Yi gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Yi remembered Tao Ti and the dazed looks of those people. The more he thought about it, the angrier Lin Yi became.
His hands clenched tightly. This definitely isn't the first time they've done this, but it's happened countless times. Discovering the truth made Lin Yi fall into contemplation. Is this the so-called Tao of the Heavenly Palace? Thinking of the rewards they would receive, the cultivators were extremely excited to go to war.
Let's go, let's go. They began to invite each other to form teams, so they could take heads early and receive rewards early. Anyone want to team up? Lin Yi turned to Du Xiaoyang and asked, Elder Dusheng, the Longtang imperial family is acting recklessly. Should our heavenly palace try to turn the tide this time?
Without hearing this, Du Zhaoyang calmly replied, "This time is not like before." Analyzing the situation on both sides, Du Zhaoyang emphasized, "Whether it is the Longtang imperial family or the rebel army, both sides are participating in the battle.
Our identity in the heavenly palace is very sensitive. The first goal is to protect the safety of His Majesty of Longtang, to ensure that the demon race cannot completely take him away, and rescuing him is the key to the problem that Du Zhaoyang wants to talk about."
Lin Yi did not hesitate, and directly stated the meaning hidden in his words. That is, live or die, it's up to them, right? Regarding this matter, Du Zhaoyang did not explain further and only said silently before leaving, "You can feel that way." Du Zhaoyang's perfunctory words really disappointed Lin Yi. He laughed coldly. "In this way, is the heavenly palace worthy of being called the guardian of the common people?" Seeing Lin Yi's performance today, Zhu Quan asked suspiciously, "I said, little boy, why are you, like you've eaten gunpowder today?" Lin Yi didn't want to get involved with them anymore. He turned around and left in the direction of the cultivators, and said very decisively, "If that's the case, I will use my own way to solve this matter." Jin Zhao saw this and immediately followed to stop him. "Lin Yi, brother, calm down a bit." Zhu Quan also hurriedly persuaded, "You're crazy. You're now a thorn in the side of the demon race, and you still want to act alone." Li Kuihua originally wanted to watch a good show, and said cheerfully when she saw this, "Don't worry, go boldly, good disciple. Young people should have vigor. Don't be like some old fogies." Du Zhaoyang heard the previous words very clearly. He turned around and reminded, "Is your master really not afraid that they will go out at will, and then be captured by the demon race as prisoners?" He said seriously, "You must know that not only Lin Yi, but Shi Huang is also there." Before Du Zhaoyang finished speaking, Li Kuihua laughed. "I think the palace master is scared, right?" Li Kuihua continued. "This time, only you have come from the three of you. Isn't it too obvious?" Du Zhaoyang replied without changing his face. The palace master's arrangement must have his deep meaning. Hearing their conversation, Zhuo Quan's head was full of question marks. He couldn't help but be a little curious. "What are you guys talking about? I don't understand a single thing." The scenery outside was peaceful, and the sky was so blue. Seeing Lin Yi fly away, Jin Zhao hurriedly followed. "Lin Yi Gag?" she asked, puzzled. "What are we going to do now?" Lin Yi replied seriously, "To confirm whether the so-called rebels are colluding with the demon race." And speaking of which, Lin Yi suddenly frowned. He paused for a moment and continued, "Are they also just actors in this play?" Jin Zhao only understood bits and pieces, and she asked in confusion, "Play? Actors? I don't get what you mean, Lin Yi Gage." Lin Yi then realized he had inadvertently used modern language and felt a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat slightly. Then Lin Yi explained, "Simply put, I suspect that this Nine Nether Chaos is basically a play put on by the Longtang royal family. Maybe that traitorous royal relative is actually in cahoots with that Long Huang Li." Finally, he concluded, "They're playing everyone for fools." Jin Zhao became flustered upon hearing this, and she said hesitantly, "But the entire imperial city has been destroyed. Is that really possible?" Lin Yi had also thought about this, but after what he had seen and heard, he said very seriously, "I originally felt it was impossible, but now?" Just then, a group of cultivators surrounded the two. A blindfolded Taoist, seemingly the leader of the group, spoke up, Yo, isn't this the Celestial Palace replacement? Why are you bringing a little girl with you?" Facing them, Lin Yi remained calm and went straight to the point. "You guys are the rogue cultivators who were just called upon by the Longtang royal family, right?" Upon hearing this, he said coldly, "Perfect. You're so arrogant, daring to call us undisciplined troops, and saying we're here to deliver your head." Lin Yi thought to himself, as expected, the Longtang royal family will recruit anyone to get people. Even these trashy, mixed-bag characters are here. Looking at their thuggish appearance, Lin Yi guessed that these rogue cultivators had likely done their fair share of killing and robbing in their day. Lin Yi didn't want to waste time with them, and he replied coldly, "No, don't get me wrong. I didn't actually mean that." Lin Yi's reaction was contrary to what they initially thought, which made him even more interested. "Scared now? Too late. Hand over all the Celestial Palace secret techniques you've learned, and all your elixirs and magic treasures too." The others chimed in. "Otherwise, don't blame us for doing something nasty to you and the little girl next to you. We're considered somewhat famous in the cultivation world. I advise you, don't ask for trouble." Lin Yi was initially going to let them off, but now that they were mocking him, his anger flared up. Lin Yi laughed coldly. "Me saying you are undisciplined troops is already giving you too much credit. You are just a bunch of rabble." The three of them were stunned by this statement. When he understood the meaning of Lin Yi's words, the ringleader angrily pointed a finger at his face and shouted, "You dare to talk back, kid! Don't think that just because you're but before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi was as quick as lightning, closing in an instant and taking them down one by one. Lin Yi only used a few simple punches to send him flying. Lin Yi's eyes became even colder at this moment, and he attacked. Lin Yi continuously struck the ringleader, his face becoming distorted after being hit with a flurry of kicks. Jin Zhao, who was watching from the sidelines, was surprised and thought to herself, Lin Yi Gage seems really angry this time. Just like that, Lin Yi directly defeated all of the underlings, who collapsed to the ground. As for the ringleader, Lin Yi hung him up with one hand. How could the leader dare to be arrogant like before? At this moment he trembled with fear, knowing that he couldn't win and had reached the end of the road. Life was the most important thing, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Big brother, we were wrong, we were blind, Lin Yi said in disgust. You know you're wrong now? Looking at Lin Yi's angry expression, he stammered and asked, could it be that you still want to kill us to silence us? You're the replacement for the Celestial Palace? How can you be so ruthless? Lin Yi didn't like getting his hands dirty by killing them, he said coldly. Want to survive? Then obediently listen to my arrangements. Upon hearing this, the others were confused. The leader asked directly, what do you want us to do? Lin Yi then gave a sinister smile and said, I need you guys to go deliver someone's head with me. The scenery of majestic and dreamlike mountains, but terrifying things are still behind. After getting their asses handed to them and learning a lesson, those guys stammered, Big bro, further ahead is the territory of the rebel cultivator army. We, Lin Yi calmly replied, I know, he thought to himself. So the rebels are really in cahoots with the demon race. That's not right. The demon race is definitely on the same side as that mysterious figure, absolutely enemies of the Celestial Palace. Thinking of this, Lin Yi grew even more suspicious of his own speculation, which meant, this rebellion is likely a staged performance by the Celestial Palace and the Longtang dynasty. Suddenly, Lin Yi stopped as if he discovered something. Small lights appeared in the distance, followed quickly by a barrage of arrows being fired. Lin Yi and Jin Zhao hurriedly dodged. The arrows flew with great speed and in large numbers, forcing the two of them to carefully weave and dodge. After the arrow rain, Jin Zhao landed safely on a clearing at the mountain peak. She quickly asked, Lin Yi, are you all right down there? Lin Yi frowned and replied, I'm fine on my end. But they weren't as lucky as those two. Or rather, they didn't have the same abilities. The three of them were covered in injuries. They painfully said, we're done for. At that moment, a demon appeared, mocking them with a sneer. Lapdogs of the Longtang royal family, Lin Yi, helped Jin Zhao steady herself, his expression calm as he faced the demons before him. There were 3 tall demons, carrying spears, with bird wings sprouting from their backs and bald heads. They looked kinda ugly, he arrogantly declared. Surrender immediately, he growled, or you will be shown no mercy. Those guys were outmatched. Lin Yi had also just been ambushed by a demon a few times. Sweat poured from everyone, and they looked at Lin Yi feeling confused and panicked. Lin Yi remained calm. He waved his hand at the 3 of them, urging, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and go. The 3 of them hesitated at first, but eventually left, their hands and feet turning icy cold. After some inner struggle, the group followed Lin Yi's plan, shouting loudly, Death to the demon race, I'll fight you. If I can't beat that guy, I can still take down trash like you demons. But it seemed they didn't check their fortunes before leaving the house. Not only had they been beaten by Lin Yi earlier, but now they were getting trashed by the demons. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were pinned down and beaten by the demons. Great heroes, spare us. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was speechless. He sighed. They're taking the act too seriously. Calling them a rabble is an overestimation. Having captured the 3, the demons grew even more confident. They looked at the 2 of them, arrogantly asking, do you want to suffer, or will you surrender? Hearing this, Lin Yi played along perfectly with the plan. Raising his hands in surrender, wow, you guys are too strong, we surrender. These low-level demons were easily fooled. Just like that, he believed it was true, proudly saying, very good, follow me. The leader of the group even raised his fist in threat. Dare to try any tricks, and don't blame us for being rude. While escorting Lin Yi, he took the opportunity to whisper to Jin Zhao, we need to scout ahead first. If things go south, we fight our way out. Only then did Lin Yi look down. Seeing the scene of oppression and torture below, he couldn't help but wonder, is this the rebel army rebuilding the imperial capital? Over on the other side, the demons were directly escorting the prisoners. Move it. After a while, the demon landed on the ground, saying, this is the place. The demon ordered, you guys follow that group of prisoners? Hearing this, Lin Yi looked around, noticing new people joining the group. One of them whispered in amazement, So many people have been captured as prisoners in such a short time, I told you. The cultivators the Longtang royal family hires are just delivering their heads.
Another person was angered by this. Aren't you a prisoner too? When he realized who was behind him, he was stunned. HMPH, the successor of the Celestial Palace. Lin Ye started sweating when his identity was revealed. Seeing a familiar face, the others mocked. Even you got captured. Ha! What a waste of being the Celestial Palace's successor.
Seeing those guys gathering and making a ruckus, I instinctively got nosy and wondered, "What's up?" Then he shouted,
"Are these guys from Tiangong?" Lin Yi thought to himself. "Are the people from Tiangong all this notorious?" he thought. "They really do know something."
Knowing he'd been exposed, Lin Yi raised his hand as a signal and said, Before we fight, can I meet your leader? I have something to ask him." The group immediately protested vehemently. "How could His Highness meet just anyone you want to see? These two must be spies, sent by Tiangong, probably plotting to assassinate His Highness. Capture them first." Seeing this scene, those who held grudges against Lin Yi became opportunistic onlookers, sitting down to enjoy the show. This is great. Even the heir to Tiangong is being taken prisoner. Seeing them sitting there so leisurely, one person spoke up, scolding, "What the hell are you watching? Once they're both injured, let's figure out a way to escape in the chaos, all right?" The rebels didn't want to say much at this point, and directly charged in to attack and capture them. Seeing this, Lin Yi sighed. Not wanting to cause any unnecessary casualties, Lin Yi asked again, "Can't we talk this out calmly?" The group didn't care, and all attacked Lin Yi at once. But they were no match for him. With just one blow, Lin Yi sent them all flying. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. "Whoa, wait a minute, this battle strength. How could he have been captured?" Lin Yi then realized and gave a strained laugh. "Crap, my opponents before were always fierce beasts like Tao Ti and stuff. I'm used to strong enemies, and didn't stop in time." Seeing an opportunity, one of the prisoners shouted, "Yes, now's our chance to escape. The heir of Tiangong will come to rescue us. Brothers, let's charge out." He gave Lin Yi a thumbs up and laughed triumphantly. "No need to thank me for the great favor, just hold them off for a little longer." Lin Yi was scared out of his wits when he heard that. Seeing the prisoners escaping, the rebel shouted loudly to his comrades, "Quick, quick alert! A Tiangong expert is here to raid the camp." Being misunderstood like this, Lin Yi quickly protested, "Wait, I'm not here to raid the camp, I really just came to."
At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, and a glaive was plunged into the ground, radiating constant lightning. Looking at what just appeared on the ground, what is that? In an instant, a figure appeared, grabbed it, and sent the would-be escapees who were blocking the way flying. Enraged, he shouted, "Where did this stinky woman come from? Don't even think about stopping us from escaping." Then, the group charged at her. "Deal with her quickly and let's run. Don't waste any time." But it seemed like they were used to getting beaten up. In the blink of an eye, the girl sent them flying.
Qinjiao also recognized the abnormality and quickly said, "Lin Yi, brother, this aura." Lin Yi also recognized it and activated his evil eye.
"This is the power of Zhu Ying." At this moment, a very flamboyant girl appeared. The Yu County princess, dressed in armor, marched in with a bang. The soldiers cheered happily when they saw the county princess arrive. "The Yu County princess is here. Great! With the county princess here, this thief can definitely be captured easily."
Lin Yi suddenly looked at the Yu County princess and spoke. "You're the one raiding the camp?" Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise, trying to clear his name.
"I already said, I'm not here to raid the camp. We're not even enemies," he shouted loudly, while Jin Zhao standing next to him looked a bit dazed.
The soldier, upon hearing this, reported to the Yu County princess.
"Don't believe him, county princess. This guy is from Tiangong, and I heard he's the successor chosen by the palace lord." The county princess, with her eyes still straight ahead, stroked her chin and said with a slightly puzzled expression,
"The heir of Tiangong. If that's the case,
capturing you will definitely be of great use." A staff appeared out of nowhere in the county princess's hand, and azure power began to emanate from it.
The princess grabbed the staff with both hands and rushed forward. The power emanating from the staff was immeasurable.
Lin Yi put his hand on his head, feeling utterly helpless. "All right, looks like we gotta throw down before we can talk things out."
The staff was still coming in hot. Lin Yi shielded Jin Zhao with his hand. "I'll go exchange a few blows with her, you protect yourself." The staff came hurtling, but he swiftly dodged it. The princess quickly redirected a wave of water towards his abdomen, passing right by Jin Zhao. Lin Yi was as quick as lightning, dodging all the attacks from the princess's staff. The princess gripped the staff tightly, her speed undiminished, charging like a madwoman. Lin Yi soared into the air, dodging the princess's strike, a delighted smile on his face.
Lin Yi landed, stomping directly onto the princess's staff.
The princess was slightly taken aback. The ground beneath, under the princess's assault, began to crack. Lin Yi, with his foot on the staff's head, shouted,
"I'm giving you one last chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The princess was a little tired, but still amused. A bit interesting.
Suddenly, she dropped the staff, and power surged from her. Good, looks like the warm-up is over. Lin Yi, seeing this, watched intently. Even though Zhu Ying's power had some advantages, the princess was extremely confident. Behind her was a ferocious-looking monster. The princess charged at Lin Yi with a powerful fist, her face confident. Who told you to be a person from the heavenly palace?
Lin Yi's face darkened as he stood motionless before the princess's powerful fist.
There was only a very loud bang. White smoke filled the air, and the surrounding soldiers scattered in all directions. Holy crap! She smirked confidently.
Huh. Suddenly, she was startled. What? Lin Yi's face remained calm, catching the princess's fist with one hand. The princess stammered. How is this possible? The turbid chi of Zhu Ying. How can you withstand this punch? Her fist was still being held by him, and he calmly replied,
Just a ferocious beast, and only a fraction of its power at that. He stared at her powerful, cyan fist, which was now bright red.
This kind of power isn't unique to you, Lin Yi added. Behind him, the devouring emperor seemed to appear. The princess's face was terrified. This is... He opened his palm, and his power sent the princess flying back with tremendous force.
She was sent flying. The monster disappeared, and her face was filled with pain. The princess was pushed back quite a distance, her feet scraping the ground. Lin Yi stood straight, watching the princess painfully standing far away from him, her hand probably injured. His face was displeased, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. I already said, I'm not an enemy. Can we talk properly now? Princess Yu held the staff, quickly running to ask Lin Yi. The power of the devouring emperor, could it be that you are? Lin Yi's face was confident.
That's right, I am. Before he could finish, the princess interrupted. Dao Qingfeng of the Myriad Manifestations sect. Lin Yi was utterly shocked by the princess's words. How is that possible?
The princess continued to wonder. Not Dao Qingfeng. Then are you Lin Yi of the legendary innate true desolate body? The princess said, pointing her staff at Lin Yi. The intel said you could use the power of a ferocious beast like the sealer. Looks like it's true. Lin Yi clenched his fists, standing tall. Nearby, a few others glanced their way. Lin Yi stood in front, shielding Jin Jiao. The princess pointed her staff at Jin Jiao. As for the little girl beside him, you must be the one who sealed Devourer Huang, right?
A heavenly chosen wasteland physique can restrain ferocious beasts, the princess stated. Lin Yi's face remained expressionless, the princess added. A sealer can perfectly control Devourer Huang. She was referring to Jin Jiao, whose face was still calm.
She tightened her grip on the staff, a mysterious purple power swirling around her. No wonder you two dared to barge in here alone. You've got some serious guts.
Lin Yi, exhausted and helpless, thought. That scary dude who thinks he's controlling me won't lay a hand on me, so of course I've got guts. The strongest guy doesn't dare to mess with me, so what do I have to be afraid of?
Lin Yi calmly replied to the princess. I already said. This time I'm not representing the Heavenly Palace or the Longtang royal family to compete for Zhu Ying. Can't we talk things out? Jin Jiao looked a bit worried. Or do we keep fighting?
Lin Yi smirked confidently. He clenched his fist, his power surging even more. The attendants were scared, witless, not daring to approach him. The power enveloped not just his hand, but his entire body. The princess, slightly frightened, asked, What do you want to say? Lin Yi, radiating power, slowly approached the princess, his face tense.
Lin Yi leaned in close, revealing the truth about the heavenly tribulation and how to stop the heavenly palace. The princess's eyes widened at Lin Yi's words. The princess yelled, You want to betray the heavenly palace? Impossible. Why should I believe you? Lin Yi closed his eyes, calmly replying, Then there's nothing more to say, is there? The princess held her staff in front of her, in a defensive stance against Lin Yi. Suddenly, a man's voice called out, Princess, you... It was the princess's father. Wearing armor, he looked very stern, standing on a cloud, looking down. Let me talk to him. Both Lin Yi and the princess looked up at him. The soldiers lined up in 2 rows, shouting, Your Highness! He landed in front of the princess, and Lin Yi clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward. The princess glanced at him, calling out, Father! He looked quite fierce. Jin Jiao anxiously hid behind Lin Yi. Father? The princess smiled lightly and said, How about we talk somewhere else? With this Lin Yi friend, and Jin Jiao miss as well. Lin Yi asked curiously, Looks like you knew I was coming. Ah, that guy told me you might come looking for me. Lin Yi stared straight at the princess's father and added, He replied, unhurriedly, That's right, it's what you think it is. Lin Yi was slightly stunned after hearing his words. There were many collapsed walls in the city. The princess's father went first, followed by Lin Yi and Jin Jiao, and the princess brought up the rear. The princess stared intently at Lin Yi's back, while Lin Yi sharply watched the princess's father. He thought,
3 heads plus 1 Long Teng Yu. The other 4 are all here. He was thinking of a monster that looked like a dragon, with immense power. He spoke up. So you really did agree to cooperate with that mysterious person. He was the one who told you I was coming here. The princess's father heard him and turned to look at him, replying, Almost. You think you can see everything clearly, without being controlled by the heavenly palace. So, you'll come seeking the truth.
Lin Yi frowned slightly after hearing this. Aren't you afraid of a feigned attack to lure the tiger from the mountain? That guy's leading the demon race. He could wipe out entire sects, he calmly explained to him. The sects that he destroys, if you investigate the details, you'll find that most of them are sects that have no goodwill towards mortals. Besides, he offered a condition that I couldn't refuse. He added. Lin Yi pondered. A condition you couldn't refuse. You want to obtain Zhu Ying, replace your brother, and become the new Longteng emperor. Wrong, the princess's father quickly retorted. Lin Yi looked at him, startled. What I want is to free my Longteng clan from Zhu Ying, he added, his face utterly serious. Lin Yi was taken aback. What? You must find it strange why I'm saying this. But if you understood the history of the Longteng royal family, you wouldn't doubt me, he continued. Zhu Ying is greedy by nature. Compared to the gluttonous Thao Tai who just eats more food and spiritual power, Zhu Ying is truly overflowing with greed for money and power. Those who become its hosts will eventually turn into hateful, greedy tyrants. I think you've probably heard of it before, right? Someone incredibly greedy and oppressive wants to control the host with a powerful, ferocious dragon beast. Lin Yi acknowledged his words. Indeed, he had heard of it. But what's your reason for doing all this?
His face turned extremely serious at this moment. Perhaps you've met my elder brother already. What do you think of his character? He asked. Lin Yi said, Doesn't seem like a good person. You can tell at a glance he's a cruel ruler. As he spoke, he thought of a rather elderly man with an extremely sinister and treacherous face, his eyes devoid of any kindness. What if I told you that when he was young, he was a good person, with the ambition to become a benevolent and exemplary ruler, the county princess's father said. When he was young, he looked handsome and extraordinary, even more beautiful than others, and looked very brave. Lin Yi's face showed slight disbelief at his words. Are you serious about him? He continued to tell the story. I'm not kidding. Longteng Ling and I, back when we were princes, we saw how utterly greedy our father was.
The 2 young men stared in disbelief at their father, whose face was utterly cruel.
He took every last bit of the people's property, spending it like sand, forcing rebellions everywhere, and then proceeding with bloody suppression, the county princess's father recounted. The man held a string of pearls in his hand, his smile devoid of any kindness. Under his greed, the people either died or suffered immensely.
We once made a vow to change all of this. His and Longteng Ling's eyes were extremely determined. His face pained, he continued. But you've seen it too. No matter how strong a person's will is, under the influence of Zhu Ying, after being emperor for decades, everything returns to square one. His eyes were always bloodshot like a burning flame.
Lin Yi began to understand the problem.
So, you want? The county princess's father interjected, stating his wish. So, I want to free the Longteng royal family from that monster. I want to cut off all the greedy blood flowing in the bodies of our clan. Lin Yi silently looked at him.
And this is also the reason why I sought out that mysterious person from the demon race to cooperate,
he said grimly. At the same time, I need your help now. He turned to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi subtly realized he was being asked for a favor.
He looked at the county princess's father, whose face was full of anticipation. Why should I believe you?
He pointed towards Jin Zhao, who was hiding behind him. Lin Yi was slightly puzzled. You know she's the host of Xi Huang, right? He asked seriously.
What do you think she is in the eyes of the heavenly palace?
Hearing his question, Lin Yi glanced at Jin Zhao behind him. Jin Zhao looked at him somewhat pitifully. The county princess's father raised his hand, saying loudly, Just expendable materials, tools. Just like how the heavenly palace is using Zhu Ying's internal strife this time to reduce the number of cultivators. Both he and she looked towards him as he spoke. Lin Yi was shocked by what he said. Xi Huang, if it wasn't easy to lose control, they would have made arrangements for her long ago. Jin Zhao, in his words, it was implied that she could easily lose control when Xi Huang inside her couldn't be controlled. He moved closer to Lin Yi, looking at his confused face. You still don't understand. Before enough people die, the fighting won't stop. Ferocious beasts are pawns for them to achieve this goal. If you don't jump out of the game, how can you guarantee that you'll always be able to protect her? Jin Zhao looked at the silent Lin Yi, who then spoke. So what do you need me to do? Help you. The county princess's father turned his head to the side. Stop the battle. Don't even think about it. There are people of mine in the Imperial City's Forbidden Army. I'll create an opportunity for you.
Lin Yi clenched his fist, listening to him continue. An opportunity to obtain all the remaining Ju Ying inside Longtangjia. Only someone with the heavenly true desolate physique like you can accomplish this,
he exclaimed, his face disbelieving. Are you kidding me? You want me to just with a few words of yours? Before he could finish his sentence, the information panel appeared. He looked at the information panel. Mission 1. Capture Longtangjia. Return to the Heavenly Palace and receive merit. Reward. 5 years of Li Chenggi Zhengong cultivation. Mission 2. Reject Longtangjia's proposal. Reward. M years of Li Chenggi Zhengong cultivation. The county princess's father clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the information panel. Mission 3. Temporarily agree. Improvise as needed. Reward. 20 years of Li Chenggi cultivation. He looked at the information panel in confusion. Improvise as needed. Lin Yi pretended to cough. Okay, I agree to your proposal. The county princess looked at him with a puzzled expression. He crossed his arms in front of him, looking at him. But you have to tell me, who exactly is that mysterious leader of the demon race? That person is hiding in the heavenly palace, right? He closed his eyes and replied, all right, I'll tell you. Lin Yi really wanted to know who it was. Jin Zhao behind him was also focused on listening. The county lord's father looked blank. I don't know either. Both Lin Yi and Jin Zhao were shocked by his playful answer. Lin Yi lunged forward, grabbed his beard, and yelled in his face, are you messing with me? Tell me now, the county lord's father said innocently. I really don't know. He said the guy always used secret techniques to hide his appearance. The only thing I'm sure of is that he definitely knows me, knows a lot of people, even pretty familiar with them, so he's afraid of being recognized. That mysterious dude's network is vast. Lin Yi was furious, still clutching his beard, his volume undiminished. Isn't that just stating the obvious? I also know that guy is hiding in Tiangong. What you're saying is as good as saying nothing. The county lord's father pushed his hand away. All right, actually I can roughly guess who that person is, he continued. But I won't tell you. Lin Yi was a bit puzzled, he asked. Do you guys have a promise? The county lord's father replied with a calm face. No, I just feel that guy will be exposed by you sooner or later, but knowing too much now is not good. He glanced at Lin Yi. After talking with Longtangjia, both Lin Yi and Jin Zhao set off to return to Longtang Palace. Jin Zhao immediately said, Lin Yi Gej, will you really cooperate with them? Jin Zhao looked at Lin Yi with worried eyes and asked, also, regarding Tiangong, what exactly did you learn from that mysterious person? Lin Yi replied seriously, I'm not sure now, but in short, we will find a way to stop this war. The rest can only be taken one step at a time. Lin Yi thought to himself while flying in the air. Who is my enemy? After all, I'm a bit confused already. I must quickly think of a way to stop this war. While flying, they both saw many flying ships below. Lin Yi was surprised. Who are they? Jin Zhao immediately said. Is that the Longtang royal family's fleet? The two just stood there watching the royal fleet advance towards the rebel army. Jin Zhao and Lin Yi focused on observing. Lin Yi then said, all the floating islands of the Longtang royal family and the airships have started to launch. Is the army also fully in a state of combat? Are they starting a full-scale offensive against the rebel army? At this time, several soldiers riding flying beasts came in front of the two and immediately ordered, stop! One of them shouted loudly. The Grandmaster is out on a mission. Which great one do you cultivators belong to? How dare you disturb the waterway? Lin Yi didn't answer, but asked the soldier in return, where are you guys going? The soldier replied loudly, of course it's to slaughter, to quell the rebel army, to scout the way. The enemy's posture and the weaknesses in their defense have all been figured out. Now is a good time to attack. Jin Zhao exclaimed in surprise. So you guys deliberately used those rogue cultivators as cannon fodder. The soldier immediately pointed his spear at the two. So you are the rogue cultivators who fled back here. You deserted in the face of battle. Add another crime. Immediately raise your hands and accept our investigation. Lin Yi couldn't bear it anymore at this time and questioned loudly. Investigate what? The soldier's eyes were scanning towards Jin Zhao's chest. Of course, to investigate whether you are spies that those rebels deliberately sent back. Jin Zhao heard what the soldier said and was a little worried. Beads of sweat had appeared on her face, thinking in her head, what this guy said is actually right. The soldier pointed at Jin Zhao and said loudly, especially you, little girl, you are very suspicious. Come with me immediately. Before he could finish speaking, he was hit by a punch from Lin Yi. The soldier was knocked off the side of the ship. The soldier sat up, rubbed the spot where he was hit, and shouted, you dare to go against the will of the Longtang royal family? I am the wing cavalry commander personally appointed by His Majesty. Lin Yi looked at the soldier, his eyes thoughtful, thinking, Why are all the relatives of the Longtang royal family that I've met so greedy and stupid? It seems that Zhu Ying's influence on the royal family in the past 1,000 years is really not small. The soldier immediately pointed and ordered the people in the team, "Capture them for me." The remaining soldiers tightened their bows, aiming at Lin Yi and Jin Zhao, and shouted loudly, "Yes!" Lin Yi's face darkened, clenched his fists tightly, and said loudly, "Saying you guys, the royal family, are all trash is actually praising you?" Since that's the case, Lin Yi's face lights up, aiming his fist at the soldiers. "Then I'll beat you all up and I'll get some answers before I do." Hearing Lin Yi, the soldier retorts furiously, "You dare insult the Longtang royal family. This is treason. This ain't normal." As soon as the soldier finishes speaking, he orders, "Fire the arrows." A soldier riding a beast flies towards Lin Yi with a sharp spear. Lin Yi calmly says, "Move your little pointy thing aside first so I can deal with things." The soldier fiercely charges at Lin Yi, immediately thrusting the spear at Lin Yi's face. Bro simply dodges it and grabs the spearhead with his hand. With one wave, he sends both the soldier and his mount flying. Next, he grabs one of the beast's legs, raises it high into the air, and yells, "Smash him." Lin Yi holds the beast's leg and slams it down right in front of the soldier. The soldier is scared, less, stammering, and no. Lin Yi lands on the deck, staring at the two soldiers. The terrified soldier immediately orders, "Get rid of him!" One of the soldiers raises his hand, saying, "The crossbows are useless against the profound dragon cannon." Lin Yi then waves his hand, knocking down the two soldiers. "You still want to fight?" Suddenly, Lin Yi pauses for a beat. Silently watching a soldier unleash a technique, golden energy appears, gathering into a sphere. Lin Yi seems to recognize it, blurting out, "This is." The soldier aims the muzzle at Lin Yi, the barrel ready to fire. The soldier fires, attacking Lin Yi head-on. The shot is fired, creating a huge explosion, flames erupting violently. The two soldiers laugh joyfully. "We hit him, haha. That's what we call, no matter how high your cultivation is, you still gotta fear our profound dragon cannon." The smoke clears, and Lin Yi is still standing there, unscathed. He then leaps into the air, waving his hand, and sending one soldier flying. Lin Yi smugly says, "Too bad, the power isn't bad, but it's still a bit lacking compared to me." Lin Yi then picks up the profound dragon cannon in his hand. He starts to examine it, touching the cannon, thinking, "The power is indeed not bad. Ordinary cultivators probably couldn't withstand a few shots. Luckily, my physique is extraordinary. Could this be the training weapon developed by the Longtang royal family?" Lin Yi slings the cannon over his shoulder, puts one foot on the deck, opens his mouth, and laughs triumphantly, asking, "Still want to fight?" The soldier knocked down on the boat struggles to get up, saying, "You, the Longtang royal family, won't let you get away with this." At this moment, where is Longtang Muyi, appearing behind Lin Yi, shouting, "Everyone stop!" Hearing the voice, Lin Yi turns to look at Longtang Muyi. Stepping down onto the boat, gently walks to the soldier in front of him, gesturing to Lin Yi, introducing, "This is a guest of the royal family, my fellow disciple and life-saving benefactor. Which idiot did this?" Hearing this, the soldier's face turns pale with fear, sweating profusely. "Your Highness," he. Not letting the soldier finish speaking, Longtang Muyi kicks the soldier hard in the face. "Look at the good deed you've done." Longtang Muyi then looks around the boat, shouting, "Disperse! Everyone back to your posts for me." Someone, a soldier who is knocked down under Muyi's feet, immediately orders, "Drag this guy down and deal with him according to military law for me." Lin Yi walked up to Longtang Muyi, arms crossed. "Couldn't you have come a little earlier?" Longtang Muyi replied with a cheerful face, "I just heard the news of your return and came right away. You, on the other hand, where have you been running off to these past 2 days?" Lin Yi said to Longtang Muyi as he walked, "Just went to scout the the situation of the rebel army." "You." Suddenly, Lin Yi went silent, surprised. Lin Yi began to use his heavenly eyes to look far into Longtang Muyi, his mouth stammering, "You." Right now, Lin Yi looked at a green energy radiating from Longtang Muyi's body. Behind him, the primordial spirits of 2 ferocious dragons appeared. "How do you have a Zhu Ying in your body?" Longtang Muyi explained simply, confused. "My dad gave it to me. He said that sooner or later, this prince would replace his position, so of course I need to adapt to the power of Zhu Ying early." After hearing the explanation, Lin Yi still kept doubting in his head, strangely said, "The host of Zhu Ying will inevitably be infected by Zhu Ying's greed. Even though he's his own son, Longtang Ling actually divided the Zhu Ying from his body." Lin Yi pointed at himself. "So how does it feel to be the host of Zhu Ying? Do you hear any nonsense in your ears, or?" Lin Yi began to make a ferocious face, wanting everything. Lin Yi's actions made Longtang Muyi helpless, his eyes dull as he replied,
How could the side effects of Ju Ying be so fast? Long Teng Mu Yi continued to explain. These are all subtle changes. Isn't my cousin, Luo Fei, the owner of Ju Ying a few years ago, still normal?
Qin Zhao then approached Lin Yi and said, "Your cousin, could it be that Long Teng Yu?"
Long Teng Mu Yi replied sternly. You went to scout this time. Could it be that you met her?
Lin Yi started to get flustered upon hearing the question, his cheeks flushed, scratching his head and said, "Well, almost. Too bad I still haven't caught her, haha." Long Teng Mu Yi felt helpless for him, comforting him gently. "It's okay, my cousin has been better at fighting than me since she was little. If she was so easily caught by you, I would find it strange instead." After saying that, Long Teng Mu Yi extended his hand. "Let's go, it just so happens that you're back, and the general attack is just starting." Lin Yi, walking behind, took out the large bowl cannon and said, "That's right, where did this thing come from? How did you guys research it?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Long Teng Mu Yi turned around and glanced at him, reaching out his hand and said, "Of course not. It was my dad who entrusted the Mu family to research and create secret weapons for our royal family many years ago, and a batch was just delivered not long ago and quickly got listed," Long Teng Mu Yi said, sighing. "It's a pity that the quantity is still not large, and it can only be used by elite troops." Lin Yi began to think.
The Ma family is actually hiding magic weapons that can change wars, and they didn't use them when dealing with the demon race before. Lin Yi held the magic weapon in his hand, stroking it gently as he thought.
Once this thing is used on a large scale, the intensity of the war will instantly increase by several levels. The more he thought, the more determined Lin Yi's eyes became. "I have to quickly find a way to stop this war, otherwise, I don't know how many more people will die. Meaningless deaths." The royal family's ships had arrived at the rebels' place and began to attack. Large stones were dropped from above, causing the rebel army to run away in chaos. The Xuanlong cannons were also lined up neatly, and a beast-riding commander gave the order, "Fire! Fire! Eliminate these rebels." The rebel army saw the Xuanlong cannons and opened their mouths in fear. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt struck the soldiers holding the cannons. The ship that was hit showed signs of cracking, and dust filled the air, the soldiers panicking. The dust dissipated, and Teng Yu appeared with her long spear, holding the long spear firmly in her hand, standing proudly. She held the spear and rushed forward. "Don't block my way!" A leading soldier immediately ate a chop from Teng Yu and died instantly. The one standing next to him was chopped across the chest before he could react. His armor shattered. Teng Yu rampaged left and right, beating the soldiers to a pulp. Then she stomped hard on the ground, soaring into the air. Seeing the intense lightning, the soldiers screamed, "Get on the ship!" As soon as the words were spoken, a royal family's airship was blown to pieces by Teng Yu. A group of rebel troops was extremely shocked to see this. How awesome! Scene changed to the imperial palace. Long Teng and his entourage are standing in front of a screen, observing the battle situation from afar, when a soldier rushes in, shouting, "Your Majesty!" The soldier kneels before the emperor and reports, "The left flank's assault has failed. It's confirmed that the enemy general is Your Majesty's granddaughter, Long Teng Yu. She possesses at least a portion of the 9 infants' power." The emperor, his face contorted with rage, roars, "Utter trash." The soldier continues, "Your Majesty, our troops, though elite, have failed to advance, and casualties are quite heavy. The entire formation B is already retreating." Before the soldier can finish, the emperor interrupts, "Knowing full well that our strength is 80,000 against their 60,000, with the advantage on our side, and you still fight like this. What use are you to me?" The soldier, hearing this, breaks out in a cold sweat, his head bowed. At this moment, Long Teng Mu Yi steps forward and says, "Father, perhaps I can go in your stead." The emperor then turns back to the soldier. "I don't want to hear about casualty numbers. I only need you to capture that rebellious brother of mine. Tell me, where is he now?" The soldier, terrified, stammers, "Ever since the battle of the imperial city, the Prince of Xia has not shown his face. His whereabouts are currently unknown." Kui Hua, Jin Zhao, and Lin Yi are also present. Lin Yi thinks to himself, "This guy. The Long Teng royal family's military strength clearly has advantages in every aspect, yet he's manipulating, forcing, and ruining the battle situation in every way. He truly doesn't care how many people die, he's simply cooperating with the Heavenly Palace's intentions." Just then, another soldier rushes in, yelling, "Your Majesty! Frontline report!" The soldier kneels before the emperor. The Prince of Xia has appeared before the Central Army's formation. The demon clans are also attacking from both sides of the Central Army, making the Central Army's advance difficult. Now Long Teng Mu Yi walks up to the soldier, his eyes glinting with fierce light. "What's going on? Tell me quickly." The soldier is frightened and silent for a moment, then says in a trembling voice, "The entire Central Army has been defeated." Hearing the soldier's report, everyone starts to whisper in shock.
How could this be? After all, the Prince of Xia possesses 3 portions of the 9 infants' power. It's normal that ordinary troops can't fight him head-on. That's right, and there's that damned demon clan. Zhuo Quan whispers to Zhao Yang.
Hey, even if this is part of the plan, if this battle continues like this, it's not looking good. If the Longtang order completely loses, Zhao Yang says seriously,
it is a bit troublesome indeed. If it really comes down to it, we can only... Suddenly the emperor bursts out laughing. Haha, excellent.
The emperor excitedly rises, clenching his fist. That brother of mine, who's been hiding like a coward, has finally dared to show his face. Relay my order. All reserve forces and surrounding units, as well as all independent cultivators, are to converge on the central army and capture the traitors in one fell swoop.
The soldier hesitates. Your Majesty, we still don't know the enemy's true strength. To recklessly gamble the entire army like this, I'm afraid it's a bit.
The old emperor angrily shouts. What? Are you questioning my orders?
The soldier shuts his eyes tightly and remains silent, but inwardly curses.
Interfering in military administration without understanding the internal affairs of the army will confuse the generals and soldiers at a crucial moment. More importantly, directly interfering in the command of the central army has ruined everything. The emperor then turns his attention to Lin Yi, Zhao Yang, and the others. What's there to be surprised about? Don't forget that we also have support from the Heavenly Palace. How could the Heavenly Palace stand idly by and watch us lose?
Zhao Yang respectfully bows. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Palace only promised that the 9 infants' power would not be seized by the demon clan. We will not interfere with you. Before he can finish, the old emperor interrupts. Those traitors have already joined forces with the demon clan. Moreover, if we continue to fight like this, aren't I also cooperating with the Heavenly Palace? Cooperating with your plan?
The officials start whispering among themselves.
What plan? I don't know, could the Heavenly Palace have some sort of plan? Zhuo Quan, sensing that the situation is turning sour, quickly says to Zhao Yang. Don't let that guy continue to speak.
Hearing that, Zhao Yang had no choice but to agree with the old emperor's idea. Alright, this time I'll head back to the front lines to support the central army. If the war situation gets dicey, I'll make a move. Seeing that he'd achieved his goal, the old emperor cracked a sly grin. That's great, much obliged everyone. The emperor glanced at Lin Yi standing below. Looking at the old emperor, Lin Yi thought to himself, what the heck is this old geezer up to? Outside, Zhao Yang said to Lin Yi, this trip is fine with just me and Elder Li Kuihua. Stopping the central army from collapsing shouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, about your side, Zhao Yang continued seriously.
Longtang, this guy has changed a lot in recent years compared to what I remember from decades ago. Just keep an eye on him. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. No problem, you can go with peace of mind. And so, everyone bid farewell, and Zhao Yang's group boarded the ship and headed to the front lines. Watching them leave, Lin Yi spoke up. The crucial moment has arrived. We need to be decisive now.
Jin Zhao worriedly asked from the side, Lin Yi gauge, do we really have to do this? Lin Yi immediately replied,
in the time we've been hesitating, several more cities have been destroyed in the flames of war. Things have come to this, there's no other way. But I don't trust anyone, no matter who they are.
Just as he finished speaking, another ship docked. Tang Yu and some soldiers stepped down from the ship, approaching Lin Yi. You've made the right choice, Zhu Ying, who brings disaster to the royal family, and Long Teng, along with this land, will end here. Tang Yu waved his hand, ordering the soldiers behind him. Go. Cooperate with our inside men to secretly take over this palace.
Lin Yi reached out to stop Tang Yu. I'll cooperate with you next, but I have a condition.
Tang Yu immediately agreed. It's not good to raise the price at this crucial moment, you know? Whatever, spill it. Lin Yi said seriously. After it's all over, I want to become Zhu Ying's host, not you. Several soldiers were furious when they heard this. You must be dreaming. His Highness would never agree to someone like you.
Tang Yu was silent for a long time, then asked Lin Yi, what's the reason? Lin Yi then explained. The Heavenly Palace has its own plans, like that mysterious leader of the demon race, he's hiding a lot too. I don't trust anyone. If you guys win, Zhu Ying will definitely end up in that guy's hands anyway, so I want to become Zhu Ying's host.
Lin Yi whispered in Tang Yu's ear.
If your goal really is to end Zhu Ying's sins on the royal family, then handing it over to me is fine, right?
Tang Yu smiled back at Lin Yi. Your words and actions now really do resemble a guy with ambition, but maybe. Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately asked. You agree? Tang Yu grinned.
Actually, my father predicted you might bring this up before I set out. He told me it's fine.
Hearing this,
Lin Yi reached out to invite Tang Yu's group. Great, so we can. Suddenly, a soldier reported loudly, Your Highness, Prince Longteng Mu is heading back here. Lin Yi and Tang Yu were shocked.
What?
Tang Yu angrily said to Lin Yi.
You betrayed me again.
Without saying more, Lin Yi dragged Teng Yu into a bush to hide. Long Tengmu's voice rang out from outside. Lin Yi, where are you?
Lin Yi put his finger to his lips, signaling Teng Yu to be quiet. Shh, don't make a sound, I'll go deal with him. Lin Yi and the soldier stepped out, clearing his throat a few times. Lin Yi said, I'm here, what's up? Mu Yi approached and asked Lin Yi,
what are you doing here?
Suddenly, Lin Yi's face lit up with a bright smile, pointing upwards. Just taking a casual stroll, nothing much to do.
But Mu Yi's eyes, when looking at the soldiers, were full of suspicion and strangeness. Mu Yi's finger pointed at 3 of them. Are you guys under which general? I don't think I've seen you around before. Mu Yi's question freaked the soldiers out. They were sweating bullets and stuttering like crazy. We are. Suddenly, with a killer smile, Lin Yi stepped in to save their butts. I was just talking to them. They're fresh recruits, still getting used to the place. Mu Yi clearly wasn't buying it, and pressed on.
The task force brigade.
Never heard of it. Lin Yi could only chuckle awkwardly. Mu Yi's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself, oh, I see, I get it. Long Teng Yu, who'd been observing from the sidelines, was super tense. This is bad. Looks like I have to. Lin Yi was sweating bullets, Mu Yi said softly. You, Mu Yi touched his forehead, turned away, and said,
must be related to some relative who doesn't want to send their kid to the battlefield. Lin Yi was speechless. At that moment, Teng Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Mu Yi raised his hand and continued.
Forget it. Anyway, it's not my problem. I was looking for you, my father, Mu Yi continued.
I mean, my royal father is looking for you. Has something to discuss. Lin Yi started to panic. Now. A million thoughts raced through his head. Why now, of all times? The plan was for me and Long Teng Yu together. Just then, Long Teng Yu peeked out of the bushes to take a look.
Lin Yi turned to Mu Yi and said,
all right, let's go then. But what's it about Mu Yi and Lin Yi turned to leave? I don't know, I'm curious too. Normally, he'd discuss things with the Elder Council, right? As they walked and talked, Deng Yu remained hidden in the bushes. Once they were far enough away, Deng Yu jumped out, spear in hand.
The soldier saw him and asked, Your Highness, what should we do now? Deng Yu cut them off, raised his hand and shouted,
You guys continue with the plan. I'll secretly follow them to see what's up. Deng Yu's eyes and face were determined, tense, and sweaty. I have a bad feeling about this. Moments later, Lin Yi had followed Mu Yi to a room.
As soon as they stepped inside, the door slammed shut. The old emperor had been waiting for a long time. Lin Yi was sweating bullets, thinking,
what is this guy planning? Mu Yi respectfully clasped his hands in greeting.
Royal father, I've brought Lin Yi. I'll take my leave then. The old emperor smiled and stroked his beard.
Stay, my child. We need you for this. Mu Yi was taken aback.
The old emperor looked at Lin Yi and continued.
I believe you are favored by the palace lord of the heavenly palace, so you probably already know part of the truth. Correct, Lin Yi said. That's right. So when the rebellion started, when the avatars of those Ju Ying had just appeared, you intentionally let Long Tengjie take it, didn't you?
Mu Yi was shocked. Mouth agape. The old emperor replied. Precisely. This can be seen as the tacit understanding between the Longteng royal family and the heavenly palace for thousands of years. Even without my naive brother,
I would have given up a portion of the Ju Ying, all for the script of obeying heaven's mandate.
Hearing them talk, Mu Yi, who understood nothing, spoke up. Wait a minute, Lin Yi and father, what are you two talking about? Lin Yi asked seriously.
Your Majesty, why did you call me here now?
The emperor, standing tall on his throne, said, I heard you fought Tao Wu and Fei Huang before. You probably know some of the fiend's abilities, but do you know what the heavenly endowment of the Ju Ying is? The emperor began to circulate his inner energy, emitting a purple aura, and said, Let me tell you, it is the forceful seizing of other people's heavenly endowment, divine powers, and constitutions. The Ju Ying can seize them all and use them for itself. The more the emperor spoke, the more his power exploded. The primordial desolate physique, unseen for centuries.
If I had your heavenly endowment, perhaps I could manipulate the complete power of the Ju Ying.
The 3 heads of the Ju Ying appeared behind the emperor, roaring, Therefore your primordial desolate physique, we want it.
Lin Yi smirked disdainfully. No wonder your eyes were full of hate, like you wanted to swallow me whole, so you were after my body. What? But aren't you afraid of falling out with the heavenly palace if you do that? The emperor gritted his teeth as he spoke.
The Longteng royal family has been holding Ju Ying for the heavenly palace for thousands of years, so what if I collect a little interest now? Ju Ying's 3 extremely ferocious heads were staring at Lin Yi, the emperor continued. If the heavenly palace wasn't afraid, I would really spread the truth, which could cause trouble for me, but I bet they don't have the guts.
Mu Yi stared intently at his father, at a loss for words. Father, you... Lin Yi wasn't scared either. He immediately used the devouring desolation's fiendish aura on himself, and a red aura emanated around his body. How fun! It seems you really don't know how many ferocious beasts I've beaten. relying on that damn Zhu Ying, you, who gave you the nerve. With that, the two of them, wielding their respective fiendish auras, stood facing each other.
Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Mu Yi rushed out to stop them. Wait a minute, what exactly is going on? I totally don't understand why you two are fighting.
Lin Yi spoke up. I can't explain this to you in a short time. You just need to know that your father doesn't have good intentions towards me. Get out of the way, Long Tengmu.
Lin Yi put his hand on Mu Yi's shoulder and said, Don't worry. I promise I'll only beat your father up a bit at most. I won't let him be in mortal danger. Suddenly, Mu Yi unexpectedly attacked Lin Yi, but Lin Yi reacted quickly and dodged. Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise, Long Tengmu. But at this moment, Mu Yi had been taken over by the not completely dead old emperor. And two of Zhu Ying's heads also appeared. Looking at the old emperor, Lin Yi coldly snorted. Even a ferocious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. What have you done to him? The emperor smiled eerily. Just temporarily manipulating my son's body a little. This is just a small application of Zhu Ying's power. Don't worry, by the time he wakes up, it will all be over. Lin Yi's hand transformed into a Taoti's hand. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. With the Taoti's hand, he charged forward to face the old emperor's Zhu Ying, and as a result, Lin Yi had the upper hand,
knocking the old emperor sliding backwards. The old emperor was drenched in sweat, staring intently at Lin Yi. Worthy of being a congenital chaotic body, your control over the ferocious beast's power is no less than those who seal them.
Lin Yi clenched his fist threateningly. Now that you know, quickly admit defeat and hand over Zhu Ying's power.
Upon hearing this, the old emperor burst out laughing. Ha! It seems the Taoti's power has made you more arrogant. Do you really think I wouldn't have any preparations to deal with you?
Suddenly, Lin Yi was startled as if he had realized something.
This feeling is, before he could finish his sentence, the surrounding spiritual energy was all being sucked away.
The old emperor triumphantly shouted, That's right, I've set up a spirit absorption formation around this grand hall. Although you have the remaining power of Taoti in your body, without the support of spiritual energy, it will soon be completely consumed by me. The emperor pointed at Lin Yi smugly. And my Zhu Ying's power is constantly increasing. You are destined to lose. While Lin Yi was being smug, the old emperor's spiritual energy was also dissipated.
Wait, this aura is... Looking back, he saw Lin Yi absorbing his spiritual energy, and the old emperor was extremely surprised. You, Lin Yi, slowly began to stand up. Sorry, his arrogant expression had returned.
Sorry to keep you waiting. It took a little time to get used to devouring desolation's power.
The old emperor's face began to twist. You, how could you?
Lin Yi smiled and pointed his fist at the old emperor. I knew you had preparations a long time ago, so this morning I borrowed some of Jinjiao's devouring desolation's power.
Lin Yi sweated, remembering the scene from this morning. Although he obtained the power, devouring desolation wasn't very happy.
The old emperor bit his teeth bitterly. Could it be that you predicted this a long time ago? He mustered the power in his palm and charged to attack Lin Yi. Forget it, so what? In the end, you're still not a true sealer. Lin Yi wasn't afraid, and returned a punch. Even though it's only a portion of devouring desolation's power, it's more than enough to deal with you now. The fists and kicks collided with each other, and the phantoms of the two ferocious beasts also appeared behind them. Lin Yi attacked, while the old emperor defended. The old emperor counterattacked while Lin Yi dodged. And the two of them exchanged punches and kicks without giving an inch. The old emperor thought to himself, this guy can actually use fiendish aura so fluently, he's truly a freak. I can't continue like this. After pondering, the old geezer turned to Mu Yi and barked, What are you waiting for? Get over here now.
Hearing this, both heads of the 9 infants roared, faces raised to the sky.
Then, they detached from Mu Yi and merged into the old emperor. Lin Yi was taken aback.
You can actually forcibly control his heads.
Empowered by the 5 9 infants' heads, the old emperor sneered contemptuously. Fool! The 9 infants are originally one being. Seizing your innate true wasteland physique is also what the 9 infants desire.
As he spoke, the old emperor charged forward. How could it resist my will?
He lunged at Lin Yi again.
The two energies clashed violently, the shockwaves spreading everywhere. With his newfound power, Lin Yi was somewhat at a disadvantage. It's manageable though. After all, it's not a complete monstrous beast. I can still hold on.
Just then, Teng Yu and her entourage burst through the door. The Longteng Order Palace has been surrounded by us. Surrender immediately. Her arrival made Lin Yi even more worried. The old emperor rushed forward, yelling, Excellent. Lin Yi started to get tense. This is bad. The will of the 9 infants and the Longteng Order have completely colluded to do evil. At this moment, the old emperor couldn't stop grinning when he saw Teng Yu.
I didn't expect my good granddaughter to bring the remaining power right to my doorstep. Looking at the scene before her, Longteng Yu was also shocked. But before she could recover, Longteng Yu's eyes widened, and the energy within her involuntarily surged, and 4 heads of the 9 infants appeared. After Teng Yu screamed, seeing this, the soldiers hurriedly advanced. "Your Highness." Teng Yu clutched her face in discomfort. "How is this possible?"
The old emperor seemed to realize something, and while fighting, he grinned maliciously.
Long Teng Yu, screaming in pain. The surrounding soldiers were also shocked, not understanding. Lin Yi, seeing this, shouted, "Didn't you only possess the power of 1 head of the 9 infants? How did the rest end up with you?" Long Teng Yu leaned heavily on her spear, struggling to stand.
To deal with the Longteng order, one must naturally exert all their strength, but there's no way to win against him.
Teng Yu was still struggling to bear the power of the 4 9 infants' heads. "Damn it! Why is the power of the 9 infants so submissive to you?"
the old emperor roared. "Because you refuse to follow your true heart. Your desire is the way of heaven."
1 head of the 9 infants lunged towards the old emperor, but that didn't seem to frighten him at all, he said loudly. "Without killing, hatred, how can one stop?"
The old emperor smirked triumphantly. "Without indulging in desires, wouldn't one lose the joy of life?"
At this moment, Teng Yu's eyes turned white, and she screamed loudly. 1 of the 9 heads hungrily opened its mouth, as if wanting to swallow everything, and flew towards Lin Yi. He could only exclaim, "Damn it! Lin Yi is struggling to fight the 9 infants."
The emperor continued to say,
"The 9 infants' original power is desire."
The old emperor, with 5 9 infants' heads behind him, said smugly, "You don't accept it, yet you dare to dream of perfectly using its power." Lin Yi's expression was now extremely tense, thinking in his head, "This is bad. This guy's aura is getting stronger and stronger. If he gathers all 9 heads, there's no need to fight anymore." Teng Yu was still struggling to cope with the 4 9 infants' heads. "You're crazy, uncle. All those who scheme to merge all the 9 infants' power of the Longteng royal family will ultimately turn into shells of the 9 infants, losing themselves. Do you want such an end too?" The old emperor began to grit his teeth, reaching his hand forward. "So I must get your innate true wasteland physique. If it weren't for his appearance, I wouldn't have dared to make such a decision." Lin Yi was still struggling to resist, thinking in his head, "On the contrary, he's calculating very well." Lin Yi got into a ready stance. "No matter what, I must stop him from continuing to merge." The emperor glanced at Lin Yi, and all the 9 infants' heads concentrated their attack on Lin Yi. Talk about an egg trying to fight a rock. BOM. A deafening explosion, dust and smoke everywhere. The emperor strolled out of the haze. "Time to wrap this up." The emperor totally merged with all 8 of the 9-headed serpent's heads. His power leveled up big time. My way is going to be the end of the Longteng dynasty's 1,000-year reincarnation cycle. Suddenly, the emperor froze, his eyes bugging out as he stared ahead. Lin Yi was busy patching up Teng Wu. Only 1 of the 9-headed serpent's heads left. Finally, Lin Yi said softly to Teng Wu, "You know, you were totally right. My innate true desolate body is a little too perfect for the 2-in-1 nature of ferocious beasts." The old emperor kept watching the 2 of them, Lin Yi and Teng Wu. He bellowed, "Stop right there. The 9-headed serpent's power is mine and mine alone. How dare you taint it?" Lin Yi scooped up Teng Wu in his arms and shot into the sky. Teng Wu forced out a few words. "Gotta stop my uncle." And fast, Lin Yi carried Teng Wu out of the ruined wasteland. The soldiers swarmed around, asking, "Your Highness, what do we do now?" Teng Wu pointed ahead, shouting, "Go, gather all the warships over here. We absolutely cannot give up this place." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yi suddenly whipped his head around, like he sensed something. "Bam!" Lin Yi yelled, "Watch out!" An attack came straight for Lin Yi, but he managed to block it. Turns out, it was the emperor who had chased them all the way here, Teng Wu. And the soldiers were completely shocked. That thing, could it be? It actually... Teng Wu started getting seriously tense. Uh-oh. One step too late. The 9-headed serpent is practically awake. Its dominant will isn't my uncle's anymore. Lin Yi glanced at Teng Wu and said, "What's there to be scared of? We'll just do what the founding palace lord did. Chop off its heads and seal it up again." Lin Yi put his hand on Teng Wu's back and continued, "You go lead the others, and while you're at it, see if that idiot Longteng Mu is still kicking. Regular cultivators can't even think about joining this fight now." Teng Wu slapped Lin Yi's hand away, yelling, "Are you kidding me? You want to take on that monster all by yourself?" Lin Yi pulled his hand back, his eyes firm with determination. "Guess so. It's not like it's the first time I've faced a ferocious beast alone anyway," Teng Wu said quietly. "You sure about this?" Teng Wu continued, "Just hang in there. Something this huge can't go unnoticed by your heavenly palace folks. Backup should be on its way soon." Right as he finished, a loud voice echoed from afar. Big brother Lin Yi Jinjiao rushed over, saying to Lin Yi, "Elder Du and the others already know about this. And Master Yi Nian and Elder Lu are all on their way here too." Hearing the news, Lin Yi thought to himself, "Glad I managed to send the word out beforehand. Now I just need to hold this guy back." Jinjiao walked closer to Lin Yi, saying, please, let me fight alongside you this time. Lin Yi shook his head firmly. You're more important than I am? Don't worry, this will turn out just like last time, Jin Zhao pleaded desperately. But I want to too, Lin Yi gently tapped Jin Zhao's head. Later, if the demonic Q in my body goes berserk, I'll need you to have the devouring desolate help me absorb the energy, plus, I need you to watch our backs, Jin Zhao asked worriedly. Watch our backs. But isn't the nine-headed serpent the only enemy left? Lin Yi turned towards the emperor and said, I sure hope so. Lin Yi started walking, each step confident and powerful. No matter what, he had to take this guy down first. Lin Yi used his devouring desolate arm and moved towards the nine-headed serpent. As he approached, one of the heads spoke. The innate, true desolate body is mine. The two sides clashed fiercely. Tang Wu and the soldiers watched on. Tang Yu solemnly ordered the troops. Quickly bring those mystic dragon cannons over here, we need to. He didn't even finish his sentence. Something made Tang Yu turn his attention behind him. Tang Yu exclaimed, The Zhu Ying is out of control. Is Long Tengling insane? Tang Yu angrily continued, Why are you the only one here? Long Tengling has lost his mind to the Zhu Ying's desires. His only goal is to steal Lin Yi's innate true desolate physique. What are we going to do now? Zhao Yang calmly replied, Don't worry, the Zhu Ying isn't complete. You probably know sealing techniques, right? Cooperate with me. Tang Yu obeyed, and the two began to cast a sealing technique, chains tightly binding the Zhu Ying. The Zhu Ying roared, How dare you, Heavenly Palace? Go back on your word, Tang Yu shouted. Even if we seal the Zhu Ying, we need a host. I can bear 1 to 3 of its powers. Who will take the rest? Xiao Chen, struggling intensely, responded, Just leave it to me. Seal the entire Zhu Ying into my body. Tang Yu gripped the sealing chains tightly. Are you crazy? You already have the powers of the devouring desolate and Tao Wu inside you. Adding the Zhu Ying, do you want to explode and die? Or do you want to become the next Long Tengling? Lin Yi smacked the Zhu Ying's head, replying, I told you, just leave it to me. The skill panel appeared. Option 3, choke the bold, starve the timid, seal the Zhu Ying myself, I want them all. Reward, upgrade innate true desolate physique to ancient desolate saint physique. Lin Yi raised his hand, showing his determination. Ancient desolate saint physique? This thing isn't even recorded in the Heavenly Palace's history. System, you've done well. At this moment, Tang Yu looked at Zhao Yang and said, You're really going to listen to that guy? Zhao Yang pondered. Listen to him. Lin Yi has created miracles several times now. I believe in him. Tang Yu then said, What the hell? You Heavenly Palace people are all... Never mind. Then get ready. Zhao Yang firmly gripped the sealing chains, shouting, Seal for me. Zhao Yang looked towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, now's the time. Lin Yi grabbed the Zhu Ying's head. Come here, you. Lin Yi began to absorb the Zhu Ying's head with his hand. The Zhu Ying seemed to be successfully merging into Lin Yi's body. Seeing that Lin Yi had successfully merged with the Zhu Ying, Zhao Yang exclaimed with joy, Success! Tang Yu, exhausted and drenched in sweat, said, 3 parts of the ferocious beast's power gathered in one body. This has never happened since ancient times. It's unbelievably wild. Lin Yi was observing the panel dishing out rewards. Choice complete. Lin Yi grabbed his arm, which was radiating powerful spirit energy. This is the ancient desolate saint physique. Stronger than that innate true desolate physique, huh? So strong I can feel the power throbbing incessantly in my body. The ferocious beast's power, which was rampant a moment ago, is now well behaved. Xiao Chen looked at the Zhu Ying, who was bound by the sealing chains, and exclaimed, If that's the case? Xiao Chen flew towards the Zhu Ying, shouting, I won't be polite anymore. Lin Yi swung his fist at the Zhu Ying's head. Eat this, meaning suppressing roar fist. A sky-shattering punch landed on the Zhu Ying. The Zhu Ying cried out in pain. As it was hit, Lin Yi then grabbed the Zhu Ying's neck tightly. Lin Yi used another kick. Give it to me. The Zhu Ying's body was lifted into the air and slammed hard onto the ground. Observing the scene, Tang Yu reminded Lin Yi, hold back a bit. Lin Yi, full of overflowing power, said, I'll take care of it immediately. Lin Yi turned his hand towards the remaining 3 heads of the Zhu Ying. Long Tengling, wake up for me. After speaking, Lin Yi flew towards the body of the Zhu Ying, turning into dust and disappearing. Give me a bang that'll shake the heavens, Lin Yi yelled, causing Tang Yu and Zhao Yang to instinctively shield their faces. Whoa, this sealing technique's power is out of control. Don't need it anymore. Lin Yi, radiating pure awesomeness, roared, It's over! The old emperor collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Zhu Ying could only watch helplessly, as the body it had possessed was annihilated. Lin Yi, now holding Zhu Ying by its 2 remaining heads, said, Be good, be a good little beastie and let me seal you up, or else I'll beat you down again. The 2 heads of Zhu Ying began to tremble in fear. Tang Yu, shaking, exclaimed, That ferocious beast, it's submitting to him.
Am I dreaming?
Lin Yi, now integrated with Zhu Ying, declared, "Finally, it's over." A purple aura began to emanate from Lin Yi, as if it recognized something. This aura, Zhao Yang and Teng Yu both realized. It's him, again. A dark cloud appeared with 2 glowing red eyes. "While it's not exactly how I predicted, not bad at all, Lin Yi. You've surprised me once again." Zhao Yang approached Lin Yi and spoke. Lin Yi wondered. "What's he implying?" The dark cloud said. "It means you can scram out, nada here. I'll take care of settling the score with Jin Zhao for saving you again, you old fossil." Approaching Lin Yi, Zhao Yang retorted. "Don't even dream about it. We won't let you get your way." The dark cloud replied. "So, we're gonna throw down again," the dark cloud said arrogantly. "What about you? I'd think you wouldn't be so short-sighted as to go back on our promise, would you?" Teng Yu stood before his troops, grandly commanding them to be silent. Teng Yu said sternly. "From this moment forward, the Longteng royal family withdraws completely. Zhu Ying is no longer our concern." Zhao Yang yelled from behind. "Longteng you, Teng Yu, cut him off. This is the decision of the Longteng royal family." Teng Yu turned sharply and declared, "Look at the Longteng decree. We've had enough of the curse upon us." The dark cloud looked at the two and said, "Very good. A wise decision." Lin Yi walked up to the dark cloud. "What about you? I don't think you're planning on becoming my enemy, are you?" The dark cloud raised a hand, pointing at Lin Yi. "After all, your little life is still in my hands." Jin Zhao moved closer to Lin Yi, saying, "What? Is it about that time you were ambushed by the soul-devouring Ji-Yu, Lin Yi, Gerge, he's?" Lin Yi said thoughtfully. "What if I don't? Listen, are you really planning to kill me right here and now?" The dark cloud sighed. Humans only realize how much they regret something when they feel pain to the bone." The dark cloud swung its hand, causing Lin Yi and Jin Zhao to prepare for battle. The dark cloud swung its fist towards the two. "Don't dodge, take this." Lin Yi started clutching his stomach in pain, screaming, "Ah! Ah! It hurts so bad." Jin Zhao worriedly supported Lin Yi, Gerge. A moment later, Lin Yi stood up, smiling as usual. "Were you hoping to see that reaction from me, huh?" The dark cloud was startled. Lin Yi chuckled coldly, his eyes firm. "But sorry, the little bug you gave me has already been digested." The dark cloud was shocked and gaping. "Digested? Are you kidding me? How is that even possible?" "Seriously, the soul-devouring Gu worms were thought to be extinct. Even the current Heavenly Palace Lord hasn't seen one. How would you know?" Lin Yi's eyes hardened, pointing at the dark clouds. "The current Heavenly Palace Lord hasn't seen one, so you know more about him than he does. What gives?" The dark clouds furrowed. Silent for a moment, Lin Yi casually said, "Last time you revealed to me that there were spies in Heavenly Palace. Then I keep pondering, is it possible that you yourself have been hiding in the Heavenly Palace, so every time we take action, it is what the demon race intends?" Lin Yi closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and started telling it like it is. "I suspected a lot of people, but after thinking it over, the only person who wasn't on the scene every time the mysterious person appeared was..." Lin Yi pointed at the dark clouds, stating the obvious. "It's my master, Li Kuihua." Zhao Yang and Teng Yu listened intently. "Is that right, Lin Yi?" And the dark clouds were face to face, he said. "Li Kuihua." Lin Yi pressed further. "That flame. That was you, wasn't it, Li Kuihua?" Jin Zhao said worriedly at this moment. "Elder Lina." "But," Zhu Quan spoke up, explaining, "how could that be? Elder Lin just hasn't returned yet, she's still at the front lines." "How could it be?" Lin Yi continued. "It's gotten to this point, no need to keep pretending, right?" Flame responded. "Yeah, that's right." Revealed her true form as a little girl. Everyone was surprised when they saw it. Only Du Zhaoyang frowned. Li Kuihua asked Lin Yi curiously, "I'm really curious, how did you guess it was me?" At this time, Lin Yi explained. "Too many can break Tao Wu's seal, tamper with Lan Quan's information. I thought it over. Only a few elders participated in the entire operational plan, and you are the only one who never shows up when there is a mysterious person." He pointed at Li Kuihua and continued. "What made me most suspicious was that everyone said, during the time I was captured by the mysterious person, you were always busy looking for me everywhere, until after I came back, you slowly returned to the sect. Isn't this inevitably too coincidental, right?" Li Kuihua grinned, replying, "How heartbreaking. I thought I was acting pretty well, but I didn't expect my good disciple to have no sympathy at all, and instead suspect me." He put his hand in front of his chest and continued. "Originally, I wanted to ambush in the Heavenly Palace for a while, but since things have come to this point, there is nothing more to say. Then let's get back to the main topic." Li Kuihua clenched her fists resolutely, challenging, "Are you going to obediently hand over Zhu Ying to me, or are we going to fight?" Zhu Quan shouted. "Wait, Li Kuihua, aren't you going to explain?"
Why do you have to do this?
Li Kuihua stepped towards where Lin Yi was standing. What's the point of explaining? She challenged.
Lin Yi, just attack. Let this master see how much you have improved. Suddenly Lin Yi grabbed his hand. His strength appeared, and images of dragons surrounded him one by one. He said, I happen to have this intention too.
Jin Zhao held her hand in front of Lin Yi. Surprising him, she said, Lin Yi Gerge, wait a minute, he responded. Jin Zhao, what's wrong? She stepped towards Lin Kuihua and said,
Elder Leah, if everything was done by you, then why did you want to harm my master? You were obviously close friends for many years, weren't you? Li Kuihua replied.
St. Zhao's sect master. It's a pity, I can only say that I don't have any personal grudges with her. Jin Zhao bowed her head in disappointment, responding,
Really? Suddenly, streams of fiery red gas surrounded her. Jin Zhao continued, Then so am I.
Power surrounded her from behind. She then launched her power towards Li Kuihua. She defended, saying,
I understand your anger, but forget it. Our paths are different.
She raised 2 fingers to her eyes and unleashed her power.
Li Kuihua shouted, It's useless to say more.
Just as Li Kuihua's eyes were about to unleash some crazy power, Lin Yi jumped in. Dream on! Lin Yi's power and Li Kuihua's power clashed, and it was a total stalemate. Li Kuihua, looking a bit stressed, said,
To think you can do this after just absorbing a bit of Zhu Ying's power? Lin Yi, you little punk. Zhuo Quan, seeing this, shouted,
Hey, why didn't anyone say anything before letting Shi Huang start unsealing? If it goes out of control, that whole place? Suddenly, Du Zhuyang ordered,
Don't worry about it. Things have come this far. I have to capture Li Kuihua no matter what. Attack. Suddenly, a Teoti appeared out of nowhere.
Surprise, surprise, he said. Look who it is, still hiding in the shadows and pulling strings.
Zhuo Quan noticed a bunch of ships floating in the sky. Hey, look up at the sky. A guy on one of the ships looked down and said, Hurry and assist the Great One.
Meanwhile, Lin Yi charged towards Li Kuihua, but she blocked him. You probably understand that everything I do is for the sake of the common people, but you still want to stop me? Lin Yi immediately pulled back, saying,
I don't doubt your motives, but I can't accept your methods. I won't give you Zhu Ying.
Li Kuihua's face darkened, and she said,
I thought you could understand me. If you won't give it to me. An image of a powerful eye appeared. Then this teacher will just have to take it myself. Lin Yi tried to calmly figure out a way to deal with her. I need to figure out her attack pattern. He started observing every single move she made to unleash her power. Got it? The direction of the attack.
He immediately used his own power to blast towards Li Kuihua, he shouted. Li Kuihua's arrows also shot back, creating a huge explosion.
Li Kuihua, seeing this, was furious. That little brat. She thought to herself, even if he can see through my attacks. An image of Lin Yi preparing to charge towards Li Kuihua flashed in her mind. She continued, being able to block me like that, it's inevitable that...
Suddenly, a huge hand slammed down, surprising her, and pinned Lin Yi to the ground. Lin Yi struggled to get up, saying, It's you again, Teoti.
He brought his face close to Lin Yi's, angrily saying, You little pest, it would have been better to eat you sooner.
The Taoti monster opened its mouth, ready to swallow Lin Yi whole.
Lin Yi finally shouted, Eat, eat, eat. All you ever do is eat. He used one hand to block the monster's teeth. You don't just devour spiritual energy, you can also devour turbid energy.
Teoti laughed confidently, saying,
Why do you think they call me Taoti? Suddenly, Jin Zhao spoke up.
Step aside, your opponent is me. Her power caused the Teoti monster to stop pinning Lin Yi. Jin Zhao turned to Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi Gage, with Shi Huang's endless rage, I won't be afraid of her devouring my turbid energy. Leave this guy to me.
Lin Yi replied confidently. All right. He noticed a huge black ball behind him and frantically used his power to see what it was. This is a powerful energy reaction.
Meanwhile, Du Zhuyang, who was busy fighting other opponents, was also super shocked when he saw that black ball.
What the heck is that? No way. How does she even know that move? Zhuo Quan wondered aloud. What? Which move? Du Zhuyang snapped. Don't be all cryptic on me right now.
The black ball exploded, and out stepped a girl with long black hair. Lin Yi saw her and stuttered, You! But before Lin Yi could finish, the girl cut him off with a provocative tone. It's been a while since I've gotten this serious.
Lin Yi, she said with a loud laugh.
Next, try not to die so easily.
Lin Yi then observed her.
That's some serious power.
Almost on par with a ferocious beast.
She started summoning her power, making Lin Yi uneasy. Crap, this is bad. He immediately dodged,
and the spot he was just standing on was instantly blackened by her power.
Lin Yi looked at the destructive force and felt a bit tense. Plus, the energy around her wasn't spiritual energy or turbid energy. What kind of move is this anyway? Du Zhuyang ran over to him, yelling, Lin Yi, don't fight her! That's a forbidden technique created by the previous Heavenly Palace Lord, originally intended for... He trailed off. Never mind, that's not important. Get Jinjiao out of here now. Hearing this, she burst out. Retreat, retreat where? They're everywhere. Du Yang frowned seriously. I'll risk my life to fight her. Devourer and 9 infants absolutely can't fall into her hands. Only Gluttony and those other demon clans can't stop this person, she yelled. Stop me, Du Yang. Out of all the old fogies, you're the one I hate the most, you hypocritical, holier-than-thou phony. She angrily unleashed her power, shouting, Now I want to see how you're gonna stop me. Suddenly, the bystanders stared in shock at the scene. She boomed. Next up, haha, that's a cheat. Lin Yi tried to intervene but couldn't, helplessly saying, No, there's no dodging that. He had no choice. A massive explosion shook the heavens and the earth. On the other side, a young man and his subordinate were watching. The subordinate spoke up. Your Highness, what should we do next? Just watch them fight like this. The young man, addressed as Your Highness, instructed, Gather the fleet over here, then follow my orders. The subordinate replied, As you command, Your Highness. Scene change. Jinjiao frantically yelled, Lin Yi Gege. Gluttony suddenly appeared in front of Jinjiao, blocking her path. Little miss, don't go, I'm still not full. Lin Yi, seriously injured, coughed. Cough, he said. I actually managed to block that just now, 9 infants next to him said. We helped you block that attack? Otherwise, even with your heaven-desolate physique, you'd be crippled if not dead. Lin Yi turned around and yelled, 9 infants, you. 9 infants continued. But how many times can you withstand that? If this continues, facing an enemy like that, you're destined to fail. Lin Yi wiped the blood from his mouth and replied, What do you want to say? Stop controlling us. Release us completely. Let us help you win. Meanwhile, over at Gluttony and Jinjiao's location, Gluttony nearly caught Jinjiao, Lin Yi blankly realized. Has time been stopped? 9 infants then explained. Not only us. Accelerating your thinking speed to do a transaction. 9 infants continued. You've seen the power of the Dragon Ascendant Decree. With your heaven-true desolate physique combined with our power, you'll have no enemies in this world, and no one can ever seal us again. Lin Yi replied with a smile. And then what? I'll completely become your vessel, just like Long Tang Ling lost himself. Zhu Ying continued. Do you even have a choice? That guy isn't you, and can you even win now? Think about what'll happen if you lose. Think about the people and things you care about. The image of the Kai Yuan sect leader appeared. Zhu Ying said, You don't want to go find your master? Tell him he doesn't need to run anymore, that you can protect the sect now. Zhu Ying turned towards Jinjiao and Tao Ti fighting. You don't want to protect that little girl who's risking her life for you. Don't you know, historically, those who wield the power of devouring wastelands often end up like this. Zhu Ying wrapped around Lin Yi. Or don't you want to save all the living beings in this world? Change this damn endless cycle of reincarnation? After listening to everything, Lin Yi answered, It's not that I can't. It's that I can't lose myself. Zhu Ying replied, You misunderstand. We're just incarnations of greed. But greed is just an emotion. Your desires will control the source of our power. So we promise you, we'll go fulfill them for you. Seek out all your origins while you become a person who doesn't hide their true desires. Zhu Ying replied, This is your last chance. Decide already. We don't have much time left. Lin Yi asked, What should I do? Zhu Ying took the opportunity to reveal its true nature. Completely unleash us. Hand over your body for us to control. Lin Yi replied. Then come get it. Zhu Ying, as if its wish had been granted, burst into laughter. The innate true wasteland body is ours. We'll become the first ferocious beast to possess this body. Haha, what in this world can stop us now? What can? Lin Yi grabbed a sheet. It was startled. Mistaken after that frozen time, she looked at Lin Yi, who was emitting a different energy flow. What was that just now? Zhu Quan, looking at Lin Yi at this time, also wondered, what happened just now? It seems like the Zhu Ying on Lin Yi's body has completely lost control. As for Lin Yi at this time, grabbing a sheep, he said, No wonder Long Teng ordered. When he was young he was clearly a clown, but you turned him into this. For decades you've been tempting him like this. I'm afraid no one can stand it, Zhu Ying said ferociously. How do you still have your own consciousness? Our turbid chi should have destroyed your personality and consciousness already. Even if you're a true heaven wasteland body, it's impossible, Lin Yi then answered. There's a possibility. Maybe my physique isn't the innate true wasteland body but the ancient sacred body, Zhu Ying said in surprise. Ancient sacred body, Lin Yi said. Now, obediently become my power. I'll deal with you guys when I get back. Then he grabbed the sheep, making the sheep exclaim, This isn't right. This is impossible. Don't wait a minute. No. Lin Yi then bit something and looked up at the long-haired black girl, saying, All right, let's continue to finish our business now. The black-haired girl asked. Lin Yi,
What exactly are you now, human or what? Lin Yi gave her a hand to cover her face and replied,
Don't misunderstand, I'm still me. It's not Zhu Ying's consciousness taking over. He sweated nervously, muttering, although that guy does have some influence on me.
Another subordinate then asked the black-haired girl,
My lord, this guy? She just raised her hand, indicating not to mind the guy. She inquired about Lin Yi. You said just now that you are the ancient sacred body. Lin Yi was surrounded by power,
and asked,
You guess.
The black-haired girl began to tell.
There really is a big secret on you.
I investigated you before you entered the heavenly palace.
Although you have innate talent, that's all there is to it.
But then you were the true heaven wasteland body, and you could strangely break my ancient GU, and now you have become the ancient sacred body.
Speaking of which, she was planning something. I really am power, she began to unfold. She continued, looking dizzy, and then all of her power was directed towards him. Lin Yi was immediately affected by that power. The black-haired girl realized something immediately. Where did Lin Yi disappear to, leaving behind black streams in the air? Suddenly, Lin Yi was right behind her, and she was still thinking it was an afterimage. Lin Yi shot up from the ground, yelling, Try this fist of mine, master. Those subordinates turned around one by one, exclaiming in panic, My lord! You bastard! You vile thing from the ground! The black-haired girl slowly sat up, thinking to herself, This guy actually used the power of Zhu Ying as a boost to gain a speed that even I couldn't react to. He really did it. Perfectly controlling the power of a ferocious beast with a mortal body? Meanwhile, Lin Yi was diving down towards the girl. Refusing to give in, she stood up to block Lin Yi's attack. The power of the two caused the earth to shake. Zhuo Quan and Du Zhaoyang were also startled. She then transformed into a more powerful form, saying, Don't accidentally knock your master out. It wasn't easy to open this move. You have to play your best with me. Lin Yi responded enthusiastically. That's exactly what I intend to do. She unleashed a series of attacks on Lin Yi. Blocking them, Lin Yi said, This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. Lin Yi also used a similar move and replied, Is that all, master? The two fought each other, letting the power wreak havoc around them. Things were getting explosive. Then Zhuo Quan and the other disciples quickly ran over. Zhuo Quan exclaimed in panic, Hurry, go, we can't even participate in this fight. Another disciple looked at Jin Zhao fighting against the Tao Ti and asked worriedly, But what about Jin Zhao? Zhuo Quan turned around and scolded, Does she need you to worry? Retreat quickly. Du Zhaoyang looked at the situation and said, Ancient sacred body, Lin Yi, who exactly are you? Meanwhile, the girl and Lin Yi were fighting, and she praised, Not bad, Lin Yi. You're the first person who can fight like this when I enter this state. She moved closer to Lin Yi, provoking him. Because you used to be my trump card, I have to take everything out. It really is a plan, she added, a surprise I've never had. After speaking, she swung her leg and kicked, sending that stream of power towards Lin Yi. He was startled and dodged. Lin Yi thought to himself, Why is the energy in my body from Zhu Ying, but Li Kuihua is using such high-intensity attacks? Lin Yi clenched his fist, wondering how long she could last. Then, he continued to dodge the moves, while she continued to unleash attacks directly at him. Lin Yi now considered. At the Battle of the Myriad Sects, she clearly took the lead in retreating due to insufficient physical and spiritual energy. If she had such strength, why did she reveal it? After a moment of analysis, Lin Yi seemed to be preparing to counterattack. Both of them unleashed moves, and both Lin Yi and the girl were evenly matched. On the other hand, a young man and his subordinate were observing. The subordinate thought to himself, Countless spirit stones were spent building the palace. Don't let it be destroyed like this. On Lin Yi's side of the battle, he thought to himself, As expected, her consumption is very high. If I keep fighting, the winner will definitely be me. But why is she still choosing to fight me here? Then Lin Yi suddenly realized something. This is bad. Unless, he turned towards Jin Zhao fighting the Tao Ti and shouted, Jin Zhao, leave quickly. Don't get entangled with the Tao Ti anymore. The girl smirked sinisterly, saying, Only reacting now. Too late, Zhao Tao, attack. Tao Tai used her monster to bite at Shi Huang. She replied, Yes, but Shi Huang immediately used her hand to fling the monster away, saying, Let go of me. Lin Yi, sweating, was tense. Miscalculated. Shi Huang's endless rage truly isn't afraid of Tao Tai's absorption. An image of Tao Tai with a confident face appeared behind that girl. Lin Yi thought to himself. But this is also equivalent to providing a large amount of Tao Tai's energy, if she can only absorb. Suddenly, Tao Tai moved close to that girl, catching her off guard. Then she coaxed, Tao Tai, you've worked hard. Are you going to continue, my good disciple? She said, facing Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought to himself, with Tao Tai here, it's like Kuihua has infinite spiritual power, unless I can figure out a way to deal with Tao Tai first. But with Li Kuihua here,
How easy would that be? These two combined? Impossible to solve. Zhu Quan then looked up at those ships floating in the sky. She jumped towards Long Tangyu. She said, "Your Highness Long Tangyu, please immediately have Long Tang's fleet help Lin Yi and them."
Du Zhu Yang observed, thinking, under circumstances where attacks using spiritual power and turbid energy are ineffective, weakening Tao Tai can only be done with the real ammo attacks of the Long Tang royal fleet. Those ships floated over, Du Zhu Yang thought. But, a subordinate asked, "Your Highness, what will Li Kuihua say if she looks up and sees this? The Long Tang royal family barely escaped the Juying disaster. Do they really want to get involved in this again?" Li Kuihua continued. "If I were you, Long Tangyu, I would quickly leave this troublesome place, instead of participating in it. For the sake of our past as allies, I won't make things difficult for you." Seeing this, Du Zhu Yang shouted loudly, "Long Tangyu, don't be afraid of her. The Heavenly Palace's reinforcements will arrive soon. If we join forces, we can still stop all of this." Long Tangyu above was a little apprehensive. He looked at the soldiers below, and then gave an order. "All generals, listen up." Then, Long Tangyu raised his hand and continued. "Use real ammo to attack Tao Tai, providing cover for the people of the Heavenly Palace." This made Li Kuihua angry, saying, "Long Tangyu, you and your father both wanted to break the fate of the Long Tang royal family. But in the end, you still succumbed to the Heavenly Palace." Long Tangyu, standing high up, replied, "I'm not afraid of the Heavenly Palace. But compared to you, who has been hiding your true intentions from beginning to end, I trust Lin Yi more." But deep down, Long Tangyu thought, but hopefully father wasn't extremely wrong. Long Tangyu turned to his subordinate, shouting, "What are you still standing there for? Open fire for me." Hearing this, a soldier hurriedly went out to prepare. The bullets rained down. Lin Yi and Li Kuihua charged into battle. Both Tao Tie and Jin Zhao also rushed into battle. Lin Yi said, "It's not too late to stop now, master. You intend to break the reincarnation of the heaven and earth calamity. There's no need to use this method, and even less need to involve the blood of innocent people." Li Kuihua replied, "Stop wasting your breath. If you want to stop me, then defeat me, order me to yield, prove that you are more suitable to save this world than I am." She continued to unleash her power. HMPH, those eerie sources of power rose up, and Lin Yi was somewhat wary, dodging the moves. A subordinate of Li Kuihua said, "Master, leave the Long Tang royal fleet to us to handle. We will definitely do our best to defeat them." She glanced to the side and replied, "It's too late." She continued. "What a cunning little girl." Many people appeared in the sky, heading towards them. "The Heavenly Palace's reinforcements have arrived," Lin Kuihua told Gluttony. "Looks like this battle ends here. Let's retreat." Gluttony immediately shifted back to its normal form. Li Kuihua then grabbed Gluttony and left, saying, "But this is just the beginning." Lin Yi remained behind, his gaze serious and angry. Suddenly, a voice called out nearby, "Lin Yi, Long Tang Mu Yi, witnessed the Heavenly Palace about to collapse. So much happened while I was unconscious. Why is Elder Li Kuihua that mysterious person? No? Am I still dreaming?" He raised his hand and rubbed his chin in contemplation. Long Tangyu then stepped forward, urgently saying, "That's the situation. Let's go. The real trouble is still behind us." Long Tangyu led Long Tang Mu Yi away, explaining as they went, "Also, without the 9 infant royal family, Long Tang might not even exist anymore. I'm no longer a princess, and you're no longer a prince." Long Tang Mu Yi calmly replied after hearing this, "That's a good thing, actually. To be honest, I'd be terrified if I inherited the throne. Thinking about it now, when my father sent me to live in the palace, he was probably still sane then, not wanting me to follow in his footsteps." The two of them entered the room where everyone was gathered. Du Zhu Yang criticized, "Lin Yi, your thinking is too naive. The reason the Heavenly Palace maintains the lie of the heaven and earth calamity is because it's the best solution. It's been like this for thousands of years." Shi Yi Nian continued, "Perhaps you feel we're cold and heartless, but," Du Zhuyang then added, "this is to maintain the balance of this world. We have to do it." Lu Zhiqing said, "Perhaps you feel we neglected the Long Tang royal family, leading to war and countless tragedies, but you don't understand what kind of darkness lay before the establishment of this heaven and earth calamity system. Compared to the sacrifices the heaven and earth calamity brings, they are not even worth mentioning." Lin Yi replied after listening, "You're right." Du Zhuyang then continued, "If that's the case, then we first." But before he could finish, Lin Yi quickly retorted, "But I don't acknowledge you. I have my own plans and reputation." This immediately infuriated Lu Zhiqing. "Lin Yi, I know you have outstanding talent, but do you really think you can solve the problem of spiritual energy? As the number of cultivators increases, no one has been able to solve it for thousands of years. What makes you so arrogant?" Lin Yi confidently said,
It's because I am the ancient sacred body, unseen for thousands of years, because I can perfectly wield the power of the ferocious beasts. How's that for an answer? The Longtang Emperor outside laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha, well said." Longtang Yu and Longtang Mu Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Father, uncle."
Continuing. Although the Longtang royal family suffered heavy losses after this battle, for the sake of all living beings, we are willing to support young brother Lin Yi. Zhu Quan was stunned seeing this, thinking to himself, the Longtang Emperor is betting everything on Lin Yi. Even if he's the ancient sacred body, it's hard to avoid. Lin Yi turned to the three elders and said, "Please return, unless you're willing to tell me the final secret that the palace master guards in the heavenly palace. Otherwise, I will use my own methods to try to save more people, whether they are mortals or cultivators." Shi Yin started to speak, but Du Zhuyang stopped her, saying, "It seems your mind is made up. If that's the case, I won't advise you further, but Jin Zhao needs to be handed over." Lin Yi held out his hand to block.
Jin Zhao said she won't go with you either. You hide things from me, and I don't trust you, let alone she'll be safer with me right now. Jin Zhao frowned and replied, "That's right," Shi Yin said. "Lin Yi, how could you?" Du Zhuyang then said. "All right, Lin Yi, but I hope you understand. The heavenly palace is not your enemy. We are from beginning to end all for the sake of all living beings."
Lin Yi then unhappily spoke up, "All living beings? But I guess that doesn't include the common people who died because of this war."
Hearing this, Du Zhuyang glanced at Lin Yi and said with a frown, "You're still too young, but you'll understand later. A person's power is limited. Wanting to save everyone will result in saving no one." Immediately afterwards, the three of them left. Lin Yi just watched them leave. At this moment, the system panel appeared again.
The choice that all three of them lost has been completed. The reward is upgrading the ancient sacred body to the small perfection realm. After seeing this, Lin Yi thought to himself, not necessarily. Lin Yi and the emperor stared at each other tensely. Longtang Mu Yi spoke up, "So what are we going to do next?"
Lin Yi replied to him, "Of course, we continue searching for the remaining ferocious beasts. The heavenly palace controls them, continuing to use the ferocious beasts to provoke disputes between cultivators, reducing the number of cultivators, achieving the purpose of balancing spiritual energy."
He continued with a tense expression. "The problem is, if Li Kuihua gets the remaining ferocious beasts, she will definitely have intentions we don't know about. Ferocious beasts are obviously a necessary means for her to achieve her goals."
He was a bit annoyed, continuing to say to them, "But you guys have been associated with her for so long, and you don't even know a little bit about her background."
The emperor explained and corrected Lin Yi. "When I found out she was Li Kuihua, I was even more surprised than you. Who would have thought that the elder of the heavenly palace would be that mysterious person? Back then, she was just like you, a disciple of the previous palace lord." Lin Yi was shocked upon hearing this, and continued reasoning. There's even a story like that. So she almost became the palace lord of the heavenly palace. Responding to Lin Yi's question, the emperor affirmed, "That's right. The previous palace lord took in 2 disciples as successors. As you've seen, the current palace lord is the contemporary Mao Li. Kuihua wasn't chosen and could only serve as an elder in the heavenly palace afterward." Hearing this, Princess Yu quickly offered her speculation to the two. Could it be that she initially resented not becoming the palace lord, which is why she's acting the way she is today? Upon hearing Princess Yun's speculation, Lin Yi shook his head, denying her theory. He offered a different rationale. "That's probably impossible. It seems like she's yearning to break the cycle of reincarnation in the heavens and earth, to overcome the tribulations."
Upon learning Li Kuihua's intentions, the emperor said with some worry, "All right, the total number of fierce beasts that we know of, 4 of them have already appeared in this world."
Longtang pondered,
recalling the fierce beasts they had mentioned, on Fei Huang, within Jin Zhao's body, and saving you within Lin Yi's body.
He further considered the remaining one at Elder Li Kuihua's place. The Tao Ti is in the heavenly palace, with Dao Qingfeng. It seems like we might have a slight advantage. The emperor asked Lin Yi, "The key is, how do you solve the most fundamental cause? Many of Li Kuihua's words aren't false, according to the royal statistics,"
Longtang recounted. "The spiritual energy of this world is running dry. Much of the originally fertile land is gradually becoming barren and even desolate."
His face was a bit frustrated and gloomy.
"Cultivators who are accustomed to using spiritual energy haven't expressed it yet, but," he continued explaining, "if this continues, the entire world will face an irreversible depletion of spiritual energy." He explained with a complaining tone, "If you only want to use the power of the fierce beasts to fight against the heavenly palace, or Li Kuihua, then nothing will change in the end. You have to come up with a solution."
Lin Yi came up with an idea, responding to the emperor firmly. I know someone who might know the truth behind everything and tell us what to do next. In a mountain area with fresh air, lush green plants, and a clear blue sky, an old man was sitting, enjoying the cool breeze under a green tree. It turned out to be old Shifu. He lay back on the recliner, lamenting, I don't know how things are outside, especially that disciple who makes me worry. Today is another clear day. Sunlight streamed down on the mountains, creating a scene that was both magnificent and dreamlike. The sect leader of Qianyuan sect, Lin Xuanmo, was inspecting how the spiritual herbs were growing when a voice echoed from afar. Master! Wang Huohuo hurriedly ran over, urgently reporting, the spiritual rice seedlings have sprouted, but, Lin Huohuo said nervously, it doesn't feel good. It looks like they're about to get sick. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanmo sighed. It has begun, hasn't it? Looking at the auroras in the sky, Lin Xuanmo continued helplessly. I didn't expect that even the spiritual veins in this remote and desolate place are about to be affected. He turned to Lin Huohuo and said, harvest as much as you can. I'm afraid that only ordinary rice can be grown in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Huohuo reported the remaining matter. Also, Master, the senior brother who went out to inquire about news 2 days ago has returned. Lin Huo continued. He said that things are chaotic outside. Sects are constantly warring, and demon clans are wreaking havoc everywhere. Even the largest Longteng royal family is in civil war. After hearing this, Lin Xuanmo wasn't too surprised. He calmly replied, that's right, it will only get more chaotic in the future. Luckily, our place is remote enough that no one has their eye on it. Lin Xuanmo then arranged for Lin Huohuo. For the time being, we still won't attract attention. Before he could finish speaking, a Qianyuan sect disciple flew over from afar, loudly shouting, Master, something happened, he urgently reported. There's a floating battleship approaching. It seems to be aimed at us. Lin Xuanmo was shocked that this situation would occur, asking in surprise, what? Still not believing what he had heard, he decided to personally verify it. Impossible. The spiritual veins in this place aren't even noticed by slightly powerful sects. Why would a floating battleship come here? Hurry, since the decree has been issued, have all the disciples carefully prepare for battle. Hearing this, the disciples of Qianyuan's sect went to the battlefield with some trepidation. At this time, a flying ship had already arrived in the territory of Qianyuan's sect. Seeing this, the disciples shouted warnings to each other. It's here. That was fast. They raised their vigilance. The newcomers are unfriendly. At this time, a figure swooped down from the flying ship. Seeing that someone dared to enter the territory of Qianyuan's sect, Lin Xuanmo stood in front, saying coldly, who is it? The disciples were also on guard, reminding each other to be careful. Lin Yi finally stood up slowly after that landing. Lin Huohuo in the distance noticed the somewhat familiar figure and hurriedly reminded everyone, wait, that's... Lin Yi shook his head slightly, slowly looking around. After that landing from the sky, Lin Huohuo exclaimed in surprise, Senior brother, why is he back? Lin Xuanmo also recognized the familiar figure. He hesitantly asked, Lin Yi, is that really you? Lin Yi saw him and called out, Shifu. Lin Xuanmo couldn't contain his emotions and shouted, Lin Yi, my disciple, you, finally, Lin Yi. After being away for so long, of course I miss home, miss Shifu, miss the sect. He yelled, Shifu. Lin Xuanmo's tears fell. Moved, Lin Yi on this side also called out with longing, Shifu, your disciple is finally. Saying that, Lin Yi leaped up, also back, isn't he? The touching scene from the beginning turned into a cold snap, as Lin Yi's headbutt directly slammed into Lin Xuanmo's stomach, making it impossible for him to close his eyes. Lin Xuanmo was directly sent flying by Lin Yi, his whole body leaning against a nearby tree. Lin Yi pointed at him and questioned, you old bastard, quadruple A? Lin Xuanmo saw Lin Yi's aggressive appearance and coughed lightly. Lin Yi, let me explain. Lin Yi then grabbed his collar, angrily complaining, all this time, I thought you were dead, making me sad for so long, and here you are living happily. I want to see how you explain this. Lin Xuanmo then smiled and replied, Ahem, Lin Yi, your teacher knows you're very angry, but... Looking at Lin Yi, he slowly said, it's good that you've returned safely now. His gentle words were, as always, reminding Lin Yi of when he was little. Lin Yi finally let go, sighing. Forget it, Lin Yi continued. As you can see, I'm back, Shifu. Whether Lin Yi was big or small, after doing something naughty, he always liked to come back and call him. Lin Yi and his Shifu stood talking on the cliff, not knowing how he explained things, only knowing that he concluded with one sentence. That's how things are now, Shifu. Lin Xuanmo and Jin Jiao stood watching from a distance, waiting for them. The old guy listened, he pondered. Unexpectedly, so many things happened. Lin Yi continued. That's right. Digging up a Xie Feng, the gluttonous beast appearing, the
the Longteng Civil War, and now your disciple has even become the 9 infants host. Speaking of this, he turned to look at his Shifu with bullet-shaped eyes, emitting murderous intent. Your good disciple risked his life outside, and you were here living the retirement life. If it wasn't for your disciple sending people from the Longteng royal family to search everywhere, I'm afraid you wouldn't have shown your face in this lifetime, right? Hearing his disciple's words, the old Shifu didn't dare to look him in the eye, his face covered in sweat.
Seeing that the situation seemed tense, the old guy stammered to explain, that's not exactly. Lin Yi looked far away at the tall mountains in front. He continued, more importantly, Li Kuihua and her true intentions have also been exposed, he asked his Shifu. Regarding Li Kuihua, you and the Holy Sect's sect leader, and she herself, are all old friends. Do you know anything about her? No, the Shifu answered after hearing his question, although he was surprised that the mysterious person was Li Kuihua. But if it was her, he could understand. Speaking of this, the old geezer's voice slowed down a bit. He pondered and continued. Disciple, do you think the name Li Kuihua is a bit rustic? No, Shifu, he asked. A bit surprised by his Shifu's strange question, Lin Yi also answered, a little, but what does that have to do with it? The old geezer mysteriously said, because Li Kuihua's parents weren't cultivators but ordinary mortals. When she was young, she was accepted into the Changtian sect.
The old geezer's memories flooded back. In his memories, Li Kuihua was small, with 2 buns in her hair, and led by her mother. He talked about that meeting. The sect leader saw that she had extraordinary aptitude and wanted to give her a new name, but she said that the name was given by her parents, and she didn't want to change it. The Changtian sect's sect leader didn't force her.
Hearing the name Changtian sect, Lin Yi was a little curious. He frowned and looked at his Shifu, Changtian sect. Shifu, I don't think I've ever heard of this sect.
The old geezer looked at him and explained. The Changtian sect severed its inheritance a long time ago in the last heavenly tribulation. Hearing his Shifu's explanation, he became even more confused and shocked, and continued to ask. That last heavenly tribulation was hundreds of years ago, right?
The old man took a few steps toward the edge of the mountain. He said, it's been so long that the Changtian sect, which didn't have any background in that great war, was erased, but Li Kuihua... Speaking of this, the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. The old Shifu continued, has a lot of affection for the sect leader and the Changtian sect that raised her, but at that time she didn't know the truth of the heavenly tribulation. She tried her best, but didn't protect the sect well.
The old guy slowly continued, I heard she was the brightest rising star of our era back then.
Her talent was said to be 1 in 1,000 years. The previous palace master even intended to make her his successor, then chose to tell her the truth, old Shifu said while placing his hands behind his back.
Lin Yi lowered his head slightly, frowning. I bet she was furious.
The scene unfolded through Lin Yi's description. Li Kuihua looked furious. Her hands gathered energy, turning into 2 bright flames. She wanted to hit the palace master. It wasn't just anger, she practically wanted to fight the previous palace master. The palace master felt guilty to begin with, so he didn't pursue the matter.
Old Shifu reminisced. Looking back now, that was the chance she was willing to break the cycle of reincarnation at any cost.
The atmosphere turned a little somber. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind. He raised a hand to his chin and said, so she refused the palace master's inheritance. The heavenly palace might seem like just an ordinary elder position, but in reality,
the old master agreed with his disciple. It seems that's exactly what happened.
The master looked at Lin Yi, who told him the general situation. Disciple understands, but I still have a question. How did Li Kuihua withstand the power of the ferocious beast and break the cycle of reincarnation? If her plan was possible, why hasn't anyone tried it in thousands of years?
Hearing his disciple's question, the old man hesitated a little. This involves the deepest secret hidden by the heavenly palace, his master asked Lin Yi. Do you know what the highest cultivation level is for a cultivator? Lin Yi looked confused and asked, isn't it the great ascension stage? As he spoke, he reminisced about the appearance of the heavenly palace elder, a man with a white veil covering his face, sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform. It's said that the heavenly palace elder is the only one to have reached this realm.
As he spoke, he looked into the distance. Old Shifu replied, in our world, that's right.
Lin Yi was shocked. He never knew that there was another world besides the one he lived in. What do you mean, our world? He frowned. His master nodded slightly and stroked his beard. I don't know the specifics, but what I can say for certain is that in the scene that unfolded in his words,
3 people sat below, closing their eyes to cultivate. Above them was a high-level cultivator, surrounded by 2 colored light forming a large, colorful circle. He must have been their chief, old master said. Above the Great Ascension realm, there is an even higher realm, Master continued. But this kind of cultivation has been accommodated by the world. Therefore, one must undergo ascension and enter the path to heaven. Leaving this world, according to his story, a person who has undergone ascension will be sent into a new world by a beam of light from the sky, that is, the path to heaven. But the person who ascends will take away a large amount of spiritual energy that our world has obtained, Old Master said. Over time, the spiritual energy in this world will only become less and less, and it is of the non-recoverable kind. So the path to heaven will soon be sealed, the old man explained. Indeed, in his memory, the millstone dried up and gradually died after losing its spiritual energy. Seeing that things were not going well, everyone joined forces to cast a spell to close the gate to the path to heaven to avoid misfortune. And to be sure, the elders ordered all traces of the path to heaven to be erased so that people would not know by burning all those books, Old Master said. Related records were also completely deleted. Lin Yi crossed his arms, frowned, and stared at his master. He asked, "This, Master, how did you know this secret?" Hearing him ask that, he took a breath and said, "Your master was also an extraordinary person when he was young, so of course he knew a lot of things. The only thing I can be sure of is that the path to heaven is probably in the heavenly palace, and the method to open the path to heaven is only known to the palace masters of the heavenly palace. The 7 great ferocious beasts are probably the key factor inside this," the old man continued. Lin Yi raised his hand to his chin and began to reason. Could it be that Li Kuihua wants to attack the heavenly palace and step onto the path to heaven? The master explained, the danger of the path to heaven is not clear, but once the path to heaven is opened, if the cultivators all know that there is a higher cultivation and a wider world, I am afraid they can't help but want to ascend. He turned his back and continued to analyze the problem clearly. This will be a disaster for the ordinary people of this world. Once the spiritual energy thins to a certain limit, the whole world will gradually die. A terrifying scene through the story of the old Shifu. Animals died on the road. The land was barren. No grass was alive, he said. Fertile land will turn into golden sand. And the remaining people, both cultivators, will go into more cruel slaughter because of the lack of resources. Hearing what Master said, Lin Yi was also a little scared, and he didn't dare to think about that scene. He continued to ask, "Master, Li Kuihua's real intention is unknown, and no one knows what her actions will bring, and the heavenly palace's behavior of sacrificing innocent disciples is also unacceptable. What choice should the disciple make?" The old man turned around and looked into Lin Yi's eyes and explained, "Ye you are different from before. In fact, I can't teach you anymore, I can only tell you." Saying this, he urged, "Do what you think is right. And think a lot before you do it." Lin Yi didn't understand very well. He frowned and asked, "Think a lot? Think about the future," the old master continued. "I can only tell you. You need to think more before that." Lin Yi also obediently replied, "Disciple understands." Mu Yi and Princess Yu Jun were waiting on the boat. As soon as they saw Lin Yi and Qin Zhao return, Mu Yi asked, "Did you find your master? Did you ask about any useful information?" Lin Yi said with a slightly embarrassed look, "You could say so." At this time, Princess Wu also spoke up about the plan. "So what are we going to do next? My master told me to try our best to help you." Instead of answering, Lin Yi pointed and seriously asked them back, "If you were Li Kuihua, which ferocious beast would you target next?" Mu Yi scratched his head, thinking for a moment before answering. "Let me think about it. Gongqi is sealed in Jinggang Temple, which is the sect of Yinyan Dashi. Li Kuihua probably wouldn't go so far as to make a move against it. Huandun at Shenxiao sect isn't easy to deal with either, so the remaining option is..." Princess Wu continued Mu Yi's sentence. "Ba Shi of Xuanshuang sect." She continued, "Xuanshuang sect was built after the last heaven and earth calamity, and its foundation isn't strong. If Li Kuihua makes a move, it's likely to be Xuanshuang sect." The three of them listened to Princess Wu in silence. After hearing this, Lin Yi quickly determined the next target and told everyone, "Then let's go to Xuanshuang sect immediately." The 4 of them stood high above, looking down. The place was covered in cold snow. Lin Yi announced, "Xuanshuang sect, here we come." Lin Yi frowned and asked, "This is Xuanshuang sect. It's really cold." Longteng Mu Yi, standing next to him, helpfully explained, "Xuanshuang sect. It is said that their sect's specialty is the ice element. Cultivating in such a illusory place like this is efficient for the cultivators of Xuanshuang sect." Everyone moved down together to the gate. They encountered some girls from Xuanshuang sect, and at this time a girl stepped forward to stop them. "Esteemed guests, please stop." The princess stood out to greet the people of Xuanshuang sect on behalf of everyone. "The Longteng royal family has come here this time. Please excuse our intrusion." Longteng Mu Yi shivered all over, exhaling white smoke and complaining,
Aren't these people cold?
The representative stepped forward and stood in front of Jin Zhao and Lin Yi, saying, "You have the aura similar to Ba Shi. It seems the two of you are Jin Zhao, the host of Xi Huang, and Lin Yi, the host of ancient sacred body of Ju Ying, who has newly become famous." Suddenly, she looked at the three people in front of her and laughed loudly. "It seems that this time, the Longtang royal family is really betting all their assets on you, just like they bet on Tiangong thousands of years ago." Hearing this, Longtang Muyi suddenly looked at his princess and asked, Bet what?" Although the princess didn't answer, her expression became worried, as if she knew everything. The representative continued, "The things happened in the Longtang royal family has spread throughout the entire immortal cultivation world. I already know that you are here, but please leave. Shuang's sect can handle the ferocious beast matter by itself. We don't need your help." Lin Yi frowned and replied, "Sect Master Shuang, please forgive my impudence. In the process of sealing Tao Wu and Ju Ying, we were successively attacked by the demon clan led by Yi Kuihua. This time she will definitely come back, relying only on Shuang's sect." I'm afraid that she was annoyed when she heard Lin Yi say this. "I've already said it, please leave. Although Shuang's sect is not a major sect with any inheritance or foundation, we have our own ways to deal with Lin Kuihua and her rabble." Longtang Muyi was extremely angry, pointed at her face and scolded, Hey, the rabble in your mouth is now turning the entire immortal cultivation world into a mess. Moreover, Elder Li Kuihua also has Xi Huang, one of the ferocious beasts. Where do you get your confidence? Even Tiangong may not be able to deal with them." Seeing Longtang Muyi like this, Lin Yi stepped forward to speak for him. "If the sect master is worried that I will take Ba Shi, then there's no need. I just don't want another ferocious beast to fall into Li Kuihua's hands. As long as the seal is complete, I will leave immediately." Longtang Muyi also agreed. "That's right, we'll back you up. Then you complete the ferocious beast's seal and let the sealer go to Tiangong. Isn't that good?" She sighed triumphantly and said, "That's why I said you can leave now, because Ba Shi's seal is already complete." Lin Yi and Longtang Muyi were a little surprised. Longtang Muyi said suspiciously, Hey, don't be BSING. How could sealing a ferocious beast be so easy?" Suddenly, a purple light appeared in Lin Yi's eyes, causing him to notice something nearby. Lin Yi called out, "Qi technique." Looking up at the snow-covered mountains, Lin Yi informed everyone, "There really isn't the huge aura of a ferocious beast." Suddenly, Lin Yi and Jin Zhao looked forward. He was surprised. But Lin Yi looked at the girl with blue hair standing at the entrance, asked, "This is?" The representative raised her hand towards the girl, saying, "Let me introduce you. The youngest elder of Tiangong, and also the host of Ba Shi." As soon as the representative said that, the princess's face showed worry, sweating profusely. The representative continued, "My daughter, Bing Anmeng. Before everyone is a beautiful and charming girl. Bing Anmeng is surrounded by a mysterious but immense power." The representative stood next to Bing Anmeng, introducing her to Lin Yi and the others. "The host of Ba Shi is now my daughter, Bing Anmeng." Bing Anmeng looked at everyone with her sea blue eyes. Her beauty was truly captivating. The princess and Longtang Muyi looked at her, blushing shyly. Longtang Muyi exclaimed, "My heart is pounding." The princess next to her also exclaimed, "She's a little cute." Jin Zhao looked at Bing Anmeng, unable to deny her beauty. Jin Zhao thought to himself, "Damn, that sister's gorgeous." Lin Yi's face was flushed, and he was a little out of it, saying, "What's going on?" The manager, seeing this scene, laughed heartily. "Like love at first sight, right? This is just Ba Shi's tiniest, most insignificant ability. It can make anyone develop a new fondness for its host, even fall head over heels," she continued. And at this moment, Princess Longtang Muyi nudged Bing Anmeng's head, shouting, "Wake up!" The princess sternly explained to the manager, "Ba Shi, its legendary power is manipulating people's hearts, and it represents lust, but do you really expect to rely on this to defeat Li Kuihua?" The manager sneered upon hearing this. "You guys underestimate Ba Shi. I have my own ways to deal with Li Kuihua. As long as she dares to come to the Shuang sect, I can definitely make her lose and go back home." Lin Yi stared intently at Bing Anmeng, thinking, "Void gaze technique?" Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Yi was a little surprised, exclaiming, "The seal is indeed very stable, but..." At this moment, the spiritual beasts inside Lin Yi spoke up one after another. "Ba Shi's power is truly disgusting," another one asked. "What if we snatch it?" The last one incited. "Let my brothers and sisters feel your power a little," Lin Yi angrily scolded. "Shut your mouths." Lin Yi himself was a bit exhausted, but still looked at the manager and warned, "I'm reminding you, the more you use the power of the fierce beast sect leader, the easier it is for the sealer to be affected."
You've already seen the ending of Emperor Longteng. Abusing the power of fierce beasts comes at a price.
She disregarded Lin Yi's words, sneering. You're also the host of Ju Ying. You probably aren't qualified to say those words, are you? Moreover, my daughter isn't the same as you guys. She's cultivated since she was young, so she can suppress the fluctuations of emotions. She looked towards Jin Jiao, continuing to speak. Unlike you guys, who are halfway sealers, the fierce beast has an extremely small influence on her. In other words, she can unleash 100% of Bashi's power. Lin Yi, hearing her so stubborn, could only ask. So you don't trust us at all? Longteng Muyi, standing next to him, was already trembling, looking like she was about to get angry. Longteng Muyi clenched her fist, loudly saying, I've had enough. You're really clueless, Lin Yi. Tell me, what now? Should we just attack or what? The manager wore a smug expression, emanating energy throughout her body, challenging. You can try. Mufan approached and greeted. Lin Yi, we meet again. Is now a good time to talk? Mufan asked him. Lin Yi was a bit wary, asking, Are you representing Tiangong? Or just using your friend status? Mufan looked at him, replying, Both. But I hope to use my friend status more. Mufan spoke up and asked. So this time, Tiangong didn't even send the three elders over. I'm just accompanying my master. Lin Yi put his hand on his chin, thinking, and then asked. She's your master. Longteng Muyi also put her hand on her chin and thought about Bing An Meng. Then she said, That seems right. It's said that Elder Bing An Meng in Tiangong has always been called an iceberg, but I didn't expect she'd come to be the sealer of Baoshi. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, turned to ask Mukang Fan, Is this Tiangong's idea? Or, before he could finish his sentence, Mukang Fan interrupted, No. Right now, it's probably the Xuanshuang sect leader who's already set up the plan. Mu Fan said, thinking of the image of Bing An Meng. Her master has cultivated the void dust mind technique since she was young, so Bashi's side effects have almost no effect on her. Afterwards, Lin Yi silently pondered. Just like Jin Jiao, who has a kind heart, serving as the sealer. It seems the Xuanshuang sect leader and the Holy Flood Dragon sect leader are the same, having already prepared well as candidates for fierce beast sealers. Suddenly, many people appeared above, flying towards them, causing Longteng Muyi to panic and shout, Why are there so many people? Lin Yi was also a bit puzzled, asking, What's the deal with these people? Contrary to everyone's panicky mood, Mufan calmly said, You'll know soon enough. After landing, the guy with green hair looked around and asked the name next to him. Isn't that guy Lin Yi? Seeing this, he shouted, Old Wang, why are you here? Wang De Fa heard someone mention him and turned his head to ask, Who is it? When he recognized it was an acquaintance, he happily shouted, Lin Ye, you're here too, and Jin Jiao Ferry. He approached Lin Ye and said happily, Awesome! With you here this time, we can definitely take care of that damn Li Kui Hua. Hearing this, Lin Ye asked curiously, Wait a minute, are you representing the Heavenly Palace here? And also, the people who came with you this time, are they all? Wang De Fa loudly replied to the question, Lin Ye, they are all like me, all survivors. After being attacked by the demon clan led by Lin Kui Hua, we received an invitation from the Xuanshuang sect master to discuss how to deal with that wretched Lin Kui Hua together. After that, Mu Sifan came to Lin Ye's side and said, It's not just these people, there are also a few other sects here. For example, my master brought the cultivators of Yunhai Shanzhuang here earlier. Mu Tefan thought about the scene of the sects and continued, The remaining sects are all scared. They were defeated by the demon clan in every battle. So many sects responded to this call. Looking at the crowded and lively scene, Longteng Muyi said, So, there really are a lot of people. Then he stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, But, with such a good opportunity, why didn't the Heavenly Palace send anyone here? Hearing him ask that, Princess Yujin spoke up. Do you even need to ask? The Heavenly Palace is hoping for more people to die in this fight, as it will reduce the burden on the heaven and earth tribulation. Longteng Muyi scratched his head and laughed. Is that so? Haha, Jin Jiao said worriedly. The Heavenly Palace is so calm about Li Kui Hua. What if the Baoshi is taken away? Lin Ye glanced at those people and said, One is that the Heavenly Palace still has trump cards, and two is, Ye Lin's face gradually became serious and he continued, Li Kui Hua has been plotting for so long, her methods are too many. I have a bad feeling, Du Zhu Yang said to the palace master of Heavenly Palace from behind. Bing An Meng has successfully become the person who seals the Baoshi, and Lin Ye and Jin Jiao have also arrived at the Xuanshuang sect. Are we really just going to watch like this? The palace master of Heavenly Palace put his hands behind his back coldly, not turning his face around to speak. Li Kuihua is a traitor of the Heavenly Palace. I have already spread the word outside. The Xuan sect did not invite us, but instead called her daughter specifically, which shows that they no longer trust us, so why bother? After hearing those words, Du Zhuyang hesitated and said, but next. The palace master of Heavenly Palace waved his hand and continued, whether Lin Kuihua wins or loses will not affect the final outcome. Moreover, perhaps that little kid Lin Ye can create some miracle. Who knows? Du Zhuyang continued to ask. But if the situation gets out of control, if Li Kuihua controls both the Tao Tai and the Bashe at the same time, the palace master of Heavenly Palace sighed and replied, if she can really change anything, it wouldn't be bad. Even if I were, before I became the palace master, I might agree with her thoughts. Then the palace master of Heavenly Palace shook his head and continued, it's just a pity. Elder Liu and Du Zhuyang simultaneously turned to look at each other in silence. On this side, Bing An Meng and the Xuan sect master were face to face. Bing An Meng spoke up and said, Sect master, those who need to come to the sect have all arrived, she said anxiously. These people have made the sect feel suffocated in the past few days. It's really annoying. Now we're just waiting for the day to give the order. After listening to her, the Xuan sect master continued. What about Li Kuihua? And also, what movements are there from the demon clan? Bing An Meng sincerely replied, only a small number of the demon clan's scouts have been discovered near the sect. After listening, the Xuan sect master continued, are the sealers of the Juying and the Xinguang still waiting there? Hearing this, Bing An Meng asked, they still refuse to leave. Do you want to send someone to drive them away? The Xuan sect master turned around and said, it's okay, I'm just worried that they'll ruin my good plans. But if they don't interfere, then so much the better. Summon everyone, it's time. Bing An Meng smiled and replied, I'll go immediately. On this side, everyone was chatting lively. The person on the right said, it was originally Wanwu sect. Then the person on the left continued, it's just a sect plus a few Heavenly Palace elders nearby. A boy with orange hair hit the back of the person next to him and said, we've already repelled Li Kuihua, now we have so many people from the sect, what is there to be afraid of? Muka Fan's master, upon witnessing such a scene, said, Muka Fan, later, if the battle is unfavorable, you must immediately seek protection from those friends. Hearing this, Musfarin curiously asked, Master, do you mean you don't think highly of them anymore? Musfarin's master pointed in that direction and said, free cultivators are used to being scattered, except for being similar to that guy. Looking towards that guy, he continued, and Li Kuihua and the demon clan have a deep blood feud. Looking at the two young men with blue and yellow hair, he continued, the rest is all because the Heavenly Palace didn't act, fearing annihilation, so they gathered here. It's not for anything else, just seeking courage in numbers. If they really made up their minds to fight to the death, it'd be tough, he concluded. And the demon race has always lived in desolate and remote areas, amidst fierce illusions. Risking their lives is normal for them. This kind of comparison, high or low cultivation, many or few people, what good would it really do? Mushirfan, upon hearing this, turned and asked, so, Master, what should we do next? Suddenly, the Xuan sect leader interjected, don't be hasty everyone, hear me out. Long Teng Mu Yi and Lin Yi looked down below. He asked, these guys, what are they trying to do now? Lin Yi frowned and said, not sure, let's keep watching. A citizen representative stood up and, cupping his hands, asked the Xuan sect leader, we've been gathered here for days now, and the traitor Li Kuihua from the Heavenly Palace hasn't been brought to justice. What should we do? Everyone chimed in. Maybe they're scared to come because there are so many of us. I think we should take the initiative. Another person spoke more firmly. We have Elder Bing, and Lin Yi and Jinjiao Fairy will help us. What can those three fierce beasts, Li Kuihua, do to stop us? After that man spoke, everyone applauded in unison. Well said. We have almost half the fierce beasts on our side. What's there to be afraid of? The Xuan sect leader finally spoke. If you're all in such a hurry, fine. Then let's make a move. Mufan, hearing this, was curious. Make a move, what does that mean? Her daughter, Bing An Meng, slowly lowered her eyelids and said, then please offer everything to me. The people became confused. Huh, everything, what does that mean? Does she want us? Immediately, everyone was enthralled by Bing An Meng, their emotions changing, and they laughed obsequiously. I love her. Ooh, Miss Bing An Meng, I'm willing to offer everything. Mufan, realizing the intentions of the Xuan sect leader and her daughter, turned to report, Master, she's... The Xuan sect leader below interrupted. Are you willing to exert yourselves? For my daughter, for my Xuan sect. Mufan was momentarily stunned seeing his master.
What kind of trickery is this? Mufan's master was no different from the other citizens. He seemed controlled and said, "We swear to be loyal even in death." The Xuanzhuang sect leader looked up and noticed Mufan wasn't affected. That one doesn't seem to be controlled. She turned to ask Bing Anmeng, "Why is there still one left? Is it because he's your disciple?"
Mufan drew his sword, ready to deal with everything, but Lin Yi was one step faster. He jumped down and questioned her.
Sect leader Yang, what are you doing? Lin Yi observed the controlled citizens with his eye technique, frowning. This is the power of the three serpents.
Seizing the minds of others, the Xuanzhuang sect leader softly asked back,
"Why so angry, Lin Yi?" She crossed her arms and said with a smile, "All I'm doing is trying to deal with Li Kuihua. And this isn't something a bunch of rabble can do." Jin Zhao rushed over and said, "You're trying to steal people's wills. Please stop this immediately." The Xuanzhuang sect leader's face darkened. She replied, "Everything I'm doing is for justice. I don't expect you to understand. But at least don't stand in my way, Jin Zhao." Upon hearing this, angrily retorted, "You dare call yourself justice?"
The Xuanzhuang sect leader asked, puzzled, "What's the difference? Isn't the heavenly palace also letting the fierce beasts run rampant to reduce the number of cultivators? If you really want to calculate, I'm still working according to the heavenly palace's will. Even if your palace lord came here, they couldn't stop me." Jin Zhao was speechless. She said through gritted teeth. Yu Lin Yi stood before the Xuanzhuang sect leader and said, "Release them from your control immediately, or else." Lin Yi's hand blazed with killing intent. Behind him, the two heads of the dragon god appeared. Lin Yi solemnly declared, "I will fight you immediately." The Xuanzhuang sect master chuckled casually. "Want to make a move? Fine by me." She then commanded two random civilians to step forward, and they fearlessly faced Lin Yi. The Xuanzhuang sect master raised her voice, taunting, "Right now they'd jump into a sea of fire for me. So what are you gonna do, Lin Yi? Gonna kill them?" Mukafane, while facing his master, called out to him, "Master, you!" His master suddenly turned fierce and retorted, "Shut your trap, you unfilial disciple. It's an honor for our Yunhai mountain village to serve Her Highness Bing Anmeng. Now get over here." The Xuanzhuang sect master laughed heartily. Good, good, good. As expected of my daughter, no one has ever brought out the power of the three serpents to this extent. With this power, who cares about a Li Kuihua? What can even the heavenly palace do?" Lin Yi couldn't help but react to her words. Jin Zhao reminded. "Jin, you're losing it," Lin Yi responded. "I'll go restrain that ice elder. You restrain the others. Try not to hurt them." A petty official stepped in front of Lin Yi and blurted out his thoughts. "Lin Yi, you're such a clueless idiot. I've been putting up with you for so long. You clearly have so much power, but you're so clueless." "Go da." Lin Yi frowned, punching him away with one hand. "Speak, you bastard. I've been putting up with your stupidity for too long." Under Bing Anmeng's orders, the others rushed forward to stop him. "Don't let him get close to the ice elder. Capture him." Mufan stayed behind, trying to hold back his master. He said, "Master, please calm down." Seeing that everyone had lost their minds, Lin Yi said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then I'll use this move." His entire body radiated overwhelming divine power, causing everyone to freeze and collapse. Trembling, confused, they asked, "What's going on? This pressure?" It turned out that Jin Zhao was also using her abilities to control them. Seeing this, Jin Zhao was also terrified. "So strong, such a powerful aura, I can't even move." Lin Yi said to the mother and daughter, "The key to those who are being manipulated still lies with the three serpents." He aimed at Bing Anmeng and approached, focusing the spirit energy on his hand. "I will find a way to control her first, to make her undo the control." Bing Anmeng calmly turned her head, and the Xuanzhuang sect master sneered, "Heh, still not giving up." Before attacking, Lin Yi courteously said to Bing Anmeng, "I'll use the 9 nether force to restrain you first, to erase the domination over others." Sorry for this, Ice Elder. Lin Yi's hand was further enhanced with the dragon god's claws. But Bing Anmeng wasn't afraid at all. Lin Yi swung his hand, realizing that he missed. "That's not right." She suddenly disappeared again. He turned his head back and saw her. So Lin Yi was compelled to praise. "She's already behind me in the blink of an eye, so fast. If I lose this round, I'll set up another one," Lin Yi said, about to strike when Bing Anmeng disappeared again. Lin Yi himself disappeared again. Jin Zhao was caught off guard. Mufan also showed a similar expression. "What's going on?" Lin Yi created a distance with Bing Anmeng, he thought. What was that just now? Some kind of illusion? Impossible. My chi observation technique shows she's real, not an illusion. Could it be some kind of ability of the three serpents? Bing Anmeng then spoke up. "I can sense that you don't have any malicious intentions towards me, and I don't want to fight you. Please leave." Jin Zhao flew closer, advising her, "Ice Elder, please stop."
Arbitrarily snatching away other people's will, no matter the reason, is wrong. The Xuan sect master glanced over, coldly sneering. If you two hadn't brought the power of fierce beasts with you, you would have already become loyal servants of me and my daughter. You wouldn't have had the chance to say such impudent things here. Anmeng, make a move. Get rid of them.
Hearing this, Bing Anmeng didn't back down anymore. She drew her sword and said,
Then I'll have to offend you. Lin Yi was determined. This time, I definitely have to see her movements clearly.
Bing Anmeng only took a slight stance, and then she moved in front of Lin Yi.
Seeing everything, he was secretly delighted.
Great, I can see it this time. But before long, Bing Anmeng's sword slashed across Lin Yi's hand, making him startled.
Lin Yi glanced down and saw Bing Anmeng's sword about to touch his armor. Lin Yi said nervously, Still can't see it in the blink of an eye. What on earth is this? Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Jin Zhao and Mufan screamed, Brother Lin Yi!
Lin Yi!
Jin Zhao said worriedly. How can there be such fast movements in this world? Mufan frowned. Completely can't see it.
When the explosion ended, Lin Yi and Bing Anmeng were unharmed. He looked at her and said, It's this move again. Completely appears in a different position out of nowhere, truly teleporting.
Lin Yi looked down at the small tear in his clothes and thought, The turbid key of the boss snake's power is also contained in her attack. Although it's not as domineering as devouring wasteland, it's enough to break my defense. Lin Yi raised his hand to his shoulder to perform healing, and he frowned as he admitted, As expected, none of those who seal fierce beasts are simple. Long Tengmu Yi stood high above, looking down and asking confusedly, What on earth is this? Lin Yi, why are you just standing there getting hit?
Yun County Princess noticed something and denied Long Tengmu Yi's words.
That's not right. It's not that Lin Yi can't react, his sense of time is paused. So as he sees it, the opponent seems to teleport in the blink of an eye. Long Tengmu Yi jumped up and said, I'll go wake him up. Yu County Princess hurriedly stopped him. Wait, don't go over there, otherwise you'll also. Before she could finish, Long Tengmu Yi landed and shouted, Lin Yi, your consciousness is being disturbed again. She can stop your thoughts. Lin Yi saw him acting like this and thought, This is bad. And Long Tengmu Yi's voice also attracted Bing Anmeng's attention. No way. When Long Tengmu Yi also saw her, Lin Yi thought angrily, Didn't I tell him not to come over?
Lin Yi was forced to act first. He rushed towards Bing Anmeng, saying, Damn it. But she immediately disappeared from Lin Yi's sight. When he looked behind him, he saw Bing Anmeng standing next to Long Tengmu Yi. Lin Yi was about to say something. Long Tengmu Yi's finger snap suddenly sounded, and he didn't know where he got a flower from. But he held it in his mouth, pretending to say to Bing Anmeng, Elder Bing, I am Prince Long Tengmu of the Long Teng dynasty. Very happy to be of service. Lin Yi was helpless. Because of his idiot teammate, I knew it. Yu County Princess was the same, silently cursing this stupid name. Sect leader Xuan Shuang laughed. Not bad, not bad. Although the Long Teng royal family doesn't have 9 infants, they are at least the #1 royal family in the world. Being able to serve me is somewhat beneficial. Lin Yi couldn't hit Bing Anmeng, so he switched his target to sect leader Xuan Cheng. You little brat, immediately tell your daughter to stop. Long Tengmu Yi quickly stood in front of sect leader Xuan Cheng, stopping his actions. Lin Yi, quickly stop, I've thought it over, we might as well cooperate with Elder Bing, together against Li Kuihua. The power of the 3 great fierce beasts united together? What's not to like about that? Sect leader Xuan Cheng also chimed in, saying, Very good, Lin Yi, if you defect now, take off your armor and surrender with respect, I might not hold the previous matters against you. Lin Yi pointed at her face with disdain. You're dreaming. How is your behavior of using others as pawns any different from Li Kuihua? He turned to persuade Bing Anmeng, Elder Bing, don't help the tyrant anymore, you've gone down the wrong path. Mupa Fan also spoke up, Master, please stop. Although I haven't been your disciple for long, I know you're not that kind of person. If you didn't choose to brainwash me like others, it proves you know this is wrong. Sect leader Xuan Cheng chimed in. Don't waste your breath. I told you already, my daughter has been cultivating the Immaculate Heart Sutra. Since she was little, she's cold and detached. She only listens to her grandmother, nobody else. The Xuan Shuang sect master favors duo d'amour. What makes you think you can just say a few words and make her go against my will? Lin Yi frowned. So you not only treat others as pawns, you even use your own daughter as a pawn to manipulate things. You're really heartless. The Xuan Shuang sect master angrily growled. What do you know? This is her destiny. Anmeng, capture him for me. Bing. Anmeng obeyed her and drew her sword. Lin Yi dodged her attack and fueled the fire. Getting flustered now. Just admit it, you're just using your daughter as a pawn. He sneered sarcastically. Xuan Shuang sect master. Otherwise, why would any mother want to see her daughter turn into an iceberg? The Xuan Shuang sect master frantically screamed. Shut your damn mouth. Lin Yi channeled more killing intent, making the claws on his shoulders stronger and more secure. Lin Yi chuckled. Is that all you got? Didn't eat anything? The Xuanzhuang sect master's face darkened, not understanding what Lin Yi was saying. You, Lin Yi casually continued. What, did I say something wrong? Your strength and your ambition are simply mismatched, so you can only sacrifice your daughter to satisfy your ambition? The Xuanzhuang sect master retorted irritably. Do you think everyone is as lucky as you to have the primordial sacred body? The great calamity of heaven and earth is approaching, and the ferocious beasts are the only power I can hope for? Why do you, with your innate talent and no need for effort, have the right to criticize me? Hearing this, Jin Zhao answered for him. She clearly stated, Lin Yi Gerge has reached this day, all because of his willpower and perseverance. No matter the enemy, he will not be afraid, and will fight them to the very end. Lin Yi awkwardly thought, actually, it's mostly thanks to the system's buffs and reminders, otherwise I would, he thought to himself again. Speaking of which, why isn't the system reacting like before this time? At the very least, there should be some kind of reminder. The system, finally remembered, appeared before Lin Yi, initiating selection mission. Mission 1. Upon detecting an unfavorable situation, immediately and proactively retreat. Reward: Crying Wolf Howl Stance. Mission 2. Admit defeat and agree to cooperate with the Xuanzhuang sect master. Reward: Tiger Drops to Earth Technique. Mission 3. Request a sword technique competition with Bing An Meng. Reward: Mind Communion Technique. Lin Yi muttered, It's finally here, but what do these 3 cultivation methods even do? The system should at least explain. The system then listed a bunch of words. Crying Wolf Howl Stance. Effect: Doubles retreat speed. Utter ruthless words before leaving. Extremely high chance of avoiding pursuit. Tiger Drops to Earth Technique. Use the imposing manner of a tiger kneeling on the ground to surrender to the enemy, moving them. Extremely high chance. Lin Yi angrily shouted at it. Aren't these just running away and surrendering, and you give them such intimidating names? Enough, I choose the third one. He turned to Mu Fan and said, Lend me your saber for a moment. Mu Fan curiously tasted his Qingdao saber and gave it to him. Lin Yi stood in front of the 3 and suggested, I heard that Elder Bing has studied the way of the sword since childhood and is known as the strongest sword cultivator in the Heavenly Palace in the last 100 years. If that's the case, I want to have a sword technique competition with you. If I win, you have to stop what you're doing. Long Teng Mu Yi criticized. But you have a saber in your hand, how can you compete in sword techniques? The Xuanzhuang sect master slapped him and urged, Bing An Meng, who's having a sword technique competition with you, An Meng, quickly deal with him, no holding back, this is an order. But Bing An Meng asked Lin Yi instead. A sword fight, so what if you lose? Lin Yi replied. Then I'll listen to your decision. Bing An Meng was satisfied. Very fair, I agree. The Xuanzhuang sect master, upon hearing this, shouted, An Meng, who gave you the authority to make decisions on your own? No way. Bing An Meng turned her head and glared at her mother. The Xuanzhuang sect leader was stunned, and then silent. Mu Fan also tried to figure it out, and it took him a while to understand Lin Yi's intention. Wait a sec. So that's it. Shifu has cultivated the Immaculate Heart Sutra since she was a child, not caring about external things. Only swordsmanship is her only pursuit, and the only thing that can make her resist her mother's orders. Is Lin Yi planning to break through from this point? No wonder it's him. His thinking and intuition are so sharp. But the situation doesn't look good. This Lin Yi guy always relies on his fists. He doesn't have any techniques, just a strong physical body. This guy basically doesn't have any sword skills at all. Thinking like that, Mu Fan got worried. He decided to face a swordsmanship expert like Shifu, not to mention the power of the 3 snakes that can disturb her. Thinking, how can he win? Bing An Meng stood aside and said, Ready to start? The Xuanzhuang sect leader temporarily put aside what happened just now and only instructed Bing An Meng. Okay, forget it. You think you can win the power of Zhu Ying with the archaic holy body? It's okay, An Meng. If that's the case, just defeat him. Bing An Meng took a step forward automatically, she said to Lin Yi, arrogantly and politely. If it is a duel of swordsmanship, I will temporarily not use the power of the 3 snakes, but I will not hold back. Please enlighten me. Lin Yi accepted the challenge. Come on. The system also just notified him that the mission was completed, and the reward was the effect of the mind's eye technique that can sense the enemy's attack consciousness to a certain extent. Bing An Meng's movements were like a slow-motion movie in Lin Yi's eyes, he thought. The speed is really fast, but as long as I don't use the power of the 3 snakes, I can see it clearly. Lin Yi raised his knife to block Bing An Meng's attack. His hand trembled a little. He had to brace himself. Bing An Meng said coldly, Is this all you've got?
You are completely a newbie in swordsmanship. You are really useless. None of your movements are decent. How dare you compete in swordsmanship with me like this?
Bing An Meng kept hitting Lin Yi's knife. Mu Fan was very worried when he saw this. See, as expected, this newbie Lin Yi can't possibly win in swordsmanship.
Seeing Lin Yi's weakness, Bing An Meng seized the opportunity to strike the final blow and shouted, "This sword ends it." However, the blade she was confident in missed. Lin Yi tilted his head slightly. Bing An Meng frowned. He dodged it. What a coincidence, Lin Yi smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. I can see it now. The mind's eye technique allows me to sense her attack movements. This effect is really like a prophecy.
Lin Yi continued to challenge. Come on, keep going. Bing An Meng snorted coldly. She continued to miss. Lin Yi easily dodged.
This happened repeatedly, making Bing An Meng unable to regard this as a coincidence, she thought. What's going on? It seems that he can suddenly see clearly and even predict my movements.
Mu Fan couldn't help but exclaimed in astonishment.
What's going on here? Why can he suddenly block it?
Lin Yi raised his sword high. Catching up with Bing An Meng, he said, "Now it's my turn to attack." Bing An Meng didn't have time to react and blocked.
Lin Yi slashed quickly in one stroke.
Bing An Meng's bare shoulder immediately oozed blood. Her face darkened, and her expression couldn't hide her surprise.
Bing An Meng hugged her shoulders, asking suspiciously, "Lin Yi, how did you do that?" Lin Yi nonchalantly replied, "Maybe I'm just a once-in-a-millennium swordplay genius, who knows?"
Hearing this, Bing An Meng couldn't help but speculate. A swordplay genius? Unlikely. It must be some kind of secret technique. He completely saw through my attack intentions. Never have I heard of such a thing, Long Teng Muyi angrily said.
Well played, Lin Yi. I knew you were hiding something, playing the pig disguising as a tiger trick on us. How many times is this now?
Before he could finish, the Xuanshuang sect leader silenced Long Teng Muyi, saying to her daughter, An Meng, use the Three Serpents' power and finish him off immediately. Bing An Meng hesitated, but
the Xuanshuang sect leader urged, "This is an order. Do you want to disobey your mother's orders?" Bing An Meng was silent for a moment, then used the Three Serpents' power for real, adding, "I understand, mother."
Bing An Meng reached her peak, quickly closing the distance with Lin Yi. Eat my sword. Bing An Meng's blade was as sharp as a viper, but then
Lin Yi just curved his lips into a smile. He kept guarding stance, with his eyes closed.
Bing An Meng was surprised by the sight. Her feet landed one beat on the ground,
then immediately jumped 1 inch high, appearing behind Lin Yi. His hand and the green blade managed to block the surprise attack in time. Bing An Meng thought in astonishment. It's blocked.
Lin Yi powerfully knocked away Bing An Meng's sword. Luckily she realized it in time and dodged. Mu Fan was taken aback, curiously saying, "He blocked it again." Lin Yi found a way to counter the Three Serpents' power. How did he do it?
Lin Yi thought to himself, as expected, people aren't like Long Teng Yu theorized, able to completely shut down our thinking, but rather slow down our perception. As Bing An Meng heard him speak, she suddenly charged again, circling behind Lin Yi without stopping our words, thus causing us to have the remaining parts of our vision, so if you only use your eyes to watch, then you seem to be moving in the blink of an eye.
The Xuanshuang sect leader was shocked upon hearing this. He figured it out. How is that possible?
Lin Yi continued to explain. This move is indeed impossible to defend against for ordinary cultivators. If you don't want to be disturbed, you can't look at you. But if you can't look at you, how can you deal with a swordplay expert like you? Lin Yi held his blade in front of Bing An Meng, arrogantly stating, "Unfortunately, you met me." Lin Yi stated loudly,
"Too bad you ran into me." Bing An Meng sighed, admitting, "It seems I really have lost." The Xuanshuang sect leader growled.
"What? No way, it's not over yet."
She held her sword close to Long Teng's neck. Mu Yi was still lost in it, and threatened, "Lin Yi, you don't want anything to happen to your friend, do you? Let's end this here. Leave your friends immediately, and I'll remove his control later. But you're not allowed to participate in the affairs of me and Xuanshuang's sect anymore." Lin Yi was clearly annoyed.
"If you can't win, you resort to dirty tricks. You think you can threaten me? Even if you can threaten me with this, what about Li Kuihua?" The Xuanshuang sect leader replied.
"Li Kuihua? Of course I have a way with Li Kuihua. Now get lost immediately, or I'll tell An Meng to make everyone here kill themselves." Jin Zhao angrily cursed.
"You shameless thing. Don't even dream about it. Don't even think about touching these people, brother Lin Yi. Make your move. Take them down." Lin Yi understood Jin Zhao's intention, but also realized that something was wrong.
He stood in front of Jin Zhao and Mu Fan, yelling, "Careful!" Then looked up at the rooftop.
Li Kuihua and Tao Ti were sitting up there. The good show got interrupted, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Aya, keep it going. Don't let me disturb your good show."
The Xuanchang sect leader and her daughter were on high alert. Holy crap, when did he get here? And he picked this moment.
A guard, looking anxious, said to Princess Yu, Your Highness, a large number of demons are approaching us. What should we do? Princess Yoon didn't respond, but thought tensely. Elder Lai has appeared. After all, this time the situation is even more complicated. After a moment, she ordered the guard. Prepare for battle. Wait for Lin Yi to signal us. The guard responded. Yes. Li Kuihua looked down at Lin Yi and said with a smile, My good disciple, you don't even want to call me master anymore. Lin Yi quickly turned and said to the Xuancheng sect leader and her daughter, Elder Bing, Xuancheng sect leader, This is our last chance to join forces. Li Kuihua is very dangerous. You can't deal with her alone. Don't hesitate any longer. A figure in a black robe jumped onto the roof and stood next to Li Kuihua, saying, My lord, let us capture these guys, and that bat snake too. Xuancheng sect leader ordered, Capture the bay snake. How laughable. An Meng acted, Now's the time. Bing An Meng responded, Understood. She used the bao snake to seize control of Li Kuihua's group. They all failed to suppress their expressions, immediately changing. Looking at Bing An Meng, She's so beautiful. Lin Yi was speechless. He didn't expect this. Wait. These demons are being controlled so easily. The black-robed figure, who was just being loud-mouthed, was now being controlled by the bao snake, and went up to remind Li Kuihua, My lord, surrender. Then, he ordered his demon army to attack. My lord. The Xuancheng sect leader thought everything was in her hands, and laughed loudly. Haha, well done, An Meng, very well done. Lin Yi, see that? That's the power of the boss snake, perfectly controlled. But Li Kuihua just smiled coldly. Oh! The Xuancheng sect leader pressed her advantage, waving her sword menacingly at Li Kuihua. All your subordinates are under my control. What are you going to fight me with now? Li Kuihua replied calmly. That's right, I don't have the talent of that little brat Lin Yi, who can occasionally pull out some divine abilities to deal with your daughter's powers. Seems like there really is no way to break it, the Xuancheng sect leader sneered. Good that you know your place. Now immediately surrender to me. Or don't blame me for being impolite. But Tao Tai was completely the opposite of Li Kuihua. She yelled, I despise you. In your dreams, Tao Tai and her grotesque body jumped down, saying, Wait till I suck all your spiritual energy dry, and see how you act all arrogant. Xuancheng sect leader replied disdainfully. All right then. Next to her appeared the black-robed demons. Xuancheng sect leader smiled and said, But you have to get past them first. The demons use... Doesn't seem to be spiritual chi, right? Tao Tai only just realized this, so she seemed a little startled. Ugh! Lin Yi looked up, thinking, something feels wrong. There's no way Li Kuihua would fall for this trick. Lin Yi frowned. But what exactly is she planning? Suddenly, the demons next to Li Kuihua shuddered, their expressions turning ferocious. Everyone was confused. What's happening? All the demons and people controlled by the Bao snake collapsed. Lin Yi was even more confused. What's wrong with these people? The master next to Musfan also staggered. Musfan supported him, asking, Master, what's wrong with you? Longteng Muyi also went crazy, waving his sword around randomly. No. This prince must cultivate the way of the sword, be domineering, and the strongest. Some official-looking dude just starts yelling, Revenge! I must revive my sect! My sect! Another demonic dude chimes in, talking absolute nonsense. Human cultivators, you'll pay the price. Then all the humans get up and start saying a bunch of gibberish. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. You just wait. Give me back my spirit stones. I want spirit stones. Lin Yi gives them the side eye and wonders, are these guys just the Bao snake's power gone completely haywire? Elder Bing, that Xuancheng sect leader, seeing her daughter acting up, rushes over, shaking her. An Meng, what's wrong? Hurry, and before she can even finish, Bing An Meng's Bao snake power sends the Xuancheng sect leader flying. She slowly sits up, frowning. Damn it, what's going on? Then she accidentally inhales the Bao snake's power. Suddenly, the space around them transforms into the Xuancheng sect. The Xuancheng sect leader is totally bewildered. This is... All the other sect leaders and Bing An Meng bow down to her, calling out, Sect master. The Xuancheng sect leader is freaking out. What's happening? This is... But quickly, the Bao snake's power takes over her mind. She loses it and starts laughing maniacally. Yes, that's right, this is how it should be. I've become the new sect master. This world will belong to me and my daughter. Seeing the Xuancheng sect leader standing there cackling like a supervillain, Mu Fan shouts, This is bad. The Bao snake's power is completely... Lin Yi touches his shoulder and whispers, I lost this competition. He sighs, Mu Fan, when it comes to swordsmanship, you're definitely a level above me. Mu Fan smiles. No, I'm just... But he suddenly changes his expression. That's not right, Lin Yi mutters. This is an illusion. Mu Fan slaps himself in the face to snap out of it. He comes back to reality and says, I knew it. It's an illusion. Bing On Meng is also not doing so well, clutching her head and groaning. Oog, ah. Lin Yi turns to Li Kuihua and asks, "Is this all part of your plan?" Li Kuihua snaps her fingers and casually replies, "More or less. That Xuan sect leader thought that if her daughter cultivated the Dustless Heart Sutra from a young age, she could completely control the Bao snake." Li Kuihua glances at the Xuan sect leader, musing, HMPH. She never considered that if the power of a ferocious beast was so easy to control, why would the Heavenly Palace have spent so much effort sealing them away since ancient times? So this is her just desserts? I know her too well. That woman has ambition equal to her abilities. When she sent Bing On Meng to the Heavenly Palace to cultivate the Dustless Heart Sutra, I knew what she was planning. Lin Yi asks again, "So this is your plan all along?" Li Kuihua nods and grins. The Dustless Heart Sutra can indeed suppress the emotions binding the Bao snake's power. But she doesn't know that the more people Bing On Meng controls, the more the Bao snake will absorb power from their desires. It'll be even harder for On Meng to control it. She then suggests to Lin Yi, I know you have a kind of pupil technique that can see through turbidity. Why don't you take a look and see what's really happening right now?" Hearing that, it makes sense. Lin Yi uses the Qi observation technique. Around him, the Ba snake's power completely engulfs the space. Lin Yi slowly speaks. "This is?" Looking at Bing On Meng, who is uncontrollably releasing the Ba snake, Lin Yi panics. No way. The three snakes are still absorbing everyone's desires, turning them into their own power. If this keeps up, they'll lose control. Mu Fan can only rely on Lin Yi. What do we do? Lin Yi says, "We need to interrupt her, find a way to wake up Bing On Meng." As if Li Kuihua would let Lin Yi achieve his goal that easily, an alluring aura starts radiating around her, saying, "He thinks he can just do whatever he wants. How nice. Too bad I won't allow it." As soon as she finishes speaking, Li Kuihua transforms into a demon. Lin Yi and Li Kuihua clash into battle. With firepower on one side and Lin Yi's dark spirit energy on the other, both sides are evenly matched. Jin Jiao watches from below, planning to jump in and help, thinking, "Then I'll also..." But Taodi is already right behind him, Jin Jiao thinks to himself. Don't even think about it. Jin Jiao startles and dodges. "It's you again, you annoying bastard. Get out of my way." Taodi replies with a grin. "On the contrary, I really like you. You're food that I can never finish eating." Guards and the Wu County princess are watching from above the city walls. A guard asks for instructions. "Your Highness, should we?" The Wu County princess hastily orders, "Get the crew ready to use that secret weapon." The guard nods. "Understood." The Wu County princess adds, "Wait for my signal. The rest of you, come with me to rescue that idiot Long Tangmu, and save as many others as you can." Long Tangyu and the guards arrive at the scene of Lin Yi and Li Kuihua's fierce battle. She shouts, "Lin Yi, we're here to help." Lin Yi tells them, "Hurry, Long Tangyu. See if you can figure out a way to wake up Bing On Meng. Otherwise, the three snakes will lose control." Long Tangyu glances at Bing On Meng, replying, "All right, although it looks like it's going to be a bit difficult." Seeing her using the three snakes so skillfully, even Long Tangyu has to admit that this oppressive feeling is really strong. "Damn it, is this the complete power of a ferocious beast?" Bing On Meng coldly says. "Don't come and get in my way." The three snakes pushes Long Tangyu back, almost causing her to lose her mind. Long Tangyu, struggling, turns to Lin Yi and says, "It's impossible. It's basically hard to even get close." Lin Yi changes Long Tangyu's objective. "Then find a way to wake up those people, or get them out of here. The three snakes are still absorbing their desires." Long Tangyu agrees. "Got it?" She slaps Long Tangmu, yelling, "You idiot dummy, wake up." Long Tangmu is still in his dream, muttering, "Swordplay, he, I'm the strongest." A guard suggests to Long Tangyu, "Your Highness, hitting him like that doesn't seem to be working. If you keep hitting him, he'll turn into a pig's head. Think of another way." Long Tangyu thinks it makes sense, and orders, "Then move them away first, hurry." The guard nods, "Yes, Your Highness." He quickly supports a citizen who is being controlled by the three snakes. That person even mistakes the guard for Bing On Meng, and smiles, calling out, "H, Elder Bing." A pinkish power clings to the guard's hand, and he panics, pulling his hand away. "What is this?" Mufan punches the guard in the face to wake him up, saying, "Don't touch them. The power of the three snakes is surrounding them." The guard wonders, "It can be like that, but why isn't Your Highness affected?" Long Tangyu's voice rings out immediately after. "The three snakes' power, but why can't I feel it? Could it be because I once carried the nine-tailed fox host?" so I developed a resistance to the power of ferocious beasts.
Thinking that, she turned to call Lin Yi and told him the solution. We must use the power of a ferocious beast to fight against ferocious beasts, otherwise we can't stop them. Lin Yi was surprised. Ferocious beasts against ferocious beasts.
A little carelessness, and Lin Yi was almost caught by Li Kuihua. He quickly used his arm to block the blow.
Lin Yi thought, this is bad. Just controlling Li Kuihua is already my limit. Li Kuihua, standing nearby, smiled and said,
it's not good to be distracted during a fight, my good disciple. Immediately afterward, Li Kuihua shot fire from her hand towards Lin Yi. She thought, just wait for a few more moves from me, Lin Yi. Lin Yi could only defend absolutely at this time, he thought to himself. Her strength seems to be stronger than last time. This is really unbelievable. My desolate ancient holy body can't continue to fight an egg against a rock. I basically can't win.
Seeing Lin Yi land on the ground, Li Kuihua remembered something and jumped down as well. She called out, Ba Xian Bing An Meng's body, you've slept enough, wake up quickly.
Bei. She is talking to me. Bea. She groggily opened its eyes. It roared once.
Bing An Meng's expression also changed at the same time.
All the people controlled by Ba Xi collapsed at the same time. The spiritual energy of Ba Xi on their bodies evaporated. Long Tengyu was confused. What's going on again? Hey, Jin Zhao suddenly said. Bao Xi's power has disappeared.
Tao Tai sneered, walked up to Jin Zhao and said, haha, wrong, it's completely the opposite.
Bing An Meng's hand swelled up. Her whole body exuded Bao Xi's spiritual power in a more powerful and abundant way than before. Lin Yi was confused. What the heck is going on? He opened his eye of insight. This is Bing An Meng, who just woke up from a long sleep and yawned. It's been a long time since I woke up again.
Wu Yifan thought she had regained consciousness and was about to approach and ask, what's the situation, master? Lin Yi said to him. That's not your master. What's there now is
Ba Xi's true form.
Bai Xi in Bing An Meng's body stood up and said, oh my, Wei Huangju Ying being here would be one thing, but I didn't expect even Tao Tai to come out. It's really lively, long time no see.
She turned to look at Li Kuihua and asked with a smile, little Kuihua here, could it all be your doing? Could it be that you really? Lin Yi frowned, realizing that it made sense they knew each other. After all, Li Kuihua had experienced the heavenly tribulation. Li Kuihua reminded Ba Xi of the suggestion you made to me before you were sealed. You probably haven't forgotten. Right, I agreed. Let's cooperate now. Bei. She laughed. Look, I knew it. People only know regret after they lose something.
She reached out and touched Li Kuihua's shoulder, breathing sweet words.
It's not easy for one person to persevere. Until now, is it? Now I really want to try to see what your dream and wish are, but we should finish the main thing first.
Ba Xi looked at the group of Lin Yi in front and asked inwardly, these people are the ones who want to stop us. Ba Xi showed a sinister smile.
Jin Zhao stood next to Lin Yi and muttered, this time it's really bad. Mu Fan held the green blade in his hand and gritted his teeth.
Two ferocious beasts. Plus, Li Kuihua, Lin Yi reassured everyone. Don't be afraid. Bei Xi's power has not fully recovered. Elder Bing's consciousness is still there. It's just being suppressed. Wake her up, and we can still win. Seeming to get Lin Yi's drift, Long Tengyu stepped up and asked, you gotta use that thing, got it. She immediately flew off with her crew somewhere else. Lin Kuihua charged forward, introducing Lin Yi to Ba Xi at the same time. This kid's got the ancient desolate holy body. Your strength ain't fully recovered yet, so back me up, Ba Xi chuckled when she heard that.
Ancient desolate holy body. No wonder that nine-headed serpent was so well behaved. But then she asked, and you're just letting someone like that slip through your fingers, little Kuihua?
Lin Yi went all out on defense, protecting himself and the innocent bystanders. Jin Zhao wasn't about to let Tao Ti mess with Lin Yi either. She told it. Try again. I'm here. You ain't getting past me. Seeing both sides going at it hammer and tongs, Mu Fan, standing on the sidelines, knew this wasn't a fight they could jump into. He gripped his blade tight, knowing his place was to not add to Lin Yi's burden. He hoisted Long Tengmu Yi up, telling the soldiers, hurry, get everyone out, Cheetah here. They ain't got Ba Xi's power protecting them anymore. Long Tengyu, on the other side, ordered his troops to get things rolling. Target, Tao Ti, go, go, go. The soldier who got the order yanked a lever, and a small door on the ship slid open, revealing a dragon head-shaped black hole in front. The ship looked like it was opening its mouth, and some kind of energy was pouring out, the guard told Long Tengyu. Charging up now. Your Highness. Li Kuihua noticed something weird happening with the three ships in the sky and wondered curiously, what's that? She angrily turned her back on Lin Yi, saying,
is that more of Zhuo Quan's handiwork?
Annoying, Lin Yi saw this and grabbed Li Kuihua's leg to stop her. Swinging her leg to the side, her whole body following, Lin Yi said, not on my watch. Seeing Lin Yi just chilling like that, Li Kuihua growled, Ba Xi, what in the world are you doing?
Ba. She kept taking hits from Lin Yi, replying,
This little brat's kinda strange. He can actually predict my attacks. Plus, the little bit of desire and longing I prepped for him ain't nearly enough for me to recover. Hearing that, Li Kuihua turned her head and called out, "Little Tao." Hearing the order, Taoti ditched Jinjiao and bolted, yelling, "Coming!" Taoti went over to Bashi's side, making her curious. Taoti opened its mouth, aiming for Bashi's neck. Bashi let it bite down, and black energy seeped out of Taoti's teeth. Back. She realized. It stings a bit, but to think it's using this method to replenish my demonic Q, Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Feeling its energy was topped up, Taoti let go, grinning. Now that's more like it. Bashi was now more confident than ever, looking at Lin Yi with a smug grin. Forget it, time for you to see the real power of Bashi. Feeling her spiritual power was almost fully restored, just the way she wanted, she told Lin Yi, "Let me broaden your horizons. Behold the true power of this old lady." Bingan Meng's eyes suddenly snapped open, catching sight of Lin Yi, who was currently being attacked by Bashi using chains, Lin Yi thought. Illusion technique, or something else. The chains wrapped around Lin Yi's body, stopping him from moving. Lin Yi was about to say something. But Li Kuihua, working with Bashi, used their combined power to seize his will. Lin Yi just felt pain and yelled, "Ah!" Bashi suddenly appeared inside Lin Yi's mind, asking him, "So this is one of your lives?" "Not gonna lie, it's kinda interesting." Lin Yi gasped for breath, turning back to ask him, You're reading my memories too." He tried to struggle free from the chains, but it was no use. Lin Yi was confused. "The nine-headed serpent's power isn't working anymore," Bashi sinisterly reminded Lin Yi. "Don't waste your energy. I've already implanted my consciousness into your spiritual space. In here, neither your ancient desolate body nor the 9 infants can help you. But I gotta admit, seeing a genuine ancient desolate body in this backwater is kinda surprising. With you, Lil Kuihua's plan might actually have a shot," Lin Yi shouted. "'Cause the snake was being all roundabout. What the hell do you want, anyway?" "Bah," she casually replied. "It's simple. It's not just Lil Kuihua. I've had enough of only getting to come out for a breath of fresh air every few hundred years. So I need you to help us out." Lin Yi scoffed and replied, "You think just 'cause you want me to help, I'll just jump to it? You wish?" "Bah." She smacked Lin Yi on the forehead with its tail and said, "You will help, even though you're an ancient desolate body. Simple seduction won't work, but I can alter your memories." Lin Yi lost consciousness again. Baishi's voice echoed in his mind. "Rest assured, I'm a pro at this. I guarantee I'll change your memories. Without a single flaw." Lin Yi was in so much pain he couldn't find the words, and screamed, Bah. She whispered outside, "When you wake up again, Lil Kuihua will still be the master you trust the most, and I'll be someone you're willing to entrust your life to." The system suddenly popped up in Lin Yi's head. Initiating mission selection. Mission 1. No time to lose. Run now. This is too difficult to handle. Immediate strategic retreat. Reward. Ma Quan's weeping cry skill. Bashi, looking at Lin Yi's incomprehensible memories, wondered curiously, "What is this whole person about?" Bashi suddenly felt like he was electrocuted, screaming, What is this? Bashi!" Inside Bingan Meng's body, clutched its head in confusion, looking at Lin Yi. "How can this be? What was that?" "Why?" Lin Yi quickly woke up, regaining his senses, and wondered, "What the hell just happened, Bashi?" "Messed with memories related to the system in my head, and then..." Li Kuihua, seeing Bashi's powers backfiring, asked in surprise, "What happened? Did it fail?" "Bah." She responded, "Something bad's gonna happen. That girl, she's about to wake up." Lin Yi seized the opportunity and turned his head, shouting, "Jinjiao, seize the moment, now's the time." Jinjiao, hearing this, also used her powers, replying, "Got it." Her demonic beast faced off against the Taoti of the demon race, both using their horns to attack each other. Feeling that something was wrong, Taoti growled, "Damn it." The body below Taoti gnawed at the hand of the demonic beast from Jinjiao, but it didn't seem to work, and instead stuck to it. Taoti exclaimed in surprise, "You." Seeing that Long Tengyu's ship was also preparing to release some kind of power, Li Kuihua said anxiously, "That's not good, she's trying to escape." Realizing that something was wrong, she frowned. That warship is using live ammo. Lin Yi wasn't about to let Li Kuihua ruin his chance, so he blocked her path, smiling and saying, "We're not done fighting yet, master." Li Kuihua ground her teeth in dissatisfaction, bowed Lin Yi. This time, Li Kuihua was forced to fight him. The two exchanged blows. Lin Yi was slightly better this time than he was just now. Seeing that everything was going in the right direction, Long Tengyu ordered her troops, "Now's the time. Fire!" The dragon gathered enough energy and fired a huge golden bullet downwards, and below that, none other than the position of Taoti and Jinjiao. Unable to stop it, Li Kuihua yelled, "Be careful!
The Taoti's demon was hit by the bullet. It released the demonic beast's hand and let out a piercing scream. The Taoti vomited blood. Losing strength, the demon was also not strong enough and disappeared, evaporating from the Taoti's person, turning her back to normal.
Jin Zhao's demonic beast raised its fist, and this time, it was determined to finish off Taoti. But Lin Yi, busy dealing with Li Kuihua, hurriedly reminded, Jin Zhao, don't attack. She's gonna wake up Elder Bing On Meng. Jin Zhao heard this and stopped her movements. At the same time, she also heard the ah sound from the opponent. The Taoti had already collapsed and passed out, basically unable to do anything to her anymore. Jin Zhao recalled her demonic beast and landed, facing the three snakes struggling inside Bing On Meng's body. Looking at her being so uncomfortable, she probably couldn't hold on for much longer, Mu Feiran asked curiously. But how are we supposed to wake up Elder Bing's consciousness? Jin Zhao fell silent for a moment. Then she raised her hand and touched Bing On Meng's shoulder, saying, Elder Bing, no offense. Jin Zhao used a strong force to knock her own head against Bing On Meng's head. Bonk. The three snakes inside Bing On Meng fainted quickly. Lin Yi and Li Kuihua were dumbfounded when they saw this, so speechless that they couldn't say a word. The power of the three snakes inside Bing On Meng gradually evaporated. Bing On Meng, who was sleeping and bound by shackles, also gradually loosened up. All control slowly disappeared. As soon as Bing On Meng broke free, she commanded, Three snakes, get back into my body. Bing On Meng braced herself. Releasing pressure, Jin Zhao and Mu Fan almost flew away. They were momentarily stunned. Was it a success? Or was Bing On Meng's body balanced again? The hand no longer secreted the three snakes' energy. Instead, ice condensed from it, summoning Bing On Meng's sword. Lin Yi was still a bit doubtful, thinking, is it the three snakes? Or Bing On Meng? Li Kuihua walked over to Bing On Meng and sneered at Lin Yi. I told you long ago, On Meng, that girl isn't good. Before she could finish her sentence, something silenced Li Kuihua. Bing On Meng had somehow moved behind Li Kuihua, pointing her sword at her. Bing On Meng even scraped Li Kuihua's hand with the sword, causing Li Kuihua to clutch her hand and yell. Bing On Meng was more awake than ever, stating clearly, let's end it here. For the sake of Elder Lian taking care of me in Tiangong, now, suffer this cut on your hand. Otherwise, Li Kuihua hissed. Sure enough, I still underestimated you, On Meng. Or should I say, you really don't disappoint me. Those who had been infected by the three snakes gradually woke up, vaguely asking, what happened? Humans and demon race face each other. Naturally there is fear. That man shivered and shouted, Demon race! You, that demon race! Quickly returning to Li Kuihua, he asked, what happened? I was in a coma just now, my lord. What exactly happened? Everyone crowded around, observing the scene before them. Countless questions were raised. What happened? That's Li Kuihua. Why did the demon race suddenly appear and want to attack? Li Kuihua said to Lin Yi, it seems today can only end here. Consider this round your win. Jin Zhao interjected. You want to leave now? You wish it were that easy? Watching Li Kuihua leave right before their eyes, seeing Jin Zhao about to chase after her, Lin Yi stopped her. Jin Zhao, just let it be. The power of the three snakes wasn't lost and it wasn't taken away. Our old Biana's objective has already been achieved. Moreover, Mu Fan ran to Bing On Meng's side, worriedly asking, Shifu, Bing On Meng. Bing On Meng answered, it's nothing, just after effects of the three snakes' power. Stay by Li Kuihua's side. While the group was rushing back to their lair, a demon race spoke up, asking her, my lord, is it that hateful Lin Yi again? That guy has repeatedly ruined our plans. That close demon race suggested to Li Kuihua. We must find a way to deal with him. Moreover, the three snakes also failed to occupy the body. Bing On Meng has now fully controlled the three snakes, and she will definitely join them. Our dire situation has become even worse, Li Kuihua laughed lightly in response. The three snakes being suppressed by Bing On Meng like that is actually a good thing. Although there are discrepancies, overall it's within our plan. Hearing Li Kuihua say that, her servants were utterly bewildered. Li Kuihua thought to herself, the one who should be having a headache now is you, at the Heavenly Palace. After hearing Zhu Yang's brief report, the palace master didn't even turn around, simply replying, is that so? He frowned and said, I understand. At the Xuan sect, early in the morning inside the council hall, Bing On Meng had gathered everyone to speak on behalf of the Xuan sect master. My mother, she has admitted the mistakes she made. Now, the Xuan sect will be temporarily under my control, and I will unconditionally support you all, whether you want to fight against Li Kuihua or the Heavenly Palace. Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly spoke up, denying it. We don't have any plans to oppose the Heavenly Palace for the time being, But if Elder Bing joins us, we'll naturally welcome it. Long Tang Muyi's voice also rang out immediately afterward. Hey, didn't we already win? Why so serious? Look, with Elder Bing now, we have the strength of 3 fierce beasts. Li Kuihua only has Teodi alone, 3 against 1. The advantage is on our side. Long Tang Yu turned to reply to him. This isn't just a numbers game. The key issue now is that the doubts left for us are too many. Lin Yi nodded. That's right. Li Kuihua and the 3 snakes are acquainted. What exactly is this cooperation they speak of? And the Heavenly Palace hasn't done anything this time. It's all abnormal. He raised his head and asked Bing Anmeng, Elder Bing, what do you know about the 3 snakes' cooperation with Li Kuihua? Bing Anmeng shook her head lightly, replying that she didn't know anything at all. Lin Yi and Long Tang Muyi didn't seem to suspect anything, shaking their heads at each other. They don't know anything at all. Bing Anmeng continued to speak. But perhaps we can directly ask it. Jin Zhao hurriedly stopped her. Wait, Elder Bing, what do you mean? Bing Anmeng replied. I can temporarily remove the effects of the Wu Chen mind technique to restore the suppressed will of the 3 snakes, as long as you all make thorough preparations. Both Long Tang Muyi and Mu Fan were hesitant. Isn't this a bit too risky? Long Tang Yu asked for Lin Yi's opinion. What do you think? He looked at Jin Zhao, feeling their determination, and replied, We can take the risk. A moment later, inside the basement, Bing Anmeng sat in the middle of a magic circle, surrounded by Lin Yi and the others standing guard and observing. Mu Fan said, The barrier formation is set up, everything is normal. Long Tang Yu hurriedly pushed Long Tang Muyi out, saying, All right, hurry up and go, or you'll turn into an idiot again. Long Tang Muyi pouted. Is it my fault? Lin Yi and Jin Zhao were ready. With their defenses, they spoke up. Elder Bing, we're ready. Bing Anmeng closed her eyes tightly, replying, Okay. Wait in silence for a moment. Bing Anmeng's eyes shifted. The soul of the 3 snakes returned. She saw Lin Yi and Jin Zhao standing there and was a bit curious. But immediately she recognized the situation and laughed, saying, Interesting. Seems like little Kuihua is temporarily in your hands. Seeing the appearance of the 3 snakes, Lin Yi and Jin Zhao took turns reinforcing the barrier formation. Don't even think about manipulating anyone's mind. Talk to us properly, 3 snakes. Unless you want to fight 2 against 1. Bah. She hastily waved his hand, laughing casually. I wouldn't think that way. Among all the ferocious beasts, my combat strength is probably not even top tier, and definitely not a match for those 2 riding on your shoulders. Lin Yi plopped down on the ground and asked Ba Shi, Then tell us, what exactly are you and Li Kuihua plotting? Jin Zhao, radiating a fierce aura, said, If you don't explain carefully, then don't blame us for being impolite. Bao Shi playfully raised his voice. This body belongs to Bing Anmeng. Can you really bring yourselves to attack? However, immediately after, Ba Shi suggested, All right, let's do this instead. I can answer a few of your questions, and in return, you must answer one of mine. Lin Yi agreed. Okay, then speak. What proposal did you make to Li Kuihua? Bei, she retorted aggressively, asking that question. Then I'll ask you first. Who is the strongest person in this world? Lin Yi replied, Of course, it's the Heavenly Palace Lord of each generation, Ba. She questioned further. Then why are they the strongest and not someone else? Jin Zhao awkwardly answered, Well, because their cultivation methods and skills are the strongest. Lin Yi also offered his opinion. Because the Heavenly Palace Lord has all the Heavenly Palace's inheritances. Ba Shi, exasperated, said, Forget all this short-sightedness. Let me tell you, a long time ago the power levels like the Palace Lord had a unified classification, called the Yuanying Realm, and that's the limit of power this world can bear. Jin Zhao was curious. Yuanying. Lin Yi wasn't far behind, asking more deeply, What does that mean, boss? She explained, It means that, of course, besides our world, there are many other worlds. And only with enough power to break through the world's walls, enter a wider world, reach a higher existence, can you surpass the power limit. Jin Zhao was doubtful. Bei Xie, I feel like you're lying to us. If that's really the case, why haven't the palace lords ascended to another world? Ba Shi said. Take a guess, what's the reason? Lin Yi then spoke up. Because of the total amount of spiritual energy. Ba Shi happily acknowledged and nodded. Correct. A cultivator's spiritual power comes from this world. If every cultivator cultivates to the limit of power, and they all choose to ascend, in the long run, how do you think this world will be? Lin Yi inferred. The whole world will slowly die from a lack of spiritual energy, Bei. She laughed and said, No, to be precise, the spiritual energy will completely dry up,
and then this world will be completely occupied by turbid energy.
Therefore, the first-generation Heavenly Palace Lord, out of ridiculous sympathy or perhaps just wanting to be the supreme ruler of this world, after their power reached the limit, they didn't choose to ascend. Instead, they chose to build the Heavenly Palace and suppress this world. Then, it becomes the false history you're familiar with. The first Palace Lord nearly eliminated all those who opposed him and created the so-called lie of the Heavenly Tribulation. Those who knew the truth died, and the Heavenly Palace's narrative gradually became the unquestioned truth. Jin Zhao was increasingly shaken, she said softly.
This is really... Lin Yi frowned, saying nothing, only thinking. As expected, Lin Yi then suspiciously asked Ba Shi, "Did you tell all of this to Lino Kuihua?"
Ba. She admitted without hiding anything. Of course, otherwise, how would she have the thought of rebelling against the Heavenly Palace to end the cycle of reincarnation? Jin Zhao still felt uneasy and asked back,
"But even if she succeeds, this problem still can't be solved. It might even accelerate the world's decline if people choose to ascend after learning the truth, Ba."
She sighed and shook his head. Then I wouldn't know. After all, my consciousness was born quite late, and I don't know much. Lin Yi, realizing something was wrong, asked,
"Wait a minute. What do you mean by consciousness was born quite late, Ba?" She stretched and replied,
"Ferocious beasts like us, transformed from turbid energy, don't have much consciousness from the start, almost only instinct. But living with the sealers of each generation, we've become somewhat similar to humans." Suddenly, Ba Shi pointed towards Jin Zhao and said, "Well, except for that devourer there, that guy is forever consumed by anger and looks down on humans, so it's almost impossible to communicate with humans." Lin Yi and Jin Zhao looked at each other, saying nothing.
"Bay." She asked one last time. "All right, you've asked all your questions, now it's my turn. Kid, what exactly did I see in your memories? It actually interrupted me from changing your memories. I've never encountered this since I was born."
Ba Shi suddenly moved Bing On Meng's body, standing up abruptly, and aimed at Lin Yi as he asked, "Or rather, what exactly are you hiding in your body?" Before Lin Yi could say anything, the system prompted, "Option 1, brazenly acknowledge the system's existence. Reward, leaving mortality returning to truth skill. Increase cultivation. Option 2, don't acknowledge, give the 3 snakes a little lesson. Reward, leaving mortality returning to truth skill. Increase of 5 cultivation levels." No need for a third option. Lin Yi immediately went to Ba Shi's side for interrogation. "If you've already asked like that,"
then, at the most tense moment, what Ba Shi wanted to know the most felt like it was about to become reality.
But Lin Yi turned around and shouted, "Jin Zhao, hurry!"
Jin Zhao replied, "Got it," then ran back towards Big Bro Ba Shi, confused from being held by both of them. "What are you doing?"
Jin Zhao used his rock-hard head to knock against Ba Shi's forehead, saying, "See? Always spoiling Ba Shi to the point of losing control." Before leaving,
"Bad," she angrily cursed. "You didn't keep your word." "You guys." Bing On Meng's body collapsed in front of Lin Yi and Jin Zhao. Bing On Meng slowly woke up. "Ugh." Lin Yi saw her slowly sit up and asked for confirmation. "Bing On Meng." She held her forehead and pleaded, "Jin, can we maybe change the way you wake me up next time?"
After recounting everything to the others, Lin Yi said, "The general situation is like this.
Back. She is definitely hiding things from us, but she did tell us a few things. Next, we need to figure out the real situation from the other ferocious beasts."
Long Tang Mu Yi raised his hand with an idea that, why not ask Zhu Ying and Xi Huang? Don't those two know anything? Lin Yi and Jin Zhao looked a little embarrassed, replying, "This, actually, after knocking Ba Shi unconscious, Jin Zhao and I already asked." But Zhu Ying #1 responded with, "Don't know." Zhu Ying #2 was the same, hadn't investigated. Lin Yi heard that they didn't know anything, and thought, Zhu Ying has always been suppressed by the Long Tang royal family, and because they always cooperate with the Heavenly Palace's script, they don't really understand any of this. The other Zhu Yings also blankly replied, "No clue, I don't know either." Lin Yi scratched his head and awkwardly laughed, saying, "As for Xi Huang," when he heard the question, he angrily roared, "Get lost! That guy is basically impossible to communicate with." Based on what Lin Yi recounted, Long Tang Yu deduced, if that's the case, eliminate Tao Di, and what's left is Tao Wu, but he and Dao Qingfeng are currently in the Heavenly Palace. Hearing his name, Long Tang Mu Yi volunteered. He confidently said, "I'll go investigate. The relationship between the Wanwu sect and the Long Tang royal family used to be very good. I'll secretly go see old bro Dao Qingfeng and ask him if he knows anything from Tao Wu." Long Tang Yu also agreed, replying, "Okay, I'll leave this to you then. So what's left is Qiangqi and Hundun. The situation with these two is a bit complicated. Hundun was last recorded in history, still from before the 3 great heavenly tribulations, and hasn't shown up since. No one knows where he is or what his state is. As for Chang-Chi, that guy is probably locked up deep within the Sea Tribe's territory now, Lin Yi curiously asked. Sea Tribe, Long Teng-yu replied. They're basically demon clans living in the sea, but they don't have any conflicts with humans, so they've always been safe and sound. Long Teng Mu-yi also proudly showed off. The Long Teng royal family even opens a market with them every year. Last night, But he suddenly remembered something and raised his hand to count. Wait, if calculated correctly, it should be at this time every year, Bing An Meng asked. So, our next destination is to find the Sea Tribe. But they are still demons. Will it be dangerous? Long Teng Mu-yi said. Probably not that dangerous, the demons on the mainland and when Li Kuihua went around causing trouble. I haven't heard of the Sea Tribe participating in that. Long Teng-yu crossed his arms and continued. To be precise, the relationship between the Sea Tribe and human cultivators isn't bad. They lack all sorts of resources on the mainland, and cultivators really need all kinds of rare and precious treasures from the sea. This is also the reason why the Heavenly Palace, being controlled by the ferocious beasts, doesn't have any objections, right? That's all Lin Yi needed. He waved his hand and said, Then let's set off. Let's go check out the situation first. Anyway, if we don't go, Li Kuihua will. Long Teng-yu quickly informed his soldiers as I said. Let's go. Destination. The territory of the Sea Clan. Pretty soon, the Power Rangers 5 are chilling in a small village. Lin Yi asks. This is the place. The Sea Clan's annual market fair, Long Teng-yu confirms. That's right, it's the West Bay City, on the southwestern border. The Sea Clan opens a market fair every year at this time. Mortals and ordinary merchants will sell land specialties to the Sea Clan and buy marine specialties like coral and pearls. Long Teng-yu points to the folks flying in the sky. As for cultivators, they'll trade good stuff for some heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the sea. Looking down below, there are countless merchants trading with each other. Lin Yi agrees with Long Teng-yu. Indeed, there are a lot of people, Jin Zhao asks curiously. But do the Sea Clan come here by boat too? Long Teng-yu is like Google. He can answer anything you ask. Of course not. The Sea Clan naturally lives in the sea. At most, they have some sea beasts that obey them. Lin Yi turns to Bing An Meng and asks, When does the market fair specifically start, and how long do we have to wait? Bing An Meng looks ahead and replies, Looks like it's here. Just now it was blue sky, white clouds, and sunshine. But suddenly thunder and lightning appeared, and the waves crashed against each other. Long Teng-yu says in a deep voice, With this commotion, the sea market's Merman King is here this time too. Lin Yi of course doesn't know this guy, so he asks, Merman King? Long Teng-yu explains, The Sea Clan isn't like the demon race on land. They also have their own king. And the bloodline of the Merman race is the most noble. Therefore, the Merman Kings of each generation will rule the entire Sea Clan. The relationship between the Sea Clan and the Long Teng royal family isn't bad. I even met him when I was little. Long Teng-yu orders his troops. Dock the warship and get down. The soldiers reply, Yes. When Long Teng-yu's ship stops, two people are already standing there to greet Long Teng-yu. Stepping down, they bow and say, Greetings, Princess. I didn't know your highness you would suddenly come here, Long Teng-yu replies. I have some important business to do. She turns around and tells Lin Yi, Wait a moment. I have to deal with the local officials. Lin Yi nods. Go, I'll wait for you to come back. The cultivators walking ahead whisper to each other, I wonder if we can get some good stuff from the Sea Clan this time. The people from the Wanwu sect haven't come this time, so we might be able to get a lot of good stuff. Is the world at peace now? It's not peaceful. I think we should. The waves are surging violently. The boat is shaking. Jin Zhao almost loses her balance. But luckily Lin Yi catches her and reminds her, Be careful. He looks up at the gloomy sky and asks Jin Zhao, Isn't the commotion of this wave a bit too big? Mu Fan then speaks up, I heard that the Merman King will have storms accompanying him when he travels. Maybe it's nothing. Bing An Meng's intuition reminds her. She draws her sword to be on guard and says, Something's not right, Ba. She is very sensitive to emotional waves, and I can faintly feel an extremely strong killing intent coming. Lin Yi also uses his eye technique to observe. Killing intent. Where is the killing intent coming from? Wait. Chi observation technique. An entity that looks like a mermaid riding a shark appears in front of them. Some unfamiliar dark shadows also appear before Lin Yi and Bing An Meng. Bing An Meng, being sensitive, immediately prepares for battle and reminds the others. The newcomers are not friendly. They don't look like they're here to trade with us. Prepare to fight. Lin Yi, seeing the boats of some others capsizing, said, Crap, most of the people here are just mortals. We gotta stop the Sea Clan. He then spun around and jumped down towards the ship's base. Lin Yi hurriedly ran to report to Long Teng-yu. Quickly get the mortals out of here. Long Teng-yu couldn't hide his confusion. Weren't the Sea Clan supposed to be here for trade? Why, the Jiaoran king and the Longteng royal family have always had good relations, so why suddenly?
Lin Yi said sternly. There's no time to worry about that. Let's block the Sea Clan's advance first. Be careful. Let's go. Bing An Meng turned to Long Tengyu and said,
I want to go help too. You take care of things here. Long Tengyu decisively nodded. All right, you guys go on ahead.
The official standing near Long Tengyu saw 3 figures soaring into the sky. They asked, puzzled, Your Highness, what exactly is going on? Long Tengyu grabbed one of the officials by the collar and asked, That's what I want to know. What the hell is happening? The Sea Clan has never actively invaded human territory. Didn't you guys notice anything? The official was so scared he started crying, replying, Your Highness, we have no idea either, Long Tengyu urgently ordered.
Quickly organize all the cultivators to protect the civilians and get them out of here. The official nodded. Yes, sir. Long Tengyu turned his face in another direction, worriedly saying,
I'm gonna help Lin Yi and the others. I hope this doesn't turn into something big. Lin Yi and the 2 others hovered above the giant waves. Amidst the unstable weather and lightning, Bing An Meng reminded the others. The waves are huge. Everyone be careful. A Sea Clan member blocked their path, stopping them. Halt. Stop right there. Take one more step and don't blame me for being impolite. Another Sea Clan member ordered his shark. They're just 3 puny human cultivators. Crush them. Throw them straight into the harbor. Lin Yi looked disdainful. They didn't want to save face, so don't blame me for what happens next. A surge of power appeared in his hand, attacking each Sea Clan member, and he threatened, Withdraw immediately, or I won't show any mercy. The leading Sea Clan member, seeing this, cursed. What? You dare, you bastard? As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic, supersized shark flew up in front of Lin Yi. It slammed its body down, creating a tsunami-like shockwave. The leading Sea Clan member laughed and said, You dare to attack us in the sea, you moron. Suddenly, the huge shark emerged from the tsunami. Contrary to the Sea Clan member's expectations, it charged straight towards him. Because of Lin Yi's influence, Lin Yi frowned and said, Looks like you really want to fight me, huh? The Sea Clan member hurriedly realized that this was the power of a ferocious beast, suspecting it was from the Longteng royal family. The Sea Clan member was about to order his troops to control this guy first, so that the sea worm, but before he could finish speaking, Devourer emerged clearly, attacking the fish. The Sea Clan member was shocked. 2 ferocious beasts. Seeing that something was wrong, he urged the other fish, Hurry, dodge, quickly. The last fish didn't escape its inevitable demise. Judging from this, it must have been Devourer who did it.